What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is the second part of a story where Izuku had a soul quirk and harem with Mirko Midnight and Mount Lady. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into part 2. With Izuku. Izuku, you should stop going to that school. Midoriya. Izuku turned to see Ida. What's wrong? I shouldn't have shown that violent attitude. I'm sorry. He bowed to Izuku, but looked up when he saw his friend put a hand on his shoulder. It's okay Ida, I'm glad to know I have a great friend like you. Ida smiled, but then became serious. The reason I'm accompanying you is because I don't agree with your actions. If I see the slightest possibility that we're going to enter into a fight, I'll return you immediately. In short, I'm your watchman. Vigilante Ida said Todoroki. Me too, this should be handled by professionals. Anyone who saw this would say the same thing. Well, I understand your reasons, don't you dare forget it. Izuku smiled. Then I'll call you Vigilante Oirozu. The brunette blushed and looked away. A rescue without a fight is unlikely, if only they saw the reality of the situation. The degree of difficulty and how unrealistic their plan is. She looked at her boyfriend. Izuku, I know you know this, unlike the others I know you understand this. If I have to take you down so you don't risk yourself I will. Momo, where is the transmitter? Izuku asked. The transmitter coordinates point to Kanagawa Prefecture in Yokohama City on Kamino. They all headed to the station and took a train heading towards Kamino. A few minutes later they started eating some bentos they had bought. We'll arrive in 2 hours, at 10 p.m. Do the others know we're doing this? Izuku asked. Yes, we told them, they decided to stay out of it. Although Uraraka said some harsh words to us, Kirishima reported. Uraraka. I'm sure Bakugo will feel very ungrateful that you are going to rescue him, that's what he said, Todoroki replied. That's not so surprising. The green-haired man chuckled. He'll get angry, scream, and probably try to hit me, nothing out of the ordinary. Shoto swallowed a bit of rice and then looked at the others. First let me tell you something, no matter how you look at it, what we're doing is for our own egos. If you want to go back, it's not too late. Kirishima munched on an onigiri. First of all, if I didn't agree with this, I wouldn't have suggested it in the first place. Besides, Bakugo isn't the kind of man who would let villains get away with anything. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment. If I did that, if I took just one step back, all the promises and oaths I made will be worthless. He opened his eyes and looked at his friends. That's why I'm never going to back down. The rest of the journey passed in silence, and 2 hours later they arrived at their destination. We're here, Kamino Ward. The villains are hiding somewhere in the city, there are a lot of people. Well, tell me where to go, Yaoirozu. Kirishima shouted. Then Izuku grabbed him by the neck of his shirt to stop him. Wait, if you don't want to attract attention you should change your clothes. Izuku is right, we have to be careful from now on, said Momo. I have a suggestion, she pointed to a clothing store. A few minutes later they left the store and everyone, except Izuku, had changed their clothes to look more adult. Costume, said Todoroki, who had a wig covering his left side. Teenagers in the middle of the northern city would attract attention, Momo explained. Yaoirozu, everything would have been free if you had used your quirk, Todoroki said. That's a violation of the rules. If I just use my quirk, it would make a change in the circulation of the currency. As a citizen I must contribute to the economy. She probably just wanted to go shopping, Kirishima thought. Where is Midoriya? Ida asked. Everyone looked in different directions looking for the green-haired boy, then they saw him talking calmly with a policeman. When he finished the policeman greeted Izuku, and he walked towards his companions with his hands in his pockets. They look fine, now we just look like a group enjoying the night. What were you doing, Midoriya? Todoroki asked. I went over to confirm something, and while I was talking to him, I saw several police officers, more than you normally see. That means something's happening. Isn't that you, asked a man walking down the street. Everyone tensed up upon hearing that, but when they turned around they saw that a large number of people were watching a giant screen showing Izawa, Vlad King and director Nezu in front of a large number of reporters. It seems they decided to hold a press conference. Based on recent events, we will be issuing a public apology from the UA Academic Board. Izawa looked at the reporters. We apologize for the incident that left 27 first-year students injured. We apologize. Despite being an institution that watches over the development of heroes, we were negligent in protecting the learning area. The principal and the 2 teachers bowed. We are very sorry. One of the reporters stood up. I'm from Yomiuri TV. Since the beginning of the year, students have encountered villains 4 times. This time, there were even injuries. How do you explain this to their families? And what specific measures will you take? They treat them like they're villains. They seek to discredit the AU. We'll increase surveillance of the area and review school security. We're taking strong measures to ensure the safety of the students. That's all we'll say, Nezu said. They don't protect them at all. They're just covering themselves. What a disappointment UA's reputation is falling more and more. I doubt they'll be able to get up if they receive another blow like this. At the base of the League of Villains, Shigaraki Tamura was gathered with the entire league as they watched a UA speech. That's strange. Why are heroes being criticized so much? Shigaraki asked Bakugo ironically. Is it because his response was a little slow that his obligation is to keep the students safe? Everyone makes mistakes, are they supposed to be perfect? Today's heroes are too upright. Don't you think, Bakugo? The moment protecting people became a compensation, heroes stopped being heroes. That's the lesson of Stain Spinner opined. The strange system that transformed people's lives into money or glory. The society that adheres to that rule. The citizens who blame the losers instead of supporting them. We fight to ask. What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly fair? We will make everyone think about it. We think we will win. Do you like winning too? Shigaraki explained. Dabi, release your bonds. What? This guy will come at you, you know. Alright, we'll treat him as an equal since we recruited him. Besides, he should be able to understand the whole situation. He has no chance of winning if he gives in to his impulses, right, UA student? Twice, do it yourself, Dabi ordered. Me? Why? Do it. Damn, the villain approached Bakugo and began to remove his restraints. I apologize for using such harsh methods. But we're not just a mob trying to commit crimes. We didn't kidnap you by accident, Mr. Compress apologized. Shigaraki stood up from his chair and started approaching Bakugo. Everyone is here for their own reasons. Because of the people, because of the heroes, we are all tied to them. Rules, so you should understand it too. Bakugo kneed twice in the face and then launched an explosion at Shigaraki's face, causing the hand he had on his face to fall to the ground. I listened to you go on and on. Idiots can't make themselves understood and never shut up. Basically, you want people to hate them and join them, right? Forget it. I admire All Might's appearance when he wins, and no matter what anyone says, no one's going to change that. Shigaraki saw the hand on the ground. Father. At the UA press conference. The principal and teachers continued to face the reporters while they waited for them to begin their questions. Eraserhead, let's talk about student safety. It seems like he was in the mood to fight during the incident, right? What was his intention with it? I decided that since I didn't understand the whole situation, it was the best decision to avoid the worst outcome, the hero replied. What could be worse than 26 injured students and 1 kidnapped person? The worst outcome I considered possible was that the students would be detained and killed. The gas attack was the most damaging. It was a tranquilizing gas produced by a villain's quirk. Thanks to Kendo-san and Tetsutetsu-kun's quick response, there were no serious injuries from that attack. We also provided psychological support to the students, but so far, we don't see any signs of severe psychological trauma, Nezu explained. Do you consider it a good thing? We believe that the worst outcome would have affected their future. Can you say the same about Katsuki Bakugo's kidnapping? He entered UA with excellent grades and finished second in the sports festival. He also survived the mud villain incident in middle school by himself, proving himself to be strong and heroic. However, his violent attitude at the award ceremony showed that he's not always the most stable. What if the villains kidnapped him because of that? Could they have kidnapped him to recruit him into their ranks? Can they prove to us that this won't be his future? Then Izawa stood up. But to everyone's surprise he bowed. As an educator, I take responsibility for Katsuki Bakugo's behavior. But his actions at the sports festival reflect the strength of his ideals. He strives to be the greatest hero, to be stronger than anyone else. If the villains see that as an opportunity, then I say they're nothing but fools. That doesn't prove anything, your opinion doesn't matter. I'm asking, do you have a concrete plan for this situation? We are not sitting idly by. We are cooperating with the police in an investigation. We will certainly bring our student back. In the hideout of the League of Villains. We will definitely get our student back. Bakugo smiled after hearing Principal Nezu speak on television. You heard what the director of the UA and the professors said, there you have a league of idiots. After so much trouble in the attack and only take me. For them I am an invaluable person of interest. If they want me on their side, they will not try to kill me. There are 7 of them, so before they change their minds I will finish off 2 or 3, and I will leave, thought Bakugo. Just so you know, my authorization to fight has not been revoked. Do you understand? It seems that now he knows what position he is in. He is very clever, said Magni. Let's stab him. Toga offered. He's just an idiot, said Dabi. Even if he didn't join us, he should have pretended that we were convincing him. But he ruined it, Mr. Compress said. I don't do anything I don't want to do even if it's a lie, and I don't want to stay in that dirty hole. Bakugo raised his hand. Shigaraki continued looking at the hand on the ground. Shigaraki Tamura, no. Take it easy. Kurogiri shouted. Shigaraki looked at Bakugo. The blonde opened his eyes in surprise as he felt the killing intent. The leader of the League of Villains raised his arm, stopping his companions. No one touch him. He raised his hand from the ground. This boy is a valuable piece. He put his hand back on his face. I wish you had listened to me more. I thought we could understand each other. Understand us? No way, the blonde smiled. Then you leave me no choice. The hero said they would continue investigating. There's no time to talk it over calmly. He turned to see the screen on the bar. Sensei, lend me your power. Well, good decision, Shigaraki Tamura. With Izuku and the others. The UA students walked through the streets while following Momo's tracker signal, then they stopped in front of an abandoned building. This is the location the tracker indicates, Momo reported. This is his hiding place, it seems, Kirishima said. I don't know, but from what I see on the receiver, the villain hasn't moved from here since yesterday. And just because the villain is here doesn't mean Bakugo-san is too. We have little to go by, we must think carefully, Momo warned. Iida looked at his companions. We don't have anyone to infiltrate like Jiro or Hagakure. If it gets dangerous, I'll stop us immediately. Because I'm their friend, I won't hesitate to call the police either. I heard you the first time, said Izuku. You're not planning on stopping, are you? If the situation warrants it, I'll walk away. Well, we have to think about our options. Then Izuku started muttering at high speed. It's been a while since we heard him murmur, said Kirishima. I agree, although after spending so much time with you, I don't think it's bad. Let's get closer. They all approached the building, saw that it was closed, and there was also a gate preventing them from entering. The lights are off, it doesn't seem like anyone's there, said Kirishima. They're mixing it up, they're hiding a base like an abandoned warehouse right in the middle of the city, Todoroki opined. Izuku narrowed his eyes and placed a hand on his chin. The grass at the entrance door is already very long. And another entrance, maybe underground. They have that man who can make dimensional portals. There is a narrow alley next to the building. I think it will do. What's this pretty girl doing here? Why don't you come have a drink with us? Izuku turned around and saw a couple of drunk men in suits talking to their friends, mainly Momo. The green-haired man approached. Hey. The men turned around, saw Izuku's serious look and began to sweat. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, I guess we drank too much. One of the men scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. No problem, I answered them with a smile. With an apologetic smile and a nod, the men staggered away. That will teach them to want to touch other people's women. That was amazing, Midoriya exclaimed Kirishima. Let's move away a little, Todoroki warned. I agree, come with me. They walked until they were at the entrance of the small alley. There aren't many, but people pass by here often. Let's go through this small alley and head towards the back. We don't have much information, but it's the only option we have. Following Izuku's orders, they entered one by one, and that the space was too narrow. We have to make sure we don't do anything drastic. No one will come to help us, the green-haired man looked up. From that window, we should see inside. But it's so dark that you can't see, Todoroki informed. Let me create some night vision goggles. Don't worry, I brought some. Kirishima showed some night vision goggles. Unfortunately, I only brought one. Okay, Midoriya and Kirishima, take a look, get on me and Iida. Izuku quickly climbed onto Shoto's shoulders and Kirishima onto Iida's. Quick, Kirishima, what do you see? Iida asked. It's very dirty, I can't see anything at that moment. The Iida opened his eyes in shock and almost fell backwards. What's wrong with you, Kirishima? L looked to the left. Midoriya, I hand the glasses to the green-haired boy. Looking through the glasses, Izuku looked to the left side and saw what appeared to be metal tanks with a magenta liquid. He quickly recognized what was inside. They are Namu. So this must be the factory where they make them. Kakin isn't here, but we still found something very important. In the hideout of the League of Villains. Sensei, lend me your power. Sensei. Does that mean you're not the boss? How pathetic. Kurogiri, Compress, put him back to sleep. Mr. Compress sighed. He's still stubborn after hearing what we had to say, he's still on the other side. If you want me to listen, kneel down and die. I'd like to hit them with all my power, but the one who creates portals gets in the way. Think. I must find a way to break through and escape. Knock, knock. Hi, I brought the pizza you ordered. Everyone remained silent, but at that moment the wall was destroyed into pieces. Smash. Everyone was surprised when they saw All Might. Kurogiri, open a portal. At that moment All Might ducked, allowing Kamui Woods to enter. Absolute preventive detention. Prison in chains. Kamui Woods' arm segmented, wrapping and trapping each member of the league. Wood. Something like this is. Before Dobby could use his flames, Gran Torino entered. With the help of his quirk he approached and kicked him in the head, leaving him unconscious. Don't rush, you'd better stay still. As expected of the talented youngster Kamui Woods and the fastest veteran Gran Torino. Now you guys won't be able to escape, League of Villains. Do you know why? Because we're here. All Might. And to think you would come here after that conference. Mr. Compress spoke. A low defense when you're on the offensive. A short man entered through the opening of the closed door. He has gray hair in the shape of 3 sharp points that cover the left side of his face. He has dark gray eyes. The hero costume adapts the appearance of a traditional ninja. He wears a blue mask that covers his mouth tied with red thread. His arms are covered in a thin, dark fabric that folds into white forearm sleeves. There are red straps attached to his belt and his robe that extend outwards. He has a golden mask attached to his shoulder and sports a signature red scarf that features a white patch glued to the front. He finishes his costume with blue socks and yellow Jetta sandals. We're not the only ones who came to deliver pizza. He unlocked the door and opened it to admit a large number of police officers. You're also surrounded by capable heroes like Endeavor and the police. Well done, Headshot. All Might looked at Bakugo. It must have been scary, but you fought well. I'm sorry, you're safe now, young Bakugo. I wasn't scared. Not one bit. The blonde shouted as the number 1 hero gave him a thumbs up. Shigaraki raised his head. After everything we went through to prepare it, why did you come here, final boss? Everyone is tied up, we won't be able to escape easily. I guess we have no choice, you're not alone and the same goes for us. Kurogiri, bring everyone you can. A few seconds passed and nothing happened. What's going on, Kurogiri? I'm sorry, Shigaraki Tamura. The Naomu that should be there aren't. You're still a rookie, Shigaraki. League of Villains, you underestimated us, this young man's soul, the police investigations and our anger. All Might smiled. Their games have gone too far. This is your end, Shigaraki Tamura. With Izuku. Izuku and the others were talking about their discovery, then they felt a tremor, and before they could wonder what it was about, the front of the building was destroyed. What the hell? Izuku looked inside the building again. Is that you? Inside the building were Best Jeanist, Mount Lady, Tiger and Gang Orca. They were subduing all the Naomu in the building. With the League of Villains. Shigaraki gritted his teeth. The end. Don't be ridiculous. We've just begun. He began to stand up. Justice. Peace. I will destroy that garbage you promote with those euphemisms, and I will begin by eliminating All Might. I just got allies. This is just the beginning, Kurogiri. A thin, sharp rope pierced Kurogiri's body and rendered him unconscious. Kaya, I didn't see anything. What? Is he dead? Magni asked. I only stunned him, he won't die. Ninpo. Thousand Leaf cut Headshot's head formed from the rope. This man was a nuisance, so I put him to sleep. Didn't I tell you to stay still? Asked Gran Torino. Enji Hikiishi, Atsuhiro Seiko, Shuchi Iguchi, Toga Himiko, Yubega Warijin. With little information and time, the police spent the night finding out their identities. Do you understand? They have nowhere to run. He looked at Shigaraki. Hey Shigaraki, where is your boss? No one came to save you, huh? It must have been tough, Shimura Tenko. All the heroes ignored you, right? Who made this world what it is? You didn't do anything wrong. It's okay. I'm with you. No. Not like that. It doesn't make sense. Disappear. Go away. Where is it? Shigaraki. I hate you. At that moment, several pools of black liquid appeared in the air from which a large amount of Naomu began to emerge. Naomu. They're coming out of nowhere. What is that black liquid? Asked Kamui Woods. Headshot. And Kurogiri. He's unconscious. It wasn't him. Kamui Woods. Whatever you do, don't let them go. All Might ordered. Endeavor, we need support. Then Kamui Woods noticed that outside there was a large amount of Naomu. Suddenly the black liquid came out of Bakugo's mouth and covered him. What the hell? Young Bakugo tried to reach him, but he had disappeared. No. With Izuku. What happened? Iida asked while rubbing his head. Kirishima stood over Iida again with Momo next to him. It's Mount Lady, Gang Orca, number 4 Best Genus 2. Tiger-san is there too. Inside the warehouse. Is this really alive? Mount Lady asked while holding some Naomu. Is it okay that the job is so easy, Genus-san? Maybe we should have gone with All Might. Don't think the difficulty matters. Rookie the hero looked at the police officers who came with them. Right, squad, get the maids ready. Tiger held his companion in his arms with his eyes wide open and his gaze blank. Ragdoll, answer. Gang Orca approached him. Is she your partner? She seems to be still breathing, what a relief. But your condition, what did they do to you, Ragdoll? Outside the warehouse. The heroes were already acting before we arrived. Iida smiled. Brilliant. It seems Kaken isn't here, we'd better go. Everyone nodded in response. As they tried to get out, Izuku felt a sharp pain in his chest, which led him to hold on while leaning against the wall. Izuku, what's wrong? I don't know. It hurts. What is this feeling? Then from inside the warehouse footsteps were heard, and a voice came from that for some reason made Izuku's blood run cold and his body go on alert. I'm sorry, Tiger. He always had a good quirk. It was the perfect opportunity and I took it. Are you from the League? Asked Gang Orca. When my body was like this, I also lost a lot of what I had achieved. A shadow approached the group, but then Best Jeanist used his quirk and immobilized it. Wait, Jeanist. He's a civilian. Mount Lady scolded him. Take the situation into account. A moment of hesitation could decide the fight. Don't let the villains do anything. I see, you can control the fibers to restrict your opponent's movements. One of the man's arms increased in size, and then there was a great exposition. What the hell? Falcon fell on his butt. What was that power? Turning his head, Izuku saw in horror how the buildings around where they were had been destroyed by the villain. All his companions next to him were sweating and completely in shock. Tamura was finally starting to think and decide for himself. I wish they hadn't interfered. It was just a moment. This great presence and bloodlust. There's no doubt. You will be forced to face that man. That great evil. In a final confrontation. All. 4. 1. Clap 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 clap. Izuku took advantage of a small hole that had been made in the wall where he was standing and saw All for One clapping. He wore a plain black suit. He also wore a navy blue skull-shaped gas mask with angled tubes on top and a large life support system around his neck with multiple tubes connecting the front and back. Clap 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 clap. As expected of number 4, Best Jeanist. I thought I'd blown them all away, but in an instant, you manipulated the fibers in everyone's clothing and pulled them out of my attack range. Those quick decisions and skill. You certainly have nerves of steel. Then Best Jeanist began to use his quirk to try to get up, but All for One with a movement of his finger made a hole in his stomach from which a large amount of blood came out. That's the strength of a great deal of practice and experience. I don't need your quirk, it doesn't suit Tamura's disposition. Sensei. Did you see that? He was extremely powerful. That guy is a monster. My legs aren't responding. He saw that all his friends were in the same situation. Cough, damn, what the hell. Cough cough. Kakin. What the hell are you doing here? I'm sorry, Bakugo-kun. Then many portals of black liquid appeared and the members of the league began to come out. Sensei. You failed again, Tamura, but don't be discouraged. Try again. I also brought your allies and this child because you judged him to be an important piece. He extended a hand to his student. Do it as much as you need, that's why I'm here. Last time I couldn't move my body. I couldn't save him. This moment is right in front of my eyes, I won't stand idly by. They don't even know we're here yet, otherwise they wouldn't be talking so freely. Kakin is 7 meters away. If I use full cowl I can get there in less than a second, but can we escape? Where would we run to? I have to think of something, I have to do something. Izuku started to move, but then he felt himself being held. When he turned his head, he realized it was Momo staring at him. He also noticed Iida holding Kirishima and Todoroki. He looked at his girlfriend for a few seconds, and taking advantage of the distraction of his friends, he leaned over, kissed her softly on the lips and whispered to her. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Freeing himself from the grip, he began to materialize his Guandao as red lines ran across his body. You're here, right? Everyone tensed up upon hearing those words. But then All for One looked to his left and saw him approaching All Might ready to attack. With his 2 bare hands, he held All Might's fists, creating a great current of wind. I'll make you give it all back. All for One. Are you coming to kill me again? All Might. The wind current produced by the collision of All for One and All Might caused everyone to be pushed backwards. All for One shook his hands. You're late. It's 5 kilometers from the bar to here. It's easily 30 seconds since I sent the Namu there. You've weakened, All Might. What about you? What's that mask for? Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? He stopped him with his hands. Are you really going to fight him? I won't make the same mistake All for One made 6 years ago. I'll get young Bakugo back, and this time I'll really send you to prison. And to the League of Villains you control. The number 1 hero launched himself at the villain. It's a lot to do. It will be difficult for both of us. All for One stretched out his arm, which increased in size and with a large current of air, destroyed several buildings in a straight line and sent All Might crashing into several buildings. Air Cannon plus Spring Limbs, Kinetic Boost X4, Strength Boost X3. This combination is fun, maybe I'll collect more of the boost type. All Might. Bakugo shouted. Don't worry, he won't die from that. In any case, get out of here, Tamura, and take that child with you. All for One's fingers turned black, lengthened, and acquired red lines. Get them out of here. Kurogiri greatly lengthening his fingers, he nailed them into Kurogiri's torso. Wait. They knocked him out. I don't know what's going on, but if you have a quirk to transport us, help us. Magni, I recently acquired this quirk, so the distance I can transport them is very limited. It's also different from coordinate transport. I can only move things to and from my position. It also only works if I'm sending someone I have a close relationship with. A large portal opened from where Kurogiri was, and the villain pulled his fingers out of his body. Forced quirk activation. Now leave. And you, sensei. A loud bang was heard as All Might emerged from the rubble and headed towards where they were. All for One began to rise. Don't stop thinking, Tamura. You can still grow a lot. The villain stopped All Might's blow by causing a large gust of wind as Shigaraki looked at them. Let's go, Shigaraki. While the one with the tubes holds All Might. Mr. Compress ordered while using his quirk to transport Dabi. Everyone looked at Bakugo. Young Bakugo All Might tried to get closer but had to dodge his enemy's attacks. Izuku continued watching the scene. All for One is in the way and I can't save Kaken. He saw how Bakugo began to defend himself from the villains. They won't give him a chance to escape. All Might and Kaken have problems. He saw All Might being thrown against a building. Do you really think it's time to think about whether or not it's okay to use your quirk? No, you're right, sensei, I need to find a way. Once we have Kaken, All Might will be able to fight at his full power. I have to think. Everyone cover themselves and don't leave any openings. I look up at the sky. Unless. Guys. Don't even think about it, Midoriya said. Iida. No. There is a way for us to save Kaken, avoid the fight, and get out of here. What are you thinking about? Todoroki asked. Whether it works will depend on Kaken. If I did it I'd probably fail. For it to work it will depend only on Kirishima. He explained his plan and then looked at his friend. Kaken has been increasing the distance from the villains. The time to act will be when he is at a certain distance from them. Iida looked at Izuku. It might work, considering the circumstances. The risk for us is very low, but then, if we succeed, it will all be worth it. Let's do it. For his part, All for One held All Might's fists. Are you saving your strength? Don't you want to involve the boy? Both took distance. It's hard to be a hero, isn't it? The wall where Izuku and the others were was broken into pieces and Iida appeared, who was carrying Kirishima while using his reciprocal. Now Shoto. Todoroki created a large ice ramp that Iida used to rise above the entire group of villains. All for One tried to stop them but received a blow from All Might. Come, Kirishima yelled at Bakugo. Using his explosions, the blonde rose into the sky and managed to reach his partner. We're done here, let's go, Izuku ordered Todoroki and Momo. The three began to run while escaping so as not to be seen by the villains. Damn them, they come out from everywhere. Shigaraki shouted. All Might smiled. Oh my god, these guys. Don't let them escape. Which of us is long distance? Asked Mr. Compress. Dabi and Kurogiri are unconscious, Spinner replied. You two hold on, ordered Magni. The two villains began to glow and then Mr. Compress shot out towards where Bakugo and the others were. Titan Cliff. The villain collided directly with Mount Lady's face. The priority is the rescue. Get out of here, brats. Izuku watched as Yu began to fall as his quirk deactivated. And in an instant he was in the air holding her with his full cowl activated and his wings spread. Everyone was surprised to see the great speed at which he moved. Izuku. Momo tried to run towards him but was stopped by Todoroki. Midoriya can escape quickly. If we stay here we will be the hostages. The brunette began to be dragged by her partner. Izuku landed far enough away from the villains, while the blonde in his arms opened her eyes. Hello. Hello. We should stop meeting like this, Izuku. The green-haired man chuckled. I know, next time I'll take you on a proper date. I like it. How that sounds. Yuu's eyes began to close until he became unconscious. Izuku gritted his teeth. He could feel an emotion he hadn't felt in many years, running through his veins like hellfire, and it was about to consume him completely. Anger. The red lines began to run through his body. They were already halfway there while he heard Falcon's voice. Not Izuku. I can't sensei them. I know how you feel, but if you fight now they'll kill you. You should also take Yu to get medical attention. Managing to keep his anger under control, Izuku started running to get help. Luckily for him, several ambulances and police cars crossed his path a few meters away. A police car stopped along with an ambulance. Detective Tsukauchi got out of the patrol car. Midoriya. Ignoring the policeman, the green-haired man approached the paramedics who got out of the ambulance. Please take care of her. With a nod, the medics began treating Yu's wounds. Tsukauchi wanted to talk to Izuku, but then he received a message on his radio. Tsukauchi-san, how far should we carry the evacuation? As far as you can, don't leave a single house unchecked. Turning to see the green-haired boy, he found an empty spot. That boy, there's no doubt those two are the same. Moving at full speed, Izuku arrived at the battlefield to see Gran Torino helping All Might. Keep your distance for now. I know, I don't want to be a nuisance. Gran Torino threw himself towards Shigaraki and Toga, who were near the portal that had opened with Kurogiri's quirk. Tamura, I don't want it to end. Toga shouted. It seems they defeated us. They turned the table. All for One's fingers turned black with red lines and dug into Magni's chest. Forced activation of magnetism quirk. Disintegrate. Tamura tried to attack Gran Torino, to which the professional tried to kick him, but before their attacks connected, Tamura's body began to glow blue, as did all of his teammates, and they began to head towards Toga, who was glowing pink. Huh? Wait, you're coming too fast. They all bumped into her and went inside the portal. Shigaraki tried to fight the magnetism. Wait. No, sensei. They won't escape. Gran Torino tried to stop you, but was stopped by All for One, who threw Magni into the portal. No one came to save you, huh? It must have been tough, Shimura Tenko. It's okay, I'm with you. Sensei. With your body in that state. No. I entered the portal and then it closed. Tamura, continue the fight. At that moment All Might threw himself towards the villain. Transmission of black liquid came out of Gran Torino's mouth and put it in front of All for One. An impact reversal. When All Might's fist made contact with the retired hero's face, the damage from the blow rebounded to his left hand. I had come to save Tamura, but if a fight is what you want, then I'll give it to you. All Might took a few steps back. All Might, in the past your fists finished off my comrades one by one, and yet they considered you the symbol of peace. Now you stand at the top of society, leaning on all the bodies of all those who sacrificed themselves. That must have been great. All for One's left arm began to increase in size as All Might approached, raising his right fist. Detroit. Grabbed Gran Torino with his free arm and threw him back. Smash. Both fists impacted, creating a large air current. The sleeve of both of their clothes was torn, and a few seconds later All Might slid backwards. So you denied it with brute force. I'm sorry, but I won't let you fight without giving it your all. Heroes have a lot to protect, don't they? Shut up, you always play with people like that. You steal from them. You break them. You take advantage of them and control them. Making fun of those who just want to live their lives. What a lot of pressure it's causing. All Might. Izuku watched as All for One tried to raise his arm, but All Might appeared in front of him and held him tightly. I won't forgive you. All Might connected a blow to his opponent's face, destroying his helmet and causing him to hit the ground. Half of All Might's face had transformed. I've reached my limit. Don't you think you're letting your emotions take control? Everyone opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing All for One's voice. I've heard the same thing in the past, hahaha, from the previous successor of One for All. Shimura Nana. How dare you say his name? She was a woman without ability whose ideals surpassed her. She was an embarrassment to me that she believed in One for All. And she died in a pathetic way, should I tell you? Enough. All Might tried to hit him, but All for One's free arm increased in size and with its power sent All Might into the sky. He was about to collide with a helicopter, but luckily he was stopped by Gran Torino. Toshinori. This is exactly what happened 6 years ago. Calm down, you're letting him provoke you. Last time, you missed the chance to capture him. And instead, he burned a hole in your stomach. Both landed. You always listen to him, don't listen to him. Okay, the hero coughed blood. His strategy and the quirks he's using are completely different from last time. You can't attack head on. You have to wait for him to let his guard down. Can you still move? This is life or death. Okay. The villain stood up, showing his face behind his helmet or lack thereof. Damn, that guy doesn't even have eyes, he's really powerful. Damn. Izuku saw the news helicopter above where they were. If everyone is seeing this. How All Might is being beaten by a single villain, the little trust in the heroes and what they did during the press conference will have been in vain. All for One spread his arms. The trust in heroes that Tamura was trying to destroy, I guess I'm the one who will have to put the final nail in the coffin. As much as you hate me, I hate you just the same. I killed your teacher, but you took away what I built, right? That's why I want you to have the most gruesome death possible. His left arm began to grow in size. Here it comes. Dodge and counterattack. Gran Torino ordered. Is dodging the best decision? Asked the villain. At that moment, a wounded civilian crawled out of the rubble. I will take away everything you have protected until now. Gran Torino and Izuku, who materialized his wings, headed towards the woman, but All for One's strength repelled them back. For his part, All Might stopped the attack with his body. A large cloud of dust rose due to the huge explosion produced by the villain's attack. Let's start with something you've put your heart and soul into maintaining. Your pride. Let's expose that wretched form of yours to the world. My dear symbol of peace. Izuku started to stand up, but then watched in shock as All Might had used what little power he had left to deflect the attack to the sides and was now in his skinny form. This can't be. Those hollow cheeks and sunken eyes are the most pathetic excuse for a hero I've ever seen. Don't be ashamed, it's your true form, the real you. Despite everything, All Might still showed great determination in his eyes. Even if my body declines and weakens, even if you try to expose that form, he closed his fist and raised it in front of him. My heart will still be that of the symbol of peace. It is not something you can steal. Wonderful, I had forgotten how much you look like a stubborn brat. Then I hope this doesn't dampen your spirits. He raised a finger in front of him. Shigaraki Tamura, he is Shimura-nana's grandson. The peace symbol's eyes widened in shock. I never stopped thinking about what you would hate the most. So I created situations where you would find yourself. You beat it, right? You smiled proudly at winning without knowing anything, right? It's a lie. That's true. You understand, right? This is the kind of thing I usually do. How strange. Where's your smile, All Might? When you save someone, it means that person went through something terrible. So true heroes don't save lives, they also save hearts. No matter how scared you are, you should smile to show that you're okay. Because in this world, those who smile are the strongest. You're trash. This is fun, maybe I could steal a part of your spirit after all. The teacher's family. What have I done? I screamed helplessly. That bastard is crazy. Believe me, kid, you have no idea what that monster is capable of. Don't lose. The wounded woman emerged from the rubble with tears in her eyes. All Might, please help me. Yellow rays began to surround All Might's right arm. Of course, miss. Yes, there is much that a hero must protect. All for one, the hero smiled. That's why we don't lose. His arm returned to its muscular form. Toshinori, when you are at your limit, remember why you clench your fist, where you come from. Your origin. That will take you a little beyond your limits. All Might raised his arm, but then All for one began to float. With all your strength, will that be your last blow? Wounded heroes are the most terrifying. Even now I see your face haunting me in my dreams. His right arm increased in size. You don't look like you can land 2 more blows. At that moment a large stream of flames headed towards the villain, but he deflected them. What kind of form is that, All Might? Shouted Endeavor, who was accompanied by Edshot. Wow, although they were medium range. I didn't think they would stop the Naomu so soon, as would be expected from number 2. If you came to give your support, he pointed his arm at hero number 2. Be silent like a good audience. Then the villain had to dodge Edshot's blow. Silence, destroyer. We came to help. That's our job. Kamui Woods pulled Best Jeanist and the other wounded from the rubble. All Might. The hero turned to see Tiger pulling the woman out from under the rubble while holding Ragdoll. This is all we can do. If only we can lighten your load a little. Please stop the evil. Everyone is praying for your victory. No matter what you look like, you're still number 1. Tiger. For his part, Gran Torino looked at his student. Yagi Toshinori. He's an interesting guy. This crazy guy. According to him, crime doesn't decrease because citizens have nothing to fall back on. He says the country doesn't have a pillar of support, so he'll be that pillar of support. Toshinori, you are a pillar. A pillar that cannot be broken. The number 1 hero. Do you hear it? Even though it threatens to expose your weakened body, the voices of everyone around the world continue to support you. All their voices pray for your victory. Especially the students who admire you and want to be like you. Izuku clenched his fists. All Might. The red lines around his body began to flash different colors. How annoying. All for one launched a large blast of air towards the ground, causing the heroes that were around to fly away, leaving only All Might in front of him. Let's stop talking about feelings and talk about reality. Locomotive Corkscrew, Explosiveness X4, Muscular Enhancement X3, Multiplication, Hypertrophy, Rivet, Airwalk, Bone Spear. The shockwaves until now have only been to decrease your non-lethal strength. But now I'll make sure you die. I've made this combination of the strongest quirks. All for one's 2 arms deformed, increasing in size several times, and with various rock-like protrusions, spiral spikes, and even other smaller arms. This is the end for you, All Might. He has 2 arms and I only have 1, but I still have to defeat him. At that moment a green blur rose above them, and they both saw Izuku, whose face was covered with a cloth, only allowing to see his eyes. He raised his arms and a large tornado of black dust formed around him. As long as this body moves, we will do whatever is in our power. Little by little, the black dust began to take shape. A sword was formed. It was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. The handle was shaped like a scale, and what looked like black roots extended from the blade. The Sword of Damocles. Using all his strength he swung the sword, the villain seeing this threw a punch with his left fist, generating a large amount of wind as both attacks made contact. Then the cracks began to spread across the sword. It's incomplete. It can't reach 100% and still generate so much power. All for one smiled under his mask. Splendid. Then a great light emerged from the point of impact, and All Might saw how the sword was destroyed, and Izuku fell backwards. Young Midoriya. Finish him. All Might. At that moment the hero realized that All for One's left arm had returned to normal. No matter how many times it is, you always come to save me, young Midoriya. Izuku was caught by Gran Torino before hitting the ground. As the villain realized that All Might was about to throw a punch, he threw himself at him with his remaining arm. Your student is really reckless. Both punches connected, creating a huge explosion as they both clashed their fists. Impact reversal. The wound spread across the hero's arm and he began to be dragged backwards. I see, the weak embers that are about to go out are resisting, huh? They are desperately resisting until they fulfill their duty. When you are at your limit, remember where you come from, your origin. That will take you a little further to your limit. Not only as a symbol of peace, All Might nailed his feet to the ground, like my teacher did for me, until I finished training him. Until then. To think you would go to these extremes to protect that flame. I misjudged you. All Might's left arm changed back to its muscular form while his right arm returned to normal. I can't die. He punched All for One in the face. Very shallow. You're weak. All for One's left arm increased in size. All Might transferred his power back to his right arm. That's because I didn't put all my strength into that blow. Power has been entrusted to the next generation by many people, praying that it will work for the good of all. So that their hopes may be won. Now it's your turn, Toshinori. All for One tried to attack, but All Might ducked, dodging the blow, and managed to connect his own directly to his opponent's face. Goodbye, All for One. United States of Smash. The large tornado was produced by the force of the impact, and a large amount of debris was thrown up. Izuku and Gran Torino took cover as they were pushed back. Goodbye, One for All. Everyone fell silent as the dust cleared, revealing All Might standing over an unconscious All for One. He slowly raised his fist and transformed into his muscular form. Surprisingly, cheers could be heard coming from all over the city. It wouldn't be about trying. Don't tell him anything. Edshot was interrupted by Gran Torino, who was helping Izuku stand up. He's doing his job right now. God, everything hurts. What are you going to do to him? You almost break your arms. At that moment Izuku received a blow to the head from Gran Torino. Damn it, brat, what are we going to do to you? I'm too old to be a damn babysitter. I'm sorry. Izuku looked towards where All Might was. Gran Torino, this is a bitter victory, right? The old man said nothing, he simply nodded. This country has lost its symbol, now what? After All for One's defeat, the heroes began to arrive while searching for survivors of the fight. Izuku met with Gran Torino and Officer Tsukauchi. What's going to happen now? Izuku's arm still couldn't move. You must go, brat. Hey. Midoriya is right, you have broken an unimaginable amount of rules, even more than your friends broke. If I report you now, I'm sure you'll even get expelled from UA, so take advantage of the distraction and get out of here, Tsukauchi informed him. It was good that you covered your face, so the cameras wouldn't see you, Gran Torino told him. You're getting away from it, we'd better get out of here. Okay, the green-haired man took the cloth off his face. Suddenly a television camera and a reporter appeared next to them. The heroes continue to rescue the victims of the fight, but a large number of casualties are expected. The villain who thinks he's the leader of the league. Ah. Look at that, he's being taken aboard the Maiden and is under All Might's supervision. Then All Might coughed blood and pointed in his direction. You're next. While she seemed to point at the camera, Izuku knew she had actually spoken to him. With a nod and trying to hold back his tears, Izuku turned and began to run so that no one would see him. After running for several minutes, he reached where the civilians were and began to blend in with the crowd. What All Might said. My time is up. That's what he said. Feeling a little mobility in his right arm and with a trembling hand he put it in his pocket and took out his cell phone, dialed a number and waited. Hello Midoriya. Yes Kirishima, how are you? We're fine, but how are you? We saw you on TV. You're crazy. Izuku chuckled. I like you too, what will you do now? Is it Midoriya? Let me talk to him right now. Iida's shout was heard. Calm down, get angry later. Now we'll take Bakugo to the professionals and don't worry about Todoroki and Yayoi Rozu, she's fine. I'm glad, apparently the train stations are closed, it will be difficult for us to meet. Go home Midoriya, Bakugo is safe, and I'm sure you need to rest more than anyone. Thank you, I'll take care of it. The call was cut off and Izuku started walking while he waited to recover some energy to materialize the dark wings and go home. If you didn't argue, that means you're screwed. You have no idea sensei. So I'm next. You'll figure it out, I'm sure of that. The next day, in the Tartar prison. All for One was being carried in a wheelchair, his head bandaged from the wound suffered from the fight against All Might. I lost All Might, it was a pitiful fight. But you were strong, at the end of the fight you chose a path that brought you closer to your students. You lost your chance to die. A teacher's job is to help a student become independent. If the teacher they depend on goes to an unreachable place, their hatred becomes greater, allowing them to follow the path of a leader. He has companions and learn to increase their numbers. You'll be fine, Shigaraki Tamura. Take the experience, hatred, regret and use it to move forward. You're next. Why are you smiling? Asked the guard escorting him. For no reason in particular. Where are we? Silence. You can see it just by looking. This is the prison for criminals whose death penalty isn't enough. A prison? I didn't know there are too many sensors. What do you mean? Are you telling me you can't see anything? Aside from the sound of clothes rustling and small vibrations in the air, I've been using an infrared quirk for the past few years to faintly see my surroundings. Using sounds and vibrations to sense movement, this way of sensing has kept me sane and helped with my spatial awareness. With all these sensors, I can't really sense what's around me. I feel it. Impossible. Do I fight All Might under those conditions? All remained silent as the villain was led to his cell. In the hospital, All Might was sitting looking at his bandaged left hand as well as his forehead. His right arm is in a cast. Next to him were Tsukauchi and Gran Torino. The last flames within me have disappeared. The symbol of peace has died. Yet there are many things I must still do. Shigaraki Tamura is Shimura's grandson, huh? Said Gran Torino, leaning on his cane with his left eye bandaged. Is that what he said? There's not much basis behind that, is there? Didn't any of you interact with his family? Asked Tsukauchi. Well, Shimura's husband was murdered, and he put his son up for adoption to keep him away from anything related to heroes. He told Toshinori and me not to contact him, even if the worst happened to him, the retired hero replied. All Might closed his fist. I must find Shigaraki, then he. No, what will you do if you find him? You can no longer see him as a villain. You'll be facing a complete defeat. No matter what his lineage is, at the end of the day he's a criminal. Leave the search for Shigaraki to Tsukauchi and me. You'll stay in UA and take care of what you still have to do. Even if you can no longer be the symbol of peace. All Might is still alive. Tsukauchi chuckled. You must teach Midoriya to stop being so reckless, although after everything he's achieved, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I guess I still have to scold him. All Might smiled. With Izuku. Izuku stood shirtless in front of the doctor who was examining his arm. The results of the tests we performed on your right arm are here. So? When you got here, they were badly damaged. Recovery girl did a great job repairing them, but your bones were broken and your muscles were torn. What worries me most are your tendons. The ligaments are badly damaged. If you hurt yourself like that again, I'm sure you won't be able to use that arm again. You need to get better so you don't hurt yourself like you did before. How do you know? I have permission to review your medical history. Apparently, in the past, your bones have broken as if they were exploding. But this time it was worse. Must refer to the limiter. Limiter. You see, a person has a limiter in their body that allows them to use 80% of their strength and prevents the body from self-harm. In an extreme situation, a person can remove it and unleash their full power. Normally, you greatly increase your power by using 100%. During your fight against that insane villain, while you were using 100%, you released the limiter, which allowed you to use that 1,000,000%, as you called it, but your body suffered a great impact because of that. I see. For now, try to be careful while you recover. Thank you so much. Izuku put on his dark blue short-sleeved shirt and grabbed a bouquet of flowers that was on the stretcher. Are you coming to visit someone? Yes, a friend is here in the hospital. Then a nurse entered the room quickly. Doctor, we have a problem. There's no one who can take the files to the other hospital because everyone is very busy. That's bad. Dr. Takeshi needs you today. Needs help. The doctor turned to look at Izuku. Well, you're a student of UA and if there's no one else, I guess I can trust you to do it. When you leave, stop by the reception desk so they can give you the files and the hospital address. A few minutes later, Izuku found himself walking through the hallways while carrying a bouquet of flowers in his hands. You can't just sit around doing nothing, right? Well, if I can help, I will. Which room is it? Room 101, I hope you're awake. Then the green-haired man arrived at the room with a sign that said Yu Take Yama, but when he was about to open the door he heard voices inside. That's what I wanted to tell you. Wow. I never thought you had those feelings for me, Shinji. Izuku recognized Yu's voice, but didn't recognize the other one. You don't need to answer me now, I'll wait as long as necessary. I'm flattered that you feel this way about me. But I can't return your feelings. I'm in love with someone else, I'm sorry. I see. He is certainly a lucky man. I hope we can remain friends. Of course, don't doubt that. A few seconds later the door opened and the person who came out was none other than Kamui Woods. The hero looked outside and saw nothing as Izuku was holding onto the ceiling while holding the bouquet of flowers in his mouth. He almost saw you. Goodbye Yu, get well soon. Goodbye, Shinji. The hero closed the door and walked down the hallway until he turned a corner, disappearing from sight. Then Izuku fell back onto the floor. That was close. Come on, stud, they're waiting for you inside. With a sigh, Izuku knocked on the door. Forward. When he opened the door, Izuku immediately saw a big smile appear on Yuu's face when he saw him. Izuku. How are you? Fine, and you sat next to his bed. The blonde placed a hand on the bandage on her head. I'm fine, but they want me to stay here for today to be safe. I see, these are for you. I hand her the bouquet of flowers. How beautiful. What are they? Violet calla lilies and dahlias. Thank you, I love them. I'm glad you're safe. At first I thought it was my imagination, but then I was told that someone with green hair saved me and took me to the ambulance. How strange, I had gone out with some friends at that time. He played dumb. You shouldn't have taken that risk, she said worriedly. I needed to save my friend, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without you. I'm a heroine, I have to save people no matter the risk. I learned it from a young man who threw himself into fighting a villain without thinking twice. She smiled knowingly. Izuku placed a hand on hers. When I saw you fall, I really didn't think of anything else other than keeping you safe. That and tear those idiots to pieces. I'm glad to know that I'll always have someone to save me. Yu blushed and squeezed Izuku's hand. Always, no matter where. When Izuku declared firmly. Then please be more careful. He extended his hand and outlined one of the scars on his arm. I'll try, he replied with a smile. They both continued talking for a few minutes about everything that had happened at the training camp, among other things. It's time for me to go, I still have some things to do. Okay, I hope to see you soon. After all, you owe me a date. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. He got up from the chair and prepared to leave. Izuku. She turned to see Yu, who seemed to be debating something with herself. What's wrong? Nothing, see you later. The green-haired boy approached the bed, leaned down and placed a kiss on the blonde's cheek. I'll call you later, he said with a smile. Yu blushed and nodded. After that, Izuku left the room and headed to the reception to get the files he had to take. For his part, Yu looked at the flowers in the vase next to his bed, took out his cell phone, and after a few seconds, his blush reached his ears when he read the meaning of the flowers. The calla lilies represent beauty, and the purple dahlias mean a strong love that grows stronger every day. She laid back on the bed with a big smile. I'm in love. Several minutes later. Izuku was flying over the city while carrying a white bag with a red cross printed on it. Is it much longer? Almost. He takes out his cell phone and dials a number. The number you are calling is not available. Frowning, I dial another number. The number you are calling is not available. Really? I dialed another number. The number you are calling is not available. Why don't any of you answer my calls? God, it seems you didn't learn anything. And what does that mean? I taught you everything I know about women, discover it for yourself. In my memories is the clue you need. Izuku frowned as he tried to think about what his sensei was referring to. Then he realized that he had already arrived at the address he had been told. He got off near the entrance and realized that the hospital was a really large building and even had a small forest around it. Phew, this screams rich people for sure. Shrugging his shoulders, Izuku walked inside and headed towards the reception. Excuse me? I'm here to bring some files to Dr. Takeshi. That's me. Just then a man in a doctor's coat appeared. You're the young man they sent, I'm grateful for your help. No problem, it's an interesting hospital. Well, we also house regular patients here and some with extended stays. After handing over the files, Izuku left the hospital where a light breeze blew outside, slightly moving the treetops. I'm curious about this place. You have nothing better to do. He walked slowly around the surroundings, then he went between the trees and began to walk. After a few moments he arrived at a beautiful and small lake, surrounded by Jupiter trees whose flowers had begun to fall. But what most caught Izuku's attention was the woman he found sitting on a bench under the trees. She was a young woman with white hair that fell below her shoulders and gray eyes. She had a calm look as she looked at the lake. She wore patient clothes, but despite that the breeze moved her hair while the small flowers surrounded her. Beautiful. The woman looked at him and smiled. Hello. Then Izuku realized that he had inadvertently walked up to the woman. Huh. Hello, I take a seat next to her. The silence lasted for a few minutes until the woman decided to break it. Are you coming to visit someone? To tell the truth, I was doing someone a favor. I see, it seems you have a problem. Izuku looked at her surprised. You have it written all over your face. I guess so. Would you like to talk about that? Maybe a female opinion could help you. Although he seemed somewhat reluctant to air his problems with a stranger, he thought maybe another woman could help him with his current situation. Without saying anything, he rolled up his shirt sleeve, revealing his right arm. What happened to you? I asked, shocked when I saw the scars. I'm studying to be a professional hero, and I participated in a fight against a villain. I defeated him, but my body paid a heavy price for it. I see, are scars your problem? No, my problem is that since that fight happened, the people who are important to me seem to be avoiding me. It seems you don't notice the problem. Izuku frowned. Why is everyone saying the same thing? The woman chuckled. What about the people you leave behind? Hey. I'm sure you had to suffer very serious injuries to get those scars. How do you think the people who care about you felt when they found out you were so hurt? You probably promised them it wouldn't happen again, right? Is good. The green-haired man sighed. Sensei. That was my mistake, I thought I could face anything that was put in front of me. And I could. The problem was that I didn't think about those who cared about me. Arya, Shun. Rin, I was selfish and foolish. Remember what Gran Torino told you: when you follow the same path as a person you tend to make the same mistakes. Izuku, don't fail like I did. Izuku stood up. I have to fix things before it's too late. Luck. As he walked to get out of the lake he stopped and looked at the woman with a smile. Thank you very much, my name is Izuku by the way. The woman smiled at him. Mine is Rei. With Rumi. The heroine Mirko was patrolling the city, although anyone who saw her closely would notice that she was distracted. Her mind was clearly thinking about her boyfriend and everything that had happened to him in the last few days. Then she was surprised when she realized that the person in her mind was sitting on a water tower a few meters in front of her. With a leap, he stood in front of him. They both stared at each other in silence. Then Izuku broke the silence. I need to talk to you. We're done. Izuku was all the white-haired girl said as she turned to leave and started jumping across the rooftops again. That didn't sound right. Please wait. Green rays ran through his body. Full cal 20%. Izuku began chasing Rumi across the rooftops, but the white-haired girl didn't make it easy for him, since every time he was about to reach her, she increased her speed. After a few minutes, he materialized his wings, managed to throw her and grab her by the arm. Please. I don't want to. First I find out that a group of villains attacked the UA training camp. Then I find out that my boyfriend suffered extremely serious injuries. And to top it all off, I get a text telling me not to worry, and then I see him jump in to save All Might because you're not going to tell me that wasn't you. Izuku lowered his head as she spoke since every word she said was true, but then he lifted it and looked her straight in the eyes. Just listen to me. Please. Sai, you have 5 minutes. I'm an idiot, a fool and completely selfish. I've put myself in danger time and time again without thinking about the people who care about me. I realized too late that I've only been making everyone around me suffer. Izuku fell to his knees in front of her. Rumi, my life belongs to you and Momo. I'm just asking for one last chance to show you that I can be the man you deserve. What guarantee do I have that you're telling the truth? That you won't go and get seriously injured again next time? I asked seriously. Nothing. Just my word. Stand up. The green-haired man did what he was told. Izuku, I really want to believe you. He took out of his suit the pendant that Izuku had given him. One last chance. I think you deserve it, but if you do the same thing again I don't want to see you again. With a smile the green-haired man held the pendant. It looks perfect on you. It's beautiful, but you'll have to do a lot of merit to make up for everything that happened. Izuku hugged her. Okay, no more empty promises. No more empty promises. Rumi smiled and then kissed her boyfriend. Several hours later. Izuku stood in front of 2 metal doors that he knew well. With a sigh, he raised his hand and touched the intercom. Who is it? Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I would like to speak with Momo Yaoirozu. I'm sorry, but the lady is not available. Please, it's important. Unfortunately, the young lady is very busy right now. After that the communication was cut off, leaving Izuku very stressed. That means they won't let you in. Damn, I really messed up. Plan B. Plan B. At the Yaoirozu mansion. Momo was in her dark room, sitting on her bed while hugging her knees. Her thoughts only resided on one thing, and that was a green-haired boy. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on her door. Miss, young Midoriya came to look for you. Izuku. Yes, but as you indicated, we asked you to leave. I see. Miss, I don't know what happened to you, but you've been locked in your room all day. You have to go out and get something to eat. I'm not hungry, Bachan, I have a lot to think about. Okay, if you're hungry I'll make you something right away. Thank you. Silence filled the room again as the brunette remained lost in her thoughts. Your security is harder to circumvent than I thought. Looking up, Momo saw Izuku standing on her windowsill. Like deja vu, huh? What are you doing here, Izuku? I asked in a serious tone. You didn't expect it to be easy, did you? It never is. I came to talk to you. I think they told you it wasn't available. You don't look very busy, do you? The brunette blushed in embarrassment. I don't want to see you right now. Then just close your eyes and listen to me. Bad move, never act funny. Momo frowned. Do you think it's funny? Do you think you can play with people's feelings? Tears formed at the corners of her eyes. Do you think? This pain is easy to bear. Tears began to fall freely from her eyes. Izuku quickly approached and hugged her. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be funny, I just want you to listen to me. Momo remained silent, and Izuku saw that as a signal to start talking. I'm sorry, I know I made you suffer a lot with my attitude, and that what I deserve is for you to hate me or leave me. I just want to ask you for one more chance, that's all. The brunette broke away from the hug and looked at her boyfriend. When we rescued Bakugo. That villain made me freeze in my place, completely scared, and then. When you freed yourself from my grip. I felt so terrified, so weak, then you threw yourself to save Mount Lady and to help All Might. Only when the fight was over was I able to breathe again. I know that we are heroes and we need to save those who need help, but you are too extreme. I know, and that's why I need to be stronger so I can return safely. I want to become stronger for you. I won't let you do it alone, I also need to become stronger if I want you to be able to come back with us. Izuku smiled. So. Yes, I forgive you, but it will be the last chance you will have. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a small red velvet box and handed it to Momo. What is this? It's a gift I wanted to give you. When the brunette opened the box, she was amazed at what was inside. A beautiful necklace with a medium-sized round-cut ruby attached to a silver chain. Izuku. He's beautiful. Not as much as you. Are you trying to buy my forgiveness? I asked jokingly. It depends. Is it working? Momo kissed Izuku and put her arms around his neck while he wrapped his arms around her waist. A few seconds later they separated, panting, but with smiles on their faces. No more empty promises. No more empty promises. In the afternoon. Izuku was flying while heading to his next destination. The sun was already setting while painting the sky with its orange and pink tones. So far so good. You're doing better than I expected. Luckily I managed to realize my mistake before it was too late. You may succeed where your teachers failed. Do you think she will go? I don't know, I hope so. After a few minutes Izuku arrived at the park where he was meeting with Namuri, and luckily for him the heroine was sitting on a bench, then the green-haired man got off. Hello Namuri. Hello Midoriya-san. The last name again, this is bad. Retreat in order, women and children first. I suppose you're angry. What makes you think that? He frowned and crossed his arms. Save yourself if you can, run. Could you listen to me, please? What do you want to talk about? How you faced a muscular assassin ending up with your body in critical condition, or how after surviving you went to face the villain who caused a massacre on Kamino. It's the end. The apocalypse. All is lost. Sensei, you're not helping me. While Izuku was having a mental debate with Falcon, Namuri took his silence as a signal to leave. Luckily, Izuku saw her, turned her around, and grabbed her arms to prevent her from leaving. Midoriya, let me go. Remember what Shoto said, sometimes actions speak louder than words. Oh. Screw it. In a quick motion, Izuku crashed his lips against Namuri's. The blue-haired girl opened her eyes in shock, but after a few seconds she began to close them and kiss him back. When Izuku released his arms, he immediately wrapped them around Namuri's neck, while the green-haired boy wrapped them around her waist. They both finished and were panting. Izuku. Are you better now? Namuri quickly separated from Izuku. This is wrong. Namuri. Izuku gently took her hand. Can you say that you didn't feel the same as me during that kiss? I'm older than you, your teacher, and also. You choose, it can be one day or the rest of our lives. Namuri looked at the young man in front of her for a few seconds, how serious he was, the determination in his eyes. After thinking about it for a few moments, she smiled and leaned over to hug him. This would be very difficult for both of us, you know that, right? If it were simple it wouldn't be fun. I like how that sounded, for the rest of our lives, the heroine smiled. Do you think it's okay not to tell Rumi and Momo about this? I think it would be better to tell them later. I don't think that will end well, but I guess I should let him stumble and get up on his own. At night. Izuku was sitting in his room while playing the guitar, but then he received a text message. When he read it, he opened his eyes in surprise and ran out to put on his shoes. Mom, I'm going out for a while. Wait. Where are you going? I'll be right back. Izuku materialized his wings and quickly headed towards the beach where he trained. When he arrived he saw that All Might was waiting for him. All Might. All Might ran towards him while raising his fist. Texas. Wait, what? Smash. While spitting blood he hit Izuku's face, causing him to stagger back. What the hell is wrong with him? And why was that? He rubbed his cheek. That was for doing something so reckless on Kamino. I guess I understand now when they say you look like me. All Might. I'm going to retire, my body is no longer in condition to fight anymore. All Might transformed into his muscular form and began to throw some punches, but a few seconds later he returned to his normal form while spitting out a large amount of blood. That's a lot of blood. The last embers of One for All have disappeared and I can no longer maintain my muscular form. I want you to know that from now on, I will dedicate myself to your development. Despite the situation, we will give our best, okay? Okay. All Might hugged Izuku with tears in his eyes. I'm very proud of you, you managed to overcome a difficult situation without getting hurt. Thanks for saving me again. I guess the era of All Might is over. Yes, he hugged his sensei back while he also cried. The next day at the UA. In the principal's office were All Might, Aizawa and Vlad King in a meeting with Nezu. Thanks to your efforts, a large number of lives were saved. As a citizen, fellow hero, and principal, I cannot thank you enough. However, in the eyes of society, even if you remain an educator at UA, there will still be dissenting opinions attacking UA because All Might was there. Now that his true form has been shown, are the students really safe? Nezu put some papers on the table. The threat has not yet been eliminated. From now on, we must protect, nurture, and raise the students more firmly and strongly than before. Let's put into action the plan I've had planned for some time. Vlad and I will take care of Class B, who were the ones who suffered the most injuries, and All Might and Eraser of Class A. A few minutes later. Let me see if I understand. Even though it wasn't anything serious, they announced that they are going to make a bedroom, as if nothing happened after my daughter got hurt. At that time Aizawa and All Might were at the Jiru residence trying to convince his parents to let him attend the dorms. What you say is true, we didn't realize that we have been arrogant and negligent until now. We are reviewing our methods and what we are capable of doing for your children. I beg you. Just one more time, could you trust us and let us prove to you that we can turn Kyoka-san into a splendid heroine? Aizawa bowed in front of the parents. Ah. Sensei, you don't need to bow so seriously. Kyoka entered the room with a tray of drinks. From the moment the notification had arrived he had already made his decision. After witnessing All Might's epic fight he said, oh yeah. And to think someone so impressive is teaching my little girl. She's hotter than Brian the sun. While crying. Kyoka, stop. I wanted him to think I was a strict father, so don't ruin my alibi. Shut up, old man. Stop, this isn't a punk concert, Mrs. Jiru scolded them. A few minutes later the two teachers were in a car heading to the next house. I came expecting a lot of criticism and reproaches. Anyway, let me buy you a drink after this. Aizawa rubbed his neck. Hahaha, right now you don't sound like the Aizawa I know, that won't be necessary since I don't drink. Not to mention that the next family I don't think will be so easy. At the Bakugo residence. Yes, it's all yours. I'm counting on you. Mrs. Bakugo hit her son on the head. Stop hitting me, you old witch. I'll kill you. Shut up. Since you were a weak girl and you were kidnapped, you caused problems for everyone. She hit him again. Calm down you two, the teachers will be scared by your behavior. Bakugo's father tried to calm his wife and son. Shut up, old man. Don't interfere. You're the one who should shut up, Kitsuki. If you're going to talk, do it politely. It's the most dysfunctional family I've ever seen, thought All Might. Excuse me, about the proposal I made to you, do you really agree? Asked Aizawa. About the dorm? Of course. He hit Kitsuki on the head again. Kitsuki, our son has always been good at the things he set out to do, and he also received a good quirk, and as a result of that, he was always pampered by everyone around him and only received frivolous, superficial compliments and became who he is now. That's why even though it sounds bad, I was happy when Izuku, someone he always considered weak, managed to defeat him and bring his feet back on the ground. Then his words at the press conference made me happy. This school sees Kitsuki for who he really is, that's what I thought. I admit that I was worried about what my little one would become, but he came home without a scratch. Despite the pressure you have now, we will continue to trust you. I took Kitsuki's head and leaned him forward. Right, love? Bakugo's father nodded, and then they both bowed to the teachers. He may be nothing more than a criminal now, but please make sure you make him a great hero. All Might caught Aizawa's attention. Shall I buy you a drink? A few minutes later both teachers were heading towards the cart to go to the next house. The next one is Midoriya's house since it's close. All Might. The former hero turned around and saw Bakugo approaching. What does Deku mean to you? He's my student just like you. A youngster with great potential. I'm sorry young Bakugo, this is the only truth I can't tell anyone. Hey Kitsuki. The police said not to leave the house. I see. Bakugo turned around and headed home. It's okay if you're not willing to tell me. Thanks for everything. 1 minute later. All Might stood in front of the apartment complex where Izuku lived. Are you sure you'll be okay alone? Yes, we should talk to the whole class today. I'll take care of this, you should go and take care of the rest. I raised my thumb. After saying goodbye to Aizawa, All Might headed towards his student's apartment where he was greeted by Izuku and his mother. Pages please come in and make yourselves at home. Good morning All Might, come in. Excuse me. All Might came to our house. Don't worry, Mom. Be careful that your mother doesn't hyperventilate. All Might passed by a door where there was a sign that said Izuku, then his student opened the door for him. You can come in if you want. The hero entered the room and saw a couple of posters with his image, some weights, a desk with a mirror and a computer, a bookshelf with books. We didn't know you played guitar, young Midoriya. I look at the instruments and the amplifier in a corner of the room. It's a good hobby. I had a good teacher. The best teacher. If you keep inflating your ego, your soul won't fit in my body. Hey. Then everyone was sitting drinking coffee. I think they sent you a notice. I came to talk to you about the dorms at UA. About that. I oppose. Izuku didn't show any reaction. Are you sure? Yesterday you said I was fine. He asked calmly. I've been thinking a lot and I can't accept it. Izuku's quirk never manifested, and yet he admired you and wanted to be like you. And then, as if it were a miracle, Izuku awakened not one but 3 quirks and managed to enter UA with the highest score. But since he entered that school, he continues to hurt himself more and more and get more scars. Lucky he didn't see the ones on your back. Inko looked at All Might. Do you know about the condition of Izuku's arm? If he hurts it again, he'll never be able to move it again. I saw his fight on TV. As a citizen, I'm grateful for his heroism. But as a mother, I'm scared. Izuku admires him, but if his future leads him to a bloody path like that, I think it would have been better if he had never awakened his quirks and kept watching the heroes. Mom. I guess I also ignored my mother's feelings. Welcome to the club. I know you want to go to UA, Izuku. I'm sorry. I'll say it clearly, as Izuku's mother, I can't find any reasons to entrust my son to you and UA. No matter how great a hero you are, as long as the villains attack, you won't be able to teach classes properly, nor will you be able to prevent your students from getting hurt. Wait for me here. Izuku stood up and left the room, returning a few seconds later. You're right, Mom, about many things. He took out a sheet of paper and put it on the table, showing it to All Might and his mother. I'm sorry for hitting you and being so rude. Thanks for saving me, Izuku. This was given to me by Koda. He lifted the sleeve of his right arm, showing his scars. The reason why my arm is in this state. That boy didn't believe in heroes, but after saving him he thanked me, and he could see me as his hero. Izuku. The green-haired boy approached and hugged his mother. I'm sorry, you've suffered a lot because of me. I understand that you don't want to take away my dream. He broke the hug and looked at his mother with a smile. That's why it doesn't have to be UA. I'll go to any other school. But I will become a hero. Well said. All Might looked at his student. I see. You no longer follow in my footsteps. All Might stood up as he transformed into his muscular form. And as a teacher, I must support you in your decision. He approached and knelt down, bowing his head. This has all been my fault. I've mixed up my responsibilities. I believe Izuku is my legitimate successor. What does this mean? Asked Inko. As a former symbol of peace. This is my apology. I apologize for not raising you properly. He transformed back into his thin form. And as a teacher, this is my most sincere plea. It's true that there will be bloodshed in your path, but that's why I want to work with you step by step to prevent you from following the same path. All Might. I don't blame her for doubting the current UA, but the heroes of UA also know that they can't continue like this. The heroes are doing everything in their power to change it. It will allow me to give everything for young Midoriya. I will protect and raise him even if it costs me my life. Izuku's mother fell to her knees. No. I can't accept that. After all, you are what Izuku aspires to be. I don't hate UA. I just want Izuku to be happy. He shouldn't give up on his life. Please keep living to protect him and take care of him as much as you can. If you can promise me that, I won't get in your way. Mother. I promise. Izuku, if you're going to UA, you understand, right? Yes, I won't worry you again. You've grown, Izuku, to the point that the hero he admires him. As your mother, I'm very proud. When the conversation ended, Izuku accompanied All Might to the car that was waiting for him. You have a fantastic mother. Yeah. I don't remember the last time someone told me to live. My teacher reminds me of my teacher. Huh. My mother. If her hair or something like that. Your hair? I think he's rambling. She is a very strong person. All Might flexed his arm. Huh. That skeletal man gives me a bad feeling. Izuku and All Might were surprised to hear the voices of some pedestrians passing by. Oh no. How can I call myself All Might when I look like this? I'm not used to it yet. Very well. See you in class, young man, and for now, enjoy your week off. The former number 1 hero got in the car and drove off. The next day. Izuku was in his room while putting a couple of things in his backpack. Are you ready? Almost. I'm sure the child is excited waiting for you to arrive. Yes, Koda wanted me to visit him now for some reason. It's good that your mother gave you permission. When I told him it was for the boy I saved, he didn't object. It has its advantages, the girls are pretty. although the guy who trained you scares me. That's why we're only going to spend time with Koda. Yes, whatever you say. Izuku put his backpack on his shoulder as he headed to the door of his house where his mother was. Goodbye, Mom. Be careful, Izuku. Then he left his house and started heading towards where the training camp had been. How will we get there? Taxi? Bus? I think I prefer to enjoy the scenery. Izuku spread his wings and began to fly towards his destination. An hour later. I think it was a bad idea. One of the worst I've ever had. Izuku was above the forest that belonged to the pussycats. The bad thing was that he had not counted on the great amount of heat that was. I feel like I'm melting. The dark wings played against you this time. Next time I'll think twice. He took a sip of water from the bottle he had with him. Look down. Doing what he was told, Izuku managed to see a lake that was just below him. I'm saved. Izuku descended, and when he landed he was surprised by what he saw was a large lake with a waterfall. The shore was surrounded by stones of different sizes. The water was clean and crystalline while reflecting the sunlight, and there were several trees around. How did we not find this place during the camp? It's very nice. I think you can cool off now. Without being told twice, Izuku took off his clothes and placed them next to his backpack near some bushes, and a few seconds later he jumped into the lake. What he hadn't realized was that on the other side of the lake, there was already a set of clothes neatly folded. The green-haired boy swam underwater calmly while enjoying nature. After a few seconds he managed to spot a large shadow swimming a few meters away from him. What's that? Maybe a fish. He slowly began to approach as the silhouette also began to approach where he was. When they were face to face, his eyes widened in shock when he saw that what was in front of him was not a fish, but the heroine Mandalayer Shino as he knew her. Unlike him, who was naked, the brunette was wearing an orange one-piece swimsuit. I think you would consider that a mermaid. The heroine's eyes also widened in shock when she saw him, and they both screamed, causing them to release the air they had in their lungs and be forced to swim to the surface. When they came up, they were both gasping for air. What are you doing here? Well, I came here to visit Koda. I know that. I mean, what are you doing in this lake? I came here using my wings, but I didn't consider the heat and I was very tired. By chance I saw this clearing and decided to cool off. I didn't know there was already someone here. That explains why you're naked, he said with a slight blush on his face. Yeah. I thought I was alone. He scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed. Well, it's understandable, only I and the others know this place. What are you doing here? I also need to relax from time to time. Aunt Shino, a voice was heard approaching. Quickly hide. If they see us both here and you naked, they'll get the wrong idea. Where do you want me to hide? The bushes around them rustled and the red cap peeked out. Without thinking, Shino grabbed Izuku's head and pulled him underwater. What the fuck? I don't think he should have put you in without you breathing first. Izuku tried to get up, but surprisingly Shino held him in place with an iron grip. How the hell does he have so much strength? Do you think you can hold on? My lungs are starting to burn. That's what I call a pathetic death. Izuku looked at the bottom of the chestnut underwater. I think I have an idea. Meanwhile, Koda came out from the bushes and saw his aunt swimming in the lake. What's wrong, Koda? Nothing, I just heard some noises. I didn't know you were here. Well. What are you doing? Are you okay? Why yes. Izuku, who was still underwater, had pushed aside Shino's swimsuit and began licking her. Since I'm going to suffocate, I'll do it my way. For his part, Shino had begun to pant as he used all her strength to avoid releasing the moans that wanted to escape from her throat. Koda, what pant are you doing here? Well, I decided to go for a walk. By the way, Izuku will be coming to visit soon. While Koda was speaking, Shino had managed to move, even with Izuku doing his job, to the edge of the lake. Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember. UT told me. There are many things I want to talk to him about. At that moment Izuku made a surprising move to her. Oh god. Are you sure you're okay? Koda asked worriedly. Why yes, I almost got a cramp. Do you want me to help you out? No. I mean, you're not wearing a swimsuit and you could get soaked. Okay, you're very red. Well, it's hot and it feels, despite being in, the water. Sensei, I think I'm going to faint. Izuku moved away from Shino, but was surprised when the heroine brought his head back to her private part. I think he doesn't want you to go away, hang on kid. Ignoring the suffocation he was feeling, Izuku continued doing his action. Well, I think that. You should go to wait for Midoriya-san. She scratched a stone that was on the shore of the lake. Okay, see you later. Yes. Koda gave his aunt a strange look, then shrugged and started back to the pussycat's residence. As Koda walked away, the brunette let out a loud moan as she climaxed. Ah, God. How many years has it been since I felt an orgasm like that? When she let go of Izuku's head, the green-haired man lifted his head out of the water and began to gasp as he filled his lungs with oxygen again. I thought it was the end for me. Not bad, you endured well. Now prepare to die. The green-haired boy turned around, expecting to be hit. But instead of pain, he felt something soft against his lips and on his left cheek, and to his surprise, Shino had her hand cupping his cheek and her lips pressed against his. Seconds later, she pulled her lips away and quickly walked away from him. I didn't expect this. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to me. This time it was Izuku who pressed his lips against hers. Their kiss explored each other's mouths as Izuku wrapped his arms around Shino's waist while she pressed her body against his, causing her chest to squish against his muscular chest, making her happy. He slowly caressed her back as his hands moved up to the straps of her swimsuit. When they broke the kiss, he lowered them over her shoulders, revealing her chest. Shino blushed and covered them with her arm, but Izuku grabbed her wrist to pull her arm away. Don't cover yourself. You're beautiful. At this point Shino's lip was bleeding because he was biting her chest really hard. I want to hear your voice. Don't hold back, Izuku whispered in her ear. How long has it been? How many years? Since I felt like a woman. After their fight. They were both panting as the green-haired man wrapped his arm around her waist while they both remained connected. When everything was over and their breathing returned to normal, they both separated and Shino turned around, although she was looking at Izuku's chest since she couldn't see his face. I don't know what to say. He lifted her chin to look at him and placed a chaste kiss on her lips that was well received by the woman in front of him. Don't say anything for now. We'll talk when we're done. Shino's eyes widened in shock, but before she could say anything Izuku kissed her again, this time with more passion, but this time she reciprocated as she put her arms around his neck and tangled her fingers in his green locks. Maybe. A little more won't hurt me. 2 hours later. Izuku and Shino walked side by side as they headed towards the camp where the pussycats were staying. The green-haired man decided to discreetly watch her as they walked. Shino was wearing a white skirt, a dark brown tank top, and white sneakers. Despite looking straight ahead, it was clear she was deep in thought. I think I can cut the tension with a spoon. It was an interesting experience, but I don't know what Shino thinks. I'm sorry, the heroine apologized. Because. What happened back there? I didn't act as I should. Stop, you're talking like you've abused me. But I was the one who started it, right? Besides, it's not like you took away my first time or anything. Shino looked at Izuku in surprise. Believe me, that ship sailed a long time ago. It was like a damn cruise. That explains a lot, she blushed, remembering what they had just done a while ago. It's just that since I became Koda's tutor I stopped thinking about myself, that kept piling up. Now with what happened to Tomoko and the incomplete team, I guess. You needed to get rid of all the stress you've accumulated for so long, Izuku finished. I'm sorry. Don't do it, I guess you're having a hard time. If you want to get rid of the stress again, you can call me. Really? Of course. A friend with benefits. I guess we'll call it that for now. Izuku. Without realizing it, they had already arrived and saw Koda running towards them. Hello, Koda. Hello, I'm glad you arrived. Yeah. Welcome back, Midoriya. Izuku saw the other members of the Pussycats approaching where they were. Hello everyone. I didn't think I'd see you again, Ryuko winked at him. Since I was invited, I might as well make some good memories, right? Hahaha, you are definitely very interesting, Ragdoll commented. Izuku smiled kindly. How are you feeling? He smiled sadly. Well. Trying to cope with the situation quickly, his attitude returned to being cheerful. By the way, I never introduced myself, my name is Tomoko, it's a pleasure. I'm wondering the same. Koda started pulling Izuku's arm. Come on Izuku, there are some things I want to ask you. With a smile, Izuku began to follow the excited boy wherever he wanted to take him. A few minutes later. Izuku, how do you think I can get stronger? Surprised by the question, Izuku just looked at Koda in surprise. Why are you asking me? Don't you think it would be better to ask Tiger or the others? The boy shook his head. I already did, but they say I'm still too young and need to enjoy my childhood. I see, if you want my help then I will do it. Really? He asked excitedly. Yes, wait for me here. When Izuku returned, he was wearing a black sleeveless t-shirt and dark green sweatpants. Now you will be the child sensei. I'll just give him some advice, I can't make him do physical exercise, he's too young for that. Let's see how you do it. What are you going to teach me, Izuku? First I want you to tell me what exactly your quirk is. I can throw the water from my body towards my opponent, but the amount of water increases when I use the water in the air. His quirk adapts to his body and environment in one. Izuku threw something to Kota, who barely caught it. When he looked at the object, he realized it was a canteen. You use the water in the environment to strengthen your quirk, but there may be times when you find yourself in an environment where there is no water, and if you only rely on the water in your body, it could be harmful to you. Because the body is between 50% and 70% water, but it is also distributed in your cells, blood, organs and brain. Surely at some point you will find yourself in a situation where you will only depend on the water in your body, and if you use it in excess, you will wither away. He pointed to the canteen. Always keep it with water and close to you, that way you can at least replenish a little water without harming your body. I see, thanks. Izuku. Kota tied the canteen around his waist. Now let's go to the second point. Izuku approached a tree and painted a target on the trunk. Shoot the target. Nodding, Kota gathered some water in his hands and then hit the tree, breaking some of the wood. He is strong for his age. Falcon inspected the damage. He must have practiced on his own. I admit he's strong, but how was Izuku? You used too much. Kota frowned. What do you mean? Izuku materialized a spear and threw it at the tree, hitting the target, then it vanished into black dust. Then he created a dagger and threw it at the tree, hitting the center of the target again. He made the dagger disappear and looked at Kota. What did I just do? You used a spear and a dagger to hit the center of the target. Exactly, I used two different methods, but the result was the same. And what does that have to do with what I did? Instead of shooting a large amount of water to hit the target, create a small water bullet to do it. Water bullet. Instead of dispersing it, compress it. The result will be the same and you won't waste too much water. Nodding, Kota gathered some water, then created a sphere the size of a softball and began to shrink it. He has talent. Then the water fluctuated strangely and a few seconds later it exploded, soaking Kota and throwing him to the ground. But there's still a long way to go. Puff-ha-ha. Izuku started laughing out loud. Don't laugh. I'm sorry. You're lacking concentration. It's difficult. That's why it's called training. Don't think about unnecessary things and focus only on the task at hand. Izuku lowered the visor of Kota's cap so that it covered his eyes. Hey. Come on, try again. Unknown to them, their training was being watched by the pussycats. He's good with children, Ryuko said. He is applying his own experience to teach him, said Tiger. Is this okay? Tomoko asked. Kota is growing, and he must be very happy that his hero is teaching him. I don't want to take that away from him, Shino said. They then watched as Kota failed again, this time soaking himself and Izuku in the process. Both of them looked at each other before bursting out laughing. I haven't seen him this happy since his father was alive. As they continued watching Izuku train Kota, two of the group members looked at the green-haired boy as new feelings developed in their hearts. Several hours later, Izuku was having dinner with the pro-heroines, Tiger and Kota. The green-haired boy had been training Kota for several hours, and when they realized it, the sun was already setting, so Shino asked Izuku to join them for dinner. Midoriya, have you been enjoying your summer vacation? Tiger asked. Please call me Izuku. I've done some things, although I've mainly been training. It must be hard. I still remember my student days, said Tomoko. It is necessary if I want to be able to control all my power. He looked at his right hand. To be able to help everyone who needs it. Everyone smiled at the comment, while Kota's eyes only reflected even more admiration for Izuku. Lucky you came now, we'll only stay here for a few more days, Ryuko informed. Hey. We don't live here, each of us has our own residence, whether it's a house or an apartment. We only come here to stay for certain periods of time, Shino told him. I see. I thought they lived here. It's understandable, we're in the forest in the middle of nowhere. Izuku, are you staying the night? Ryuko asked. Huh. I don't want to impose myself. There's no problem, besides it's getting late and I wouldn't feel at ease if I let you go like this, Shino said. Okay, thank you very much for your kindness. A few minutes later. Izuku was relaxing while taking a shower. He was sitting while putting conditioner on his head. I didn't think it would come to this. At this point, the only thing left to do is take advantage of the situation. As they probably sleep in separate rooms. You only think about that. Only in my free time. While Izuku and Falcon were having their mental argument, neither of them noticed the bathroom door open and a person entered the room. Then suddenly Izuku felt arms around his torso and a pair of mounds pressing on his back. Don't turn around. It's my first time doing this, so I'm nervous. I didn't expect this. Ryuko, Izuku muttered. If I'm honest, I don't know why I'm here. Take your time. I have to admit that when I met you, I was impressed by your strength, your determination, your charm. I've met many idiots, but never anyone like you. I'm nothing special. It's not true, you saved Kota no matter the cost, you fought until you collapsed to save your friend, you saved Shino. And you protected me. You know what? When I was hit I was slightly conscious, but I couldn't open my eyes or move my body. I could only hear voices and the sounds of the fight around me, but suddenly I felt a great warmth envelop me. It was most likely the warmth of your arms when you protected me. She seems serious about what she says. This is very different from her usual behavior. Izuku didn't answer, he just stared ahead. How desperate am I? I'm standing here naked next to a young man a little over half my age. And I'm wondering. Why you? Izuku raised his hand and placed it on hers that was over his heart. Why not? He slowly turned around so he could look directly into her eyes. They stayed that way for a few seconds until Ryuko closed the distance and brought her lips to his in a passionate kiss. Ryuko placed her palm on Izuku's cheek as he ran his fingers through the golden blonde hair of the woman in front of him. Both lovers soon slipped into each other's mouths, and their kiss began a fight for dominance fueled by lust. The couple moaned in happiness and hugged each other while keeping their lips pressed against each other and caressing each other. Ryuko's chest pressed against his muscular chest, and she reached down. They both broke away from the kiss while their cheeks were flushed, and they gasped for air. It seems you're excited. The blonde smiled mockingly as she caressed the green-haired boy's little buddy. Time skip. They both sat across from each other and quickly began a new session of passionate kisses. When they finished, Ryuko had her back against the wall while Izuku held one of her legs. The two gazed lovingly into each other's eyes, but before they could do anything. Nothing better than a good bath after a long day. Tomoko, don't run, you might fall. Don't be a party pooper, Shino. The two tensed as they heard the voices coming from the side of the women's restrooms. Looks like the fun's over. I don't believe it. Sorry. By the way, where is Ryuko? Tomoko asked. She said she was tired and would go to her room to rest. Izuku looked at the woman in front of him and raised an eyebrow, to which she responded with a shy smile. Then Ryuko let out a frustrated sigh. It seems like we can't do anything anymore. She whispered disappointedly. Without warning, Izuku began doing his job, causing her to cover her mouth with her hand. Is anyone there? Came the question from the other side. Yes, it's me. Midoriya, are you still here? Shino asked. Yes, I wanted to relax for a while. I understand you, these bathrooms are wonderful. Yes, the feeling is incredible. The green-haired man smiled mockingly, while the blonde glared at him. Izuku began to move slowly. Ryuko's chest moved and jiggled as she wrapped her hands around Izuku's neck for more balance in their fight. Izuku, we're leaving now, don't stay too long. Shino's voice was heard on the other side. Why yes. Don't worry. I'm almost done. Good night then. Good night Izuku. Good night to you both. Ryuko felt Izuku's twitch, and they both knew the end was near. Ryuko. Together. Let's do it together. At that point the blonde raked her nails all over Izuku's back. They slid down the wall until they were lying on the floor with Ryuko leaning against his chest. After a few seconds he raised his hand and tenderly caressed her cheek. That was incredible. Do you think you can continue? Ryuko's eyes widened in shock when she felt Izuku's sword hit against her ass, then she adopted a flirtatious look. I think we better go to my room. The next day. Sunlight streamed in through the window as a gentle breeze stirred the curtains. Ryuko began to open her eyes as rays of sunlight hit her face. After wiping the sleep from her eyes, she sat up as she covered her body with a sheet. She began searching around the room for her companion until her eyes fell on a note on the pillow next to her. I went out to train and didn't want to bother you, I thought it would be better to let you rest. Izuku. A smile tugged at her lips as she read the note, then the heroine wanted to get out of bed. But she couldn't. I can't feel my legs, there's nothing better than youth, she smiled amusedly. Then he couldn't help but frown. Did I mean anything to him? Was it just a one-night stand? What happens now? After a few minutes Ryuko got up and dressed in a white sleeveless shirt, a black knee-length skirt with a thick belt and black low-heeled shoes. He headed towards the dining room, but when he looked through one of the windows he saw Izuku training outside. He was doing push-ups with one arm without a shirt. At that moment he noticed the large number of scars that covered Izuku's back and right arm. There's no doubt he'll be a great hero. Then he resumed his walk while continuing to look out the window until he bumped into someone and fell to the ground. Ouch, that hurt. Looking up he found Shino, who had also fallen to the floor. Shino. Ryuko. Good morning. Good morning, I'm sorry I was distracted. Yes, me too. When both women stood up they looked out the window directly at where Izuku was and then looked at each other. And nice day, isn't it? Shino asked uncomfortably. Why yes, that's exactly what I was seeing. Just like me. An awkward silence settled between the two friends until Ryuko decided to break it. Have you had breakfast yet? No, do you want to have breakfast together? Yes of course. A few minutes later. After breakfast, both women headed outside and walked towards where the green-haired man was. Where are you going, Shino? Nowhere, just to stretch my legs, and you? I'm going to get some air, he replied casually. The moment they began to approach where Izuku was, he was already clean and had changed his clothes. They both saw the green-haired man heading towards the forest, to which curiosity won them both, and they began to follow him, but after a few steps they stopped and looked at each other with a frown. "Where are you going?" they asked in unison. "Me? Well, I'm going to make sure Izuku doesn't get lost, and you?" Ryuko answered nonchalantly. "Me too, since he doesn't know the surroundings, if something happens to him, Kota will be sad." The two women looked at each other suspiciously before continuing their pursuit of the green-haired young man. They followed him for a few minutes until he reached the path that climbed a small mountain. They waited for him to reach the top before continuing their chase, but when they reached the top, they saw Izuku leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and a smile, which made both of them let out a cry of surprise. "Looks like I found a couple of bad kittens." "Izuku, did you know we were following you?" Shino asked with a slight blush on her face. "It took me a bit of work, but I didn't think it would be you. They are very good at hiding, but they are no challenge to my senses." We were just worried that you got lost, that's all," Ryuko said quickly. Izuku just chuckled. "What is this place?" asked the blonde as she looked around where there were several signs of a fight in two large craters, one on the wall and one on the ground. "This is where I fought against Muscular to save Kota." The two heroines were shocked as they looked at the place where the battle had taken place. Izuku approached where the crater in the ground was, and it was then that both women saw that there were blood spatters in the crater and surrounding areas. So it was here. Shino muttered as she remembered the state Izuku was in when he saved her from Spinner. "If I'm honest, I thought I would die. I was willing to sacrifice myself that day." They grimaced at the thought of Izuku lying dead on the ground in a pool of his own blood, quickly shaking their heads to get rid of the image. "I can never thank you enough. No matter what I do, it will never be enough," Shino said. "Don't worry about that, I did what anyone would do," the green-haired man smiled. "You're not just anyone, Izuku, after what you did that day you showed qualities that would put the best heroes to shame," Ryuko told him with a smile. "To tell the truth, I learned something important." "What was it?" "That a good man sacrifices himself for others. But a good hero does it and survives to continue saving others." Izuku looked towards the horizon. "No matter the fight, I will survive and return to the people who are important to me. No more empty promises." Both women smiled as they looked at him fondly. Several hours later, Izuku was in the room that the pussycats had lent him. He was arranging his things since he had to return home. "And to think you didn't use the room. It was a beautiful experience through the forest. Time to get back to training, there's still a lot to do." Izuku. Turning around, Izuku saw Ryuko in the doorway. "Are you ready?" "Yes, is something wrong?" "About last night." "What do you think about last night?" Izuku interrupted her. "It was wonderful, but not just the sex, I mean I really enjoy being with you, you are one of the best people I know. But I'm still a little confused. To be honest, things like the age difference or what other people say couldn't matter less to me. I just want to know if this is real." The green-haired man approached until he was in front of her. "I will wait for you, and I will accept whatever you wish." He took her hand and kissed her affectionately. "Thanks, don't worry, I'll solve it as quickly as I can." After a few minutes, Izuku stood in front of the pussycats and Kota group to say goodbye. "Goodbye, Izuku, thanks for coming." "You're welcome, Kota, and don't forget the training I taught you." "Don't worry, you'll see that I'll become very strong." Izuku raised his fist and the boy bumped into him. "Thanks for visiting us," said Tiger. "I hope you enjoyed your visit." Tomoko smiled. "Believe me, I enjoyed it." Izuku smiled, making Shino and Ryuko blush. "We'll see each other again." Ryuko winked at him. "I'll be waiting." Shino walked over and extended his hand. "Be careful, Izuku, and thanks for coming." The green-haired boy extended his hand and shook it with a smile, then turned around. After a few steps he spread his wings and headed towards the sky. "What did Shino give you?" Opening his hand, Izuku saw a piece of paper. When he opened it, he saw that it had a phone number and a small message written on it. "I'll wait for your call." Some time later. Several days had passed since Izuku's visit to Kota and the pussycats. At this moment, Izuku was shopping for some things for his mother. "Your week off is almost over." "Yeah, not many things changed anyway." "You're sure? And what does that mean?" "Let's recap. You have 2 girlfriends." "Sorry for my mistake, I meant 3 girlfriends." "You still haven't told Rumi and Momo about Namuri and vice versa." "You have something you're not sure about with you and Ryuko." "Shino is your friend with benefits." "And let's not forget about Rei." "I get it, what's the point?" "The point is, I think it's all going to come back to bite you in the ass." "I'm not messing with any of them, I never would." "Things with Rumi and Momo couldn't be better. I admit that I'll have to tell them about Namuri sooner or later, and I don't want to deceive Namuri either. I'm just waiting for the right moment. Try not to expect too much." "You." "I think I have feelings for her, but I can't bring her into this until I talk to Namuri, Momo, and Rumi." I'm still waiting for Ryuko, and I'll have to clear things up with her, too. Even though she hasn't told you anything, you started sending messages to her and Shino. Shino, I'm just helping her relieve her stress, there are no feelings, so I'm not fooling anyone. I guess. Although it's still wrong for me. What about Rei-san? She's become a good friend, her advice helps me and I enjoy her company. All your current love interests started out as just your friends, Falcon thought with his eyes rolled back in his head. Falcon and Izuku's argument was interrupted when they heard a noise coming from an alley. Searching for the source of the noise, Izuku saw a boy in a hoodie being pushed against a wall by a group of 4 delinquents. We finally found you, bastard. You're going to pay for what you did. Hey. Everyone turned to see Izuku standing near them. 2 of them approached the green-haired boy. You better not get involved, brat. We're in the mood to let you go so. The man couldn't finish because Izuku threw an uppercut, throwing him back and crashing into some trash cans. You're going to pay for that, damn it. The companions of the one who was unconscious on the floor threw themselves at Izuku, but it only took a couple of movements, and then they were all on the ground unconscious. Insects. Izuku approached the hooded boy. Are you okay? Yes, thank you very much. The boy took off his hood, showing that his head and hands were just like those of a red fox. It looks like it's a humanoid fox. I'm Yasuke, it's a pleasure. Likewise, I'm Izuku. At that moment they heard several people approaching where they were. We better go. Izuku grabbed Yasuke and spread his wings. Whoa, this is amazing. The green-haired boy flew for a few seconds until he landed in a park. This should be far enough. Thanks again, friend. No problem. Nice to meet you. Izuku Midoriya. So you know who I am. It's what I do, I'm the best at gathering information. Nothing happens in the country without me knowing about it. This is interesting, I think it would be good if you kept it close. I see, so you know everything. For the right price I can find out anything about anyone, but I never forget a favor, even though it's not my style to help heroes. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. He handed him a card with a phone number. I'll take you at your word. Then I'll see you later, Izuku. He held out his hand, to which Izuku shook it with a smile and then left. I think this could give me an advantage in the future. Without a doubt. 2 days later. The woman was sitting in the back of her limousine as it traveled through the city streets. Chidis Kazuki was a woman with long pale lilac hair, combed to the left side, and light blue skin. Her eyes were unusual, as her sclera were completely black, while her eyes were green and her pupils completely black. And they were framed by remarkably long eyelashes. She wore an off-the-shoulder navy blue dress with long sleeves and an X-shaped belt with a circular buckle around her waist. Many would describe her as beautiful, elegant, passionate about her work, among other compliments and virtues. In reality, it was all of that, but she was also hiding something, and that was that she belonged to the Liberation Army, a group that wanted to liberate society. According to the book of its founder, Destro, people should have the right to freely use their quirks and not be regulated by the government. She identified with Destro's ideals since she was ostracized when she was young simply because of her quirk. It wasn't until a few years later that Destro's son appeared before her and recruited her to help him make his father's wish come true. Currently, she was a top commander in the Liberation Army, with hundreds of subordinates throughout Japan. The Liberation Army had greatly expanded its influence, partly thanks to her, although in society, she was only the owner of her own magazine. It's ironic how quickly we were able to spread our influence. Society has become very relaxed in these times of peace. He smiled as he looked out the window. Kazuki-sama. The woman came out of her thoughts to see her assistant traveling beside her, a woman with brown hair and forest green eyes. She was wearing black dress pants, a white shirt, and a black jacket. She was not a member of the Liberation Army, as Chidis preferred to handle her Liberation Army agenda herself. What's wrong, Mayumi? Don't forget you have a meeting at 3 p.m. True. The car suddenly stopped, suddenly surprising the 2 women. I'm sorry, Miss Kazuki, it seems that part of the road is closed and the police are trying to return traffic to normal, explained her driver. Looking out the window, the lavender-haired woman saw that there were several cars on the street and a large crowd seemed to be gathering. Because she was an extremely curious person, she didn't hesitate to get out of the car and head towards where the commotion was. Wait, Kazuki-sama. When he got to where the people were gathered, he made his way through the crowd, and when he got to the front, he saw a little girl who was no older than 4 years old crying, while she was surrounded by several pieces of glass that were rubbing around her. Several police officers were trying to push the people away, and the professional heroes were trying to get closer to the little girl, but they couldn't take a step without the glass shards hitting them. That's scary. What's going on? A random man asked. Apparently the girl woke up her quirk in the middle of the street, then she got scared and lost control. An old man responded. That quirk is very dangerous, I can't believe they don't do anything to control it, said a woman. Chidis frowned. You idiots, can't you see that she's terrified? She'll probably be discriminated against by backward-thinking people like you. What is that boy doing? Everyone turned their gaze to the front as they watched a young man slowly approach the girl. Chidis observed the young man. He had white skin, green hair and eyes, and freckles on his face. He was wearing black jeans and a dark green short-sleeved shirt. He was smiling kindly as he approached the girl. With each step he took closer to the girl, a shard of glass cut him. He had several cuts that were bleeding, but he didn't seem to flinch despite that. After several steps, he reached the girl, who opened her eyes to see the young man in front of her. Then everyone watched in surprise as the young man knelt down and hugged her. The effect was immediate. The shards of glass stopped and then fell to the ground. She watched in surprise as the young man stroked the girl's hair while comforting her, and the little girl cried into his chest. The people around him began to clap and cheer for the young man as the police approached, along with what appeared to be the girl's mother. Chidis felt a strange, but not unpleasant, feeling, like a warmth in her chest. She quickly took out her phone and took a picture of the young man before he was taken to an ambulance to treat his injuries. Who is that boy? He thought while smiling. Kazuki-sama. Her support approached her. It seems like traffic is getting back to normal. She handed her cell phone to her assistant as she looked at her confused. I want you to find out who this guy is. Oh, okay. It seems I found someone who sparked my curiosity. In the afternoon, that same day. Izuku walked calmly while observing the bandages around his arms. He also had his chest and forehead bandaged. How are you feeling? Better. Luckily they were superficial cuts. If the girl had really pointed at you, you'd probably look like a colander now. The good thing is that everything ended well. Then the green-haired boy arrived at his destination, a beautiful lake surrounded by trees, and on a lonely bench, he saw his new friend Ray. The woman was already sitting down, and when she saw him she greeted them with a smile, to which he immediately returned the greeting as he walked towards her. Are you sure about this? What are you talking about? You've been coming here every 2 days since you met her, and she still hasn't told you her last name or asked for yours. What if she's a crazy murderer planning to slit your throat? You know very well that's not true. When I asked the doctor, he told me that she was admitted here with a severe panic attack and a huge stress spike. He's 35 and has been here for 10 years. Don't you find that strange? When I asked, the doctor told me that she is already in perfect mental condition, but that she is here of her own free will. Their conversation was interrupted when they both arrived where the woman was. What happened to you, Izuku? I asked, alarmed when I saw the bandages he was wearing. The bandages. This morning a girl lost control of her quirk and almost hurt a lot of people. I managed to help her but got hurt a little in the process. You really are quite a case, aren't you? She was just a scared little girl who needed someone to save her. How is she now? Well, after he calmed down his mother said she would help him control his quirk properly. That's good. A silence settled between the two of them, but it was not uncomfortable. After several meetings they had learned to appreciate each other's company. Classes start again tomorrow, right? Ray asked. Huh? Yes, how do you know? My children told me so. That's new. Do you have any children? Yes, 4 to be exact. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise. 4. I didn't imagine it, since you look so young. Ray placed a hand over her mouth as she let out a small laugh. Thank you very much, I actually got married when I was 16. It seemed to him that the white-haired woman's eyes darkened when she said that comment, although it could have been his imagination. Do they come to visit you often? Yes, although they are busy with their studies, they come whenever they can. Imagine what they would think if they knew you wanted to be with their mom. I already told you it's not about that. Yeah sure, MILF Hunter. Izuku just shook his head at Falcon's insistence. I see you more relaxed as you keep coming here. Were you able to solve your problems? Each and every one. If it hadn't been for your advice I don't know what would have happened. I'm very happy to have met you, Ray-san. He smiled warmly at the woman. The white-haired girl smiled as she directed her gaze towards the lake in front of her, but Izuku could notice a slight blush on her pale skin. What were you saying? Be quiet. I'm glad I met you too, Izuku. You're the first friend I've had in a long time. They continued talking for a while longer until Izuku had to leave, but he promised Ray that he would come back to visit her later. The next day. Izuku stood at the door of his house as he said goodbye to his mother while she held his right hand. If I write to you, answer me, okay? Okay. Make sure you eat properly. I will do that. He let go of his mother's hand and opened the door. I'm still against this. I know, and I made you a promise that I'm going to keep. With that said he left the apartment. When he closed the door he spread his wings and began to fly towards the UA. It feels strange. Leaving the house where you grew up is always difficult, believe me, I know. Things will be a little more complicated now. You mean your relationships? Obviously it will be more difficult. I can still go out on Sunday to spend the day with Rumi, and I'll be with Momo every day, also being able to leave early in the morning to be with Namuri. If anything else happens, I'll fix it. I have no doubt about it, but I think a plan B would be better. What are you talking about? I'll tell you later. A few minutes later. Izuku had arrived at UA and had met up with all his classmates. They were now following Izawa as he led them to their dorms. How do you think it will be? I imagine it will be a large place that will cover all our needs. You'd better stay alert. Because I've been thinking about this for a while, but I didn't want to talk to you about it since you seem to be enjoying your vacation. How did you find the training camp? Izuku's eyes widened in shock. A spy. Exactly, the only ones who knew about the camp were the pussycats, the teachers and the students, so the information must have leaked from one of these groups. I doubt it was the pussycats. Kota was in mortal danger due to the attack, Ragdoll was kidnapped, and All for One took her quirk, Ryuko was seriously injured. That means the spy is inside UA. The teacher or someone from Class B or your own classmates. I can eliminate some suspects like Kaken, Shoto, Iida, Kirishima, and I definitely trust Momo with all my heart, the same with Namuri. As for teachers All Might and Izawa-sensei, I'm sure we can trust them. The way things are going, I could even be your director. I must keep my eyes open. It's huge. We are lucky. Izuku snapped out of his conversation with Falcon to look at the large building in front of him. It was a large white building, seemingly 3 stories tall, with large glass windows and 2 double doors at the entrance. If it looks like this from the outside, the inside must be incredible. First of all, the most important thing is that everyone was able to get to this point, as Awa said, drawing everyone's attention. It seems that everyone got permission, said Siro. I didn't see myself getting it, said Hagakure. Neither you nor most of us, said Jiru. And the same with you, sensei, it reassures me to know that you are with us again. After that interview I was very sad. Said Asui, receiving a nod from Uraraka. I'm surprised too, a lot has certainly happened. Obviously they won't fire him if they're trying to find the traitor. The most logical thing to do is to keep the suspects on a short leash. The same thing happens with this bedroom, they limit our contact with the outside world to make it harder for the spy to leak information. Azawa clapped his hands. Now I'll give you a little explanation about the dorms, but before that I want to tell you one thing. We plan to have you get your provisional licenses once the training camp is over. Now I remember they had said something like that. So many things happened that I forgot. What I'm going to tell you is important, so listen to me. Kirishima, Yaoi Rozu, Iida, Todoroki, Midoriya, you were that night in that place you decided to leave without permission and went to save Bakugo. Everyone tensed up upon hearing those words. Your reactions tell me that you were aware of this. I'll be brief, if it weren't for All Might's retirement, with the exception of Jiru, Hagakure, and Bakugo, I would have expelled you all as punishment. The 5 who left and the 12 who knew about it and didn't stop you betrayed our trust, no matter the reason. From now on, I would appreciate it if you acted according to procedure and our instructions to also regain our trust, that's all. Now smile and follow me. He began heading towards the building. Do you really want them to cheer up after that shitty speech? He's right. In every word. Shut up, you'd do it again if you could. I would obviously do it again. Come here. Everyone saw Bakugo drag Kaminari behind some bushes, then there was an electric shock, and Kaminari came out raising his thumbs and saying wee. Everyone started laughing seeing their partner in that state, and then Bakugo stabbed Kirishima. Kirishima handed him 50,000 yen. Huh? Money? Why? Stop wondering and take it, this is what you used, right? How did you find out that? Who cares? Just keep acting like an idiot. He put the money in her hand and started walking away. As everyone laughed at Kaminari, Bakugo walked past Izuku. I didn't think you'd be the type to make others feel better. Shut up, Deku, that wasn't my intention. If you say so. It seems that he does have a heart beneath all those insults and bad mood. With a smile, Izuku started heading towards the building, only to be followed by the others. Then the doors opened and they entered the building. Each dormitory houses a classroom. They're distributed in different wings, with the girls on the right and the boys on the left. However, the first floor is a common room. The kitchen, bathrooms, and laundry room are also located on this floor. You could see several sofas along with a flat-screen television. In the dining room there were several tables with chairs. The kitchen was well equipped, there were windows on the walls to be able to see outside. It's huge. It's beautiful. It's immensely beautiful. And there are sofas. Mina exclaimed excitedly. There's also a patio. Ciro looked out the window. It looks like a mansion. Uraraka fell back upon seeing the place. Mineta started drooling. The bathrooms and laundry rooms are shared. Am I dreaming that someone pinches me? Obviously they are in separate areas. Stop with the nonsense already, Azawa scolded him. Yes sir. Everyone took the elevator to the second floor. The rooms will be on the second floor and beyond until reaching the 5th floor. There are 8 rooms per floor, 4 for boys and 4 for girls. He opened one of the rooms. Each one will have a private room with air conditioning, a bathroom, a refrigerator and a closet. Izuku opened the window and went out to the balcony. It looks good and it's close to the wall that separates the school from the outside. Still, security must be high. We'll see. When they came out to the hallway, Aizawa showed them a paper with their names. The rooms will be distributed as follows. Your things are already in your corresponding room. 2nd floor. Mineta, Midoriya, Aoyama, Tokoyami. 3rd floor. Koda, Kaminari, Iida, Ejiro, Jiru, Hagakure. 4th floor. Shaoji, Kirishima, Bakugo, Uraraka, Ashido. 5th floor. Satyu, Todoroki, Shiro, Yaoirozu, Asui. Now I want you to use today's time to organize your things. Tomorrow I'll explain how we're going to operate from now on. Now you can go. Yes, sensei. Several hours later in the common room. I'm tired, said Kirishima. The reason we're here isn't exactly good, but it's quite exciting to know that we can be like this for a while, said Kaminari. Living together. It will help us improve our cooperation and discipline. Iida exclaimed. Hey guys. You're done. Ashido arrived with the other girls. Yes, we are resting. Well, we've been talking and we have a suggestion for you. A room show competition. This is going to be fun. Most of the boys said yes, to which they all quickly got into the elevators to go to the 2nd floor, and the first room they went to was Izuku's. I want to see what the strongest first year's room looks like. It's just a room, it's nothing special, Izuku warned. Inside the room there were several posters of All Might, a bookcase with several books and the notebooks where Izuku filed his information about heroes, black curtains, a set of weights, on the desk there was a lamp, a laptop, a mirror, and next to the desk was an amplifier, along with Izuku's 2 guitars. Imagine if they had seen your room before meeting me. Luckily not. Is this the guitar from that time? Asked Kyoka. Yes, it has helped me a lot. Have you really read all these books? Asked Momo. Most of them, I bought some recently. It's heavy. Kaminari tried to lift one of Izuku's weights. Don't hurt yourself, Kirishima pushed him, causing him to fall forward, to which everyone started to laugh. When they finished watching, everyone headed towards Tokoyami's room and found the aforementioned leaning on his door. HMPH, what nonsense. Hagakure and Ashido tried to push him away from the door, but Tokoyami refused to move until they managed to knock him down and enter the room where everything was completely dark, with some terrifying paintings, an ox skull on the wall, black layers and illuminated by objects such as a chandelier and a crystal ball that emitted a violet light. Very gothic. Too dark. It's scary. The girls exclaimed. Bastards, Tokoyami muttered. So boys like this stuff, huh? Mina opined. Get out of here. When they left they went to Aoyama's room. When he opened the door it was full of mirrors everywhere, a disco ball and even an armor and reflectors on the walls. Very bright. Even their damn sheets shine. My brain hates my eyes for seeing this. No, brilliant. Dazzling. Aoyama winked at them. It's just what I expected from him, the girl said as they left the room. This is quite fun, Uraraka said excitedly as she walked down the hallway. There's only one room left on this floor. Everyone saw Mineta leave his room while smiling. Come, I'll show you something amazing. Let's go to the 3rd floor. It's like that old man who offers candy to children. Everyone turned around and started heading for the elevators. When they reached the 3rd floor, they headed to Ejiro's room, which was completely tidy and had nothing that stood out. It's normal. It's incredibly normal. So this is normal, huh? It's okay if you have nothing to say, Ejiro said with tears in his eyes. Normal. Very normal. Next was Iida's room, which had several bookcases full of books, and they were also stacked on the desk and on the floor. There were also several shelves with glasses. There are several difficult books here. As expected of the class president. There's nothing strange here. Iida stated. Glasses. So many glasses. Uraraka laughed when she saw the shelves. What's so strange about that? They might break during training. He is certainly prepared. When they arrived at Kaminari's room, they noticed that there were different types of things both on the wall and on the furniture. How extravagant. It seems like he just threw a bunch of different stuff in here. No comment. They headed to Koda's room, and when they entered they saw that he had some pictures on the wall, stuffed animals on his bed. And a rabbit. There's a bunny. How adorable. The girls began to play with the little animal. You brought a pet, that's cheating, Koda, Kaminari complained. At what point did it become a competition? What's so special about you? You have your own sexy rabbit. Good point. I'm not satisfied, Kaminari complained to the others in the hallway. What a coincidence, me neither, said Ejiro. You're right, said Tokoyami. I feel the same, Aoyama agreed. Mineta approached the group. Don't you think it's unfair that we're the only ones getting criticized? You said it was a presentation contest, right? So we can't decide a winner until we see the girls' rooms. To judge who has the best room design. Sounds good. Mina exclaimed. Music to my ears. It's obviously a pervert strategy. Everyone went up to the 4th floor. Those who are on the 4th floor are Bakugo-kun, Shoji-kun and Kirishima-kun, Uraraka informed. Where is Bakugo? Iida asked. He said this was stupid and went to sleep. I'm sleepy too. Then let's go to Kirishima's room. Hagakure warned. I don't care, but I doubt you understand the masculinity of my room. Kirishima's room had several posters with motivational quotes, weights and a punching bag. Yes, you're right. Your room is hell. It's overwhelming. Uraraka exclaimed. Come on, she understands. This is. The man's room. Falcon raised his thumb, to which Izuku rolled his eyes. Next is Shoji. So you know there is nothing interesting. When they entered the room there was only a futon and a small desk. There's nothing here. So this is what they call minimalist, Todoroki thought. I've never had material desires, to tell the truth, Shoji told them. Even that has a limit. The next one is Todoroki. Everyone went to their room. Let's get this over with, I'm sleepy. When he opened the door everyone opened their mouths in surprise to see that Todoroki's room was completely Japanese with tatami walls and floors, and even the furniture was traditional. It's a Japanese style room. Are we still in the same building? I don't want to imagine what he did to the bathroom. My house has a traditional style, so I'm not comfortable without the tatami mats. Who cares? How did you manage to remodel everything in one day? Kaminari asked. Hard work. Izuku chuckled. You're definitely amazing, Shoto. Thank you. Next, the last of the boys. It's me, Satu spoke. When they entered Satu's room they saw that it was normal. The only thing different was that there was a large refrigerator and a table with an electric oven. Well, here you have a normal room. Don't worry, any of our rooms are normal compared to Todoroki's, Kirishima told him. What does it smell like? Ejiro asked. Satu ran to the electric oven. I forgot. I finished unpacking early and was making a chiffon cake. I was going to share it with everyone. Anyone want some? Me. The girls exclaimed. He is so sweet and tender. I surpass others like nothing. You really have chosen a fantastic hobby, Satu-san. Satu blushed. Wow, I didn't think I'd get such a reaction. I guess my quirk development training finally served a purpose. I wish I had a body to prove it. It's delicious. We're done with the boys. Now it's our turn. Hagakure exclaimed. Are we really going to do it? Asked Jiru. We'll be fine, I think. Everyone headed to Jiru's room. I'm a little embarrassed, but oh well. When she opened her door, the first thing everyone noticed was the large number of instruments Kyoka owned. She had guitars, a bass, a drum kit, a keyboard. She also had some amplifiers and many shelves of records. Wow, this room has so many instruments. Even more than I imagined. Kaminari exclaimed. Jiru loves rock after all. Can you play them all? Uraraka asked. Well, the basics, she replied embarrassedly while holding her headphone jack. It's a music paradise. This place is fantastic. Izuku looked around. Oh really? Yes, and the fact that you can play all these instruments shows me that you are really amazing. Jiru, the green-haired boy, smiled. The effect of his words made Kyoka blush heavily and fiddle with her earlobes as she managed to murmur a thank you to her partner. This room is not feminine at all, said Kaminari. She's not a lady, Aoyama said. Angry Kyoka used her quirk on them, making them scream in pain. Very well, next. Stupidity has its price sometimes. I'm next, Hagakure. When they entered the invisible girl's room they saw that everything was pink and frilly, the sheets, the curtains, the chair and the desk. It also had some stuffed animals. How are you? It's very nice. How feminine, I'm very excited. It's cute, I'd even say childish. Then they went to Mina's room and saw that it was decorated in dark pink and black with animal print motifs with several CDs and a makeup kit. Terran. Pretty, isn't it? A teenager's room. They arrived at Uraraka's room and saw that it had normal furniture, along with a fan and a small television. And here we have my simple room. Compact. For some reason the boys were surprised and excited. I have to admit that walking through the girls' rooms makes me feel a sense of immorality, said Ejiro. The Forbidden Garden, Tokoyami said. Virgins. Next is Asui. I haven't seen Tsu-chan around here. Tsu-chan told me she wasn't feeling well, Uraraka reported. Well, if she's not feeling well, no problem, we'll see her when she's feeling better. Well, the last one is Yaoi Rosu's. They all walked until they were at the door of the aforementioned, who smiled at them as she opened the door. I think I made a small mistake, compared to your original rooms. He opened the door showing his room. Mine is a little small. The room had a full bookcase, a dressing table with a large mirror, but what stood out the most was a large 4-poster bed that took up a large part of the room. That bed is a beast. What happened, Yaoi Rosu? Asked Kaminari. This furniture is what I've always used, I didn't think the room would be so small. She's an Oju-sama after all, the whole class thought. Everyone came over to check out Momo's room, but what she was most interested in was her boyfriend's opinion. He calmly approached to check it out. As he passed her, he whispered to her. Nice bed. Maybe we should break it in later. The effect was immediate as Momo's cheeks lit up with a deep blush as she imagined her and Izuku doing this and that. "Yeah, Momo, are you okay?" asked Jiru, seeing her friend completely red. "Why, yes." She looked at her boyfriend, who smiled and winked at her. "Okay, we're done. Now let's go to the common room for the vote." A few seconds later. "Very well. Has everyone cast their votes?" asked Mina. "Remember that voting for yourself is prohibited. But that said, the prize for the best room goes to Satu Rakido." The aforementioned was completely impressed. By the way, all the votes were from the girls. The reason? The cake was amazing. All the girls smiled with drool running down their mouths. And what about the room? That was a damn fraud. Kaminari and Mineta began to attack Satu, while he laughed and commented that he was happy to be chosen. "We're done, can I go to sleep?" Todoroki asked. "Yes, I'm leaving too," said Izuku. "Time to rest. You two don't forget to brush your teeth since we ate cake." "Wait, Shoto-kun," Uraraka called. "Izuku-kun, Iida-kun, Kirishima-kun and Yayoi Rozu-san, do you have a minute?" The aforementioned looked at each other and then nodded to what the brunette began to guide them until they left the bedrooms. When they were outside, they saw Tsuyu waiting for them. "Sayu-chan said she wanted to tell you something. I always say what I think. But sometimes I don't know what to say. Remember what I said at the hospital? If we fought again and broke the rules, we would be no different than villains. Even though I've always sympathized with you, my words were very harsh. But the next morning I heard everything you guys went through, I was in shock. I felt frustrated by my cowardice when I tried to stop you. And many negative feelings swirled around me. I had no idea what to say to you, and I didn't want to sit back as if nothing happened, and that made me sad." Tears began to fall down Sayu's face. "So I wanted to talk to you so everything could go back to the way it was." As Uraraka approached to comfort her friend. "You're not the only one, Sayu-chan, we were all frustrated, worried and wanted to get rid of these feelings. So I'm sure that the best room thing was because everyone knew how you felt. That's why, don't blame yourselves. I know it's hard, so let's try to laugh together again." She raised her fist to the sky while smiling. "Tsu-chan." Kirishima approached with tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry. Thank you for telling us this. Asui-san." "Sayu-san-kun." "Asui, I'm sorry. I'm sorry too, Tsuyu. I won't do it again." "Me neither. I promise." Izuku smiled as he watched his friends comfort Tsuyu. "We were really wrong." Izuku looked at Shoto before looking up at the sky. "Despite our actions, we acted very selfishly. I never thought I would have people who cared so much about me." Shoto looked at his classmates who smiled while wiping away their tears. "I learned something after what happened on Kamino." "What thing?" "I thought the things I did and my decisions were right, but without realizing it, I was sinking my claws into what I loved and almost tore it to pieces." I looked at Momo, who was hugging Tsuyu to comfort her. "I learned that you have to trust others. Because there are things that one cannot do alone. There is a limit to what one can carry on one's back, and when it is too much, it is good to know that there will be someone to help you carry it. We must try to return to the old days when we strove to be heroes. I hope you can. At least for a while." The next day. Everyone was sitting in front of Izawa in the classroom as he looked at them from behind his desk. "As you mentioned yesterday, our main objective will be for everyone to obtain their provisional licenses." "Yeah. Provisional licenses allow them to act when people's lives are in danger. This involves taking major risks. The exam is very strict. Only 50% pass each year. Just for a provisional license. Is that so hard?" Mineta asked. "And that's why, starting today, each of you will have to think of at least 2 special moves." The living room door opened, revealing Cementos, Midnight and Ectoplasm. "We're finally starting to do hero stuff." "Good. Special. That is, a movement that guarantees them victory," said Ectoplasm. "A movement so ingrained in their bodies that no one can copy them. Techniques that do not meet this requirement will not be accepted," said Cementos. "These techniques represent who they are. Nowadays, professional heroes without special techniques are really scarce," Midnight added. "We'll go into details when we're doing exercises. Go put on your suits and head to the Gamma Gym," as Awa ordered. A few minutes later at the Gamma Gym. Everyone arrived at the gym, which was empty. Everything except the roof and windows was made of cement. "I created this facility myself. Here I am able to create custom terrains and training objects for you," Cements informed. Iida raised his arm. "A question. Why are special movements necessary to obtain a provisional license? Please explain." "I'll explain it to you step by step, so calm down. A hero saves people from things like crimes, accidents, natural and man-made disasters. The test will look at how well you handle these situations. Your ability to gather information, decide, move, and fight, as well as your ability to communicate, engage people, and lead. Each year, a different test is used to see how you do these things. Midnight took a step forward. That's why your fighting ability will be very important in your future as heroes. You'll do well if you're prepared. Whether or not you have a special attack will have a big impact. Being able to face a situation without letting the circumstances of the situation affect you, that is a sign of a true hero's fighting ability, said Cementos. Special moves don't need to be especially offensive. For example, Ida's Recipro Burst. Being able to move at great speeds in short periods of time is worthy of being called a special technique, said Ectoplasm. It really is a special move. Ida trembled as he proudly puffed out his chest. A special move, maybe you have a couple of problems. That's what I assumed. Aizawa looked at his students. The camp was cancelled, but the training to develop your quirks was part of the process to create special moves. That is, the 10 days between now and the next class period we will strengthen your quirks and help you with your special moves. Cementos began to raise several platforms, while Lactoplasm created many clones. Intensive training. You also have to think about how to improve your suits. Let the spirit of Plus Ultra take you to new heights. Are you ready? Yeah. They all split up as an Ectoplasm clone began to advise them with its special moves. Izuku looked at his companions. They are all incredible, then he raised his Guandao to stop an Ectoplasm kick aimed at his head. Why are you on the moon? Can't you think of anything? Izuku approached a cement pillar as green lightning covered it. He began to hit the pillar with his weapon at high speed. Lighting blade. When he finished, in front of him there was nothing but a mound of small stones and dust. Ectoplasm nodded in recognition. Very impressive. The problem is that I doubt that randomly throwing weapons is considered a special move, not to mention that I have to be careful with my right arm, because if I get injured again, I won't be able to use it again. I've been stuck thinking about what kind of special move I should create. Your quirk allows you to create a wide variety of weapons, but you can't create a special attack with it, and your super strength quirk is far from having stability. You must find your own style, Ectoplasm told him. My own style. The Sword of Damocles could be considered a special move. But after doing it I can't move. Aizawa was watching the development of all his students. Everyone is trying very hard. All Might. The former pro entered the gym with his arm in a cast as he headed towards Aizawa. He transformed into his muscular form. I'm here, even though I wasn't asked because I have nothing better to do. No, please focus on your recovery so you can be ready for the next semester. All Might returned to his thin form. Don't be so cold. Today is the special movements class, right? Of course I want to see something like that. Besides, I'm also a teacher after all. Then he turned his gaze towards Izuku, who was lost in his thoughts. It seems he is in trouble. Then a loud explosion was heard, and everyone saw Bakugo destroy an Ectoplasm clone. It's incredible, All Might said. Yes, it will also become very strong from here on. Bakugo looks very happy, said Uraraka while she was floating upside down. He's probably already thought of several special moves, Satu said. He already had some names since we arrived at school, said Hagakure. His quirk will allow him to create several special moves. I'm sure it will be impressive. I'm sure it will show several interesting things. Then Izuku saw all his teammates trying hard to create their special moves. I must concentrate on how to create a special move. You've achieved great development of your quirk so far, I'm sure you can do it. Closing his eyes, Izuku began to concentrate. The red lines began to run through his body, but then in the depths of his mind he heard a voice. You want to be stronger? Then let me out. The green-haired man opened his eyes in surprise. What the hell was that? I heard it too, and I have no idea what it was. Hey. Izuku saw All Might approaching where he was. All Might. I have a question for you. Are you still trying to imitate me? Izuku opened his eyes in shock. But before he could answer, All Might went off to give the others advice. I've never thought of it that way. I see what you want to achieve, All Might. You must understand it on your own. Even if you are wrong, you must come to the answer alone. Several hours later, Izuku was walking through the school hallways as he headed towards the first floor. Following Aizawa-sensei's instructions, he should be around here. What do you think about what All Might said? It's true that since I was a child I've admired All Might. When I inherited his quirk I began to imitate his special moves like the Delaware Smash or the Detroit Smash. I must find my own style. One that surpasses All Might's way of fighting. Do you think you'll find what you're looking for here? I need equipment that allows me to fully utilize the power of my arms without hurting myself, something that helps create a special technique. I can't fall behind. I have to be stronger. Izuku saw a sign on a wall that said Development Studio and saw that the room had 2 metal doors. Izuku-kun, are you here for improvements? The green-haired boy turned around and saw Uraraka and Iida approaching the development department. Before he could answer, a loud explosion came from inside the room, hitting Izuku and raising a large pall of smoke. What the fuck? Are you okay? Yes. Cough cough, what happened? He tried to get up but realized that someone had fallen on top of him, but the smoke prevented him from seeing who it was. That hurt. Just because you have an idea doesn't mean you go and build it. Powerloader came out from inside the room. Failure is the mother of invention, Powerloader sensei. As Thomas Edison said. Just because something doesn't go as planned doesn't mean it's worthless. This is no time for nonsense. Can't you just listen to what I'm saying for once? Hatsune. The smoke dissipated and Izuku saw that indeed on his body was Hatsume, who looked at him with a smile. She was wearing black pants and a black sleeveless shirt, on her head were her extravagant glasses. Oh. It's you, it's been a long time. Have they grown more since the last time we saw her? I think so. That's not the problem here. After they both stood up, Hatsume smiled at them. Sorry about the sudden explosion. I'm glad to see you again. What were your names? I'm Midoriya Izuku. Uraraka Chako. I'm Iida Tenya. I remind you that you used me to promote your inventions during the sports festival. I see, well I'm busy with my babies. She turned around and started walking away. I want Powerloader to improve my suit. The effect was immediate as Mei stopped and walked towards Izuku until she was face to face. Getting better. You have my full attention. She is certainly a complicated woman. Hatsume. I think it's fine that you want to help me with the study, but if you keep making these disasters, I'll have to ban you from entering the professional. Looked at Izuku and the others. Eraserhead has informed me that they would come to improve their suits. Come in. Inside the room there were a large number of tools and various equipment for different types of skills. Amazing, this place looks good. Okay, give me the specifications for your suits. You received them in the briefcases with your suits, right? What are you talking about? The signed and sealed paper that came in the briefcase, the one you told me was in Serbian and I should throw away, remember? Oh, that useless paper, how lucky you didn't listen to me. After seeing the specifications, I can tell you what I can do. For small improvements and repairs, I just need to inform the design office and they'll take care of the paperwork. But for major improvements, I need to submit a form with the design so I can receive approval. When that happens, the suit will be returned to you. The agencies we use are the best, so you'll be back in 3 days. I don't just need to reduce the strain on my arms, I need something that allows me to use 20% or more of them without any risk, so. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt hands on his torso, then he realized that Mei was touching his entire body. How daring. You're not one to talk. Yes, I see. Hatsume-san, what are you doing? Uraraka asked. I'm touching your body, she replied to the pinky, while she put her hands inside Izuku's jacket, as if it was nothing. Your muscles are very firm. I have something perfect for you. In an instant Izuku was dressed in what looked like white armor. How the hell did he get you that fast? I have no idea. Hatsume, what is this? This is one of my little babies. The power exoskeleton. It works through electromuscle stimulation. It's baby number 49. This is not what I had in mind. Let's begin. The top of the armor began to spin. It's moving, the armor continued spinning. Wait, it won't stop moving. Ouch, 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 you're breaking my back. Stop him or he'll split you in half. Mei pressed a button and the armor stopped. Stop, it seems I made a mistake in the operational limit, sorry. Izuku took off his armor and fell to the ground. I almost died. I think it's missing a couple of screws and I'm not talking about the armor. Iida sneaked up on Powerloader. I'd like to increase the cooling capacity of my legs. Hatsume appeared over his shoulder. If that's what you want, use this baby. She put Iida on some oversized elbow-length gloves with 3 valves. Super boost fans designed to limit heat generation. This is baby number 36. I don't need power-ups, Hatsume-kun. Why for my arms? The pink-haired girl pressed a button. Boosters activated. The valves ignited and propelled Iida upwards, crashing him into the ceiling. Iida-kun. Hahaha, it would only work if I wanted to get to the moon. When Iida came down from the roof he fell to his knees on the ground. You know my quirk is in my legs. Right. I know, but you know what I think. If you want to cool your legs, then run with your arms. What are you saying? Izuku was surprised by Mei's words. Wait. I think. I'm sorry, she's too self-centered, Powerloader apologized. We have realized. Yeah. If you aspire to be heroes, you must have a good relationship with her. Because when you become professionals, she'll take care of you. Look at that pile of trash. Everyone turned their eyes to a corner where there was a large pile of what looked like support equipment. That pile of junk over there. That's all the support objects Hatsume made since school started. She even works on vacation. All these years I've seen many members of the support department come and go, but Hatsum is one in a million. Izuku walked over and picked up a piece of equipment. It's only been 4 months of school and he's already done so many. Einstein said. Common sense is the prejudices acquired until the age of 18. Unafraid of failure, she continues to try to make her ideas a reality. Innovators are not bound by conventional thinking. Now I understand. You keep trying to imitate me. Your admiration for All Might has become your chains. If you want to cool your legs, use your arms. What's wrong, Izuku? I finally understood if I want to relieve the tension in my arm, then I shouldn't use it. Falcon chuckled as he lit a cigarette. So you've come up with an answer, huh? I wonder when the day will come when you stop surprising me. Izuku approached Mei. Hatsum, I need you to do something for me. In fact, I need you to do 2 things for me. Midoriya-kun. Hey, are you sure? I won't be responsible for what happens to you, Powerloader warned him. The green-haired man nodded. I saw what he was capable of during the sports festival, I know he can do it. Mei's eyes lit up as she smiled and held Izuku's hands. Okay Midoriya, tell me what you need, and I'll do it for you. Powerloader scratched his head. Okay, I guess I'll supervise you to keep you from getting blown to bits. What's the plan? For this to work I'll need the help of Iida and my beautiful girlfriend. At night. Have you developed your special moves? I have one, and if what I have planned works, I think I'll solve the second one, and you? I have several ideas, but nothing concrete yet. At that moment Izuku was in Momo's room, his head was resting on her lap, while the black-haired girl was reading a book with one hand, while the other was running through her boyfriend's green locks. Will you make any improvements to your suit? Izuku asked. I don't think so, it's not like I need it. I agree, it would be a shame if it were covered up. The good thing is that I'm the only one who has the right to look under the suit. Well said, pervert. Thanks, pervert. It seems like it's late, we should go to sleep. Looking at the watch on his wrist, Izuku saw that it was 11 p.m. I don't want to leave. Don't be childish, Izuku, tomorrow we have to continue training. The green-haired man stood up and looked at his girlfriend. Well, then, can I have my goodnight kiss? Momo chuckled but still stood up to Izuku and kissed him. Little by little, the kiss began to increase in intensity. Then, Izuku brought a hand to his girlfriend's buttocks and squeezed them, making her moan. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he kissed her deeply into her mouths, and they both fell onto the bed. The green-haired man began to kiss her neck. Izuku. Pant. Me. Suddenly Izuku stopped his kisses and stood up while adjusting his clothes, to which the black-haired girl looked at him confused. Izuku. We have to rest, so I'll see you tomorrow. He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek before walking to the balcony and jumping off. Spreading his wings he headed to his room. For her part, Momo was surprised and then frowned when she felt the heat in her belly and the desire for more with which her boyfriend had left her. Izuku. Baka. For his part, Izuku heard the scream and burst out laughing, then he reached his own balcony and put his hand in his pocket, taking out a small black cube. It's good that Mei was able to give me this now. Let's hope it doesn't explode. Looking ahead, Izuku's balcony faced the trees surrounding UA, and on the other side of the trees was the wall that divided the school grounds from the outside. You have to have faith. I throw the cube that clung to the bark of a tree, and then it opened, releasing a white smoke that spread throughout the ground. When it dissipated, it showed a large amount of laser that covered the entire terrain. That explains why we have a curfew. We must look for the rest, but we will do that later. Taking a notebook out of his pocket, he drew the precise address of where each laser was located. When he finished, he went to sleep. 4 days later. Izuku was walking through the park holding 2 cups of coffee, then he saw Namuri as always sitting on the bench waiting. Good morning. Good morning, Izuku. With a smile they both shared a kiss and then sat down as they always did. It's great that we can continue with this. Even if we couldn't, I would find a way. Namuri sat on her boyfriend's lap. How sweet of you, she leaned over and kissed him. They started with a kiss, then another and another until they were in a full makeout session as their hands squeezed and ran over each other's bodies. By the time they were done they were both panting. You taste like coffee. You too. They both started laughing at this. You know, I've been thinking. What thing? We meet here every day. And well. Could you come to my apartment maybe on Saturday? I'd love to, but are you sure? Even though we're dating, we can't be in many places, so I thought we could have some time for just the 2 of us somewhere where no one will bother us. I like the sound of that. Izuku's smile faltered for a few seconds. I'm trash, right? You just realized. Namuri, I'd like to talk about something. Can we meet here first on Friday? Okay, is something wrong? No. I hope so. Before Namuri could question anything else, her cell phone alarm started ringing. Looks like we have to go. Yes, you have to keep practicing. Do you already have some special moves? Something like that, but you'll have to wait and see. Later. Everyone continued training at Gamma Gym while being supervised by their teachers. Aizawa watched his students' progress. "How's everything going, Aizawa-kun?" The hero turned around and saw All Might entering the gym. "Are you coming again?" "We're making progress." "That's good." Some have already established their style, and others have already created several movements. Bakugo stood in front of a small cement wall. He placed his half-closed fist against his open palm. Instead of the whole hand. Concentrate the explosion in a single point. From the opening of his fist came a concentrated explosion. AP shoot. The explosion made a hole in the wall. "I did it. Young Bakugo is doing well as always," All Might said to Aizawa. "Yeah." At that moment the former hero didn't realize that a piece of debris fell and headed towards him. "Hey, watch out," Bakugo shouted. Aizawa tried to use his scarf, but at that moment a green and black blur appeared in front of the former number 1 hero. Seeing the back of his hair, All Might smiled. Izuku looked at the rubble in front of him and destroyed it with a kick. All Might's movements always focused on his fists. "Since I inherited one for all, I thought I should do the same. It was so simple that I didn't notice before he slid across the ground, and when he stopped everyone saw that he had steel insoles on his feet. If my arm fails, then I'll use my legs. One for all. Full cowl shoot style." All Might and Falcon smiled. "Correct answer." Flashback. "I see. If your arms are unstable, you'll switch to your legs. I like that way of thinking. In that case, I'll make some babies for your legs," Hatsum said excitedly. "Hatsum, I don't want anything too ostentatious, and about my other request. I'm a designer who can work according to the requests, needs, and whims of my clients. And with your other request, it'll take a little longer, but I assure you I'll have it before the provisional license test. Sensei. If my designs are good, you'll use them, right? Only if they are good enough. Midoriya, if you're going to use your legs, that means you're going to adapt to being a speedy hero like Iida, right? If you want to fight at the same level. I actually have a technique called full cowl that increases my strength and speed." "Ho, I see, then I think I have an idea." End of flashback. "I see, since full cowl affects your entire body, you decided to make the most of it." "Yes, with these steel insoles, I take advantage of my maneuverability and increase the power of my blows. When they finish with the equipment for your right arm, you will be ready." The green-haired boy approached his teacher. "Are you okay, All Might?" "Yeah." "What was that, Midoriya?" "It was a lot of destructive power that came from nowhere. I thought you only used your fists." Izuku saw his 2 companions approaching. "Kaminari, Kirishima. The power boost came from these steel insoles Hatsum made. I got a few tips on how to use them and changed my style. This is just a stopgap measure, at least for now. No, I think it's better than something temporary. Especially for the provisional license," All Might opined. "All Might, it's dangerous. Don't get too close," Aizawa told him. "I'm sorry. Young Bakugo, I'm sorry." Bakugo and Izuku stared at each other. It seemed someone was impressed. Then the blonde turned around and threw a blast. "Be careful, All Might. Be careful, are you okay? It's dangerous, I understand them very well, but have I already become someone who needs to be protected?" thought the former professional hero. Izuku looked at his teammates' outfits. "I see you changed your outfits too. You're not the only one who's changed their style. The others also changed some things. We must concentrate," Kirishima warned. "Without a doubt the best change has been mine. Do you want to see it?" Kaminari exclaimed. "Enough, Class A." A shout was heard at the entrance of the gym, and everyone saw Vlad King along with Class B at the entrance. "We will use this gym in the afternoon." Just when the fun was starting. "Eraser, come out at once. We still have 10 minutes. You're having trouble with time, Vlad. Did you know? The provisional license exam has a 50% failure rate. The entire Class A can fail," Monoma said. "Do you think that cheap trick will work? I honestly only hear a buzzing sound when he talks." "Is that Monoma's outfit?" Kaminari asked Kendo. He said that since his quirk is a copy, he doesn't need to stand out much. "Of course not, he's already eccentric enough. However, what you say is reasonable. As long as we take the exam, our destinies are to crush each other," Tokoyami opined. "That's why the class will take the test in different places," Aizawa warned. The licensing exam is held in June and September in 3 locations across the country at the same time. To prevent the same school from competing, all the schools are divided by time and location, Vlad explained. Monoma let out a sigh and then started laughing. "It's a shame we don't face each other, haha." "Did he just sigh in relief?" Kirishima asked. "I wonder if there is a name for his mental illness," Kaminari said. "Stupidity," Izuku replied. "Other schools, huh? I didn't think much about it, but we'll be facing off against other schools," Zero said. Izuku nodded. "We go through the same learning process as them but at a much faster pace." Also, the group of those who received their provisional license in their first year is extremely small. That is to say, they will have to take the exam with other more experienced people with unknown and very well-trained quirks. The content of the exam is unknown, but it is certain that they will have a difficult time. Don't worry about this, but keep it in mind, Aizawa warned. Yes. They all answered. A few hours later. I found another one. Well, how many do you have? I think about 30. Izuku was outside the residence of Class 1 in the small forest that surrounded the building, more precisely on the side where his room was located. There are certainly many sensors. Well, considering everything that's happened, I'm not surprised. Just like infrared lasers, it seems that motion sensors turn on at night. There are also security cameras in some trees and on the wall. Do you think they will work? If you succeed, you will be the only one able to leave school without anyone finding out. What if it doesn't work? You'll be in serious trouble. You only use we when it suits you, right? Of course. Anyway, I think they're all. Okay, then everything is ready. We just need to create a pattern, and that would be it. I forgot to ask you, but are you nervous? Because? The provisional license. It's not just nerves. I'm excited. Falcon raised an eyebrow as he waited for his student to continue. The chances of passing are 50%, and I could meet many teenagers with unknown quirks from whom I could learn references for future strategies. Because that answer doesn't surprise me, the black-haired man lit a cigarette. Just one more thing. 3 days later, 3 days before the provisional license test. I still think this is a bad idea. I can't go back now, sensei. At least you planned what you're going to say. The truth. Yeah, sure. Hey Namuri, a funny story, it turns out I have 2 girlfriends apart from you. Falcon imitated Izuku's voice. I'm sure she'll find it very funny, after laughing she'll hug you and tell you it's no problem. Obviously I won't do it like that, although it's obvious it won't be easy. What would you do if he rejects you or worse? I don't know. That's not the answer I was expecting. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I decided that if I continue with this, it won't be fair to Namuri, Rumi, or Momo. If I continue with this, in the end, we'll all suffer. That's why I told you to be careful from the beginning. Izuku sighed. It's too late to think about the past. I made the decision to accept whatever happens. As you wish, we're here. It was already getting dark, and the green-haired boy arrived at the small field of flowers where he always met with Namuri, but to his surprise, there was no sign of his girlfriend anywhere. It seems that I arrived first. He looked at the bench where they always sat to drink coffee, chat, and kiss, and couldn't help but remember when he first met Namuri. Then, a pair of spleens wrapped around his neck from behind. What are you thinking about? I hear the soft voice in my ear. When we met. Believe it or not, I'm grateful to the idiot who hurt me. Izuku turned his head and raised an eyebrow. Why? Because I was able to meet you and I'm really happy thanks to that. Izuku's heart tightened upon hearing those words. Namuri. There's something I must tell you. The blue-haired girl let go of her boyfriend, and he took a few steps forward while still turning his back on her. What's wrong, Izuku? I've been hiding something from you. We met a little while after school started and you were a great friend to me. Little by little I started to develop feelings for you, but then I started a relationship with a girl. I thought that would be enough, and then another girl had feelings for me, and before I knew it, they both agreed to share me, but no matter how hard I tried, my feelings for you wouldn't go away. After what happened on Kamino, I told you my feelings, and I know I should have told you the truth, but I was arrogant thinking I had time, and I could tell you later. Then I realized it wouldn't be fair to you, and I wanted to confess everything. Throughout the confession, Izuku kept his back turned as he couldn't look Namuri in the eyes. When he finished, he didn't hear anything coming from the woman behind him, so he slowly turned to face her. When he did, he received a slap on his right cheek. He barely moved and it wasn't even that strong, but to him it felt like All Might had punched him with all his strength. He was met with an image straight out of his nightmares. Namuri's face was stained with tears, and her eyes were a mixture of sadness, anger, and betrayal. A lump formed in his throat, preventing him from speaking. I hate you. They were 2 simple words spoken in a flat, emotionless tone, and there was no emotion in them. Izuku felt as if those words were a knife that was plunged and twisted into his heart. Namuri took a few steps back, and before she could run, Izuku managed to grab her arm. He tried to slap her again, but she managed to catch his hand before it made contact with his face. Let me go, Izuku. Please wait. No. I don't want to hear any more lies. I know I was wrong, but please listen to me. No, I don't want to see you again. Namuri's quirk activated as pink smoke emerged from her body. Unfortunately, being so close, Izuku couldn't help but inhale it. He began to feel tired, and the edge of his vision began to darken. The last thing he saw before falling unconscious was Namuri breaking free from his grip and running away. A few minutes later. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the starlit night sky. Feeling his body heavy, Izuku sat on the ground. You finally wake up. What happened? Namuri used her quirk on you and knocked you out. He opened his eyes in shock. Namuri. He's already gone. And it's clear he doesn't want to see you again. Damn. Izuku's fist hit the ground. If I'm honest, this was the result I was hoping for. What am I going to do, sensei? What can I do? You messed up, that's the truth. Now, even if it sounds bad, what you should do is focus on the provisional license test. Let the situation stagnate a bit and then look for Namuri again. Reluctantly and with a heavy heart, the green-haired man stood up and began to head towards the UA. The next day, the entire class 1A continued their training to create and perfect their special techniques. Izuku was training with ectoplasm in hand-to-hand combat. The hero threw a kick that the green-haired man stopped with his right arm and launched a kick with his left leg. Ectoplasm jumped back to dodge and quickly returned to the offensive, throwing 2 simultaneous kicks to the torso and face of his opponent. Izuku stopped the first, but the second grazed his face as he jumped back to take distance. Your mind is elsewhere. The green-haired man threw himself to resume his fight with the professional hero. I'm sorry. I would ask what is keeping you distracted, but that would be a stupid question. I heard her. You did it. I couldn't even sleep yesterday. Every time I closed my eyes the memory of his gaze appeared. If you continue like this, you'll fail the provisional license test. That's the last thing on my mind right now. What are you going to do then? I spent all night thinking, but I didn't get anywhere. Then I managed to hear a conversation between All Might and Izawa. Where is Midnight? I'm calling to say I want to take a few days off due to personal issues. Right now, when we're at a very important moment. There is nothing we cannot do, we are all human too. Izuku, be careful. At that moment a kick hit his stomach and as he was distracted he was thrown until he crashed against the wall and then fell to the ground. Midoriya. Izuku. Momo along with some others headed towards where the green-haired man was on the ground. Damn, that hurt. Don't get up. Raising his head he saw ectoplasm standing in front of him. You're distracted and your movements are clumsy. You're useless in this state. Izawa approached and looked at his student. I don't know what's wrong with you, Midoriya, but if you're going to be in this state for the provisional license test, it would be better if you didn't even show up. He looked at the others. You guys go back to your training, you don't have time to get distracted. Reluctantly his teammates left to return to their respective training sessions. Izuku clenched his fists as he lay on the ground. Damn it. You are right, your mind and heart are not here now. Standing up he left the gym. What am I supposed to do now? Love can make you very strong, but it can also cause your downfall. I guess you'll learn that the hard way. A few hours later. Izuku was in his room. After leaving the gym he took a shower and then locked himself in his room without even going down to have lunch. Now he was lying in his bed with one arm covering his eyes. Falcon sighed. He looks completely miserable. I feel completely miserable. I hate always being right. Izuku. Dad. You're an idiot. I know. He's made a big step backwards compared to the young man I've seen so far. Knock knock. Whoever it is. I'm not in the mood. It's me, Izuku, was the answer heard on the other side. Come in, Momo. The door slowly opened, revealing Momo, who entered, and after closing the door, she leaned against the wall as she looked at her boyfriend on the bed. A heavy silence was between the two teenagers, then with a sigh Izuku sat up and looked at his girlfriend. What's going on? Are you okay? It was just a blow, it takes more than that to bring me down. The black-haired woman frowned. That's not what I mean. Izuku sighed. I know, some things have happened. Do you want to talk about it? Will you tell him? Yes, if I continue with this I will end up losing everything. I think it will be best. But it will be my way. Momo, tomorrow I want you to go out with me. Aren't you going to visit Rumi? Yes, I'll leave first thing tomorrow, but I want you to come with me. I have something important to tell you both. The black-haired girl walked up to him and hugged him. Okay, if it's important then I'll go with you. I'm your girlfriend after all. Izuku rested his head on her stomach and wrapped his arms around her waist. I'm glad you're in my life. I should say that myself. He ran his hands through his green locks while smiling. The next day. Let me see if I understand. You were in a relationship with another woman without telling us, and when you told her the truth she got angry with you, and now you come to tell us. Rumi and Momo stood with their arms crossed in front of Izuku, who was sitting with his head down on the sofa in Rumi's apartment. Good summary of the situation. Please sensei, not now. Izuku looked at the two clearly angry women in front of him. It's not like that. I started that relationship and waited for the right moment to tell the truth. I swear I never wanted this to happen. Don't you think telling him the truth from the beginning would have been the best thing to do? Asked Momo. Don't you think that listening to your sensei would have been the best thing to do? Yes, unfortunately I realized my mistake too late. Who? Hey. Who is she? Rumi asked again. Namuri Kayama. The heroine Midnight. Midnight Sensei. Did you start a relationship with her before you met me? Rumi asked. No, she and I started being friends before I got close to any of you two. We were just two friends who met up to drink coffee and talk. We just started having feelings for each other, and we didn't decide to take the next step until after what happened on Kamino. Do you think he'll tell anyone about us? Momo asked. I don't think anything bad is happening to you since I didn't give your names. I see. You. I mean. Well, do you want to know how we feel? Rumi interrupted him. Izuku nodded. I'm very angry with you. But not for the reason you think. The green-haired man looked up in confusion. What? When I accepted that Momo joined our relationship, I told you that if you were going to make us share you with someone else, you would let us know. I'm not angry because you have another relationship, I'm angry because you hid it from us. The white-haired woman sat next to her boyfriend. Momo sat on the other side of Izuku. He's right. Just don't stop loving us. Encircling the two women's waists, he pulled them towards him. I'm an idiot whenever I think I'm taking one step forward, but actually I take two steps back. It's okay, every time that happens we will push you forward, Rumi assured her. We are in this together after all, Momo stated. Izuku. What's going on? Is there any other woman? Asked Rumi. I agree with Rumi-san, I think we should know about the women in your life. The green-haired man opened and closed his mouth like a fish before letting out a defeated sigh. You would take Yama, although you know her as Mount Lady. I met her after the first attack of the villains. We started as friends, but now we send each other messages and have been on a couple of dates. Ryuko Tsuchikawa or Pixie Bob thanked me for saving her in the hospital after the attack on the camp. We became closer when I went to visit Kota during our week off. I don't know if it counts, but I became friends with a woman named Rei after what happened in Kamino. She is in the hospital. I visit her every other day, and there is nothing romantic between us. For now. Won't you tell them about Shino? Our relationship is purely and simply about sex. Although I've been thinking about ending it before something goes wrong. When he finished speaking, Izuku saw his girlfriends, who were clearly surprised after hearing his explanation. Wow. Was the only thing Momo said. To be honest, I expected there to be more women, Rumi told her. I don't know what will happen, but I think it's fair that you know about them, but right now I want you to know that I will never stop loving you, no matter what happens. Rumi sat on his lap. That's all I ask. They both shared a kiss. Well, since we're all three here, why don't we take advantage? I like the sound of that. What are you going to do now? He looked at his girlfriends as they took off their clothes. I don't know what to do, Namuri. She hates me and doesn't want to see me, all I want is to be able to fix things. Despite how he acts, he's still very young. You have a lot to learn, Izuku. I just hope you have enough time to learn them. Chapter 36. What I really feel. The next day. Beep beep beep. A delicate hand reached out from the bed and turned off the annoying device. Namuri sat and stared at her lap for a few minutes until she decided to get up. What do I do now? She couldn't go back to UA, at least for a while. She couldn't risk seeing him because she didn't trust that she could keep her emotions under control. She walked toward the bathroom, kicking through piles of used tissues and empty ice cream containers. When she looked in the mirror, she couldn't recognize the woman staring back at her. Her hair was a mess, her eyes were swollen and bloodshot from crying herself to sleep every night. She had dark circles under her eyes, and her face reflected only sadness. After getting ready enough, she went to the kitchen to have breakfast and automatically poured herself a cup of coffee, but the cup didn't reach her lips because tears blurred her vision as memories began to come to her mind. Not again. Even though she hadn't seen him in days, most of the things he did reminded her of Izuku, and she always ended up crying. She decided to swap the coffee cup for a bowl of cereal. I don't have any tissues anymore. I need to go shopping. Finishing her breakfast, the heroine put on her civilian clothes and her red-framed glasses on her head and left her apartment. The blue-haired girl walked down the street while her mind was remembering everything that had happened with Izuku. I was stupid. I knew it was too good to be true. Although a small voice appeared in his head that thought otherwise. Maybe you should have listened to him. No, he would have just lied to me again. Do you really think he was lying to you the whole time? I'm happy to have met you, Namuri. Namuri shook her head several times, having no desire to start remembering now. Then a delicious aroma pulled her out of her mental struggle. She looked around and realized she had arrived at a small cafe. I would recognize this smell anywhere. This must be where Izuku bought the cappuccinos we drank together. That means the park isn't far away. That park. Namuri remembered when she was still in school and discovered her little garden, a place that for years had been hers alone, a place where she could be alone and away from the world and its problems. I wonder if I'll ever be able to see that place the same way again. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Are you going to stand there all day? Turning his head, he saw a woman sitting at one of the tables outside the cafe. She was dressed in a purple sleeveless shirt, black jeans, and white sneakers. She had dark skin, red eyes, and white hair. What stood out most about her were the bunny ears on her head. She is. Rumi looked at the woman in front of her with a smile. Would you join me for a moment, Kayama-san? After getting over her initial surprise, Namuri, who was intrigued by this point, decided to accept the invitation. Now both women were sitting opposite each other with their cups in front of them. Then the blue-haired woman decided to break the silence. Usagi-yama-san. Yeah. Why did you buy me a coffee? Is there something you'd like to talk to me about? He asked calmly as he took a sip from his cup. The whole situation was strange. Why would a heroine as famous as Mirko want to talk to her? He'd left his hometown to see her in person. What could he possibly be looking for? I'm a woman who goes straight to the problem, so that's what I'll do. Izuku Midoriya. The effect was immediate as his posture tensed and the hand holding the cup trembled slightly. Rumi watched this whole reaction in silence as he took a sip from his cup. That young man is my student. Why do you ask? He was also my student during the internship, but that's not why I'm here. So? I have a relationship with him. This time the blue-haired girl couldn't hide her surprise as her eyes widened in shock and her grip on the cup tightened considerably. I see, so I'm cheating on you too. A small laugh came from the white-haired girl's mouth. You're wrong. I started a relationship with a woman, I thought that would be enough, and then another girl had feelings for me, and before I knew it, they both agreed to share me. So? You're one of the two women who are with him? That's right, in fact I'm the first. Why? Namuri clenched her fists in her lap. Rumi knew what she meant, so she sighed and looked at the woman in front of her. A week. Hey. 1 week, that's how long it took me to fall in love with him. The silence settled between the two women after that statement. Both women were looking at their laps while they pondered how to continue the conversation. How? How did it start? When I met him I thought he was a conceited guy with good quirks and the talent to use them, but that's what he shows to people he doesn't know. Little by little, he showed me how noble, brave, intelligent and selfless he really is as a man and as a hero. I didn't even realize when we got closer. I had put up a wall around my heart to keep people from getting close, and he destroyed it with his own hands, showing me all the love a man can give a woman. All that in just a week. And as a bonus Izuku has a stamina that makes him last all night. Rumi winked at him while smiling. About you and the other girl. I admit that at first I was afraid of losing him, and we ended up fighting with that girl, causing both of us to almost lose Izuku in the process. We both agreed that we could be with him. What do you think of the relationship he had with me? I got mad because he hid that he was seeing you, but when I decided to share it, I understood that Izuku is the type of man who forms bonds with everyone he meets, and sometimes those bonds become so strong that they can transform into something more. Love, and when that happens he will want that woman to be truly happy. I'm sure there will be more women who will join this relationship, but he promised me that no matter what happens he will never stop loving me. How do you accept all this? Because I love him and I know he loves me as much as I love him. We have both made sacrifices for this relationship, and I know it is definitely worth it. Rumi stood up and stretched out her arms. Thank you very much for your time, now I must go, I have a city to protect. I would like to ask you one last question, Usagi-yama-san. What's going on? Why did you come here? Actually, I was going to go to your house to talk to you personally. Finding you here was a coincidence. I wanted to meet you to find out what the woman who had managed to enter Izuku's heart was like, because believe me when I tell you that it is not an easy path. Rumi turned and started walking, but after a couple of steps he stopped. One more thing. Namuri looked at her once more. Depending on what you decide to do from now on, I would like to ask you not to reveal the relationship that I and that other woman share with Izuku. We have something good and we don't want to lose it. Okay, I think you and the other girl are mature enough to know what you want. With everything said, Rumi left the place, while Namuri remained lost in her thoughts for a few minutes until she got up and left to start shopping. In the afternoon, with Izuku. The green-haired boy was in his room. Today he had returned to training. He had been better than last time, but his senseis told him that he was not yet in condition to take the provisional license test. His friends expressed concern for him, but he told them that he was going through some problems that he was about to resolve. After lying, he managed to convince them to leave him alone. What's the plan? I no longer have a plan, I no longer have ideas, I don't know what to do. The day after tomorrow is the provisional license test. I know. I think you better go for a walk and clear your mind a bit. Izuku got out of bed and put on a jacket, but then he heard a loud thunder and looked up at the sky, where he saw a drop hit the glass, and then others followed until it started to rain. For the love of. This is disgusting. The green-haired man sighed and put his hands in his jacket pockets and then felt something inside when he took it out. He was surprised when he saw that it was a blue velvet box. This is. He opened the small box observing what was inside. I forgot you bought it. Without saying anything, Izuku left the room and started running up the stairs as he headed towards the first floor. When he arrived, he saw that there were some of his classmates in the common room. Ignoring them, he started running towards the door. Midoriya. Iida called him. Where are you going? Asked Kirishima. I have something to do. Izuku-kun, it's raining a lot, Uraraka warned him. Ignoring them, Izuku opened the doors, spread his wings, and launched himself into the sky as rain poured down on him. He didn't even take an umbrella, Shido said. Momo looked where her boyfriend had left and then looked at her companions with a smile. Don't worry, it will be okay. Meanwhile, Izuku was trying to adjust his flight to the strong gusts of wind as thunder rumbled in his ears and icy rain fell on his body. Where the hell are you going? One last try. Just one more, and this time I'll put my whole heart into it. Falcon lit a cigarette while smiling. What am I going to do with you? Let's see what you can do. With Nomuri. Nomuri was sitting on the sofa in her living room, hugging her knees against her chest. She was watching the rain fall through the glass door that gave access to her balcony, while a part of her mind continued remembering every detail of her conversation with Rumi. Her cell phone, which was on the coffee table in front of her, began to ring. When she picked it up, she noticed the name of the person calling her in surprise. It was Izuku. For a moment, she thought about hanging up, but before she knew it, he had answered the call, but hadn't said a word. Nomuri, are you there? What do you want, Izuku? I want you to listen to me, please. I'll listen to you. For a few minutes. Right now I could tell you what an idiot I've been, but that's not what you want to hear, is it? Why did you lie to me? Was it just a game for you? To make your naive teacher fall in love with you so you could laugh at me later? I was scared. I thought I could control what was happening, that the lie wouldn't matter when I told the truth. But I was wrong. Someone always gets hurt. I just want you to forgive me. What should Izuku think about this now? I'm completely honest with you. Do you really expect me to believe all this? His anger was beginning to show. How can I make you believe it? Izuku asked desperately. Just tell me. And I will do it. There's nothing you can do. Everything you've told me so far is lies. Her voice was angry and full of pain. But what I don't understand, Izuku, is why don't you stop this? Tears threatened to spill. Because I love you. She was shocked, shaken, stunned, but something else was growing, blossoming, barely held back by fear and doubt. Why? Why? What? You have them and yet why me? They are not you. There was so much pain in his voice that she was almost tempted to believe him. You three are unique, and because each of you is unique, I fell in love with you. At first. I thought you were enough. I thought I could smother my feelings for you, settle for just your friendship, but I couldn't change my feelings. I couldn't change what I wanted. What do you expect from me? I don't expect anything. Izuku suddenly interrupted her. Not anymore, his voice became softer. But I need you to at least listen to what I have to say. When I thought you hated me, something inside me broke and I thought I could never be near you. His voice was full of emotions. The way you looked after I told you the whole truth has haunted me for days. Even if you manage to forgive me now, I'm scared. Scared of seeing that look in your eyes again. I love you, Nomuri. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears began to spill down her cheeks as sobs escaped from between her lips. Ask me for something, Nomuri, anything, and it's yours. Ask me to stop being a hero. Her eyes widened and she tried to speak, but he was quick to stop her before she could say anything. Ask me to give up my dreams. Ask me anything, but don't ask me not to love you. Ask me not to speak to you again. Ask me to pretend that what we had never happened. But don't ask me to tear you out of my heart. Because I can't. Knock knock. Looking up, Nomuri opened her eyes in shock. Standing on her balcony was Izuku with his wings spread and completely soaked. Standing up, she walked to the door and opened it. They both looked at each other in silence for a few seconds until Izuku stepped forward and kissed her, to which Nomuri immediately responded as she wrapped her arms around his neck. When the kiss ended, they were both panting. The green-haired man brought his mouth closer and whispered in her ear. If you don't love me or if you hate me, I can live with that, but I can't live with your goodbye. What should I do now? You don't have to do anything. He caressed her cheeks with his hands, wiping away her tears. Just let me love you. She opened her mouth, but he pressed a hand gently against her lips that were slightly swollen from his kiss. Don't say anything. Just let me enter your heart again. You'll have to endure a lot more than you can now if you're with me from now on. And I don't care. Yell at me all you want, but let me touch you. He wiped her cheek a little more. Laugh with me. Cry with me. Smile for me. But don't take it away from me. He leaned down and rested his forehead against hers. Don't go, don't say goodbye. He looked into her eyes again. Don't take away the opportunity to see you, to touch you. And the only thing I ask is that you don't look at me like that day again. After days of sadness, a happy smile graced Nomuri's face as she nodded. I love you, Izuku." They began to kiss again while caressing each other. Izuku wrapped his arms around his girlfriend's waist, while she wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her fingers in his green locks. Without them both realizing it, they ended up in Nomuri's room. As they stood next to the bed, they pressed their lips together, exploring each other's mouths. Izuku's thumb caressed Nomuri's cheek, and she stroked his back, her breathing becoming heavier. Then they both broke apart, gasping for air. "Nomuri, are you sure you want to do this now?" He was silenced by a finger on his lips. "You are the only one I want to do this with now and in the future." He gave her a chaste kiss on the lips. Nomuri took off Izuku's jacket, which fell to the ground, causing a thud because it was wet. Then she began to unbutton his shirt and took it off, throwing it to the ground. Izuku held the bottom of Nomuri's shirt as she raised her arms to allow him to undress her. The pants followed them, making both of them in underwear, Izuku with his boxers and Nomuri with a set of dark blue lingerie. The blue-haired girl extended her hands and began to caress her lover's body, feeling his cold skin in contrast to her body that was on fire. She ran her hands over every muscle that was the result of her hard work and training, outlining every scar that she got after every battle she had. "He's 10 years younger than me, he's not a professional hero, and he's been through so much already. But today none of that matters." For his part, Izuku remained still while Nomuri ran her hands over every part of his body. Because he had flown for several minutes in the rain, his body felt very cold, but now every place Nomuri ran her hands over felt like it was on fire. Nomuri moved her hands away from Izuku's body, proceeded to unhook her bra and pull down her panties, leaving her completely naked in front of her lover. Then she reached out and pulled down Izuku's boxers. "It seems you can't wait any longer," Nomuri smiled. Releasing him, Nomuri lay down on the bed, stretched her arms towards him and spread her legs a little. "Come here." Obeying, the green-haired man lay down on top of her while they both hugged, getting drunk on the touch of each other's bodies. Then Nomuri brought her mouth close to her partner's ear and whispered, "Take me, Izuku. Make love to me." After several hours, Nomuri let out a loud moan as she felt her belly full. Izuku lay back on his girlfriend's chest as she ran a hand through his hair, bringing him a relaxing sensation, while they both tried to catch their breath. That was wonderful. Leaning on his arms, Izuku looked into her eyes. "I love you. I love you too." They both kissed passionately again while hugging each other. Then, without breaking the kiss, Nomuri turned them over so that she was on top. Click. Breaking away from the kiss, the green-haired man looked up and saw that his hands were restrained to the headboard of the bed with handcuffs. "Nomuri?" I asked nervously. "Yeah. What is this?" The blue-haired girl, who was straddling her boyfriend, leaned over and pulled a whip out from under the bed, to which Izuku opened his eyes in surprise. "We already made love. Now I want to see if your resistance is as good as they told me," he smiled sadistically. Izuku began to sweat, then his eyes fell on a large mirror that was on the wall of the room. There he saw Falcon driving a tricycle. He was wearing a black suit with a red bow. His face was painted white with 2 red swirls on each cheek. He slowly turned his head as he looked at Izuku. "Hasta la vista, baby." The next day, Izuku groaned as the sound of an alarm clock assaulted his ears. Reaching out, he hit the annoying device to turn it off. Sitting up in bed, he rubbed his eyes. He felt something strange on his wrist and opened his eyes in shock when he saw that around his right wrist there were handcuffs. Then all the images of what happened yesterday came to his mind, and he couldn't help the big smile that spread across his face. Nomuri had forgiven him. Yesterday he poured out all his feelings and had gotten the woman he loved to forgive him, and then they spent the whole night having sex until she was exhausted. Looking for his girlfriend, he couldn't find her and realized that he was alone in bed. "Did you sleep well?" Looking towards the entrance of the room, he saw Nomuri, who entered the room dressed in an oversized t-shirt that ended at her thighs and was holding 2 steaming cups. "I think I'm still sleeping because I'm seeing an angel." The blue-haired girl approached the bed, kissed him, handed him one of the cups and sat in front of him. "I'm usually the one who prepares breakfast. You slept too much. I think you were too emotionally exhausted yesterday." They both drank their coffees in comfortable silence until Izuku spoke. "Nomuri, I want you to know that what happened yesterday. I don't usually show my heart like that very often. I know, I've been with you long enough to know about the barriers you've put around your heart. That's why I believed everything you told me yesterday." Izuku reached out and grabbed her hand and began kissing her knuckles, to which Nomuri responded by caressing his cheek. "Good morning. Good morning, sensei. Congratulations on getting her back, but shouldn't you be somewhere else?" Understanding what Falcon meant, Izuku looked at his alarm clock to see that he still had 45 minutes to get to UA. "You still have time," Nomuri told him. "Yes, where are my clothes?" "In that chair." Standing up, he walked over to where his clothes were, but then he extended his right hand towards Nomuri. "Could you take this off me?" The blue-haired girl put a hand over her mouth while laughing and then went to the nightstand next to the bed, took out a key and began to remove the handcuffs. They look good on you, I winked at him. I'd like to see how they look on you next time. Do you think you can dominate me? I asked defiantly. I like challenges. Too late. Yue. Now. With a resigned sigh, the green-haired man got dressed. Placing his hand in his pocket, he felt the small box he was keeping. Namuri, I want you to close your eyes. The blue-haired girl raised an eyebrow, but still obeyed, waiting patiently until she felt Izuku slide something around her neck when she opened her eyes under the gaze and gasped in surprise at what she saw. A beautiful silver chain holding a medium-sized teardrop-shaped sapphire. I wanted to give it to you before, but with everything that happened I didn't have the opportunity, I spoke behind her. Turning around, Namuri looked at him with a beautiful smile adorning her face. I love it, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Later, in UA. The entire class 1 was heading to the gym for their last day of training since tomorrow was the test for the provisional license. Hey, what do we do with Midoriya? Asked Kirishima. Didn't he come back last night? Uraraka asked. Tokoyami and Aoyama shook their heads. We were able to cover it up with Aizawa-sensei saying that he went to sleep early, but if he doesn't show up right now he'll know we lied and we'll all be in trouble, Shiro warned. We did what we could, now it's up to Midoriya to take responsibility. Ida began to move his hands. Most were worried about their green-haired companion. With those thoughts they entered the gym, only to be surprised by what was there. Izuku was with full cowl activated, fighting hand-to-hand against 3 ectoplasm clones. The clones surrounded him and kicked him, but the green-haired man stopped a kick with each arm and the third with his right leg. In a quick movement he kicked the clone in front of him in the chest, causing him to back up, grab the legs of those on either side of him and pull them forward, causing them to collide with each other and disperse. He threw himself at the last clone and stabbed with a kunai that he materialized. Then 5 clones that were on top of the cement buildings threw themselves from above. Izuku materialized 2 windmill shuriken and threw them at them, but the clones managed to dodge it. You failed, said the 5. Do you think so? Izuku smiled. The clones looked behind them and were surprised as the weapons came back towards them and then separated as the 8 blades headed towards them. Iron Rain. The blades destroyed the clones and they turned into black dust before touching the ground. Then 3 more clones appeared in front of the green-haired man. For his part, the real ectoplasm approached Aizawa. It has improved drastically compared to the last few days. Aizawa activated his quirk and saw how the green rays disappeared from Izuku's body, but the green-haired man didn't even flinch as he materialized a bow and hit the clones in front of him, banishing them. The professor deactivated his quirk and nodded. It's ready. For their part, all his companions saw Izuku surprised with his drastic change compared to the last few days. It seems that Midoriya solved his problems, Shaoji said. Yes, it looks fine, Momo smiled. What are you all doing standing here? All the students and teachers turned their gazes to the entrance where Namuri was standing in her heroine costume. Midnight Sensei. Tomorrow is the test for the provisional license, so stop wasting time and start training. Yes. They all shouted in unison. For her part, the heroine approached the other teachers. Welcome, greetings, Cementos. Did you solve your problems? Yes, I feel better than ever, he replied with a smile. Izuku, who was nearby, heard the conversation and smiled. Several hours later. After training, Izuku and Momo were walking through the school hallways. Where are we going, Izuku? You'll see. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed a number and after waiting a bit, Rumi's image appeared on the screen. Hello, Kitsune-kun. Nice to see you, Usagi-chan. Are you busy? Could you take me 5 minutes? Perfect. Then the green-haired man stopped in front of one of the doors. The teacher's lounge? Asked Momo. Without saying anything, Izuku opened the door and on the other side was Namuri leaning on one of the desks. Why did you call me here, Midoriya? Asked a blue-haired girl when she saw that he was accompanied by Momo. You don't need to do this, Namuri. The reason I brought you here is because I wanted you 3 to meet each other. He pointed at her with his cell phone, showing the image of Rumi. This surprised the 3 women in the room. Do you think it's a good idea? I think now is the best time. Namuri, I want you to know that these 2 are the ones who will be in this relationship with us. Namuri looked first at Momo and then at Rumi, with the latter putting a finger on her lips and winking at her, which the blue-haired girl understood the message. Well, it seems that the 3 of us will be sharing a boyfriend. You're right, I hope we can get along, Yaoi Rozu-san, Usagi-yama-san. No need for formalities, you can call me Rumi. Namuri-san is right, please call me Momo. I guess it will take some getting used to, Namuri smiled. Well, I'm sure if we have a girls' party we could make this easier. That sounds like a wonderful idea, Momo clasped her hands together while smiling. I wanted to tell you 3 that I've learned my lesson and I'll be much more honest with you from now on. Actually, Izuku, I have something for you. Momo handed Izuku several stacked sheets of paper. What is this, Momo? A contract. A contract. This will avoid future inconveniences. This is interesting. Izuku started flipping through the pages. Izuku Midoriya hereby. I see. Not to hide a future relationship again. Alright. Not to forget birthdays and anniversaries. That's not hard. Avoid serious injuries in fights. I can try. Hey. It says here that if I fail to comply I must do as I'm told for 24 hours without complaining. I agree, the three women spoke in unison. With a sigh Izuku signed the document and handed it back to Momo. I'm glad the three of you can get along. If we do it, it's because we believe you're worth it. You're right, now you two should go rest. Tomorrow is the provisional license test, Namuri told him. I wish you both luck. Izuku smiled. Don't worry, we'll make it. The time has come. The next day. The entire class 1 was getting off the bus that had taken them to the building where the provisional license test would be held. Where are we? Dagaba National Stadium. I'm getting nervous, said Kyoka. What do you think we're going to have to do on the test? I wonder if I'll be able to get a license. Mineta asked. Aizawa leaned down to look at him. Mineta, it's not about whether you can or not, go and get one. Yes, of course. If you pass the exam and get your licenses, you'll no longer be eggs, you'll become chicks. You'll become almost professionals. Give it your all. Let's do the usual. Kirishima said. 1, 2. Plus ultra. Everyone saw another boy join the group. He was a very tall young man with dark brown hair and black eyes. His school uniform included a white collared shirt and dark pants. He also wore a hat. Don't get involved in other people's moods, Inasa said, a boy with the same uniform who had purple hair. Damn, the boy threw his head back. Please accept. The same sincere apologies. He leaned forward, but he did it too much and hit his head on the ground. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He seems to be very excited. Who is this excited guy? Kaminari asked. It's like mixing Iida and Kirishima and getting this result, Zero said. Everyone who arrived began to see the group. UA to the east, Shiketsu to the west, Bakugo spoke. Who are these guys? Is an elite school that rivals UA. Shiketsu High School. That's interesting. The boy with his head on the ground raised his bleeding head while smiling. I just wanted to say it once. Plus ultra. I like UA. I'm very honored to be able to compete with all of you UA students. I wish you the best. A girl in the group who had long, sandy-colored hair looked at her companion. You're bleeding. Let's go, ordered the purple-haired boy, and so the group left. Inasa Yurashi Aizawa spoke. Sensei, do you know that boy? Hagakure asked. That kid is strong. Last year, like you, he got the highest grades on the recommended exam, but for some reason, I rejected his admission letter. So he came out first. If he got the best score of the recommended ones. Izuku looked at Shoto with a mocking smile. That means he's better than you. Shoto looked at Izuku. It seems so. Well, it's been a long time, we won't know what he's capable of until we see him, the green-haired man stated. I don't understand. He said he likes the UA, but he didn't want to get in, Zero said. How odd. He's weird, but he's very skillful. Be careful with him, said the professor. Eraser? Eraser, is that you? Everyone saw their teacher flinch, and then they all turned towards where the voice came from. There they saw a young woman. She had green hair that reached past her shoulders. She had dark green eyes with bright pupils, but her most striking feature was her unwaveringly cheerful smile. She wore a hero costume consisting of a sleeveless navy blue shirt with a high collar that buttons up to her chin, puffy shorts with a green and orange striped design, and a corset adorned with yellow smiley face pins. Beneath this, she wears a white V-shaped belt, and on her hands she has padded yellow gauntlets with gold plates over her lower knuckles and fingers, extending into orange striped tubes down her lower arms, with thick metallic cylinders acting as her wrist. She also wears an orange bandana. I saw you on TV and at the sports festival, but we haven't seen each other in a long time. He stood in front of the black-haired man. Let's get married. No, thanks. No thanks, that's a good one, the woman started laughing. As always, it's hard to talk to you, Joke. Izuku is the smiling heroine. Ms. Joke, her quirk is laugh, she forces others to laugh so that their movements and ideas slow down. I see. I admit that his quirk is interesting. The most impressive thing is that he wants to have something with the zombie Aizawa. If you married me, we could start a family full of laughter and joy. That doesn't sound happy to me. Ha ha ha. They look pretty close, Asui said. Our offices were very close, we helped each other and ended up becoming lovers. It's not true, Aizawa interrupted her. I really enjoy making fun of you, Eraser. Is your school also participating? That's right, I look behind her. Guys, come here. It's UA's boys. Class 1 saw a group of boys approaching them. They are the real ones, said a black-haired boy. Great. I saw them on TV. Said a girl with blonde hair, 2 pigtails, and green eyes. The second-year class at Ketsubutsu Academy. They're my class, I hope they get along. I'm Shindo, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm sure you had a lot of problems this year. I shook Iida's hand. Izuku looked at the boy who was shaking hands with all his classmates. He had tall, unruly hair sticking out in all directions around his head. It was black. His eyes were diamond-shaped and brown, and his bangs hung low over his eyes. If you put freckles on him he would look like you. I don't look that bad. Even so, you are heroes in training, surprising. I think overcoming all obstacles is what a hero needs. Shindo continued passing from one to another, then he reached Bakugo. Bakugo-kun, you had something to do with the Kamino case. I'm sure you have a great spirit. It's an honor to be with you, I'll do my best to get your attention. He extended his hand. Bakugo hit Shindo's hand. Enough with the nonsense, your face and your words are totally different. Unlike his words, his face shows his true colors. It seems so. Hey, don't be rude. Kirishima scolded him. I'm sorry if it's rude. Shindo downplayed it. It's fine. That shows you have a great spirit. Then he approached Izuku and held out his hand. It's a pleasure. Izuku shook his hand, but Shindo grimaced due to the pressure the green-haired man was exerting. The pleasure is all mine. When he let go, Izuku turned around and headed towards the stadium. You're Izuku Midoriya, right? Yes, he answered without looking at him. In this test I hope to be able to measure my strength against you. Izuku smiled. Come for me, I will answer you with all my power. Has value. Hey. Go to the locker room and put on your suits, orientation is about to begin, ordered Izawa. Yeah. A few minutes later. Class 1 arrived at a classroom that was full of other students. The great variety and quantity of quirks could be seen along with hero costumes. There are many, commented Uraraka. It looks like there are about 1,000 people here. It seems everyone is very determined, I'm sure we'll see several interesting things. Midoriya, what are you carrying on your arm? Iida asked. Izuku looked at his right arm, there was a plate on his shoulder with an image of a phoenix, under the plate there was a thick metal ring, an exoskeleton descended from the first ring to another that was below the elbow, the exoskeleton continued descending until it ended at his wrist. This is what I asked May to do for me, it's to reduce the tension of my quirk on my right arm. I raised the mentioned arm. Although now it is deactivated. In front of all the students was a small stage with a podium. Everyone saw how a blonde-haired man dressed in a suit stood in front of the podium. A great tiredness was noticeable on his face. Let's start the exam for the provisional licenses, I spoke in a tired tone. Now. I'm Mara from the Public Safety Commission of Heroes. I like REM sleep, it's a pleasure to meet you. I bow my head. I think we found Izawa's long-lost brother. Then they saw a depressive aura over Mara as she shook her head. I've been so busy I haven't slept much. We're short-staffed, I'm sleepy. With that conviction, I'll give you your guidance. It will surely be super inspiring. All 1,540 participants who have entered this exam. We will conduct an exercise to reduce that number. The questions were not long in coming among the students. It seems they had a little surprise for them. It seems so. Mara looked at the young people in front of him. It is said that society is saturated with heroes. After Stain was captured, people began to suspect the association. Must refer to his convictions. Heroes don't seek rewards for their actions. They earn their title through their sacrifice. I remember that well. In my opinion, motivation doesn't matter. Telling heroes to do their jobs without asking for compensation. Even if it's for rewards, many heroes work saving and rescuing people. The time between a problem arising and its resolution is getting shorter and shorter. You'll all receive your provisional licenses and throw yourself into that kind of world. Those who can't handle that speed will have a bad time. So the test will be about speed. Behind Mara a screen lit up with writing on it. Number to pass the first test 100 people. Indignant shouts began to be heard throughout the auditorium. Wait, there are 1540 of us. It won't even make 50%. Are you serious? Well, several things have happened lately, just think that you have had bad luck. Hahaha, this is amazing, I can't help but tremble with excitement. This exceeds all my expectations. Then the man on the podium held up what appeared to be a ball and a small plate. The conditions for passing the test are these. You will place 3 of these targets on your body. It can be anywhere you want as long as they are in sight. You will also have 6 of these spheres. The targets will light up when hit with these balls, and if all 3 light up, you're out. Whoever lights up their third target will be considered to have defeated that person, and whoever defeats 2 people will pass the test. This will be much more complicated than the UA entrance exam. Robots are machines that only use brute force, those you will face have quirks you don't know. The number of spheres is very small, if you fail even once we could lose the opportunity. It also seems that they are inciting us to steal the third target, that way we would save spheres. At first glance it looks easy, but the rules are certainly strict. Some men with some boxes stood on the stage. Well. When we open, we'll give you the balls and the targets, we'll start a few minutes after we get to the last one of you. What did he mean by open? Everyone must find the terrain that best suits them. Use your powers and intelligence to pass the exam. The roof and walls began to open. When it finished, it showed that the surroundings had changed. There was an area with mountains, a forest, factories, suburbs, a city and a bridge, all surrounded by the stadium stands. This is very big, I think even bigger than UA's USJ. In the stands, Ms. Joke was covering her mouth as she stifled a laugh. Hey Eraser, your fly is open. Why are those around me so noisy? Thought the black-haired man as he frowned. I can't believe you have 20 students. It's weird that you haven't expelled anyone. Do you like this class? Not really. Hahaha, don't be embarrassed. That's no good. Let's go on a date. Be quiet. Hahaha, but to tell the truth, this is weird since I'm sure you knew. What awaits them? With Izuku and the rest. What's the plan? Izuku put a target on his right thigh, another on his left side, and the last one over his heart. Obviously all the schools will work together, but I don't know. Listen. We mustn't separate, we're going to fight together. Iida shouted at them. Stop with the nonsense. Do you think this is a field trip? Bakugo shouted as he walked away. Wait idiot. Kirishima chased him. I'm leaving too, I can't use all my power in such a large group, Todoroki warned him and then walked away. Idiots. Izuku watched the two walk away. Midoriya, there's no time, let's go. Mineta called him. Frowning, Izuku began to follow his companions. This is bad. Because it is bad for us to move individually, because everyone will know how we will fight. Falcon's eyes widened at the revelation. Don't tell me. All the schools will fight together, but we're the only ones who don't have the advantage of not knowing each other's quirks. They've most likely been studying us since the sports festival. They must think they know your strengths and weaknesses. First test, let's begin. Just a few seconds later, a large number of students from other schools rushed towards them all. In the stands, Aizawa continued to look towards the battlefield with an impassive expression. Destroy UA, I think there was no reason not to tell them, but it doesn't change what they must do. They just have to overcome everything. A hero turns any adverse situation around. From the moment you turn pro, it's a given that everyone will know your quirk, so I'm sorry. We're one step ahead of everyone else. With Izuku in Class 1A. All the students in front of Class 1 has started throwing their balls trying to hit the target. It's about time. Let's put this baby to the test. Green lightning began to surround Izuku. At that moment the symbol on his shoulder began to glow. The metal rings surrounding his arm began to split into plates as they descended until they covered his entire arm. An equipment that reduces the strain on my arm and only activates when I use full cowl. Phoenix armor. Detroit smash. He threw a punch, causing the approaching spheres to be repelled by the strong wind. Looking up, he noticed more projectiles approaching. Jumping, he kicked one of the spheres away, causing a strong air current that pushed the other incoming spheres away. Shoot style. Turning his gaze towards his companions, he saw how they destroyed, moved away or protected themselves from the projectiles that had been thrown at them. We can do it. Izuku realized that the school that was in front of the group that was attacking them was Ketsubutsu Academy. So most of the projectiles have been avoided, huh? The UA boys won't be satisfied with something like this. Makab. Shindo called. Even so, I still see an opening, said a boy. He was kneading 4 spheres in his hands, and when he showed them they looked different. Be careful Izuku, it looks like the density of the spheres has changed. Then Makab threw the spheres to a boy with black hair, a black suit and a red scarf. I'll leave it to you, Tateki. Leave it to me, this could be seen as a misstep on my part, but it will be worth it if I defeat one of our opponents. The spheres acquired a violet glow. White fix, boomerang. Crescent moon trajectory. I throw the spheres that immediately buried themselves in the ground. The ground. They're coming underground. Izuku warned. Leave it to me. I'll take care of it. Jiru warned. I plug their jacks into some accessories on their wrists and then rest them against the floor. Amplifier jack heartbeat fuzz. A sound wave traveled towards his attackers and destroyed the ground where they were standing, showing the 4 spheres that were heading towards Mineta. They're coming for me. Mina stood in front of him. Maximum viscosity and solubility. Acid veil. She created a wall of acid that melted the spheres. Tokoyami covered himself with dark shadow. Black Hank, piercing claws of the twilight. He threw a black claw towards a blonde girl from the Ketsubutsu, but before making contact the young woman put her limbs inside her own body. That was extremely disturbing. They are strong, said the young woman who stuck her head out. This is not the same class we saw at the sports festival, they have advanced very quickly, said Shindo. Then a voice was heard throughout the stadium. Everything is still at a standstill. Nothing is happening. If there's any report, I'll relay it from the broadcast area. Izuku kicked a sphere away again. No one has passed yet. The targets they carry are their weak points, you can only hit them if you aim well. Right now we are in the observation phase while we discover our opponent's quirks and weak points. It seems you understood correctly. This isn't about who passes the test the fastest, it's about information gathering and teamwork. The real test will begin from now on. In the stands. So you're one step ahead of everyone else. Those are big words, Eraser. There are as many aspiring heroes as there are stars in the sky right now. The strength of that will has nothing to do with being famous. If you look down on everyone else with arrogance, this won't turn out the way you expected, Ms. Joke told Izawa. With Izuku and the others. Stay back. These guys have a very tough defense. Izuku watched as Shindo put his hands on the ground. Break. Maximum force. Earth trembling. The entire surface began to shake, and then the ground where everyone was standing was destroyed, causing the entire class 1 to begin to fall. We have special moves too. Damn it, you have to get out of here. Spreading his wings, Izuku managed to rise above the others, but when he came out he had to start dodging the spheres that were thrown at him. I feel something strange, the wind pressure is changing. What? 120 contestants eliminated. One person eliminated 120 contestants. This surprise helped wake me up. It'll be much more interesting from now on. Did you hear that? It must have been done by whoever produced that change in the wind. This is bad, everyone has separated. And when they get out of the rubble they'll meet these kids. Unless. When they get closer, we'll finish them off. Then Izuku approached his attackers. That's all they have. Then he started to walk away. That's the winner of the UA festival. Let's go for it. We must defeat him. More than half of the group that was attacking them began to chase Izuku. Wait. Shindo called to his companions who were about to chase Izuku. That boy is very smart, he drew attention to himself so his companions could regroup. He's going to sacrifice himself, said Makib. I doubt it, if he was strong during the sports festival, he must have increased his skills even more now. What do we do? Asked Tateki. We will go look for those who fell. With Izuku. The green-haired man continued flying as he headed towards the area that looked like a city. There are none left. No, it's good that we made them crash into that other group. What do you think about all this? Ketsubutsu Academy is incredible. Their ability to cooperate by combining their skills is at an extremely high level. That's the kind of skill you gain with a year of training. Yurashi, Shindo, so many kids with incredible strength have come along. Being able to face such strong people, I'm definitely excited. The green-haired man arrived at the city area, flew towards one of the buildings and landed on the roof. What do we do now? I'm going to think of a strategy and then I'll go meet up with the others. At that moment Izuku spread his wings, flew for a few moments to the right, and then landed again. When he looked at the place where he had been before he saw a green substance on the ground. I see you dodged it, you have very good reflexes. A girl and a boy appeared. She had long black hair, the same color as her eyes, and her skin was dark green. She wore a purple sleeveless shirt and gray pants, a belt with silver spikes, and on her hands were oversized gloves with a hole in the palm and at the tips of the fingers. The boy had long reddish-brown hair combed back, his eyes were a darker brown, he wore a red open vest and black pants with red boots and gold wristbands. The young man stepped forward looking at Izuku. Looks like we found someone interesting. Who are you? I'm Tatsumi and my friend there is Tomoko. I pointed towards the girl who was vigorously greeting Izuku. I see. Izuku materialized his Guandao. I am. We already know who you are, Izuku Midoriya. They know who you are and those two are planning to fight you, either they are very strong or they are very stupid. Until I know what they can do, I'll stick with the first option. Then no introductions are necessary. Izuku threw himself at the two boys in front of him. Tomoko extended her arms and a jet of green substance shot out of the holes in her gloves, which Izuku was forced to dodge. Does she have a quirk like Ishido's? He looked at the place where the liquid had fallen and saw that nothing had happened. It seems it's not acid. Where are you looking? Turning his attention to Tatsumi, he saw his body begin to split into segments, each segment taking on a spherical shape. The spheres began to float and then, at high speed, launched themselves at Izuku. The spheres surrounded him and began to rush towards him in different directions. Dodge it. The green-haired man dodged as best he could, but then one of the spheres hit him on the right side. It's hard. Spinning his Guandao, Izuku began to hit the spheres to push them away. You're good, there's no doubt you're from UA. Izuku saw Tatsumi's head floating above the. This guy is good, the spheres that form his body are very fast, so I can't tell which ones have their weak points. I think I should focus on the girl. Then the sphere attack stopped and Tomoko took advantage of the opportunity, and from the tips of her gloves came out the liquid that she used as whips. Izuku got rid of his wings, fell to the ground creating a spear, and threw it at the black-haired girl, making her stop her attack and fall on her butt. What a scare. The spheres tried to hit him again, but he quickly deflected them. When he finished, Izuku quickly ran towards Tomoko. The young woman, seeing him, raised her palms and pointed them at the ground, then raised them upwards while releasing more of the liquid from her palms, creating a wall. I've already realized that liquid isn't dangerous, I'll go through it and hit its target. Crack. Crack. Izuku blinked after feeling the front of his body being crushed. He took a few steps back and then fell to his knees while coughing. When he raised his head, he noticed that the wall of green liquid had hardened and had become solid. Tomoko came out from behind the wall with a smile. Ouch, look how you cracked the wall. I got you. The green-haired boy saw Tatsumi's fears approaching him, but as he was still stunned by the blow he couldn't dodge it and they collided fully against him, causing him to spin on the ground until he stopped. You trusted? Yes. But I think I already know how their quirks work. Standing up, blood began to trickle down the side of his face from a cut on his eyebrow. You two are certainly strong. Yue isn't the only one who produces good heroes. Now we're going to defeat you. Tomoko winked at him, then raised her hand, and from the holes in her fingertips came out bullets made with her quirk, along with Tatsumi's fears that Izuku was forced to dodge with the help of his wings. Suddenly Izuku descended into the middle of the ceiling and was immediately surrounded by all the spheres. Inhaling and exhaling, Izuku began to move his eyes in all directions while looking at the direction of the spheres, quickly began to dodge them while moving his feet without leaving the circle. Damn, don't underestimate me. Then creating a bow Izuku he swung it back hitting Tatsumi's forehead. I found you. Izuku smiled. The chestnut's head shot out and was then followed by all the other spheres that made up its body. It was just as I thought. Now, the second part of the plan. Creating 2 windmill shuriken he threw them at Tomoko, and as they began to descend they split into 8 blades. The black-haired girl was surprised when she saw the blades heading towards her. Using her quirk she created 2 walls above her to stop the attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Izuku lunged at her and with a sphere hit the target she had on her shoulder, to which the young woman looked at him surprised. Deciding not to give him any chance, the green-haired girl kicked her in the knee, causing her to fall to the ground then, and hit the target she had in the stomach. Get away. I point my glove at him, ready to shoot. Izuku kicked his hand and then kicked him in the stomach, causing him to slide along the ceiling as he gasped for air. When Tomoko stood up she looked over to where Izuku was, but her eyes widened in shock when she saw the sphere heading towards her calf, where the last of her targets was, and where the sphere hit. It can't be, she said dejectedly. Tomoko. Izuku saw Tatsumi returning to where they were. He quickly took off his jacket and spreading his wings, he quickly headed towards Tatsumi with his jacket in one hand and his guandao in the other. I don't know what you're planning, but I won't leave you. Then the brunette divided the spheres into 2 groups, except for his head, and flanked Izuku. The green-haired man smiled as he increased his speed, surprising his opponent, and when he was in front of him and wrapped his head with his jacket. The effect was immediate as all the spheres fell inertly onto the roof. Hey. Let me go. Tomoko, help me. I can't, it's already defeated me. That. Izuku sighed. Just as I deduced, I was wondering how you did to control the spheres that make up your body. When I hit your head, you moved away and your spheres followed you, then I understood that the spheres orbit around your head, and what you aim covers everything you see. Izuku approached the scattered spheres and managed to observe the ones that had the objectives. If I cancel your orbit and your sight, you will have no way to control them, but before that I had to take care of your partner, since she represented a greater threat to me. He quickly hit the 3 targets with a sphere. I win. 2 more students have been eliminated, and we now have our second approved student. A few minutes later Izuku stood in front of the 2 young men. Yue really is amazing, Tomoko said with a smile. The green-haired man shook his head. You guys are amazing too. I was in trouble after crashing into that wall. In fact, my face still hurts. Tatsumi extended his fist to Izuku. Really, it was a great fight. I hope we see each other again. He fist bumped. After saying goodbye, Izuku began to head to where he expected his companions to be. What did you learn? There are kids here with incredible quirks. If we're not careful we can fall into a trap. There were 2 of them, but they were still very strong. Just proves my point that you can't overcome this challenge alone. Izuku's 3 targets lit up in light blue, and he heard an automatic voice. Participants who have passed, please move to the waiting room. They want you to retire. I'm not going to leave, I still have to help my teammates. If all 3 of your targets are hit, your approval will be revoked. Do you agree? Yeah. You must enter the approved area before they reach 100. Izuku's goals went out. You must find the others and end this. Yes, even so if I'm not careful they could take me out. The green-haired man descended to where his companions were last seen. Keep your eyes open. Yeah. At that moment a black blur hit him, hitting the target on his thigh and making him fall to his knees. That's bad, you shouldn't get distracted. A girl stood in front of him. This girl is from Shiketsu. You know, I think smiling despite the situation is very rare. You're really amazing, the girl smiled. In an exam like this where everyone fights against everyone, many decided they would go for the ones they know best. I came here because I thought the UA members would be eliminated soon. It's not common to be able to fight against someone from UA, so I want to learn as much as I can. Haven't they told you that you talk too much? The young woman took out another sphere. I must hurry or else Ketsubutsu Academy and the others will come to attack me. Does she have more people supporting her? Or does she have complete confidence in her abilities? Pay attention. The young woman threw a stone and a sphere at Izuku, but the green-haired man activated full cowl, managing to dodge both projectiles. A feint, I must be careful. When he looked ahead, the young woman was no longer in front of him. I just have to hit you with a sphere, right? Izuku jumped to the side to dodge the attack and took out a sphere to counterattack, but he noticed that the blonde had disappeared again. Maybe she has a quirk that makes her disappear. You probably think my quirk is disappear, right? But I was just hiding. Izuku materialized his wings and used them to push the blonde away into the air. Wow, that surprised me, so those wings can appear and disappear at will. You disappeared. I turn away from the sight and hearing of my opponents. For a moment I stop breathing and without thinking about anything, I hide myself and disappear. The trick is to not think about anything. Do you learn that in Shiketsu? No, that's an assassination technique. What? I don't think they're that extreme in Shiketsu. This girl is hiding something. What do you want from me? I just want to get to know you. I've already told you something about myself. Now it's your turn. What's your motivation for becoming a hero? Honor? Pride? Or are you doing it for someone else? I want to learn more about you. Izuku materialized his Guandao and smiled. You'll have to try harder to get that answer. The young woman in front of him smiled back. At that moment they threw themselves to resume the fight, but before either of them could do anything they both had to jump as a net emerged from the ground beneath them. Damn, the Shiketsu is here too. Izuku saw one of the Ketsubutsu boys being followed by another group. Damn. They're already here and I haven't been able to meet anyone yet. For now. Dodge. Izuku jumped into the air and spread his wings to get away from the group as they attacked him with their quirks. He dodged some nets from the ground, some jaws that tried to imprison him, but he contained them by putting a bow between them. Are you okay? Turning his head, Izuku looked at Ichako on a rock holding out his hand. Come. You're Raka. What? Does he have a plan? You're not going to escape from us. Another group came out of nowhere and started attacking Ichako. These kids are a nuisance. The brunette took a step back, but slipped and began to fall. At that moment. He was within my reach and I couldn't do anything. At that moment. If I had been faster. Izuku threw himself at great speed towards where your Raka was. The reason why I decided to use my legs was to always get to where those who need me are. Until I can't control 100%. He caught your Raka and held her against him. I'm not going to fail again. Izuku headed towards where the group of students who had attacked them were and kicked the base where they were standing. The kick destroyed the place where the other students were standing, and the gust of wind from the blow pushed them away. The tip of Izuku's soul retracted and the green-haired boy began to run, taking your Raka with him. These souls are amazing. Yes, the moment the soul creates an impact, the toe area is propelled and creates 2 blows instantly, reinforcing the power of my blows. Having gotten far enough away from any other opponents, Izuku dropped your Raka to the ground and poked his head out to look around. What's the plan? I have no idea where the others are and they're running out of time. Thanks, sorry I ruined it, said the brunette. No problem. The best thing for you would be to go to the area where those who passed are, you know that, right? Yes, but I still have time. You noticed, right? Of course. From the first moment. Izuku turned around and hit your Raka's hand that was holding a sphere, aiming it at one of his weak spots. You're that girl from Shiketsu, right? Hey. Your Raka learned how to float herself for a few seconds, and I know that no matter what situation she found herself in, she could use it. I'm also sure that she would never present herself in front of an enemy without a plan. You're good, but not good enough. If you saved me even though you noticed, does that mean you were going to use me? The green-haired man saw how your Raka began to melt while a grey liquid began to ooze from her body. I see I wasn't mistaken. Since you're not your Raka, you wouldn't be able to float and I couldn't stay still and watch you fall. I see, so that's why I want to know much more about you. If you want to flirt, couldn't you wait until the exam is over? The pace has accelerated dramatically. 52. No, 53 have made it through. They're arriving one after another, the elimination count is already at 230. And now there are 54. Pick up the pace so you can finish. Damn, it's moved too fast. Will you save them all? How far will you go? What is your limit? All the liquid fell from the blonde's body, showing that she was completely naked. You know you're not wearing anything, right? First, I'll do what I came to do. The young woman threw herself at Izuku and scratched his face, but the green-haired man held her hand. Damn, that hurt. What's wrong with this girl? I've heard the phrase fight tooth and nail, but this is too literal. Holding the girl's other hand, Izuku pushed her against the wall. The Shiketsu student raised her legs, but to Izuku's surprise, she wrapped them around his waist. So you like this kind of thing? He rubbed his crotch against the green-haired man's, making him growl. I don't know if this is good or bad luck. I like it, but not with a stranger. At that moment the young woman headbutted Izuku, causing him to release her and take a few steps back, but before she could attack him again, 3 strips of tape tried to hit the young woman, causing her to step back. How rude. Tape. That's what it means. Midoriya. What an enviable situation. Zero. She's all yours if you want her. Uraraka. The brunette jumped from behind her partner and threw herself at the blonde, but the Shiketsu student dodged the blow. The blonde spun in the air and sat on a rock. Just when things were getting better. How bad? I really wanted to talk to you more. But it's impossible like this. What a shame. Standing up, he jumped away from the group. Wait, pervert. Zero shouted. Don't follow her. Izuku ordered. Why not? It must be because of her quirk, but she's not wearing any clothes or any targets. It's possible she'll come back after us, but with the time left, there's no point in going after her. From what I see, you two are the real ones. Hey. That girl had transformed into Uraraka. The brunette blushed, while Zero shook Izuku. Was she naked too? You only noticed that? No, she was wearing her suit. When they calmed down the 3 were hidden behind some rocks. How did they find me? I saw a lot of destruction, and I assumed it might be you. I ran into Uraraka on the way. Now we are 3 Setachako. Should we wait for the others? There are still groups lurking around, trying to outnumber us. More participants have passed. The countdown is now at 58. Only 42 spots left. There are many people outside. What do we do? Asks Zero. They're concentrating on UA. I think we can do something with the next group that approaches. Really? How? In the groups there must be one trying to get ahead of the others. They must be nervous. If a large group goes after a small one, they will fight over their prey, Izuku explained. If one of the group finishes, their numbers will drop and they will be at a disadvantage, said Uraraka. And why did you say we should stay together, Midoriya? They told us to hit the targets with the spheres, so most people thought it had to be from a distance. That's why I wanted to stop enough people so everyone could pass and then use the spheres when they couldn't move. Since Class A has a lot of long-range attackers, I thought we could pull it off. I see, it was a good plan, since it's hard to know if you've hit someone from afar. Wait, Uraraka called them. There are people approaching. I'm going out, Izuku informed. That. I'm going to be the bait. You guys should find a way to catch them, since their quirks are better for immobilizing opponents. A bait, but there are only 3 of us and we need. Don't worry about me, I've already passed. Huh. Then what are you still doing here, Izuku-kun? We started this together and we will finish it together. Midoriya. Come on. It seems they're done planning. Yeah. On the move. In the stands. Do you want some gum? Ms. Joke asked Izawa. Not from you, it's frustrating not knowing who approved. Shindo made it harder by separating the floor. Could it be that you're worried? During the time I've been observing this class, I've learned something. Maybe no one has noticed, but in Class A, there are 2 people whose presence has a great influence on the rest. They don't attract attention to themselves, nor are they the most popular, and even those 2 don't get along terribly, but before we knew it, their passion spread to the rest of the class. It's strange, but one of the 2 is always in the middle of important events that happen. Joke doesn't worry me, I'm eager to see what they will do. Even if they are not all together, their presence raises the morale of the class. You do like them, huh? How disgusting. That's my class. Class 1A. With Izuku, Zero and Uraraka. Izuku ran away, while dodging the spheres that were thrown at him. There's one from UA. Catch him. You idiots would like that. Jumping to dodge attacks, Izuku threw weapons at his opponent's feet to destabilize them, while he waited for Zero and Uraraka to make their move. Zero started running alongside Izuku. Midoriya, carry me and jump. That. Don't ask, just do it. Obeying, Izuku carried his partner in his arms and jumped. Do it, Uraraka. Release. At that moment Izuku saw several rocks floating attached to several pieces of tape. When Ichako deactivated her quirk, the rocks fell, and the tape caught most of her opponents, sticking them to the ground. I gave the tape to Uraraka and made her set traps. To make sure the debris didn't hit anyone, I hid and calculated the moment. Not bad, well thought out, congratulated Izuku. Bad luck for them. 76 people have already approved the quota and it will be fulfilled in a few minutes. There's no time left, move. The others will come soon, set your goals. After marking the corresponding objectives, Uraraka and Zero's markers glowed light blue. Participants who have passed, please move to the waiting room. We did it. Izuku spread his wings. I have to get to the waiting room before the 100 are up. Izuku quickly headed to where the markers indicated. After a few minutes Izuku saw a sign indicating where the waiting room was. He quickly flew until he entered the room. I'm here. So? The targets on his body lit up with a light blue. You have arrived at the waiting room, you passed. It seems I arrived on time. Izuku. The green-haired boy saw Momo, along with Tsuyu, Shoto, Kyoka and Shaoji. I see that you also passed. Did you have any problems? It was a little difficult, but we managed to pass thanks to Yao, Momo, Kyoka told him. It's not like that, it was a team effort. The brunette had a slight blush on her face. Izuku sat on a chair while rubbing his chest. Are you okay? Shoto asked her. Due to a quirk, I crashed into a wall while flying at over 100 kilometers per hour. My body hurts a little. There have been formidable opponents in this test, said Shaoji. There's a whole world outside of UA. The very broad one. Then everyone saw Uraraka, Shiro who were celebrating with Kaminari and Kirishima. They're definitely excited. Izuku stood up as he watched Bakugo approaching. You passed too. Deku, you piece of shit. Yes Kaken, I see that you also did well. When was the last time he spoke to you? Since before Kamino. With your power it's obvious you would do it. I walked past him. Those granted quirks are already yours. Izuku opened his eyes in shock and while looking at Bakugo's back. Maybe he. Looks like I'm finally connecting the dots. Shall we kill him? That knows too much. I think. I'll talk to him later. Guys, I'm glad you're okay. I was really worried, Momo told the newcomers. Yeah Momo, we're fine. You guys were really fast, Kaminari replied. We also arrived recently, Todoroki was the first, Shaoji told him. I thought Bakugo would be here, but now I see why not. You were with him, Jiru said to Kaminari. Hey. Fix that. Shoto looked at Izuku. Now there are 11 of us in Class A. There are still 9 left. There are few places left. Momo stood next to Izuku. They just announced that 82 people were approved, only 18 spots remain. Looks like a group of 8 has passed, now there are only 10 vacancies left. There are still 9 missing from Class A. That means not all of us will pass. Izuku looked at the screen. They'll make it. I know it. On the screens all the participants were shown fighting each other, then a bright laser was fired into the sky. That's Aoyama. Suddenly a large number of birds attacked all the students, and the 9 missing students from Class A appeared, starting to divide and mark the targets of the remaining students. 2 passed. 8 left. 7 left. 5 left. There's more. In the last moments, UA gathers and makes big attacks to pass. They're combining their powers to pass the test. There's a Shiketsu girl, so 2 left. 0 left. 100 people. The exam is over. It's the end, yes. Good. Everyone from the UA passed the first test. That's great. After a few minutes, those who were missing arrived and the entire Class A began to celebrate. They almost didn't make it. Everything turned out well in the end. May the 100 who passed please pay attention. Everyone turned their gaze towards the screen where the entire arena was shown, all the battlefields began to explode, explosion after explosion, until only a pile of rubble remained. Because. What the hell? Everything is in ruins. The next test will be the last. At this disaster site, you will have to lead the rescue operations. Rescue, said Izuku. They will have to rescue the spectators who are in the area. Spectators? Asked Mineta and Kaminari. People who were in the area by chance. We learned about it in class, Hagakure explained. They make it sound like simple citizens, said Momo. We'll assume those who passed the test already have their provisional license and test how well they can perform rescues. I see people, Shaoji said. What? Old people and children. It's dangerous. What are they doing? They are people trained to be professional victims. They are from Help Us Company, abbreviated as HUC. Professional victims. Really? What kind of job is that? The HUC members dressed as injured victims and are waiting in the disaster zone. Now they'll go out to perform the rescue. We'll also score their rescues by points. And if they have more than the required number when the exercises are over, they'll pass. We'll start in 10 minutes, so use the bathroom and everything else for now. Iida stood next to Izuku. Midoriya. Yes, there is no doubt that area is based on Kamino. The situation is similar. At that time we made an effort to keep Bakugo-kun away from the villains and not get in the way of the professionals. There were many casualties there. Izuku clenched his fists. Let's save them all. A few minutes later everyone was chatting while waiting for the next test to begin. Izuku was taking a drink of water. Do you think there's any trick in this test? I have a suspicion, but I'm not sure yet. This will certainly be difficult too. It wouldn't be entertaining if it weren't that way. I taught you well. Then the green-haired man heard the conversation between Shiro, Kaminari and Mineta. Do you see that Shiketsu girl? The one wearing the leotard. She and Midoriya were alone behind a rock while she was completely naked. Shit. Midoriya. Mineta and Kaminari ran towards their partner, while the green-haired man held their heads to keep them away from him. What exactly were you doing, you jerk? And on top of that, while the rest of us were having a bad time. And in the middle of the exam. Do you think this is a game? Stay still, it's not how you hear it. Mineta pointed at the Shiketsu girl. Hey you, don't act innocent. You, the one over there. The blonde looked at them and then blew a kiss to Izuku. That's the gesture of a woman with whom you share an intimate relationship. Mineta shouted while crying. Hey, listen. At that moment Izuku felt a chill and slowly turned his head. There he saw Momo who was smiling. The problem was the dark aura that surrounded her, and that looked like a red-eyed monster. Why yaoi Rozu? Are you feeling okay? Kirishima asked. Huh? Of course I do, he smiled at his partner. Damn, even those around are moving away. Why is my life so difficult? Stepping aside, the green-haired boy let his companions fall face down on the ground as he walked away and leaned against the wall. Luckily for him, Momo continued to look at him, so Izuku began to sign. I swear it's not what you think. That girl doesn't show it that way, was she really naked? Her quirk allowed her to shapeshift. I thought she was Uraraka. So you want to see Uraraka-san naked? What? No. She pretended to be Uraraka and was even wearing a matching outfit. I don't know why she's obsessed with me. She scratched my face. Izuku pointed at the cut on his face. Oh really? Not only that, that girl is suspicious, she knows assassination techniques, and I don't think they teach her that in Shiketsu. Do you think we should keep an eye on her? I'll keep my eyes open, but I want to focus more on passing the exam. I see. Be careful. Yes, you know I would never do it with a stranger. Sorry, I guess sometimes my jealousy gets the better of me. It doesn't matter, I love you. I love you too. When they finished their conversation, the Shiketsu boys approached where Bakugo was. A boy with hair that covered his entire body came forward. Looks like someone needs a stylist. Bakugo-kun. Yes. The blonde growled. Did you see Shishikura? The one with slit-like eyes? Yes, I beat him. I thought so. I'm sure he said a lot of offensive things. It must have offended you. He has a tendency to impose his values on others. He couldn't help himself because you're famous. I'd like to establish a good relationship with Yue. I apologize for him. A good relationship. I wonder if they really want that. Who knows? The world of heroes is very competitive. Then the Shiketsu boys started walking away. Excuse me. Izuku saw Shoto approach Urashi. Hey, the one with the shaved head, did I do something to you? Turning around he looked at Todoroki threateningly. Wow, I'm sorry. Son of Endeavor. But I hate them, you've changed a little since then, but your eyes are the same as Endeavor's. A heavy silence fell over the two. Urashi, what's wrong? His partner called him. Nothing sir. The Shiketsu boy left with his companions. Todoroki stared into space. He's an idiot. Shoto looked at Izuku who was behind him. You've changed a lot. You're not the same as before. Remember what I told you during the sports festival? Midoriya. Then a loud alarm sounded in the break room. The villains launched a terrorist attack in City XXX. Buildings collapsed and many were injured. They have already reported the conditions. Has begun. Due to damaged roads, rescuers were delayed. The room where the 100 approved were located began to open to reveal the ruined surroundings. The heroes on the scene will lead the rescue operations until emergency teams arrive. Save as many lives as you can. Let's get started. Everyone started running in various directions while searching for the wounded. What's the plan? They didn't mention how the points will be awarded on this test, so the only option we have is to apply what we've learned in class. We need to head for the nearest urban area. Let's move in teams. Okay, finish the second test quickly, please. Izuku stopped abruptly and the others along with him. What's wrong Midoriya-kun? That is. The voice of a child. Everyone started running, and then the voice of crying and pleading for help grew louder. When they arrived, they saw what looked like a child kneeling on the ground, crying. Sniff help. Sniff help me. There he is. Everyone approached the child. My grandfather. He's crushed. That's bad. Izuku turned his head to look at the debris around. Wait Izuku. That. Uraraka approached the boy. How terrible. Where is he? The boy raised his head to reveal that he was a grown man in disguise. What's that? Less points for you. Everyone looked at him in surprise. First check if I can walk. And my breathing is irregular. And I'm bleeding profusely from my head. If you want a provisional license, then you must assess a victim's condition and act immediately. Now I understand, the members of the Hawk will be the ones evaluating us. All this shows how much you've trained. Look carefully around you. Everyone saw the other applicants carrying the wounded or preparing to receive the emergency services. Don't just provide rescue and support. Until the police and firefighters arrive, all responsibility and authority falls on you. To save people, heroes must be good in many areas. The actor wiped away fake tears. We're all scared, hurt, and worried. Your first words can't be how terrible that's not right. This is real Izuku. Now I understand. Everything is fine. Why? Because I'm here. Izuku approached the boy and put a hand on his shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, I'm here. The actor cried again. Over there. My grandpa. I see, the test has resumed. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. He turned his head to see his companions. Listen to me, we'll test everything we know, split into small groups and check the surroundings. Help anyone who needs it, but don't get in anyone's way. I'll take care of this child, I'll take him to where the first aid area is. Understood. Good luck. Everyone split into small groups and started running in different directions. The green-haired boy looked back at the boy in front of him. Can you move? Sniff. Why yes. Okay, spreading his wings, he picked him up and started looking for the first aid area. Don't worry, we'll take care of saving them. He looked at him while smiling. The boy stopped crying and nodded. Well said. Now you understand the situation. With such a large disaster, there aren't enough rescuers to help. That's why the work must be as efficient as possible. If someone tries to do it all alone, they'll waste a lot of valuable time. You know a lot about this, sensei. I grew up in a ruined city, sometimes there were collapses, and you needed to save others. We're almost there. Izuku saw that where the rest area had been they were gathering the wounded, and some students from other schools were assisting the injured. There are so many. A girl approached Izuku. You. Let me see that kid. Yes, he has a head wound and is bleeding, but the wound is not very deep. His answers are coherent. The girl checked the boy. Okay, take him to the space on the right. At that moment, there was a huge explosion in different parts of the stadium. Izuku covered the boy with his body. What's going on? There is another terrorist attack by the villains. This is the setting for this exercise. Oh really? So that's it. Look. Izuku looked surprised towards where the hole was located due to the explosion. There he saw a tall and muscular man whose body has the characteristics of an orca. He has deep wide eyes that have several rings surrounding his red pupils. He wore a red vest over his torso and metal gauntlets on his arms. This goes with a pink tie made to look like a tongue sticking out. He also wore an orca-like cape over his back. Next to him came some men in black suits with pieces of white armor, in their hands what appeared to be cannons. What the hell? It's Gang Orca. The hero looked at them. Rescue and fight, can they do both at the same time? Gang Orca made a signal, and then the men who came with him began to head towards where the wounded were. Villains have appeared and begun their pursuit. Hero candidates continue the rescue operations while they stop the villains. Will they fight a rescue? Will they help or flee? What will be your response, heroes? Asked Gang Orca. Evacuate everyone. We must create as much distance between us and the villains as possible. Wait, Shindo. Izuku called him. I will welcome them with tremors at intervals of 1 second. Placing his hands on the ground, he began to destroy it to drive away the villains. Izuku was carrying a woman to get her away from danger when he saw Gang Orca in front of Shindo, and then the black-haired man fell backwards unconscious. What happened? He must have used his quirk. But it's a damn orca. I read that you can create an ultrasonic attack to paralyze your enemies. But such a difference in our abilities, did you think you could stop me alone? They're underestimating us. What are we waiting for? I can't put the civilian in danger. Then Gang Orca used his ultrasonic wave to stop a large amount of ice that was heading towards the Shoto. Midoriya. Izuku saw Jiro, Ashido and Tokoyami heading towards the. Are you evacuating? We'll help you, Jiro said. Where were you? Izuku handed over the woman he was carrying. We were along the coast. Everyone headed toward the city, so we went where there were fewer people. But when we saw the villains, we came to help. Asui and the others continue with the rescue operations. Then Izuku saw that while Gang Orca destroyed Shoto's ice, a large gust of wind blew away some villains, and then he saw Yurashi was next to Shoto. That boy can control the wind. Okay, the people with good fighting skills are gathering. Let's focus on evacuating. Yeah. Everyone started to take the civilians to a safe place. That's okay. My priority is to protect the wounded and get them to a safe place. When that's done. I see. Then hurry up. Izuku turned around to see how the situation was going, and then he noticed that Shoto's fire had dimmed due to Yurashi's wind, and the wind dispersed in different directions. They cancelled each other out. Aren't wind and fire supposed to be a good combination? This isn't like what Shoto and I did at the sports festival. The difference is that back then I fired an air cannon in a single direction. But Yurashi manipulates different gusts of wind for her attacks, and since she's no stronger than Shoto's, they both extinguish each other. Then Izuku saw Urashi and Shoto start arguing. And now they argue. That's bad. Then Urashi and Shoto sent their attacks again at the same time, and when they made contact they both deflected. Unfortunately the flames went to Shindo, who still couldn't move due to Gang Orca's attack, but before the flames reached him, Izuku grabbed him and with the help of his wings, managed to get him out of there. "What the hell are you doing?" the green-haired man shouted angrily. While Izuku was getting Shindo out of the place, Gang Orca knocked down Urashi and then incapacitated Shoto. Izuku saw the villains approaching the civilians. "I have no choice, I use full cowl, activating the Phoenix armor. Move aside." Shindo placed a hand on the ground, causing it to destroy itself and pushed the villains away. "Shindo, I thought you couldn't move." "Well, my limbs are numb from the sound waves and vibrations. Every day I rack my brain from the recoil from my quirk. I built up a bit of a tolerance to it. I was going to sneak attack. But those idiots from the first year ruined it," he yelled angrily. "What happened to your stupid little smile?" It seems this is his true personality. "Shindo, keep them away while the others continue evacuating the wounded. I'll prevent them from getting any closer. It's the best we have for now, go." As Izuku headed towards the villains, he saw a large tornado of flames cover Gang Orca. That is, it seems they managed to limit Gang Orca. But the henchmen saw their boss covered by a great stream of flames. "Hey, look back. The boss has been trapped in a fire tornado. The boss is like an orca and is weak if he dries out. Should we return to the rescue area?" Before any of them could move, Izuku jumped on them and kicked 3 of them down. Materializing his Guandao, he decided to attack. Lighting blade. When the attack ended, the villains saw that they had no wounds on their bodies. "He didn't do anything to us." The cannons. Izuku smirked as the villain's cannon shattered and then proceeded to knock the villains out. At that moment Ejiro appeared and knocked out some villains and stood next to Izuku. "Ejiro. The wounded have already been evacuated, reinforcements will arrive soon." "Ejiro. Midoriya. We're here to help." Ashido and Tokoyami joined the fight, then a tongue lashed out at the villains, and suddenly Asui appeared in front of the group. "Su, how did you get here?" "I improved my frog skill so I could use it in combat. My new move is camouflage." "Asui, have the rescue groups finished yet?" Ejiro asked. "Almost." Suddenly a large amount of hair began to attack the villains. Shiketsu High School. Everyone should have fallen for Inasa, but there are still so many left, it's a shame for Shiketsu. Ashido, Asui, Tokoyami, Ejiro. Take care of the remaining ones. "Where are you going, Midoriya?" "I'm going to end this." Izuku materialized his wings and took flight. With Shoto, Urashi and Gang Orca. A prison made of fire and wind, huh? It's a good idea. A normal villain would surrender, cry, and beg for forgiveness. However, what if that weren't the case? Urashi and Shoto saw that Gang Orca was dousing them with a water bottle. The moment they attacked, I had already thought about my next move. The professional hero used his ultrasonic wave to destroy the fire tornado that had imprisoned him. "So what are you planning to do now?" "Don't you dare." Gang Orca raised his forearm to stop a kick from Izuku aimed at his head. "Midoriya." Izuku materialized his Guandao and attacked the hero, who jumped back to dodge the blow. "Will you fight me alone?" Izuku threw his Guandao, causing his opponent to jump and throw his ultrasonic wave at him. The green-haired man dodged the attack and spread his wings to intercept the professional in the air. Both threw a punch that they stopped with their forearms. When they both fell to the ground, Izuku materialized 2 katanas and threw himself towards Gang Orca. He threw a punch from the right, but his opponent stopped it with his forearm. When he was blocked, he attempted a blow with the sword in his left hand, but the professional held the sword with his hand. Then Gang Orca took advantage of the proximity to use his ultrasonic wave. Spreading his wings, Izuku rose to avoid the attack. Unfortunately, the attack hit the lower part of his body. When Izuku landed, he fell to his knees. "Damn. It felt like my intestines were liquefying." Be careful, if it hits you full force it can be bad. There is no doubt that he is the hero at number 10 in the top. Standing up, he took a couple of steps before staggering. Even if the attack doesn't hit you directly, it will still affect your nervous system. It's over for you. Izuku looked at the Phoenix armor on his arm. Flashback. "What do you think of this baby, Midoriya?" Izuku had full cowl activated while testing the new equipment. He had asked Hatsune for his right arm. "It feels fantastic." He moved his arm a little to test the equipment. "As long as you have your technique activated, this baby will reduce the tension in your arm." "I see, Hatsune, how much power can it handle?" "I knew you'd ask me that. Since the end of the sports festival, you've obviously gotten stronger. This baby will analyze your energy levels, and when I perform maintenance on it, I can improve it to adapt to your body. What if I increase the amount of energy before you upgrade it?" May put a hand on her chin. "In that case, it will only last 5 minutes before it deactivates." "I understand, thanks for this, Hatsune." "No thanks to you, Midoriya. Thanks for believing in me. What is this baby's name? I have a perfect name for the… End of flashback. Izuku stood up and a large amount of green lightning surrounded them. Full cal 25%. The badge symbol on his shoulder began to flash red. I only have 5 minutes. The green-haired man threw himself at his opponent and threw a punch with his right fist, to which his opponent responded with a punch of his own. When both fists made contact, a large gust of wind was created. His power has increased. Gang Orca thought. Materializing a spear, Izuku attempted to stab his opponent's shoulder, but the opponent moved his neck and bit the spear, destroying it into pieces. Damn monster, use your legs. Dumping, Izuku hit both feet against Gang Orca's torso, to which the professional stepped back. Standing up, Izuku brought one leg back to throw a kick, but then Gang Orca was already in front of him and grabbed him by the shoulders, resting his forehead against his. What are you saying, boy? Who do you think is faster? Izuku smiled. Plus Ultra. Gang Orca responded with a smile. Well said. Before either of them could do anything, an alarm sounded, drawing the attention of everyone taking the test. Please let your attention. At this point, everyone at Huck has been saved from the danger zone. It may seem arbitrary. But with that, all the provisional license test processes are complete. Is it over? How anticlimactic. Izuku parted ways with the pro hero. We'll announce the results after averaging your scores. Go to the infirmary if you were injured. Everyone else should change and wait. His henchman approached Gang Orca. Sorry boss, we didn't finish the job. It's very difficult to fight with the restraints activated. Restraint guards. That means he's not fighting at his full capacity. Incredible. Gang Orca scratched his cheek. No, even without the protectors, that flame tornado was surprising. With the damage caused by the dryness. And also. He looked at the metal gloves on his arms that were cracked and missing some fragments. That kid's attacks were impressive if the exam had lasted just a little longer. Izuku stood up while gasping for air. Incredible, he's definitely in the top 10, he went to help Shoto. Hey kid. He turned to look at the professional hero. What's your name? I am Dark Phoenix. The hero smiled and started walking away. I see. I'll make sure not to forget it. A few minutes later. All the students who had taken the test were standing in front of a small stage that had a large screen installed. Mara stood in front of a podium and looked at the students. Thank you for waiting, congratulations on your hard work. I'll now announce the results. But before that, I'll tell you about the scoring system. Between the Hero Commission and the Huck, we used 2-point reduction systems that were combined to evaluate their performance. That is, we evaluated them by the mistakes they made in a crisis situation. Anyway, the lists with the names of those who passed will appear on the screen in alphabetical order. The screen lit up showing all the names. I found it, Izuku. The green-haired boy saw his name on the list and breathed a huge sigh of relief. I made it. After finding his name, Izuku began searching for other names. I guess it was to be expected. He saw his classmates celebrating that they had found their names. His gaze met Momo's, who gave him a smile, to which he winked at her. There it is, said Kirishima. But he's not there. Bakugo shouted angrily. I doubt he'd achieve it with his attitude. I would have liked to see that. Todoroki. Everyone saw Urashi approach Shoto. They both looked at each other for a few seconds until the Shiketsu student bowed, hitting his head on the ground. I'm so sorry. It's my fault you didn't pass. Because I wasn't thinking straight. I'm sorry. I was the one who started it. Don't worry. But there were things I understood because you confronted me directly. Todoroki didn't pass. Asked Mina. 2 of our top 3 failed. Shiro asked. You need to reconsider your language. Words matter, Kaminari told Bakugo. Shut up or I'll kill you, the blonde responded in a threatening voice. Since both are very strong, they lost because of their egos. Mineta put a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. The hierarchy is collapsing. Iida grabbed him by the cheeks and pulled him away from the others. Izuku walked over until he was standing in front of Shoto, then grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. Izuku-kun. Midoriya. Do you know why you failed? It wasn't just because of your past or your blood. It was because you don't trust anyone. Shoto's eyes widened in shock. You only collaborate with us because you know you had to, not because you trust us. During the first test, our ability to work as a team was evaluated, but you decided to go on your own. My quirk doesn't work well, with so many people around. Don't give me that stupidity. And during the second test, you should have formed a team to protect the civilians, but you preferred to attack on your own and let your personal problems cloud your judgment. He let go of his friend's shirt. Shoto, we are your partners, I am your friend, you must learn to trust us to watch your back, because most of us here know that we can count on you to watch ours. Without saying anything else, Izuku walked away, leaving his partner with his thoughts. Mara's voice was heard again. Now we will deliver your results. You will have an analysis of your points, so review it carefully. Some men in suits approached and began handing out some leaflets. The limit was 50 points, and we used a point reduction system to evaluate them. On the sheets, you'll be able to read what attitudes or behaviors caused their point reduction. 61 points, barely said Ejiro. I'm 84. I think I'm good at this. Wait. Yaomomo got 94 points. Said Kyoka. Congratulations. Izuku approached to congratulate his girlfriend. Thanks Izuku-kun, how much did you get? 90 points. The point reduction was because I underestimated my opponents during the first test. You better than anyone should know that quirks shouldn't be underestimated. I know, I got too confident, and thanks to that I literally crashed into a wall. Mara cleared her throat. Those who approved, from now on and only in emergencies, can have the same authority as professional heroes. That is, confronting villains, saving people from accidents, or criminals. They can act on their own judgment in those cases without the direction of a hero. We should have gotten it earlier, it would have saved us a lot of trouble. Better late than never. But it means that each of your actions carries a degree of responsibility to society. Surely you know that the great hero, All Might, his very existence was so great that it single-handedly suppressed crimes and kept criminals at bay. From now on, without fear weighing on your hearts, terrible villains will emerge, and crimes will grow in number and become more severe. With the collapse of the delicate balance, our world is in the midst of a great change. One day, you will become the core that keeps our society in order. You must all be exemplary heroes and be as great as you can to stop crime. This time, you have all received your provisional licenses to act as heroes. I would like you to consider yourselves rookies and be diligent in your studies and schools. That speech was beautiful. Falcon wiped away his tears. In Izuku's mind appeared the image of Shigaraki Tamura and All for One, making him clench his fist. And for those who didn't pass. This isn't the time to feel depressed about not making it. There's still a chance for you. After completing a special 3-month course and passing an individual exam, we also plan to give you a provisional license. To deal with the future I was talking about, we need as many good heroes as we can. The first test was to weed out people, but we wanted to nurture the chosen 100 as much as possible. That's why we saw them through to the end. As a result, we saw that it's not that you're lacking in promise. Rather, by correcting your problems, you'll all have even more potential than you have now. I think you'll be busy doing that alongside your studies. It seems that Bakugo and Shoto still have a chance. Everything will depend on them. Izuku turned to look at his friend. Correct your mistakes and catch up to us. We will be waiting for you. Shoto looked at Izuku and nodded. A few minutes later. Izuku was outside the stadium with his teammates. He was looking at the license in his hand. It had a picture of him and his hero name. Congratulations. After so much sacrifice, we finally reached this point. Hey. Everyone saw Yurashi approaching them, more precisely Todoroki. Todoroki, I'll see you in the special class. But seriously, I still don't like you. I apologize in advance. Sorry. I shouted with a smile. Was he supposed to be considerate? Kirishima asked. I'll also take advantage of it. Todoroki said. That boy is both daring and sensitive, isn't he? Said Aoyama. Midoriya. Turning, the green-haired boy saw Shindo standing in front of him. They both looked at each other, and then the black-haired boy extended his hand with a sincere smile. Thanks for the help back there, I hope we can test our skills again. Yes, I shook his hand, smiling back. Then everyone saw the Shiketsu boys leave. Izuku approached the Shiketsu boy who had a lot of hair. Sorry. What do you need? In Shiketsu, do they teach you assassination techniques? The boy looked at Izuku confused. In Shiketsu we don't have any kind of training like that. I see, the blonde girl with big lips, could I talk to her for a moment? Kami, right. She said she wasn't feeling very well. That's why she decided to take a taxi. Now that I think about it, she's been acting strange these past 3 days. Something about her was different than usual. I understand, thank you very much. There is no doubt that this is very strange. I agree. Elsewhere. Kami was walking down an alley. Her cell phone started ringing, so she answered it. As she walked, a gray substance began to ooze from her body. I finally got in touch with you. Where and what have you been doing? Toga. All the gray liquid was released from her body, showing Himiko Toga dressed in a Shiketsu uniform. I was having a lot of fun. You must report all the time, if only one of us gets caught we'll all be in trouble. Don't worry, I've never been caught in my entire life. Besides, my little excursion was very useful. Tamura is going to be very happy. Do you know why? I got some of Izuku's blood. Back with Izuku. There's no doubt this is very strange. We can't draw conclusions without proof. At that moment Izuku's cell phone began to ring, and when he checked it, he saw that they were messages from Rumi, Nomuri, Yu and his mother congratulating him for having obtained his license. He had sent them a photo of his provisional license. Congratulations, Love 3. What great news. It's worth celebrating. I'm glad you got it. I'm so proud of you, son. It seems there is still no response from All Might. Don't worry, he's probably doing something important. With All Might in Tartarus prison several hours ago. The second semester is starting soon, right? Or has it already started? To think you were going to dedicate yourself to teaching. What do you want from me? All Might in his hero suit looked through armored glass at All for One sitting in a wheelchair in a straitjacket. I'm here to clear things up, All for One. This place is stifling, All Might. For example, if my back gets itchy and I rub myself on the back of the chair, every gun will be trained on me in an instant. In addition to my vitals, they monitor my brainwaves constantly. One thought of activating my quirk and my life will be in danger. I'm imprisoned underground with several floors of security. The world compares this to the Greek myth of Tartarus, the name of the god who represents the underworld. Even I would have trouble rebelling against God. You're never going to get out of here. I'll let you think about that. So, what do you want? Where's Gran Torino? Did you come of your own free will? And that ridiculous suit? You're not going to tell me you're still working as a hero, are you? You talk a lot, don't you? I can't help it. I haven't had a decent conversation in a long time. Where is Shigaraki Tamura? I don't know. Like yours, mine has already left the nest. Damn it, what are you trying to achieve? What are you planning? Defying all reason, you managed to keep your body alive, you were able to endure so much and live like this. And while you were playing games and exploiting others, what were you trying to achieve? This is an unproductive topic of conversation. Even if you listened, you wouldn't be able to understand. There will always be people who can't understand each other. We are equal, you and I, we are equal. In the same way that you aspire to become the symbol of peace, I long to be the king of evil. Simple as that. I had an ideal and the power to shape it. If I could live forever in my ideal, I would spare no effort to achieve it. So why do you need a successor? You ask me that. Hahaha. Interesting. It's because you took everything from me. Look at my body. It's thanks to the oxygen mask I wear that I can continue living. Because of you, my ideals that I thought were limitless have become limited. When a person knows the end is near, they hand their work over to someone else. It's the same with everyone. The houses and buildings you see outside, the food you put in your mouth. Everything was developed to be passed on to the next generations. I just want to do the same thing as everyone else. All Might, you have 3 minutes. A voice was heard in the room. Wait, don't say that. I want to talk a little more, All for One complained. Well, the world must be dismayed with your retirement. How's everything going out there? He should be isolated from the news. Please don't tell him anything unnecessary. You heard it. What a shame, it must be like that. Right now, the press is nervous because you're not here, and the concern of having Endeavor as the new #1 hero causes everyone to complain about hero society. Meanwhile, sensing the instability, those who don't listen to the heroes, those who live in the shadows, act. They believe they have a chance to change society and begin to act in an organized way. I think Tamura and his group will remain hidden for some time to ensure the League of Villains reaches the top. Everyone will want to increase their influence, so there will be a lot of fighting among the villains themselves. If the scenario I wrote works well, this is probably how it will happen. Assuming it does, it will all be because of your false form and your retirement. You won't be able to save people as you wish. You will only see the number of villains increase thanks to you. You will watch everything completely powerless for the rest of your days. So tell me, how does it feel? I asked with a smile. All Might stood up. All Might, please move aside. When their feelings are exposed, people tend to get angry. Sorry, you can't hit me here. The former #1 hero inhaled. Don't think you're the only one who knows everything. I understand exactly what you're thinking. Shigaraki, who's related to my teacher by blood, will kill me and young Midoriya. That's more or less it, right? And you don't see him as a villain anymore. You'll probably have doubts. No matter their relationship, at the end of the day he's just another criminal. All Might clenched his fists. I won't die, I won't let Shigaraki kill me, I won't die. The future you imagine will never happen. The smile never left All for One's face. You said you came to clear things up, was that what you meant? All Might, it's time. Come out, please. All Might stood up and headed for the exit. I'll shatter your future. As many times as it takes. And you'll be the one who spends the rest of your days here watching. About your successor. The former pro stood outside the door looking into the room at his enemy, causing the villain to widen his smile. He is strong, stronger than you can imagine, All for One. I know that, it was for an instant, but I could see it. Do you know what else I saw? Darkness, so great that it showed me that if I hadn't found Shimura Tenko, that young man would have been the perfect successor. All Might's eyes widened in shock as the doors began to close. The last thing he saw before they closed completely was All for One's big smile. A few minutes later. All Might was leaving Tartarus in a car driven by Officer Tsukauchi. Sorry for the schedule conflict. I'm sure you wanted to go to the provisional license test, but the procedures at Tartarus are very complicated. How did everything go? If you were expecting any relevant information, I'm sorry to say I didn't get anything useful. Well, I didn't imagine it was that simple. He believes that Shigaraki will continue to hide, increasing his power. If we take that, it will be very difficult to find him and launch another attack. Another thing is that due to the harsh procedures, I couldn't write down anything from my interview with Stain. Then his cell phone rang, and when he checked it, he saw a picture of Izuku's provisional license along with a message. I did it, All Might. Young Midoriya. What's going on? Nothing, keep your eyes forward, Tsukauchi-kun. In the UA dormitories. All the students of Class 1 were gathered in the common room while resting after the provisional license test. The next semester is almost here, right? There is no rest for heroes. A lot of things happened. I will never forget this summer. Izuku checked his phone to see if he had a message from All Might. Then Bakugo walked past him. Hey, come outside later. We'll talk about your quirk. The green-haired man didn't say anything, he didn't even look at him. He knows it. It seems so, you'll have to face it. A few hours later. Izuku was sitting on the bed with the sheets covering his waist. He was looking into the darkness, lost in his thoughts. Then he felt a slight movement next to him, and when he turned his head, he met Momo's eyes looking at him intently. Are you going? His voice was barely a whisper. I have to see what he wants, I'm sure it's important. Let's hope it doesn't become a long-term problem. I don't know, but I have to find out. Momo sat up, her hair loose, and she pressed the sheet against her body to cover her nakedness. Will you ever tell me? About you and Bakugo-san? Looking away from her, he stared at his hands before forming them into fists. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder, and when he turned around, Momo wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in his chest. I hate it when you do that. When it comes to your past, you harden the walls around your heart and push away even Rumi, Namuri and me. He'd like to say it wasn't true, but he knew it would be a disgusting lie. Even now, he struggled not to go into a defensive stance whenever Bakugo got too close to him. I thought that after the sports festival, I had left it all behind. I guess there's still a small part that can't get over it. You don't have to get over it, learn to live with it. But don't pretend it never happened, because it will only end up hurting you in the end. And if you need help, we're here for you, Izuku. Placing a hand under her chin, he lifted her up and gave her a soft kiss. When they separated, Izuku looked at her with a soft smile. Thanks, don't worry, I'll be back in a few minutes. Getting out of bed, Izuku put on his clothes. Black sweatpants, a white tank top, a forest green jacket with white sleeves, and finally his red boots. After giving Momo one last kiss, he went downstairs and left the dorms. He saw Bakugo waiting for him outside. Kakin. Let's go. Without saying anything else, the blonde began to walk away. This will bring problems. I'll just go with the flow for now. Both walks for use minutes. Where are you taking me? But the blonde didn't respond and kept walking. When Bakugo stopped, Izuku looked around. Ground beta. This is a place where no one can bother us. Something I think about sometimes is our fight during the sports festival. You always made me sick. Tell me something I don't know. You had no quirk and you were useless, so how did you get 3 quirks and enter UA? Now they granted me these quirks, but I have a long way to go. I'm going to become stronger so I can defeat you. You are an incomprehensible bastard who only said incomprehensible garbage. And you started acting like an even bigger bastard the further you went. And no matter how much they try to hide it, it's obvious that All Might is watching you, and thanks to that, you climbed higher and higher until you got your provisional license. You got it and I failed. What the hell? Huh? Is this monologue leading anywhere? Kakin, what's the point of all this? Just shut your damn mouth and listen. Idiot. Izuku sighed. Okay. All this time, it's pissed me off and upset me. But, you know, with the Kamino incident, I finally put it all together. Here it comes. All this time I was thinking about this. You received your quirks from All Might, right? Izuku didn't say anything, he just looked at him impassively. That bastard, the boss of the villains, from what I could see, with just a flick of his fingers, he could snatch the quirk of others and give them to other people. I couldn't believe it. But one of the catgirls lost her quirk and was forced to retreat. And not to mention those Naomu who have multiple quirks. If you think about it, the possibility exists. All Might and that man were known for quirk transfer. If it really exists, that shows that All Might and that bastard were related, and that has to do with what you told me, that those quirks were granted to you, doesn't it? As your power increased, All Might lost his powers to the point where he was forced to retire. What All Might said after what happened on Kamino. You're next. You interpreted that statement differently than the others. Since All Might didn't answer me, I'm asking you. The green-haired man laughed a little and then looked up at the sky. Before I answer you, answer my question first. What good does it do you to know? His expression turned serious. You and I always wanted to be like All Might, right? The guy I always thought would be nothing more than a stone in my path. Before I realized it, he was recognized by the person I admired the most, and that's why. You're going to fight me now? No. Bakugo opened his eyes in shock. I'm not going to fight you to make you feel better about yourself. You will follow Momo's advice. Yeah, I'm not going to try to get over it, I'm going to focus on what's important. I'll keep going. Turning on his heels, Izuku started heading back to the dorms. Please. At the plea, Izuku suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the blonde. I want to confirm that there is something so great about you that All Might himself would notice you. If your aspirations are greater than mine, then that proves my aspirations were wrong all along. With a sigh, Izuku took off his jacket, throwing it across the street. Momo and the girls are going to kill me when they find out about this. Why are you doing it? Because there is something I also want to understand. Bakugo flexed his arms. If you don't want to get hurt, I recommend you fight with everything you've got. You fight with kicks now, right? Green lightning flashed through Izuku's body. Full cal 20%. I'll fight with everything I have from the start. Bakugo threw himself towards Izuku using his left hand, while he threw his right hand towards the green-haired boy. His right, no, it has to be a feint. Who cares, move. Spreading his wings, Izuku launched himself into the sky to dodge the huge explosion caused by Bakugo's attack. You like to study your opponents, don't you? Well, I won't give you the chance. Using his explosions with his right hand, he threw himself towards where the green-haired man was. Izuku materialized his Guandao and threw a slash towards his left side that Bakugo had to stop with his forearm, and Bakugo, having no way to counterattack, Izuku threw a kick towards his abdomen and threw him to the ground. Bakugo watched Izuku descend to the ground. Even though you were always behind me. Even though it didn't matter how much I hit you. You still continued behind me. When did I become the one behind you? He used both hands to get closer to Izuku, but Izuku intercepted him by holding him by the shoulders. Then he raised his leg, managing to kick him in the face, and then brought his hands to where Izuku was. Because. Izuku placed his hands on the ground and raised his legs to kick Bakugo's hands, causing the explosion to head towards the sky. When he landed his feet on the ground, he threw himself at the blonde and kneed him in the stomach, causing him to fall backwards to the ground. When he stood up, the green-haired man looked at him impassively, while Bakugo gritted his teeth. Why? Why? You were the one who was always behind. Why the fuck did everything change and now I'm the one who has to run after you? A little shit like you got that power, became stronger, and you are acknowledged by All Might. Even if I was getting stronger. Why? Bakugo looked at Izuku full of despair. Why did I become the reason why All Might disappeared? If I had been stronger. If the villains hadn't kidnapped me, none of this would have ever happened. He wiped the tears from his eyes. All Might was trying to keep everything a secret. Even though I tried not to think about it, everything came back to my head suddenly. I don't know what to do. Izuku remained silent as he looked at him. So he's been carrying this, he was worried and was thinking about this the whole time. Bakugo looked up and saw Izuku try to slash from above with his Guandao, to which Bakugo put his hands in front of him and used an explosion to move away from the blow. Me too, if I had been stronger, if I had been faster. If I had reached you at that moment. All Might wouldn't have had to try so hard. He raised his gaze to show his eyes glassy with tears. I guess that's what it's about. Bakugo charged forward, but Izuku intercepted him by kicking him in the face. Bakugo resisted it and launched an explosion at him, which Izuku dodged but grazed his left side, causing a burn and destroying the Guandao. With everything you two have been through, you are the only ones who can understand each other's feelings, and since you can't have a conversation with each other, this is the only way you have to understand each other. Izuku smiled. Let's see who's stronger now. Bakugo used an explosion and propelled himself into the sky, then used another to fall vertically where Izuku was, who dodged it by jumping back. Then Izuku materialized a Kusarigama and used a chain to wrap around Bakugo's torso and threw him against a building. Suddenly a wheel of fire came out of the building as Bakugo spun and headed at high speed towards Izuku. He flew up to avoid it, but when he looked down he saw in surprise that the wheel of fire was inches away from him. He's very fast, I must deflect his hand. I try to kick him. The blonde used two explosions before the kick hit his hand, one to stay on top of Izuku and another to stay behind him. Then he gave him a strong punch in the stomach, making him hit the ground. Bakugo went towards Izuku to grab him, but before he could grab him, the green-haired man stood on his hands and flexed his arms and slammed both feet into Bakugo's chin to send him into the sky. One attack after another comes, I can't even breathe. Izuku smiled. He's improved a lot. Why are you smiling? Bakugo quickly approached Izuku. I'm getting excited. The black powder swirled in Izuku's hands. You're probably planning something. I won't allow it. Stun grenade. He threw a bright explosion in front of Izuku. When the attack ended, Izuku saw a fist approaching his face, but he held it, then held his other hand and placed them on his shoulders. Bakugo raised a knee, but Izuku pushed it down with his foot. That kind of thing always made me sick. I never know what you're thinking. No matter how many times I hit you, you always followed me. And you always look down on me with those evil eyes of yours, even though you're an idiot who never had anything. That's right. Izuku used his foot on Bakugo's knee to lift himself up a bit and hit him with his leg in the chest. But now I have more things than you could imagine. The blonde stood up. Always. You looked at me with disdain and tried to surpass me because you knew you could. That damn attitude of yours, I can't stand it. I've already surpassed you. No. I'm moving forward. Tetsu no aim. Bakugo looked up and saw 4 windmill shuriken that then split and headed towards him. He raised his hands and launched a powerful blast that destroyed them, but then he looked down and saw Izuku in front of him. Detroit smash. Hit him hard in the stomach and threw him several meters back. Bakugo gasped for air as he tried to stand up. Shit. Normally you don't want to have anything to do with someone who intimidates and belittles you, but then since I had nothing I understood. That if I managed to reach you I would become stronger. I would get even closer to my goal. You who had more things than I had. For me you were an incredible, inspiring person, the one who came closest to All Might. The ground cracked beneath Izuku, and green lightning increased as it swirled around him. Full cal 25%. Izuku fell to his knees as he gasped in pain. Take it. Take it. Izuku, stop. Your body can't take it. Is that supposed to be a power boost? Bakugo shouted as he headed towards Izuku. The blonde was surprised when Izuku disappeared and in an instant was in front of him. Izuku took advantage of his opponent's surprise, gave him an uppercut sending him into the sky, and at high speed, he was already on top of him kicking his side, embedding him into a building. When he landed on the ground Izuku saw some bruises around his right arm and leg. Not yet. Just a little more. Bakugo stepped out of the wall and looked at Izuku. His speed is on another level. Both teenagers threw themselves forward, Izuku threw a kick and Bakugo tried to throw a punch, but both dodged and passed each other. The green-haired boy turned and tried to kick him, but Bakugo helped by a small explosion which dodged him by an inch and then threw a powerful explosion, completely trapping the green-haired boy and raising a large smoke screen. When the smoke cleared, Izuku, with his wings spread, was panting. His shirt was destroyed, his torso had some burns, his arm and leg had some bruises, and his pants had several scratches. Bakugo was also panting. He had several bumps on his face and a bleeding cut on his left shoulder. This is it. The green rays gathered like a whirlpool on Izuku's arm. Damn. They'll be destroyed. Even with All Might's power. Even if it's yours now. You'll lose to me. They both rushed forward again, trying to deliver the finishing blow with all their might. Stop you two. And suddenly, it was all over. Izuku and Bakugo were standing face to face. Their attacks were inches away from each other and they stared at the person who had interrupted them. All Might. I'm sorry, but I took the liberty of spying on you too. Bakugo straightened up and Izuku fell on his butt as he deactivated his quirks and gasped for air. I'm sorry I didn't notice before. All Might apologized to Bakugo. It's late. Why Deku? Was it because of what he did with the mud villain? Why this guy? I have no desire to put up with this shit. You'll have to put up with a lot when the girls see you. Izuku stood up, found his jacket, put it on and started walking towards the dorms. All Might started to approach Bakugo. The reason I chose him is because he's more heroic than anyone I've ever met. I decided it was my responsibility to help him stand in the arena. And not you, who'd been in it for a long time. Izuku stopped even with his back to them. I'm weak too. I always wanted to be strong, like you. It's because I'm weak that you ended up like that. This isn't your fault. Either of ours. Anyway, my limit was close, it was always going to end like this. You're strong, but I focused too much on your strength. I made you carry that burden. All Might hugged Bakugo. I'm sorry, although you're still very young. Bakugo broke free from All Might's hug. After being a hero for so long, I saw that you have to focus on victory like you, young Bakugo, and on wanting to save everyone in trouble like you, young Midoriya. If you lack any of these feelings, a hero will not be able to fulfill the justice he seeks. Just as young Midoriya admired young Bakugo's strength and young Bakugo feared young Midoriya's heart. Now that you have expressed your feelings, I believe that the two of you understand each other. If you acknowledge each other and focus on strengthening each other, you will be able to save people to win and win to save people. Becoming the best heroes. The blonde looked at Izuku's back. That's not what I wanted to hear. Bakugo sat on the floor with his gaze down. Deku, if you have the strongest person on your side, you will never lose. You're wrong about that. Bakugo looked up. I still have a long way to go. What I wanted to tell you is that your aspirations weren't wrong. Because I stopped following All Might a long time ago. The explosion quirk user looked at Izuku in shock. Izuku looked at the starry sky with a smile. I will forge my own path and walk it. If I am wrong or make mistakes, it's okay, I will accept them, but I will no longer live chazzing anyone. All Might looked at his successor. Darkness, so great that it showed me that if I hadn't found Shimura Tenko, that young man would have been the perfect successor. You're wrong all for one. There may be darkness, but inside there is a light that, despite being small, is brighter than you can imagine. Bakugo sighed. Who else knows about the relationship you and Deku share? Recovery girl and the principal. Among the students, only you. You don't want this to get out, do you, All Might? Since you've been trying to hide it, I won't tell anyone. I'm not going to open my mouth like that idiot Deku. This secret stays between us. This secret of mine. It's something I regret bringing upon you. You'll have to carry that burden wherever you go. I'm sorry. Bakugo stood up. I'm not carrying anything. It's a risk to tell anyone anyway. Seeing how things ended, I think I owe young Bakugo a proper explanation. For now, follow me, I need. Then All Might began to explain the history of One for All to Bakugo, while the blonde listened attentively. For his part, Izuku spoke with Falcon. Sensei. Shut up, I'm angry. I'm sorry. And shit, don't lie to me. It was necessary. Sacrifice yourself. He knows very well that he wouldn't have gone that far. Your body thinks differently. 20% would have been enough to defeat him. I'm sure you would have done it with even less than that. You know that, right? I got a little excited and I'm sorry. Don't worry, you'll apologize and I'll enjoy every moment of the scolding. You are a sadist. Of course. Izuku sighed. I'm tired. You're not the only one. The conversation was interrupted when Izuku heard Bakugo speak. If the secret behind the quirk were to be exposed, that could cause a grave disaster, right? Haven't you told anyone else, moron? Well, don't go spreading it around. You stupid nerd. The green-haired man chuckled. Don't worry, no one knows about this except you. Well, what I have to do hasn't changed at all. But things are different, Deku. Just as you absorbed what you saw in me and others to become stronger, I will also do my best to go higher. Even higher than you. Izuku smiled. Then I'll become stronger than anyone else, so you'll have to try your best to catch me. Don't get so carried away. I'll be over you before you know it. Izuku started laughing out loud at his rival's attitude. All Might's explanation has only cleared up half the mystery. Bakugo stopped, followed by All Might as Izuku continued walking. Deku, where did you get your other quirks? After that question Izuku stopped, but didn't say anything. A quirk awakens at age 14, no matter how much I think about it, it is impossible for your quirk to awaken at age 14. How did you get it? Who knows? Answer the damn question. I'm sorry, but that's the only thing I can't reveal to you two, at least not yet. Young Midoriya. The green-haired boy turned to see his teacher. Nothing. If you think it's a secret you should keep, then I respect that. Now let's go and heal his wounds. A few minutes later. Izuku and Bakugo were being held by Aizawa's scarf. Meanwhile, the professional looked at them, clearly angry. They have enough energy to have a fight at night after the exam is over. How splendid. Aizawa-kun, wait a bit, don't tie them up, it was my fault. Excuse me? What does this have to do with you? Both teenagers tensed at the question. Young Bakugo felt guilty about my withdrawal, believing he was responsible and feeling the weight of all this burden. He took the exam, and consequently his inferiority complex dominated him. Without perceiving that, we negligently did not notice his mental health. This fight was because of us, the adults. All Might muttered to Aizawa, to which the black-haired man growled and freed them from their bonds. Even so. The rules are the rules. I can't let this transgression go by. I'm going to think of an appropriate punishment. Who struck first? It was me, they said in unison. Don't lie, damn it. I beat you first. That's not how I remember it. Bakugo, 4 days. Midoriya, 3 days. You're both under house arrest. During that time, you're both to clean the dorm common areas. Day and night. On top of that, I want a written apology from both of you. And regarding your injuries, if the pain doesn't subside, go to the infirmary. Aizawa sighed. That's all. Go to bed. A few minutes later, both teenagers were heading towards the dorms. When Momo saw Izuku, she was half worried, half angry. After a brief explanation, Izuku literally fainted on his bed. With a resigned sigh, the brunette lay down next to her boyfriend. She would scold him along with the other girls when she felt better. The next day. Izuku and Bakugo were cleaning the common area while their classmates watched them. Did they fight? Mina asked. And now they have house arrest. Hagakure asked. What idiots. What madness. They are very stupid. What stupidity. Izuku looked at Momo, who looked away angrily. Bakugo got angry at the comments and started cleaning harder. Did you make up? Uraraka asked. The green-haired boy chuckled. All sorted, now we're best friends, right Kakin? Of course not. You guys were lucky to only have house arrest. Iida spoke while moving his hands. Bakugo, what are you going to do about the provisional license exams? Todoroki asked him. Shut your mouth, that's none of your business. When everyone left to do their things, both teenagers continued vacuuming the bedrooms in silence until Bakugo spoke. About your kicking technique. What's up with that? Your movements are too wide. Even though you moved much faster, I was able to react in time. I still have to refine it. Don't be stupid and suddenly increase your power if your body can't handle it. You're the only one strong enough to make me go that far. After that they both continued cleaning in comfortable silence. And it's only the first day. After a few hours, Bakugo and Izuku continued with their house arrest. At that moment, the green-haired boy was cleaning the kitchen. How fun, getting the grease off the tiles. Sarcasm. What do you think? I am sincerely satisfied with the result. Did Momo and the girls talk to you again? No, well that's the only bad part. Not to mention that we're the only ones here. Everyone else is outside having fun. At that moment Aizawa entered the dorms. Good morning, sensei. Good morning, I hope you are thinking about your actions. Yes, Izuku answered tiredly. Bakugo just growled. Okay, when they finished Bakugo you must be in your room. He took out a small folded note and handed it to Izuku. Midoriya, you must go to this place. Because? Apparently a journalist wants to talk to you. Aren't I supposed to be under house arrest? And don't you think it would be bad if I talk to a reporter? Don't complain. You've only been under house arrest for a day and I already want to pull my hair out. Aizawa sighed. We'll only give you permission for 4 hours. The principal thinks it's a good opportunity to help the school a little, but you must refrain from sharing sensitive information. Okay. 2 hours later. Izuku was walking down the street while checking the paper Aizawa had given him, since it had the address where he should meet the woman who would conduct the interview. He was wearing a grey short-sleeved shirt with a black root design all over it. Over it he wore a black jacket, blue jeans, and his red boots. He walked until he arrived in front of a small restaurant. He entered and noticed that there were several people inside. He looked around trying to find the person he was supposed to meet. How am I supposed to find someone I don't know? If she is a woman, she should wear simple clothes, glasses, and her hair tied back in a ponytail. This way, Midoriya. Izuku found the owner of the voice and was surprised. Standing there at a table was a woman with long pale lilac hair, combed to the left, and light blue skin. Her eyes were unusual, as her sclera were completely black, while her eyes were green and her pupils completely black. She wore a white shirt, over her shoulders was a cobalt jacket, cobalt pants, and light blue high heels. She is certainly an exotic woman. This could be interesting. The dazed green-haired man approached the woman who was smiling at him. Are you Miss Kazuki? Yes, thank you very much for coming. Please have a seat. They both sat down and made their orders. Kazuki-san, could ask you why you want to interview me. The woman rested her arm on the table and her chin on her palm, while smiling amused. I hate formalities, Izuku, so call me Chidis please. To tell the truth, I am the executive director of the Shueisha publishing house, and the reason why I am here is because you caught my attention, and I am here because I believe that the best information is obtained in a face-to-face interview. Wow, I didn't expect that. I see, my next question, Chidis, is why me? Actually, it all started with the sports festival. I couldn't watch it because I was busy with other matters, but when I saw the replays, I was very impressed. During your speech, I could see that you weren't joking or provoking others. I could see in your eyes that you meant it. I guess you're partially serious. You're welcome. I wasn't thanking you. I know. Ignorant of his mental chatter, Chidis continued. During the first test, you showed great instinct, adaptability, and surprised everyone, including me, with the grand finale you produced. During the second test, you showed great leadership and even revealed a third quirk that no one expected, managing to maintain your position until the very end. As far as I remember, it was your nerdy skills that saved your ass that time. The most impressive were obviously your fights. During the third test, Chidis took a small notebook out of her bag. During your first fight you faced Hitachi Shinsu, whose quirk could control minds. You seemed to be under his control, but suddenly you returned to normal after releasing a great amount of power. To free himself from the effect of his quirk, he had to free me by force. I see. It seems the quirk wouldn't be useful for Redestro. Your second fight was one of the most impressive of the entire sports festival. You faced Endeavor's son, but there's something that catches my attention. What thing? You seemed to be holding back during the fight, and then you got really serious when he unleashed his flames. Why? He was holding back first and wanted him to fight with all his power, was Izuku's simple response. The lavender-haired woman looked at him as if she were trying to solve a riddle. After a few seconds she spoke again. Your arm, she pointed at it. I consulted with a doctor friend of mine, and he told me that your arm suffered a lot of damage, and most likely you would have to receive surgery, but from what I see your hand is not in the best condition. Izuku opened and closed his hand. I should have hired the best doctor in the world to give that diagnosis just by watching a video. Who is this woman? You have a quirk that damages you when you overuse it, right? Izuku didn't respond, he just stared at him impassively. I think a lot of you realized that during the sports festival. Don't worry, I'm not going to put that in my magazine because it would hurt you. Sigh, yes, my quirk has a great amount of power, and I can't control it all. Right now I can only use 20% of my full power, but at that time I could only control 10%. Now I'm very interested. During your final fight, despite being very tired and obviously hurt, you faced Katsuki Bakugo, and despite everything you continued to stand up and stand in front of him. Why? What was your motivation for that? I had something I wanted to prove to myself and the world. A hero must always stand up no matter the situation. You seem more and more interesting to me. Okay, so after that, the internship at UA started, and you chose to go to the Harem Mirko's office. Why did you choose her? So far, you've received over 5,000 proposals. I thought I could learn from her since her fighting style was completely different from mine. I hope to find another perspective on how to use my quirks. And my sensei is a pervert. I didn't see you complaining while having sex with her, ungrateful. Chidis tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Somehow you got caught up in the Hosu incident. You faced off against a hero killer Stain to save the hero native and managed to defeat him with the help of your classmate Iida Tenya and Todoroki Shoto. Izuku tensed and opened his eyes in shock. How? He stopped when a finger pressed against his lips. I have some great sources of information, but that's not the important thing, okay? He withdrew his finger and smiled. After that, you were about to go to a summer camp, but you ran into the leader of the League of Villains Shigaraki Tamura while you were shopping with your classmates. How did you deal with that situation? He wanted to threaten me. Really? Why did he choose you? Because he's a fucking crazy bastard. I don't know, maybe it's because I confronted him during the USJ attack and he developed some resentment towards me because of that. At least that's what Detective Tsukauchi told me I should say if anyone asks. Because of that encounter, UA decided to change the location of the camp, and classes 1A and 1B went to the mountain to receive training from the famous rescue group the Pussycats. But unfortunately, they were attacked by the League of Villains. You were forced to face the villain Muscular to save Kota, the nephew of the heroine Mandalay, right? That information is too specific, don't you think? Jidis chuckled. I went straight to the source to get it. Kota-kun admires you a lot, and the same could be said for the Pussycats. It seems you are very popular with women. Izuku, she winked at him amusedly. Izuku smiled. You have no idea how much. Well said, Tiger. From what they told me, you were in a very serious condition and even if you stood up to rescue your classmate and childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo. I remember it well. I was the only one who knew their objectives at the time, and it was my obligation to tell everyone what we were up against. I had to do something. I wasn't going to sit idly by her hide. Not while my body could still move. The lavender-haired woman flipped a page in her notebook. A large amount of bruises and contusions all over your body, 3 broken ribs of which 2 pierced your right lung, large blood loss, every bone in your right arm was destroyed, and you had a high fever. That was the state your body ended up in after the incident at camp, and Katsuki Bakugo was kidnapped. Izuku squeezed his right arm tightly. Your arm suffered after effects. If you get seriously hurt again, you'll never be able to move your right arm again. So why? Why? What? Why do you keep trying so hard? Because I want to be a hero who can save everyone who needs it. Jidis was completely shocked, impressed by the words and determination of the young man in front of her. She brought her hands to her lap and clenched them into fists. You would also save me, she whispered. Did you say something? Huh? Nothing, everything's fine. He smiled again and closed the notebook. Just between you and me. Then you went with a group of your classmates to rescue Katsuki Bakugo, right? You really are impressive. I'm the best in this busin as she proudly puffed out her chest. Now tell me, she took a picture out of her bag. This is you, right? Izuku saw the photo that showed him wielding the sword of Damocles as he threw himself at all for one. Here between us. Izuku smiled. Yeses. You take a big risk, but I can't complain because thanks to you, many people were saved. Thank you. I'm glad everything ended well. Now you just got your provisional license. How do you feel? I'm glad to know that I now have the opportunity to freely help people in need and gain the experience to become a better hero. They continued the interview for a few minutes. Then Izuku's phone rang. He checked it and grimaced. It seems I must return. I must continue with my house arrest. House arrest? What did you do? Since you're so good at gathering information, I'll let you figure it out on your own. With a smile, Izuku stood up and started heading for the exit. You really are one of the most interesting people I've met in a long time. Thanks, I think the same. Rest assured that we will see each other again. I'll be looking forward to it. The green-haired man opened the door and left the restaurant. I'll wait for him too. Chidis left the restaurant a few minutes later and a limousine was waiting for her. She opened the door and entered where her assistant was already waiting for her. Welcome Kazuki-sama. Hello, Mayumi. Were you able to get the information you were looking for? Yes, it was the most entertaining interview I've had in years. Now there's something else I have to do. What is it? I'm going to gather all the information I can about Izuku Midoriya. So far I've only been able to gather about him during his time at UA. Now I'm going to gather every detail there is about him. I won't leave a single bit of information unchecked. Are you sure? Why do you want to do that? You've known me for 5 years. I'm always at the bottom of everything. Besides, it's going to be a personal project, so don't worry. Okay, if you say so. Well, I have an article to write. Chidis grabbed her laptop from the seat and began typing. Then her phone started ringing and she saw it was a number for the Liberation Army. She looked at it for a few seconds and then hung up. Not now, I have better things to do. At night, in the bedrooms, Izuku and some others were having dinner. But then a loud shriek was heard and then all the girls came running in a stampede towards their table. Maybe they all realized they want to be in your harem. I'm not that lucky either. Where's the fire, girls? Izuku asked jokingly. Midoriya. Did you really meet the famous Chidis Kazuki? Ashido asked excitedly. Yes, why? She's the CEO of Shueisha Publishing. She's only supposed to cover really important people. Hagakure jumped excitedly. The boys also gathered around Izuku. Did they interview you, Midoriya? Shiro asked. I'm so jealous, said Kaminari. Here it is, look. Uraraka showed them her cell phone. Izuku Midoriya. The future hero Dark Phoenix. One of UA's rising stars. A young man who proved his worth since he was in high school when he faced a villain to rescue a hostage when no professional hero could do anything. Now he is a student of Class 1 who fought during the attack on the UAUSJ. After that, he dazzled many during the UA Sports Festival where he was crowned winner, proving that he is the strongest of the first-year students. During the attack on the camp caused by the League of Villains, he managed to defeat the muscular villain, a murderer who was wanted by the police. In a personal interview I had with Izuku Midoriya, I saw a young man who is willing to fight to the bitter end to protect others, whether they be civilians, his comrades, or even other heroes. A young man with a bright future, and I look forward to seeing what the future holds for this heroic and talented young man. All the information about this wonderful aspiring hero will be in this week's post. I didn't think it would come out so quickly. He interviewed me this afternoon. She must really be very good at what she does. It seems that you really made a good impression on Midoriya, said Jiro. For a student from our class to appear in an important magazine is a great honor. Iida waved his hands. Do you think you'll really see her again? I hope so. She's hiding something. I don't know what it is, but I want to find out. Everyone continued for a couple more minutes until they had to retire to their rooms to go to sleep. Chapter 40. Boku no Hero Academia. Densetsu no Fukatsu, the legend reborn. In a warehouse on the docks, there were 4 men in black robes. 3 of them were taking stone tablets with hieroglyphics out of the container. This shit is very heavy, one of the men complained. If they break them, it's all over, said a man who wasn't carrying anything while he looked at the other 3 with his arms crossed. Yes. Hey boss, are these stones really worth that much? They are very valuable. The 3 men looked at each other and smiled. Then they put down all the stones and looked at their leader. Bring the 3 boxes. Obeying the men, they entered the container and took out 3 large wooden boxes, then placed them side by side. What's here? The boss approached and with a crowbar opened the boxes, revealing 3 green prisms with shadows inside. What the hell is this? And now, boss. The boss took out a gun and then shot the 3 men in the chest. The hooded figures fell dead to the ground as blood began to seep from beneath them. Immediately, the blood flowed toward the cousins, who began to absorb the blood from the corpses, turning crimson and cracking. When they had absorbed all the blood, the prism shattered, releasing the 3 creatures inside. The first creature had gray skin, its head was similar to a greyhound with long cropped ears, an upturned snout, it had a long forked tail, in its hands were sharp claws, it was 9 feet tall. It wore a shanty with an embroidered belt with red and gold details, gold bracelets and gold bicep bracelets, on its head was a jet with gold and red lines. The second creature was a woman with dark skin and the head of a lioness. She wore a mane and a crown with a sun disk called a uria and was 8 feet tall. Her clothing was a red dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure with a gold belt. The last one was a dark-skinned man, his head was that of a black jackal with several golden rings in his ears, he was 9 feet tall. He wore a shenty with a golden belt with an ankh made of gold in the middle, gold bracelets on each arm, on his head was a jet with gold and black lines, in his hand he held a scepter with a scale at the top. The 3 creatures looked around in confusion until their gaze fell on the human in front of them. My gods, Seth, Anubis and Sekhmet, I'm glad you're all well. Seth grabbed the man by the neck and lifted him up to look him in the eyes. How dare you show your face again in front of us? He growled in a deep voice. The man tried to answer, but the grip on his neck was too strong and he couldn't breathe, then Anubis stepped forward and put a hand on Seth's shoulder. We won't get answers if you kill him. Growling again, Seth threw him to the ground as the man coughed and gasped for air. We were about to die the last time we saw each other, if we hadn't used that servant's blessing to preserve our bodies, we would have died, Sekhmet spoke in a delicate but threatening voice. The man stood up and shook his clothes a little. I was almost killed too, but I survived thanks to my blessing and spent many years planning my return. I will need your help again. He knelt with his head on the ground. Why would we help a despicable insect like you? Seth roared. You are the only gods left alive, the man smiled when he saw the surprised faces of the 3 gods in front of him. Ra, Horus. All are dead. Is that true? Asked Anubis. That's right, if you help me the world will be yours. Sekhmet raised an eyebrow and approached the man. Don't think you can fool us, you wanted that woman more than you wanted to rule. That's true, my lady, my beloved Camilla has returned to life, and I would like you to help me get her back. What do we gain? We might as well become the masters of the world on our own, Seth said. Revenge. For those who dishonored them. Not only my beloved back to life, but also that filthy man and his cursed guardians. Do you want us to face those bastards again? Asked Sekhmet. Yes, but this time we have the advantage, since they don't know about us and our abilities. A smile appeared on Seth's face showing his sharp fangs. It's time for revenge. What's the plan? Asked Anubis. I'll take care of it, my lords, the stage is already set, we just have to gather the actors. The gods nodded while laughing. The man took out his cell phone and looked at a woman on the screen. Soon, my beautiful Camilla. Soon you and I will be together again. He swiped to the next photo and his eyes flooded with anger. You are living on borrowed time, miserable, this time I will claim what is mine, and you along with your guardians will meet your end. He threw the device to the ground where it shattered. The man and the gods left the warehouse, taking the stone tablets and leaving the dead on the ground. The cell phone on the ground began to blink, showing Izuku's picture. Until it went dead. In UA, Class 1 at dorms. Izuku sighed as he continued cleaning, since they were still under house arrest, not to mention that they had to clean the bedrooms from top to bottom. Have you already told the girls what happened? Momo told them and they are not happy. You are confined here for 1 more day. I'm going to miss my last days of vacation. I think your sensei was too lenient. Something worse than this would have been if he asked me to kiss his feet. If it were me I would have done it. Izuku continued cleaning while muttering about sadistic senseis and annoying punishments. When he went to clean the common area, he ran into Bakugo, who was already cleaning while his classmates watched television, then they turned on the news channel. In other news, billionaire Kataputo IG is set to open a major tourist attraction on Mount Fuji. The television showed that inside a cave there was a large pyramid made of metal. On the outside of the pyramid marking the steps, there were several light blue lines that illuminated the entire cave. This large construction will be a large tourist park that shows visitors firsthand how people lived in ancient Egypt. There is a hotel, attractions, and everything is fully equipped with the latest technology. It even has a machine made by island scientists that recreates the climate of Egypt for the enjoyment of visitors. The television showed that inside the pyramid, there were screens recreating the sky with a large bright sun, people dressed as Egyptians, and also a desert being traversed by people riding camels. The image changed to show a modern Egyptian-themed hotel room, a pool with people in it, and others on the shore drinking cold drinks while sunbathing. The pyramid will be open to the public in a few days, but Mr. Kataputo is said to be inviting some people for a test visit to assess the facility's operation. It would be great to be able to visit that place before the semester started, said Kaminari. Did that man put it inside Mount Fuji? Asked Sato. I wish they would choose me to visit that place. Mina exclaimed. Izuku stared at the screen. That place. Do you want to go? Looks familiar. The green-haired boy looked at the screen, then the image began to flicker and was then replaced by an actual pyramid. Then feeling a tug in his mind, suddenly Izuku found himself in a desert, the hot wind and sand hitting him in the face. Frantically he began to look around. Guys. Falcon Sensei. Someone. Stop him. A voice was heard distorted by the wind. Who's there? You must stop him. Whom? End the fight. Then Izuku saw a huge explosion in the distance and a sea of fire rapidly approaching him. The green-haired boy began to run quickly, but the fire was approaching quickly. At that moment he was consumed by the flames. Midoriya. Izuku gasped for air, and when he focused his sight he saw Iida, who had a worried expression while resting his hand on his shoulder. When he normalized his breathing he saw his other teammates who were also looking at him worriedly. "Hey bro, are you okay?" asked Kirishima. "Yeah. Are you sure?" "You were paralyzed with a completely lost gaze," Mina told him. "I'm fine, really. Maybe the fight with Bakugo damaged your brain," Kaminari said, only to be hit by Sato. "I think I'm a little tired, I'll finish cleaning and go to my room to rest for a while." With a smile Izuku excused himself to continue cleaning. "What was that? I literally felt like you were gone for a few seconds." "I don't know, but I can feel it. Something is going to happen." When Izuku left, those in the common room went back to watching TV, where the following news was shown. In international news. The thief who stole from the Egyptian museum in Cairo is still being sought. The thief stole stone plaques carved with an ancient legend. Evidence shows that the thief disabled the security system and then used his quirk to kill the 2 security guards before disappearing with the plaques. In the afternoon. Izuku was playing the guitar while looking out the window. "You were in the desert and you heard a voice. That's strange. Maybe I'm already going crazy. I don't know, maybe you had a vision." "About what?" "Good question." His cell phone vibrated and when he picked it up he smiled when he saw it was a message from Yu. "Hello Izuku, how are you?" "Good, and you?" "I'm fine, just finishing up a patrol here." "Siebes, I've been thinking we could get together again to go out." "Sure, I'd love to." "Where?" "What do you think about where we had our first date?" "There's something important I want to tell you." "Okay. Maybe Saturday." "Right now I'm under house arrest." "Hahaha, really? What did you do?" "I had a practice match. At midnight." "That means you had a fight with someone." "You could also call it that." "Are you okay?" "Yes, recovery girl cured me." "Then you'll tell me the details, I'll see you on Saturday." Leaving his cell phone next to him he sighed before looking out the window. "Oh, really? That. What will you do now?" "If you're going to tell me you have feelings for me, I'll tell you about my relationship with Rumi, Momo, and Amuri. I've learned my lesson." "Well done, do you think he'll accept you?" "I don't know, but I'll accept whatever she decides. I want them to be happy." Knock knock. "Who is it?" "It's me, Midoriya." Standing up he headed towards the door. When he opened it he saw Kyoka standing on the other side. "Hello, what's up?" "The director is downstairs and wants to talk to us about something." "Okay." They both went to the elevator to go to the common room where the others were. Both were silent until the young woman looked at him. "Did you do something to Yamomo?" Izuku raised an eyebrow and turned his head to meet Jiru's reproachful gaze. "I made her a promise and I broke it, now she's mad at me." "I see, you. Do you like Momo?" They both looked at each other for a few seconds in silence until Izuku sighed and looked forward. "She is an important person in my life." "You didn't answer the question," Kyoka muttered annoyed. Izuku just chuckled. At that moment the elevator opened and both teenagers got out. In the common room were all his classmates, Aizawa, All Might and the principal, who was accompanied by a man. The green-haired man studied him attentively. The man had very short black hair, his skin was a tan color, and his eyes were brown. He was wearing a white suit with a black shirt and a gold tie. He looked to be in his 30s. "Rich man alarm." "It seems so." "Well, now that everyone is here, let me tell you the reason why I gathered you together." Nezu spoke. "Let me introduce you to Mr. Kataputo Ig. The man who built that pyramid on Mount Fuji." Mina asked excitedly. "That's right," the man chuckled. "What is someone so important doing here in UA?" Kaminari asked. "Well, to tell the truth, I'm one of UA's investors and I've come here to ask a favor from its director." "A favor?" asked Asui. "In case you didn't know, I'm going to do a test visit of my pyramid. It's so you can enjoy the facilities and also check the security. I don't want to ask professional heroes to do this, since I don't want to leave the people of the city unprotected, so I thought I'd invite a small group of 7 students to help me with this." "Will he choose us?" Hagakure asked, jumping excitedly in her place. "Precisely, we have chosen them based on the need to correct the last details of the pyramid." A question. Iida raised his hand. "What's going on? Why did you decide to build that tourist attraction on Mount Fuji?" Good question. The black-haired man showed them a tablet that he had under his arm. When the screen came to life, it showed a large machine that had several thick tubes buried in the ground, and in the middle, a large tube that connected the floor and the ceiling that glowed orange. As you know, Mount Fuji is an ancient volcano. Well, underground is the magma. This machine subjects it to a mechanical process by which it converts the magma into energy, and that energy nourishes the entire pyramid. Although the construction of the pyramid is my property, they allowed me to use the land, and we financed this machine together with the government to test a new type of natural energy. All for the good of the country. That's incredible and admirable, said Momo. Ig smiled at her, then took her hand and kissed her. I'm glad you love it. Momo rolled her eyes and a growl escaped Izuku's throat without him being able to control it. Come closer, ladies and gentlemen, there's a beating going on and the guy in the suit has all the tickets. The black-haired man straightened up while smiling. Well, I don't want to take up any more of your time, so I'll inform those who I want to go. He checked his tablet. Izuku Midoriya, Kitsuki Bakugo, Kaminari Denki, Jiru Kyoka, Achaku Uraraka and Abara Shiozaki. Abara Shiozaki is from Class B, said Uraraka. As I said, I would choose a group of 7 students. I never said it would only be from this class, principal. The smile never left his face as he looked at the principal. I don't see why not, we'll inform Miss Shiozaki later. Aizawa stepped forward. Excuse me, but Midoriya and Bakugo are under house arrest for breaking the rules. I see, that's an inconvenience. I really need both of you to attend not only for your quirks, but also because we will record a commercial and it will attract a lot of attention if I show the 2 best from your sports festival. Aizawa-kun, it will only be for a day, you will immediately return to house arrest when you return. Mr. Kataputo is a big investor and needs our help. Aizawa grunted before nodding, then looked at the green-haired and blonde. Consider yourselves lucky, that doesn't mean I'll forget about your punishment. Both teenagers nodded, Izuku nodded, Bakugo just grunted. Well, if it's already decided, I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow at 8 AM. Now I must go, I hope you can speak with Miss Shiozaki. Leave it to me, Nezu smiled. The black-haired man approached Izuku and extended his hand. I hope I can help you, Midoriya. Izuku shook his hand while pasting a fake smile on his face. With everything ready, the adults left the dorms, while Aizawa accompanied Kataputo to the school entrance. All Might looked at the director. Director, do you think this is okay? The rodent lost his smile as he sighed. That man donated a large amount of money to the school this year. That alone wouldn't be enough, but he has very powerful friends in the government. That's why I had to ignore even Midoriya and Bakugo's house arrest. These are the decisions one must make as a principal. That's why I never wanted to go into politics, the former number 1 hero smiled. With Class 1A. Everyone watched the adults leave and then started talking to each other. I'm so jealous. Mina exclaimed. Make sure you take lots of pictures. Hagakure asked. Congratulations, Bakugo Kirishima congratulated. I don't like that guy, said the blonde. Are you going to be on television with that attitude? Asked Kaminari. What did you say, shit? Midoriya. The voice growled next to the green-haired boy. Turning his head, Izuku saw that he was holding Kyoka's wrist tightly. When he let go, the violet-haired girl rubbed her wrist. What the hell was that? I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was holding you. You did it the moment you shook the rich kid's hand. When he approached me, I felt a strong desire to hit him. You'd better get a grip. Several hours later, in the city. The heroine Mount Lady was finishing patrolling the city. At that moment she was heading towards the office where she worked to change and finish her shift. How boring today was. Suddenly she felt a chill. She looked frantically behind her and to the sides. How strange, I feel like someone is watching me. Mount Lady. Looking ahead, the blonde saw Kamui Woods approaching her. Hello Shinji, I said with a smile. Good evening, have you finished your patrol? Yes, I'm going home now. A bottle of wine and some candy with my name on it are waiting for me. And you, what are you doing? I'm going to do some overtime. They both started walking together. What are you planning to do this weekend? I'm going to meet a friend. Is that friend the one you rejected me for? Ryu knew there was no displeasure or anger in Shinji's voice. He was just making fun of her. He had accepted her as his friend, and she was happy that things weren't getting awkward between them. Maybe, the blonde replied with a smile. As they passed an alley, they both jumped to avoid a fist that hit the ground, cracking the spot where they were standing. When they turned their gaze to their attacker, they saw Seth. Not bad. Who are you? Asked Kamui Woods. If you want us to tell you where the museum is, you should have just asked. Seth smiled as he looked at them with his red eyes. Well done, I hope you can make it fun. Immediately, the 2 professionals activated their quirks. Kamui Woods turned his arms into roots and surrounded his opponent, while Mount Lady increased in size. Seth just snorted boredly as he opened his arms, destroying the roots that imprisoned him. Is that all? He asked Kamui Woods, who had fallen to the ground. Kamui. Dear, don't you think you should worry about yourself? The blonde saw Sekhmet on top of one of the buildings. The goddess jumped and punched her in the face, knocking her down. Mount Lady. Where are you looking? The hero saw Seth lower his claws in front of him and saw 5 blades coming towards him, which he jumped to dodge. When he looked up, he saw the deep claw marks on the ground that ended at the wall. Then he felt something in his hands. Powder. No, this is. He couldn't finish thinking as Seth's foot hit his stomach, sending him flying through 2 buildings. Insect. For her part, Mount Lady was trying to hold Sekhmet, but the goddess was too fast for her. Oh princess, all these years haven't made you any smarter. What are you taking about? Sekhmet jumped and kicked her in the chest, knocking her to the ground. Curse. Mount Lady. The heroine saw death arms approaching her while being followed by other heroes. One of the heroes hit the ground hard, causing a shockwave to head towards Seth, but before it impacted, a man in a black robe raised his hands. When he made contact with the attack, he stopped, and his hands began to vibrate, while the shockwave began to decrease until it disappeared. What did he do? At that moment the ground began to shake, and a large number of mummies began to emerge from the alleys. They were dressed as Egyptian guards, wielding swords and spears as they headed towards the heroes. Seth snorted. Why are you interrupting our fun, Anubis? Anubis calmly walked towards the group. I don't want to waste any more time. I'm sorry, I don't enjoy the killing and blood as much as you two. The heroes began to fight the mummies, but unfortunately they were outnumbered 10-1 and quickly found themselves overwhelmed as the mummies charged at them. Yu, meanwhile, got back to his feet and threw a punch at his attackers. Seth and Anubis saw the fist coming towards them, but they didn't even flinch as they raised their hands and stopped the attack that didn't even move them. That. In the past, nor now do you know your place, girl, Seth said. Wait, please. Shouted the man in the robe. You made me a promise, my lords. With an annoyed grunt, Seth kicked his fist, causing Mount Lady to raise her arm, and then jumped, hitting her in the stomach, causing her to crash into a building and fall to the ground. Then Yu's quirk deactivated and he returned to his normal size. Now, you will come with us, girl, Anubis told her. Never. The blonde knelt down holding her stomach. Sekhmet approached the blonde and grabbed her hair, causing her to let out a cry of pain. It wasn't a request, princess. I will not obey them. Yu tried to free himself from the goddess's grip. Mr. Anubis, please. The god moved his hands in front of him, and then Yu saw how the mummies brought the beaten heroes and made them kneel while putting swords on their necks. You choose, either you obey us or. Anubis raised a hand, and the mummies raised their swords over the heads of the heroes. Wait. I'll go with you. The man in the robe stood behind Yu. Good decision, my beloved. He hit her neck, making the blonde fall unconscious, then he lifted her up bridal style. The first step is now complete. When the police along with ambulances and other pro-heroes arrived after a few minutes, they only found destruction and a group of unconscious pro-heroes. The next day in UA. Bakugo, Uraraka, Jiro, Kaminari, and Todoroki stood at the entrance of the dorms in their hero outfits as they waited for Izuku and Obara. I had forgotten what it was like to get up early, Kaminari yawned. Where is Midoriya? Asked Shoto. When I got up to have breakfast, he was coming back from doing his exercises, said Uraraka. Hello, everyone. The students of Class A saw Obara Shiozaki approaching them. Good morning, Obara-san greeted Uraraka. The others just nodded or grunted in recognition. Bakugo's case. Kaminari approached the Vine user while smiling. I'm glad you can come with us, you know, so we can get along between classes and all that. The blonde tried to act cool. The young woman rolled her eyes and sighed. Poor lost sheep. What? Kaminari asked, confused. It's his way of saying that you're an annoying idiot, Bakugo said with a mocking smile. I got that impression too. Everyone saw Izuku walk out the dorm door. Why did it take you so long? Jiro asked. I had to take care of something. Let's go. They should be here to pick us up. Inside the bedrooms. Momo was getting ready to get up. She knew that Izuku had probably left for his visit with the others. She knew that she had acted a little exaggerated, even though Izuku had explained his reasons for fighting with Bakugo. When she finished getting ready, she left her room, but was surprised when she saw a rose on the floor in front of her door. She carefully picked it up and smelled the scent. A small smile crept across her lips when she read the small note attached to it. I'm sorry. Baka. The black-haired girl went to look for a vase to put the rose in. Several minutes later, with Izuku and the others, everyone was picked up in a limousine and taken to a hangar where a private jet was waiting to take them to the pyramid. Look at that jet. Amazing. What a pleasant surprise. Everyone boarded the ship, and after takeoff they all began to talk while they waited to reach their destination. I can't believe I'm on a private jet, said Jiro. Yes, I never imagined I could get on one, Uraraka told him. What will be waiting for us when we arrive? Asked Kaminari. Good question. You still don't trust that guy? I don't know, but there's something I don't like. He looked at me strangely for a second. Uraraka approached Shiozaki. Are you excited for the trip? The young woman looked at the brunette and smiled. Yes, I've seen about this pyramid on television, and I'm curious about what Mr. Kataputa wants us to do. He said he wanted us to test the security system. Many of us have very destructive quirks depending on the scenario, Todoroki opined. What do you think, Bakugo? Kaminari asked. I don't know, but if it's to test the security system, I hope it's a bigger challenge than on Island, he smiled sadistically. Shiozaki looked at the blonde, then tilted his head. Is it true that you fought with Midoriya-san the other night? The two mentioned looked at the girl from class 1B in surprise. Where the hell did you hear that? Bakugo asked angrily. The young woman frowned. I'll ask you not to use profanity in front of me. One of my classmates told me that your classmate Ishido told him that. That raccoon-eyed idiot. Izuku pressed the bridge of his nose. The whole school should know by now. It's not even as if it were something so bad. But now they'll think the first-year students are a group of criminals. And it's not true. At least most of them aren't. If they're not careful, they could give the first years a bad name, Shiozaki said. What do you care? Bakugo shouted, standing up. If it involves my friends, I care a lot. They're just a bunch of useless extras. The student from class 1B stood up and stood in front of Bakugo. Don't insult my friends. I'm not afraid of your profanity or your violent attitudes. Are you looking for a fight? Bakugo raised his hand as the vines in Shiozaki's hair began to move. She must be the first woman who isn't afraid of Kaken and isn't afraid to face him. This girl is amazing, Falcon spoke with amusement. Izuku stood between the explosion user and the vine user. Calm down you two, if you want to fight do it when we land, not in a plane many feet high. The young woman snorted as she turned her head and sat back down. Bakugo grunted as he muttered insults and sat back down. The atmosphere returned to normal while Bakugo and Todoroki looked out the window. The girls talked among themselves. Izuku sent messages to his girlfriends and Kaminari checked his cell phone. What the hell? Kaminari exclaimed. What's wrong with you now? Jiro asked him. Someone kidnapped Mount Lady. Chapter 41. The Pyramid. Everyone had surprised looks after hearing Kaminari. Izuku felt his blood run cold, standing up and snatching the phone from Kaminari. Hey. Ignoring him, Izuku began to read the news while the others watched over his shoulder. They took Mount Lady and defeated several professional heroes. Kamui Woods is in the hospital. Who the hell are those monsters? Everyone saw blurry photos of those who had fought with the heroes. Their clothes are Egyptian, said Shiozaki. Who cares about their clothes? Look at their sizes. Kaminari exclaimed. Why would they take Mount Lady? Todoroki asked. Villains rarely kidnap a hero, said Uraraka. Izuku. They took her. I must return immediately. Wait a bit, even if you were to come back, I remind you that you are under house arrest. As if I care about this right now. At that moment the jet began to move violently, causing the teenagers to hold onto their seats. What the hell? Turbulence. Then the plane began to tilt, some held onto their seats, while others crashed into the roof of the jet before falling to the ground. Izuku stood up and together with Bakugo headed to the captain's cabin. When they opened the door they saw that there was no one piloting the jet and in the driver's seat was a bomb with a timer. There's no one here. And there's a damn bomb in the seat. Hurry up, you only have 5 minutes. Sensei, do you know how to deactivate it? I'm good, but not that good. The green-haired and the blonde boy addressed their companions. What's wrong, Izuku-kun? We don't have a pilot and there's a bomb here. We're going to die. I'm not going to die in such a stupid way. Shiozaki clasped his hands and began to pray. Wait, we have to think about our options, Izuku said. Bakugo and you are the only ones who can fly. I remind you that there is a bomb. Izuku looked out the window realizing he was almost over Mount Fuji and then turned to see Uraraka. I think I have an idea, Uraraka. I want you to use your quirk on everyone here, except for Kaken and me. When you do that we'll open a hole so you can get out, then hold on to us too, and we'll bring you down. I see, it will be like descending with balloons, Todoroki thought. Then Uraraka started touching everyone who started floating around the jet. Well, Shoto, Uraraka and Jiro come with me. Shiozaki and Kaminari with Kaken. The vine user and the explosion user looked at each other with frowns. We don't have time for tantrums, Jiro scolded them. Green lightning surrounded Izuku as the Phoenix armor activated. Full cal 20% then unfurled its wings. He then punched the side of the plane where a large hole opened up. Now. Uraraka, Todoroki and Jiro held onto Izuku's arms and then the green-haired boy jumped through the hole and was then followed by Bakugo. We have to get away before that damn jet explodes. The blonde and the green-haired boy began to descend as they moved away. Then there was a large explosion coming from the jet. Unfortunately, some fragments of the jet approached where Bakugo was. Seeing that they were about to be hit, Shiozaki managed to cover them with his vines, but ended up letting go of Bakugo's arm and began to float upwards. Curse. At that moment, a chain surrounded Kaminari's body. Bakugo realized it was Izuku holding his partner. Go get her. Ordered the green-haired man. Bakugo used his explosions to quickly head towards Shiozaki. When he was close, the vine user extended her hand. Bakugo extended his and managed to grab her by the wrist and pulled her towards him, making the young woman's face press against his chest and wrap her arms around him. Izuku was able to maneuver in the air with everyone holding onto him and managed to land on Mount Fuji. "We've landed, Uraraka." Released the chestnut with his hands to deactivate his quirk. "That was intense," Kaminari gasped. "We almost didn't count it." Jiru wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Thanks for saving us, Izuku-kun." "It was also thanks to you, Uraraka." Izuku smiled. "Hey." Everyone turned their gaze towards the voice and saw Bakugo, who had also landed, but what caught their attention was that Shiozaki was still hugging him with her head buried in his chest. At that moment, the girl from class 1B felt the eyes on her. She separated her head from the blonde's torso and then realized the situation she was in. Her cheeks turned completely red and she quickly got away from Bakugo. Harem. "Thanks for helping me," she said, embarrassed while looking at the floor. Bakugo didn't respond, he simply nodded while looking away. "What the hell just happened?" Kaminari asked. "Was Mr. Kataputo's jet sabotaged?" asked Uraraka. Izuku looked at them. "The question is, how much of this does Mr. Kataputo know? Do you think he has something to do with it? Why? What does a millionaire gain by killing a group of students? I think Mr. Kataputo owes us a couple of answers," Todoroki said. Izuku took out his cell phone. "I don't have a signal, do you?" The others copied his action only to frown upon realizing they were in the same situation. "Come on, I'm sure we're close to the cave where the pyramid is. What would you do with what happened to you?" "First I have to find out what happened to the jet, then I'll go find you." "I don't like this at all." With a nod, everyone began walking as they headed to the base of Mount Fuji to find Lord Kataputo's pyramid. They walked quietly through the forest as they approached their destination. "This reminds me of when we went to training camp," said Kyoka. "Yes, the good thing is that there are no stone monsters waiting for us. I think in this situation he would rather be in that other forest. At least I would know that Shino and Ryuko are waiting for me on the other side." "So much for a quiet excursion," sighed Uraraka. Izuku walked next to Bakugo and Todoroki. "What do you think happened?" "I don't know, but there was something I didn't like about that bastard since I met him," Bakugo growled. "We don't know what's happening and we can't contact anyone, we're alone in this," Todoroki told him. "At least due to the situation there will be no problem if we use our quirks, since we have our licenses," Kaminari said. Jiru hit him with his jacks on the head. "Shut up, Kaminari." Then the blonde realized that an angry aura was over Bakugo and a dark one over Todoroki. "Who cares about that now? If the situation requires it, we should all defend ourselves," Izuku warned. "Do you think we are very far away?" asked Shiozaki. "The question is, will anyone know we're here?" At the pyramid of Mount Fuji. Yu slowly began to open her eyes as she felt a severe headache. Sitting up, she began to look around as the fog of sleep left her. "Where am I?" When her gaze focused, she realized she was inside a room with double doors. There was a dressing table with a large mirror and in front of it, a chair with several carved images plated with gold. She was lying on a circular bed with silk sheets and many pillows that she assumed were stuffed with feathers. When she stood up, she realized that she was no longer wearing her heroine costume. She was wearing a dress made of linen with a straight and narrow cut that reached to her ankles, held by thin straps on her shoulders. The dress was tied with a blue sash sewn with gold threads. On her feet were leather sandals tied at her ankles. On her wrists and biceps were gold bracelets, and joining the bracelets on each arm was a silk cloth. Yu looked at her outfit and then looked inside the dress. "At least they left me my underwear." Looking around, he saw some large windows. When he approached, he looked outside and was surprised when he noticed that he seemed to be on the top floor of a building. Around the building there seemed to be a town that seemed to be uninhabited, and beyond there was a large desert. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. "They kicked me out of the country. Where the hell am I?" "You finally woke up, my love." Surprised, the blonde turned to see the owner of the voice and saw the man in front of her. He wore a white linen tunic, shanty around the waist, which extended above the knees of blue and gold. He had a false beard, makeup on his eyes, and had an eam also gold and blue. In his hand, he held a golden scepter with a scarab, made with what appeared to be a sapphire. "I know you, I've seen you on television," she pointed at the man in front of her. "Ig Kataputo is a name I use nowadays, something like a mask. You can call me Khalid, my beloved Camilla. I don't care what your name is, but you're confusing me with someone else." "On the contrary, princess, maybe you don't remember us, but we remember you," said Sekhmet, entering the room. "I don't know what the hell you damn lunatics are talking about," Sekhmet growled, but Khalid stopped her before she could do anything. "I recommend that you do not provoke the goddess Sekhmet, my beloved. My protection for you is limited at best. If they want to fight, they found it. Sure, you want to use your blessing here, we're on the top floor, Camilla. A fall is nothing to my quirk." Yu decided to activate her quirk, but at that moment the bracelets on her arms shone, and then she was shaken by a strong electric shock. She fell to the floor while screaming in pain. For their part, Khalid and Sejmet looked at her until the bracelets turned off, looking at Yu, who was gasping in pain while the smoke came out of his body. I forgot to mention that those electric bracelets will activate when you try to use your blessing. Khalid smiled. What do you want from me? Yu asked between gasps of pain. What do I want? Well, I want you will be my wife, and together we will help the gods conquer the world. You're crazy. I'm sorry. But I'm already seeing someone. The blonde smiled despite the pain. Slap. Khalid slapped Yu hard. No. You belong to me. That bastard won't take you away from me again. The door opened again, and this time Yu saw Seth and Anubis entering the room. Human, that flying machine exploded as you planned, Seth told him. They survived, didn't they? Khalid said without emotion. That's right, we saw them descend. Your plan couldn't even take down one of their guards. Not only that, that bastard has different blessings than last time. Don't worry, my lords. What's revenge without seeing them face to face when they take your life? The bomb was only to delay them a little while the preparations are completed. Then we'll go pay them a little visit. Seth smiled. As you wish. With smiles on their faces, the three gods left the room. Khalid knelt beside Yu on the floor and lifted her up by her chin. My beloved, if we obey the gods, everything you desire will be yours. You will have anything you want with just a snap of your fingers. You just have to stay by my side. He leaned down and joined his mouth with hers. Then Yu bit hard on the lip of the man in front of her. Khalid suddenly let go and stood up, glaring at her. I'm a heroine. If you think you can bribe me, you're more of an idiot than I thought. The blonde spat on the ground while rubbing her mouth. Khalid smiled as he licked the blood from his lips. Let me show you something. From his clothes he took out a tablet and showed it to the woman in front of him. The blonde gasped when she saw the image they were showing her. Izuku, she muttered. The image on the tablet showed what appeared to be a camera recording where Izuku and the others could be seen walking through the forest. That wretch is going to die, his guardians will be killed by the gods, but that damned one will be mine, and when I'm done I'll throw his corpse in front of you. He won't lose. Yu muttered. What did you say? He won't lose to you. I believe in him. He'll come here and save me. We'll see, Khalid said calmly before leaving the room. Yu lay on the ground helpless. He clasped his hands and placed them on his chest while closing his eyes. Izuku. With Izuku and the others. The green-haired boy continued walking with the others through the forest. Then they reached the base of Mount Fuji and could see a large cave in the distance. We're finally here. You have to keep your eyes open. Then Izuku stopped, making the others stop as well. What's wrong, Midoriya? You better get out. Izuku materialized his Guandao. From among the trees, the three gods stood before the 7 students. When the young men saw them, they immediately got into a fighting stance. Who the hell are you guys? Bakugo demanded. We are the gods, Seth, Sekhmet and Anubis said. Anubis. You were the ones who took Mount Lady. Kaminari exclaimed. Mount Lady? Asked Sekhmet. You must be referring to the princess. If it was us's, what do they want from us? Todoroki asked. Seth smiled, showing his sharp teeth. We came to kill them, but not now, first. At that moment, a black blur moved in front of Seth, and the god was surprised to see Izuku right in front of him. The green-haired man threw a punch, but everyone was surprised when they saw that Seth moved very quickly to dodge it. Izuku's punch destroyed the tree that was behind the god and uprooted some nearby trees from the ground. You haven't changed at all, Seth growled. They are fast for their size, Todoroki said. Izuku turned to see the 3 opponents behind him, gave them a cold glare, and prepared to attack again. Wait, Izuku. We don't even know what they can do. At that moment, a strong gust of wind came out of the cave, and a great cloud of golden dust began to fill every corner of the forest. Everyone covered their eyes. What is this? It's sand. Uraraka shouted. That's right, brats, I'm Seth, the Lord of Chows. He extended his claws and scratched the air in front of him, creating 10 blades of sand that headed for the group. Everyone on the ground. Izuku ordered. Everyone threw themselves to the ground, and the blades passed over them, slicing through all the surrounding trees. The intensity of the sandstorm increased, making it impossible for the teenagers to see in front of them. We have to stay together, Todoroki warned them. Midoriya, where are you? Kaminari shouted. For his part, Izuku fastened his metal respirator so he could move more easily. Damn, I can't see anything. Who the hell are these monsters? I don't know, but I have the feeling I've seen them before. But what I have no doubt about is that Yu is inside the pyramid. You need to regroup with the others and plan something. These guys, whoever they are powerful. Sensei, listen to that. At that moment Izuku jumped to the side to avoid a large stream of flames that rushed rapidly towards the. Did Shoto use his flames? Look closer. Izuku managed to closely see the great torrent of flames before they were extinguished. Those flames are golden. Midoriya, where are you? I hear the voices of others. They shouldn't be far away. Izuku fastened his respirator, covered his eyes as best he could, and began to walk while looking for the others. Then he saw some silhouettes a little further ahead. Kaken, Shoto, Uraraka, Kaminari, Jiru, Shiozaki. Little by little he moved closer to the shadows, but then, with the others. There's nothing we can do, the sand is in all directions, said Uraraka. What do we do now? Those monsters can come out from anywhere. At that moment a barrier of vines rose up surrounding them, leaving an entrance so they could leave. That will give us a little more visibility, Shiozaki said as the vines fell from her hair. Cough cough, I think I swallowed a kilo of sand, Kyoka coughed along with the others. Are those damn monsters still outside? Bakugo looked at Chiru. The violet-haired girl dug her jacks into the ground and then shook her head. I can only hear the sound of the sand moving, I can barely detect anything else. Where is Izuku-kun? What if those things captured him? Deku would die before letting himself be captured. There comes someone. The vine user pointed at the entrance of the barrier and saw a shadow quickly approaching them. Bakugo and Todoroki extended their hands towards the shadow. Wait, it could be Midoriya. We are not sure yet. Then the spear hurtled towards the group, but Todoroki stopped it with his eyes. Through the entrance, Bakugo launched a blast and a few seconds later something fell at their feet. Is that a mummy? Everyone looked on in surprise as a mummy lay motionless on the ground, its bandages torn and charred from Bakugo's outburst. Then they saw several more shadows appear through the barrier's entrance. We must get out of here, we don't know how many there are, and if there are too many they will overwhelm us in this small space, Todoroki said. We must try not to separate ourselves, said Uraraka. Everyone quickly went out and saw several mummies wielding spears and swords. Without giving them a minute the mummies attacked them. Bakugo dodged a mummy's sword and lashed out with his right hand. Die. He destroyed the mummy's head, causing its body to fall into the ground. Another mummy tried to stab him with a spear, but was stopped when one of Shiozaki's vines wrapped around its neck and lifted it off the ground. The blonde saw that Shiozaki was holding 3 more mummies. Bakugo destroyed them. He wrapped the 4 mummies together with his vines and threw them at the blonde, who raised his hands and destroyed them with a powerful explosion. Uraraka jumped out of the way of a sword pointed at her head and saw the 3 mummies standing in front of her. The 3 mummies rushed in front of her, which the brunette was forced to dodge, but she tripped and fell to the ground. The mummies pounced on her, but she was saved when a large stream of ice covered the mummies. Then she saw Shoto next to her. Come on, he extended his hand. The brunette grabbed him and stood up, but her face turned completely red when Shoto wrapped his arm around her waist and held her close to his body while he continued to imprison his opponents with ice. Kaminari threw 3 discs with his pointer that embedded themselves in the torso of the mummies and then extended his hand and threw an electric shock, impacting the discs and destroying the mummies. Since they're not alive, there's no problem with my electricity, I think. Giru plugged her jacks into her amplifiers and placed them on the floor. Amplifier jack heartbeat fuzz. A great wave of sand rose up and buried the mummies. Within minutes, the 6 students had defeated all their opponents. We're done now. It seems so. At that moment a mummy emerged from under the sand and lunged at the group, but then a spear quickly rushed towards the group and pierced the mummy's head, impaling it to a tree. The sandstorm stopped and the sand in the air dispersed. When the scene cleared, everyone saw Izuku near them with his hand extended forward. Are you okay? Izuku-kun, where was I? The sand clouded my vision, and when I started looking for them, these mummies attacked me. We almost didn't count it. Looking around they all saw that the place where they were was covered in sand and the trees were dry. Whatever did this was very powerful, Jiro opined. Did those monsters disappear? Todoroki asked. It seems so. Now what do we do? These creatures are wandering around and we have no way to call for help, said Kyoka. Those monsters are the ones who kidnapped Mount Lady and gathered us here for some reason, Izuku explained. If we want answers we must go to the pyramid, said Shiozaki. Yeah. You'll go even if they don't want you to, right? Yu is waiting for me, I'm going to rescue her. Then let's go, if those bastards think they can beat us I'm going to kill them, Bakugo growled. Then it's decided. They all entered the cave. As they walked they saw several tubes traveling through the walls that emitted an orange glow. Those must be the tubes that carry power all over the place. This isn't scary, Falcon spoke sarcastically. When they came out of the tunnel they saw the Great Pyramid looming in front of them. It looks bigger than on TV. The group approached what appeared to be 2 mechanical double doors that had an inscription. Uraraka began to read. To go through these doors and have access to the pyramid what you must do is. She was interrupted when Izuku and Bakugo destroyed the door with their quirks. It's already open, said Bakugo. And why don't we come in with a sign that says come attack us in big bright letters? Jiru scolded them. If they wanted to attack us, they would have been waiting for us at the entrance, Izuku explained. Everyone entered the pyramid and was amazed when they saw the different types of ancient buildings and the desert around them. Are you sure we didn't transport somewhere else? Kaminari asked while covering his eyes due to the scorching sun. As everyone entered, the doors behind them automatically sealed. It seems we can't get out anymore. Todoroki put a hand on the door. It seems to be thicker than the previous one. I wasn't thinking about running away. Izuku started walking, followed by the others. Everyone started following him as they looked at the different types of establishments. The entire small tourist town was completely devoid of life. It looks like a ghost town. I'm not surprised, after all we came for a test visit. Hey, where are we going? Uraraka asked. Most likely they have Mount Lady in a place with a lot of security and technology. Izuku pointed to the large tower in the middle of the town. Are you planning to rescue Mount Lady? Shoto asked. Why do you think I decided to enter? Don't you think we should make a plan before going head on? Asked Shiozaki. A growling noise echoed around the place. Everyone got into defensive positions while looking in all directions. Then Kaminari raised his hand. Sorry, it was my stomach. Are you an idiot or what? Let's get something to eat first. Izuku pointed to what appeared to be a small store across the street. The doors are closed, Uraraka warned. Bakugo destroyed the doors with an explosion. It's open. Will you please stop doing that? Shiozaki asked. Force me. The blonde showed a cheeky smile. Everyone came in, looked around the gondolas and started taking out food and drinks. Then they came out, started eating and talking. It was supposed to be a visit before the opening, Jiru sighed. This is more exciting if you ask me. Izuku took a sip of his drink. We might find a couple of answers here. Shiozaki-san, are you okay? Achako asked the girl next to her. Yes, why do you ask? Your hair. Inspecting her hair, Ibara saw that it was a little dull and cracked. It's dry. It must be difficult for you to be in this kind of environment, Kyoka said. Too much heat is not the best for my quirk. Kaya. The student from Class B let out a squeal as a stream of cold water fell on her head. The effect was immediate as her hair absorbed the water and began to recover. When she turned, she saw that Bakugo was holding a bottle over her head. Why did you do that? He demanded with a frown. You need to be at your best if we're going to face those bastards. Otherwise, you'll be a burden. Be more aware of your situation, Angel. Izuku choked on his drink and looked at Bakugo. Then Bakugo saw how everyone looked at him bewildered, and when he looked at the girl in front of him, he saw that Ibara was blushing and looking away from him. Then he realized what he had said. I didn't mean to say it like that. I don't remember his name. I also think her outfit makes her look like an angel, but I didn't think you'd be the one to tell her. Kaminari smiled. Shut up, idiot. I can't believe you said that. This is interesting. Well, if you're done flirting, we should move. Shut up, Deku. The blonde shouted with a slight blush on his face. Inside the tower, Yu was looking around the room looking for a way to escape. Damn, I'm on the top floor and I can't use my quirk. I look at the bracelets on her arms angrily. He approached the window and placed a hand on it. It's bulletproof, not to mention that I can only access the bedroom door from the outside. How's Izuku? Why did they bring him here? Why is that crazy person obsessed with me? And why does he call me Camilla? He looked back at where the door was supposed to be. I think I have a way out, but I have to wait for the right moment. At that moment the door began to open and Yu turned to look out the window. Through the reflection he could see that it was Khalid who was alone. My beloved Camilla, are you ready to accept your destiny by my side? I don't know anything about Camilla, but Yu Takeyama will never submit to anyone. Khalid chuckled. I don't expect you to understand. Maybe your mind is that of Yu Takeyama, but your appearance and your heart are still those of my beloved Camilla. You really have problems, don't you? Everything will be revealed in due time, my beloved. If Camilla rejected you, why do you think I would want to be by your side? Frowning, Khalid looked at the woman in front of him as his eyes filled with anger. Because this time there will be no one who will stand in my way. Let's start. Yu's expression was completely serene. Izuku will come for me. Immediately after speaking, a strong slap hit her cheek, knocking her to the ground. I told you not to think about that man anymore. From the ground, Yu smiled as she looked at the man looming in front of her. The blows were not long in coming. Punches and kicks began to rain down on her body, while the blonde could do nothing but try to move away and curl up to avoid harm. Almost there, I turned my head and looked at Khalid with contempt. For his part, Khalid showed more and more anger with each blow. No. Stop looking at me like that. You're mine now. I've waited many years to have you here with me. I won't let that wretch take you away from me again. When the black-haired man stopped, he was panting. He looked at the woman in front of him, who was curled up on the floor near the door. Sighing, Khalid opened the door. I'll leave you to think about your actions. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want to be mine by fair means, then I'll kill that bastard and make you mine by foul means. He left the room closing the door behind him, then saw the three gods in front of him. "My lords, the preparations are over, it is time for you to get the world in revenge." With a smile the three gods disappeared while Khalid headed towards the elevator. "It's time for me to start my preparations too, I'll send the Hierarchosphinx to look for him." What no one had noticed was that the door hadn't closed completely. Inside the room, Yu was on the floor in front of the door. He had cut the fabrics that held the bracelets on his arms together and had placed them between the door and the wall before they closed. What an idiot. Yu stood up. She approached the dresser in the room and inspected her appearance in the mirror. She had some bruises on her arms, her clothes were a little dirty, and on her left cheek, she had a bruise. "That will hurt tomorrow." I lightly touched the bruise. He walked towards the door and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. He walked over to the chair that was in front of the vanity, grabbed it, and then slammed it against the wall, breaking it into pieces. He took one of the legs of the chair and approached the door, placed it in the small opening that was there, and applied pressure so that it would work as a lever. After a few movements, he managed to open the door. "Okay." I stick my head out the door and look around. There's no one there anymore, now I have to find a way out. He started walking through the halls. He was surprised when he saw that the halls and doors were made of cold metal. Well, the room he had been in had an old design. He tried to open all the doors, but to his bad luck some rooms were empty. Others had what looked like art collections, weapons among other things, and he even found a laboratory. What a way to have useless rooms. Then I managed to enter the room that had several screens along the walls that showed different parts of the interior of the pyramid, and in the center of the room, there was a large keyboard in front of a screen. This looks like a surveillance room. Izuku. On one of the screens, Izuku and the others were seen walking and were a few blocks from the tower. Yu approached the central computer and began pressing the keys until the screen came to life. Password. Damn, if I were an unbalanced Egyptian fanatic, what password would I use? The blonde began to think about all the interactions she had had with Khalid so far. He hasn't said anything significant, unless. Typing quickly he wrote Camilla, then the screen lit up blue and only showed 3 white words. Cameras. Tables. Reactor. The blonde looked at the 3 options in front of her. The first one must control the cameras. Let's see what the second one is. When I selected the second option, images of stone tablets with hieroglyphics appeared. These are the tablets that were stolen from the Egyptian museum. I typed a little more, and then a small window appeared where a voice began to play. One day. With Izuku and the others. The group had arrived at the tower, and luckily for them, the entrance doors were open. When they entered, they saw that the lobby. There were several armchairs scattered in the center of the room, and near the elevators and the large desk at reception. Was completely empty. "It seems that no one is working," said Kaminari. "It shouldn't be a surprise, I think the only ones here are us and those monsters," said Izuku. "It seems that these computers will not be of help." Shoto was trying to use the computer that was behind the reception desk. "What do we do now?" Uraraka asked. "Those damn monsters are playing with us." Bakugo looked around looking for something suspicious. "Shall we try to go up?" Ibarra looked at the elevator and touched the up button. "For now it's the best we have," Izuku indicated. "Don't you think infiltrating here was that easy? Too much. It seems they wanted us to be aware of their presence and then challenged us to enter the pyramid. They guided them here. They said they wanted to kill us. Why didn't they do it when we were outside? They're looking for something. What is it? That's the important question. I also came to look for someone. Then, we don't have to keep your princess waiting." Falcon smiled. Chapter 42. Our history. When the elevator arrived everyone got in, but when the doors closed the elevator began to descend rapidly. "What's wrong?" Jiro asked. "It's a high-speed express elevator. Too much for a building like this," Izuku informed. "Where is it taking us?" The ride only lasted a few seconds, then the elevator stopped and the doors opened. Everyone quickly exited and looked around. In front of them was a pitch-black stone tunnel, the only light provided by the elevator behind them. "I can't see anything." Izuku took a few steps while holding the wall until he found a metal bracket that had a torch. "Hey, Shoto," I threw the torch to him. Using his quirk, Todoroki lit the torch so everyone could see. The slight contrast compared to the top of the building, Jiro opined. They all started walking down the hallway while looking around for any sign of an ambush, then the hallway split into 3 more. "Where is Kyoka-chan?" asked Uraraka. Jiro nailed his jack into the floor in front of the corridors. "Everything is completely silent, you can barely hear some vibrations there," he pointed at the path to the left. Everyone followed the directions as they resumed their journey. "We have to be careful, we don't know what could be waiting for us." Click. Everyone looked at Kaminari, who had leaned against the wall where one of the bricks had sunk. Other almost mechanical noises began to be heard. "Don't you think that noise is?" Everyone against the wall. Everyone obeyed Izuku and leaned against the wall. Then a large guillotine came down from the ceiling and crashed into the ground, raising dust and splitting the floor in two. Well done, Kaminari. I'm sorry. It seems this place is rigged with traps, Shiozaki opined. You have to be careful, said Todoroki. They continued walking for a few minutes until they reached a door. When they entered, they saw that they were on a stone bridge that connected it to the other side, and below them was a bottomless pit. I don't like this. Uraraka looked into the depths of the abyss. Izuku kicked a rock to the bottom, and everyone looked down as they waited for the noise. I don't think it's going to make a sound. The vibrations I heard were coming from here, Kyoka warned. Let's move carefully. They all started crossing the bridge, slowly waiting for any sign of a trap. Then when they were halfway there, suddenly the entrance behind them closed and the exit in front of them started to close slowly. This is bad. Activating full cowl, he quickly threw himself towards the entrance, and when he arrived he grabbed the door, which began to crush him. Hurry up, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Izuku shouted through gritted teeth as he felt the pressure of the door. Before they started running, a giant rock fell at the start of the bridge, and then everything started to collapse. Acting quickly, everyone started running to the opposite side. Then almost everyone managed to get through, but Kaminari fell to the ground. Kaminari. Damn! Izuku began to bend under the pressure of the door. Bakugo quickly ran and caught up with Kaminari. He looked behind him and saw that the destruction of the bridge was almost reaching them, quickly deciding to grab Kaminari by his shirt. Wait, what are you? Die. He threw Kaminari towards the door with the help of an explosion, but the bridge collapsed beneath him. Using his explosions, he headed towards where the door was. I won't hold out much longer. It's almost here. Izuku lowered a hand and held it out to Bakugo. Pakin. The blonde reached out and managed to grab the green-haired boy's hand. Then Izuku felt something wrap around his waist. When he looked down, he saw that they were Bar's vines. The girl from Class B pulled them to pass through the door that closed forcefully when Izuku let go of it. Are you okay? Asked Shiozaki. I'm fine, and you, Kakin? What the hell is the problem with this shitty place? Don't worry, it's fine, thanks for the help. You are welcome. Man, are we really going to reach the end of the road? It's not like it was that bad. I admit it's been a little interesting. I feel like I'm Indiana Jones. Only the whip and the hat are missing. Izuku stood up and saw that they were now in a hallway that split between left and right. Where do we go now? Left or right? Asked Uraraka. Right, Jiro indicated, taking one of his jacks out of the wall. Everyone started walking again, checking every detail to avoid falling into a trap again. We're not getting paranoid, Jiro said. What did you expect? We've fallen into one trap after another, Kaminari complained. At least I think we're going somewhere, said Uraraka. But our encounters with those traps are slowing us down. The half and half bastard is right, we have to hurry. If any of you activate another trap, I'll kill you. Bakugo's foot sank a little into the floor. Izuku rolled his eyes at him. What were you saying? They all heard a loud bang and looked behind them where a large rock had fallen, covering the entire hallway, and began to spin towards them. Run, Dr. Jones. Everyone started running down the hallway as they fled from the giant rock. Izuku rolled his eyes as the music from the Indiana Jones movie he'd seen with Falcon began to play in his mind. Then he suddenly stopped in the middle of the hallway. Why the hell am I running? Until you realized. Activating full cowl, the green-haired man turned around and destroyed the rock with one blow. Much better, he turned around and saw the others who had stopped a little further ahead. I think we got carried away by the moment. Uraraka scratched her head in embarrassment. Come on. They continued in silence until they saw an exit a few meters ahead. They all hurried until they reached a large room with torches on the walls. But what surprised them most was that there was a large amount of treasure, all the gold and precious stones they could imagine, shining thanks to the light of the torches. Incredible. Kaminari walked towards a mountain of stacked gold objects and threw himself on top of them. Wait, Kaminari. The group began to look around the room, marveling at everything that had happened. Where there's a big duffel bag when you need it. I admit that the temptation is a bit great. This makes the gold we have look like supermarket change. The green-haired man bent down and picked up a small object from the ground. Is this it? Hey, come see this, Todoroki called them. Izuku put the object in his pocket and headed to where everyone else was gathered. Are those the stone tablets that were stolen from the Egyptian museum? Ibarra asked. It seems so. Why are they so important to Mr. Kataputo? Izuku looked at the stone tablets on the wall. One day in a city. Can you read it? Can you read it? They all asked in surprise. I think so. The green-haired man held his head. I don't know how, but I can. What does Midoriya say there? Midoriya. Everyone saw the green-haired man who was staring at the stone tablets with unfocused eyes. Then he began to speak. What they didn't know was what was going on in Izuku's mind. In Izuku's mind. The green-haired man looked to the sides confused. A few seconds ago he was looking at the stone tablets, and now he was standing in a place surrounded by plants. At his feet there was sand, and the scorching sun hit all around him. It seems I'm alone like last time, I can't even contact Falcon-sensei. He began to walk while moving the vegetation that was around him. He walked until he heard some female laughter in the distance. He quickly began to move, quickening his pace. When he managed to get out from between the trees he opened his eyes in shock. But what? He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. In the water in front of him were 11 naked women bathing, but what surprised Izuku was not that. Wait, Rumi, Namuri, Momo, Shino, Ryuko, Rei. What the hell is going on here? He saw his girlfriends and friends playing in the water, but they didn't look like he remembered. Rumi's hair and ears were silver, and her eyes were aquamarine. Momo's hair was blonde, and her eyes were green. Namuri's hair was red, and her eyes were honey-colored. Shino's hair was white, and her eyes were silver. Ryuko's hair was black, and her eyes were salmon-colored. Rei had dark violet hair and lavender eyes. I'm glad our father allows us to marry whoever we want, don't you think, Kitsuya? Said the one who looked like Namuri. Yes, Ara, but until now all the men who have come only want us to be able to access the throne or control our blessings, the one who looked like Momo answered her. The one who looked like Ryuko rubbed the water over her arms. Our blessings made us powerful, but they prevent us from finding love. What do you think, Akila? She looked at the one who looked like Rumi sitting on the shore, dipping her feet. Well, Femi, I think our blessings are fantastic. The one who looked like Shino snorted. You say that because your blessing makes you look so exotic and adorable. Mine only allows me to drive people to despair. Everyone heard the voice telepathically. That's not true, Halima. Your blessing allows you to pass on information without anyone knowing. Mine puts people to sleep. Yours will help us if we are in trouble. I destroy everything I touch. A young woman approached whom Izuku did not recognize. She had light green hair and golden eyes. The one who looked like Rei approached the group and hugged her sister. Isis. Now you, as the eldest, I want you to listen to my words. I'm sure we'll find love in due time, but if Ra has entrusted us with these powers it's for a reason, we just have to find that answer. Everyone seemed to relax when they heard those words. Suddenly from under the water came a woman who looked just like you. She had brown hair and cobalt eyes. What are you talking about now? We're talking about our blessings, Camilla. For my part, I love mine. I can show my beauty in all its splendor, and if someone bothers me, I crush them. Your name may mean perfection, but responsibility is not one of your strong traits. Sister, the one who seemed the youngest with dark blue hair and orange eyes, approached. The others laughed while Camilla frowned, then Akila stood up and covered her body with a cloth. What are you doing here? Izuku tensed as everyone looked his way, but then he felt a presence behind him. When he turned he saw a man taller than him wearing a brown hooded robe that only allowed his mouth to be seen. The man took a few steps forward and passed through Izuku's body, who gasped at the action. True, it's like when I'm in Falcon-sensei's memories. I'm sorry to interrupt you, I've traveled a long distance, and I want to stock up on some water, the man said with a smile. The younger sister and Camilla approached the young man who was collecting water. A traveler, huh? Where are you from? Camilla asked. From nowhere. Where are you going? Asked her younger sister. Nowhere. The young woman frowned while the traveler just chuckled. I've been traveling for so long that I don't remember where I came from, and I'm heading wherever the wind takes me, looking for a place to belong. If you've been traveling for so long, you surely have a lot of interesting stories, right? Femi asked. I've seen a lot and lived many adventures, but I can say that the best so far is when I entered an oasis and found 10 goddesses cooling off. The young women understood the implications of what the young traveler was referring to and blushed like apples. Izuku looked at the scene impressed, but then the sand began to swirl around him and blinded him for a moment. When it dispersed, Izuku saw that he was in the same place. Looking around, he saw that the traveler was in the shade of a tree, still with his robes on, and around him were the 11 young women who were listening attentively to a story. Then with a small distraction I managed to distract the men, and with my spear I disarmed them. They were so surprised that they didn't know what had happened, and when I turned my spear a little they ran away terrified. That's incredible, but how did you manage to distract them? Kitsuya asked. The young man put on a thick leather glove, put 2 fingers to his mouth and let out a loud whistle. Then a falcon quickly descended from the sky and landed on the young man's glove. Incredible, you have a falcon, said Akila. Horus is not just a falcon, he is my best friend. I found him when he was still young, he had an injured wing, I took care of him, and when we realized it we had become companions. The bird looked at the young man, fluttered its wings a little, to which the young man stroked its head. I see, it's time to go. Go? Where? Zara asked. I must continue my trip. In fact, this is the first time I've been in one place for half a year. But there are still many stories we wanted to hear, Isa said. I know, I'm sure we'll be able to see each other again someday, and then I'll tell you many more stories." He stood up and began to walk, but to his surprise, Camilla stood in front of him. "What's wrong, Camilla? Are you going to keep looking for a place to belong?" "Yes, I think I should still continue my journey." "Then, marry me." Everything fell silent while everyone was in shock by the chestnut statement. For his part, Izuku watched everything with great interest. "Why do you want me to marry you? Ever since we received our blessings, we've been surrounded by many men who only want to control our power or have social status, but you don't care about our blessings or who we are. You're kind, brave, altruistic, and have a big heart. I've fallen in love with you, and I know that if I let you go now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. They haven't even seen my face, I might not be what they expected. I don't care what you look like, I'll accept you just the way you are." "Wait a minute, Camilla." Halima yelled at her. "I was going to ask her to marry me." Everything went silent again after those words, then Zara stood up. "Wait, you two, and listen to what I have to say. He's going to marry me. As the eldest, I think she should marry me. I wish he would marry me," said Kitsuya. Then a huge argument broke out between the sisters as they tried to decide who the young man was going to marry. Izuku, the traveler, and even Horus had their jaws open as they hadn't expected this turn of events. After a few moments, the princesses were about to use their blessings to fight, but they stopped when they heard a loud laugh coming from the young man. "What's so funny?" asked Camilla. "Hahaha. Sorry. Hahaha. It's just. I never expected. Hahaha. That something like this would happen." He managed to control his laughter. "I don't want them to fight over me." "Then decide which of us you want to marry," Femi told him. "I can't do that. Because you 11 have become very important to me. Each one of you has something that I like, your intelligence, your compassion, your kindness, and if I choose between one of you, I'm going to hurt the others, and I don't want that because what I want is for all of you to be happy. Then marry all of us." Everyone looked at the younger sister, who shrank a little at the looks. Akila put a finger to her chin. "Well, our father told us to marry whoever managed to win our hearts. He never said that one man couldn't win us all." The sisters looked at each other as they smiled and then nodded as they looked at the young man in front of them. "It would be an honor to marry you, but do you really think Pharaoh will agree?" Camilla held her hand. "There's only one way to find out." The young man took a step back and brought his hands to his hood. "Then I'd better show my future wives what I look like." He began to lower his hood, but then the sand blinded Izuku again as the landscape around him changed. Then the green-haired man noticed that he was inside an Egyptian palace. "What does this mean?" Izuku saw the young man and the princesses standing in front of the one who seemed to be the pharaoh, who was standing while frowning at the young man. Isa stepped forward. "Father, you told us that we would be allowed to marry the man who could win our hearts." "Yes, but I was hoping to have 11 sons-in-law, not just one for you 11. "Father, we have made our decision, please allow us to marry him," said Akila. The pharaoh looked at his daughters. "My daughters, you are the most important thing I have in this world, but I simply cannot conceive the idea of all of you marrying the same man." He looked at the young man in front of him. "But I will grant at least one of you your wish. Young man, I recognize that you have managed to conquer my daughters, so I will allow you to marry one of them." "I can't do that, Pharaoh." "Why not?" The old man narrowed his eyes. "Because each of your daughters is special to me, and I don't want them to suffer because of me. For that reason, if you refuse to comply with your request, I prefer to continue on my way so as not to hurt any of them. If you marry one of them, you'll have the power to do whatever you want, and if you can convince me, I might choose you as my successor." "Would you really give up all that for them?" "Yeah." They both looked at each other for a few seconds while they measured each other's reaction. Then the old man sighed and sat on his throne. "I will test you. If you can prove to me that you are worthy of them, then I will reconsider my decision." The princesses seemed moved by their father's words. "Excuse me, Sir." Chady took a step forward. "If you allow me to give my opinion, I think it would be best if you reconsider your decision. We don't even know if this young man will be able to give you heirs. I think it would be too hasty to hand over your daughters." "I've made my decision, Khalid. The young man will be tested to show his worth." "As my lord wishes." Neither Izuku nor the traveler missed the frown or the look of hatred on Khalid's face. Then the sand blinded the green-haired man again, and when it dispersed he saw that it was night with a full moon, and he was standing on a balcony. He felt a presence beside him, and when he turned, his eyes widened in shock. Next to him was an adult man wearing a shanty with an embroidered belt with black and white details. On his feet were leather sandals. He had silver bracelets and silver bicep bracelets. Around his neck, a gold chain holding an ankh. The most surprising thing was that he looked exactly like Izuku. The only differences were that he had completely black hair, his eyes were dark blue, and he looked several years older than Izuku. "But what the hell, he's just like me. Something on your young mind." They both turned to see the pharaoh approaching to stand in front of the young man. "It's a wonderful view, isn't it?" Yes, but only superficially. What are you talking about? Before you allowed me to be here, I was down there, the people are suffering, and not only the Hebrews, but the Egyptians themselves are too. If you have any suggestions, I'd like to hear them. During my stay here, I have met some blessed men and women who want to help me bring peace to these lands. I would like you to allow me to form a group of 6 people to achieve this goal. Do you really think this small group can handle such a big task? I have traveled through many lands and have found only pain, suffering, and blood. What I desire is a place where there is no suffering, only peace and happiness. Please allow me to make these lands into that place. The pharaoh looked down at the young man next to him. I see you really want to show me your worth, young man, so I will allow it. Izuku smiled when he saw the scene, then the sand swirled around him again, and he saw that he was once again in front of the pharaoh, only this time there were other people next to the pharaoh all dressed the same, there were also the princesses, and kneeling behind the young man were Todoroki, Bakugo, Uraraka, Jiru, Shiozaki and Kaminari. The only difference was that like the young man who looked like Izuku, they looked several years older. One of the men standing behind pharaoh stepped forward. My lord, the discontent that the people suffered is over, even the Hebrews are satisfied with how things are being administered, riots and crimes are almost non-existent at this time, and threats from the surrounding lands have been eradicated. I see that you have really fulfilled your goals, young man, you have even surprised my priests, said the pharaoh. It wasn't just my efforts that got me here, I also got it thanks to my teammates. I've heard what your appointed guardians have accomplished through your guidance. You've brought peace to these lands, and that's why I've made my decision. I'm going to let you marry my 11 daughters. A smile spread across the young man's face as he turned to see the princesses, but he was surprised when they pounced on him and knocked him down as they began to kiss him. They were all smiling, and the pharaoh burst out laughing at his daughter's happiness. The green-haired boy looked at the whole scene happily, but the sand swirled around him again, and the scene now showed a cave. Inside was Khalid holding Camilla. Next to him were the same creatures that had attacked Izuku and the others in the forest. In front of them was the young traveler with his guardians and the princesses. Khalid, this is over. Thank you for coming. You saved me the trouble of going out to find you and kill you. Now I just have to kill all of you and allow the gods to take over the kingdom. I won't allow it. Do you really think that a man without a blessing like you can defeat me and the gods? Who said I don't have a blessing? A powerful light came from the young man, but at that moment the sand swirled around Izuku again. When it dispersed, Izuku saw the young man and his sisters hugging Camilla, but then a strong orange light shone at the back of the cave, and everything began to shake. What's going on? Khalid. From where the light was coming from, a voice was heard. Don't think that they have defeated me. If I can't have Camilla and the kingdom, then either can't you. I'm going to destroy everything. It's going to destroy everything. What are we going to do? Asked Camilla. At that moment the guards arrived where everyone was. The gods. They escaped. I see, now I want all of you to leave here. What are you going to do? Isis asked. I'm going to use all the power I have left to stop him. If you do that, you're going to die. I'm not going to allow anyone to die, this is the only option I have left. We're not going to let you stay here alone. Said the guardian who looked like Bakugo only with brown hair. The young man approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. You have been by my side all this time, but I will not allow you to die. Take care of the princesses. With it he turned and began to run towards where Khalid was. Wait. What are you going to do? I'm going to stop you. Wait. At that moment the young man saw that behind him were all the princesses. What are you doing here? We won't leave you alone, Halima told him. We're in this together, right? Femi smiled at him. A sad smile spread across the young man's face. I'm going to need you to lend me your power. Of course, that's why we're here, said Zara. Izuku saw a large multicolored glow come out from where the group was, but he heard the young man's voice coming from the light again. I promise you that one day we will meet again, no matter if you are separated, and we will be together again. I love you all. It was the last thing Izuku heard before everything collapsed and a powerful light blinded him. Back to reality. Izuku's eyes refocused, and he saw that he was standing in front of the stone tablets again. Bakugo and the others were with him, so he read the last line that was written on the rocks. The sacrifice of that hero who sacrificed everything to defend the innocent will never be forgotten. His name was Asim. Everything went silent when Izuku finished speaking. Wow, that was. Wait. The guys who attacked us, are they gods? Jiru complained. I only believe in one god, Abara told him. Hey, doesn't that look like Izuku? Everyone saw the second stone tablet where there was a drawing of the supposed traveler and saw that it was similar to Izuku in profile. I admit he looks a bit like you. Izuku approached the boards. The 6 guardians were the guardian of ice, the guardian of the sky, the guardian of fire, the guardian of nature, the guardian of lightning and the guardian of wind. Todoroki looked at Izuku. Those supposed gods didn't treat us as if they knew us, don't you think that? This is stupid, Bakugo complained. Friend, it appears on those boards, Kaminari told him. What do we do? We're facing gods, Uraraka said. I also think it's stupid. Izuku-kun, you read it yourself, and that man drawn on the stone looks like you. Does that mean Midoriya is that traveler? Does that mean Midoriya had a harem in another life? Jiru hit Kaminari with his axe. That explains a lot, why that strange vision and how you can read those tablets. Not everything is written in stone. I pave my own path. Wait, let's calm down and think rationally. Don't you think these blessings you're talking about are quirks? Izuku asked. Wait, Deku, are you saying that the quirks did not awaken more than 100 years ago, but that they awakened once more than 2000 years ago? Bakugo said. That's what I read on those tablets. Following that line of thought, we're not facing gods, we're facing people with quirks. Todoroki put a hand on his chin. If we think about it that way, it makes a little sense. People with quirks with anime characteristics are very common, like when we met the police chief in Hosu. But they didn't only demonstrate those abilities. Apparently they are like me, they have several quirks. Then we are facing people with multiple quirks, Ibara said. Yes, surely, since they were similar to the Egyptian gods and proclaimed themselves as the originals in order to control people. The green-haired man approached the wall, materialized a sword and began to write. Everyone watched Izuku write on the wall, Kataputo Ig. Why are you writing his name? Everything revolves around this man, but even his name is fake. Below the name he began to move some letters. When he finished it was written Katia Japuto, Ancient Egypt. It's really a fake name. Who is that guy really? Kaminari asked. What do we do now? Uraraka asked. We need to find him, Izuku said. First they'll have to fight us. They all turned around and saw that behind them were Seth, Sekhmet and Anubis. It seems they discovered their past, said Anubis. I don't care about that shit carved in stone. I've been waiting for you bastards. Sekhmet laughed. The guardian of the fire still has a strong temper. We came to end this fight and have our revenge. Anubis pointed at them with his staff. Before anyone could attack, a shocking noise was heard. It was a mix between a roar and a croak. Everyone heard a flapping of wings and then saw that above their head was a large creature. It had the body of a lion with the head of a large falcon. Its eyes were red as blood. It seems our servant sent his new pet. What the hell is that? Kaminari shouted. It's a Hierarchosphinx, and don't ask me how I know that. Izuku materialized his Guandao and looked at the creature. The Hierarchosphinx looked directly at Izuku and let out a scream before launching itself at the green-haired man. Izuku spread his wings, activated full cowl and launched himself at the monster. Both of them intercepted each other midway when the creature threw a claw at him, but he stopped with its Guandao. The Hierarchosphinx opened its beak and tried to bite Izuku, but the green-haired man responded by giving it an uppercut to prevent it from attacking. They both began to fly all over the room while attacking and dodging the blows. Then the Hierarchosphinx brought out its claws and caught Izuku's wings. The green-haired man tried to hit it with his Guandao, but the creature caught him with its beak. Izuku-kun. Everyone wanted to go help Izuku, but then the sand started to swirl in the room. Everyone saw Seth, who was looking at them with a smile. I think you should worry about yourselves, since now we are really going to kill you. The sandstorm grew in intensity as everyone began to be covered in sand and lifted off the ground by the strong gusts. When the storm ended, sand was everywhere and the room was empty. With you. The kingdom fell and disappeared along with all the people who had blessings from the gods. Yu stared at the screen after listening to the transcription on the stone tablets. Those monsters are gods, and that guy thinks I'm the reincarnation of a princess. That's why he kidnapped me. I look at the screen at the image on the second board. He looks like Izuku. Are we really meant to be together? What am I thinking? It's just a bunch of nonsense. The blonde accessed the third option that said reactor. When she did, the image appeared of a machine that had several tubes that were stuck in the ground and a large cylinder with orange light. Then in front of the cylinder appeared a podium with 2 orange tubes on top. On the screen appeared an activated timer that indicated 8 minutes. A bomb? I don't think so. We're too far from a city. She started typing a little more until a sign appeared on the screen that said accessing reactor. A door opened in the wall next to her, revealing an elevator. Let's see what that madman's plan is. When he finished, Yu got into the small elevator, and when it closed it began to go down at high speed. It only took a few seconds for the elevator to stop. When the doors opened, he saw that he was in a hallway that was lit by tubes on the walls that glowed orange. He slowly got out of the elevator and began to walk down the hallway. After a couple of minutes, the tubes on the walls began to glow more intensely. She saw an exit a little ahead. She started running until she crossed it and opened her eyes in surprise. She was in front of the reactor she had seen on the computer, but on the podium stood Khalid with his hands holding the 2 tubes that were at the top with his eyes closed and a large orange aura around him. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 43. facing the gods. He saw that near the tube in the center of the room was another large computer that displayed a timer, showing that there were 5 minutes left. He looked at the computer and then looked at Khalid. To hell. He grabbed a chair in front of the computer and began hitting it with all his might. The computer began to crash and make small popping sounds until it shut down. The tubes at the top of the podium no longer glowed. When everything went out, you saw that Khalid's body began to absorb the orange aura that was around him until it disappeared inside his body, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that they were now orange. My beloved Camilla, I'm glad you came to see me. I knew that room couldn't hold you. Look, I know you think I'm the reincarnation of that princess, but… Khalid interrupted her. You're the reincarnation of Camilla. How can you know? That's because I met the real Camilla. You looked at him surprised by the revelation. You should know that all my guests are reincarnations of people from the past, their ages vary, but they're all the same, the reason I know that. He couldn't finish speaking because a loud roar and the flapping of wings were heard nearby. Hearing it, Khalid smiled. The guest of honor has finally arrived. Now Camilla, watch your beloved fall at my feet. Khalid opened his eyes in surprise when a falcon head fell at his feet, with wires sticking out of it and sparks flying out. Its mouth opened and closed mechanically, then its eyes went out. I'm sorry I broke your toy. Time to start the party. Izuku landed, he had some scratches and looked around the room where he was, then his eyes met Khalid's. Good afternoon Mr. Kataputo, although that's not your real name, is it? I admit you've changed a little since the last time we saw each other. Izuku. The green-haired man smiled when he turned and saw you behind him. I knew they couldn't keep you held back. It will take more than confinement to stop Mount Lady. The blonde smiled. He took a few steps closer to her, and before she could say anything, he pulled her arm and joined his mouth with hers. At first, Yu was surprised, but then she closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around her neck. Damn it. Keep your hands off. Khalid was interrupted by Izuku, who raised his hand, indicating that he should wait, while he continued his kiss with the blonde in front of him. After a few seconds they both separated due to lack of air. Yu looked at Izuku and smiled with blushing cheeks. What were you saying? Izuku looked at Khalid, who looked like he was going to explode, but after a few minutes he calmed down and started laughing, making Yu and Izuku look at each other confused. I guess I can never get anything the easy way. So we'll do it the hard way. He extended his hand from which an orange beam shot out. Izuku jumped to the side to dodge it, but then Khalid appeared in front of him and threw a punch at him, which the green-haired man put his arms in an X to block him, but the force of the blow slammed him against the wall. Izuku. Yu tried to run towards Izuku, but Khalid extended a finger from which a ray came out that hit the blonde's feet and made her fall on her back. Stay there Camilla, you wanted to know how I was able to meet the original Camilla, right? Well, I'll tell you that my blessing allows me to absorb any type of energy. When I store it in my body it keeps me young, and I can throw it in the form of lightning, or I can increase my strength and endurance with it. The first time I was going to unleash all my power it would have caused an explosion of atomic magnitudes, but unfortunately you stopped me. They thought they had eliminated me, but I managed to survive. Then I realized what good it was to have so much power if I didn't have Camilla by my side, so I decided that I would wait for the moment to be able to find her again. And to think that I had to wait 2,000 years for that. The blonde stood up. I'm sorry, but you're too old for me. As I said before, the kindness is over. Now. He couldn't finish speaking because Izuku stood in front of him and punched him in the face, throwing him against the wall, making a hole. Are you okay? Yes, although I admit that it is stronger than it looks. You'd better get ready, this fight will be tough. Izuku looked at the hole caused by Khalid's impact and then turned to see Yu. Yu, can you help me? I can't, these bracelets give me an electric shock every time I try to use my quirk. Okay, this is bad. Then Khalid stepped out of the hole in the wall, stretching his arms. That's fine, otherwise it wouldn't be fun. To be honest, I'm not surprised you came here for Camilla. After all, you've already started connecting with the other princesses. That. Khalid raised a hand and several screens appeared showing Izuku with the other girls. When he was with Rumi, Momo, Namuri, Rei, Ryuko and Shino. I think that explains the feeling of being watched that you've been having these last few weeks. Izuku saw out of the corner of his eye Yu looking at the screens in shock. This is one of the worst possible scenarios. I've gathered all the information I could on Camilla since she first appeared as a hero, but I realized that if I managed to find her, you'd be nearby. Luckily for me, the sports festival made the search easier. I suppose their love for you was so strong that it even traveled through time. It's a shame this story ended in tragedy. Khalid threw himself at Izuku and threw a punch. Izuku activated full cowl and blocked it, then he tried to throw a kick, but his opponent jumped into the air and stretched out a hand, throwing a beam of energy at him. The green-haired man spread his wings and rose to dodge the attack, materialized his guandao, and threw a slash to Khalid's shoulder, but the black-haired man stopped it with his forearm. Izuku materialized a sword and attempted a slash to the side, but Khalid pointed his hand downwards and used an energy beam to rise above Izuku and then kicked him in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. "This time you won't be able to beat me." He pointed both hands down, sending a powerful beam towards Izuku, who jumped at the last second to dodge the attack, but when he stood up Khalid was already in front of him and hit him in the stomach, then an uppercut, and when he began to rise, he grabbed his leg and slammed him into the ground. Izuku gasped for air and, taking the opportunity with his free leg, kicked Khalid in the chest, sending him crashing into a wall, then materialized two maces and threw himself at Khalid. When he was in front of him he tried to hit him, but only hit the wall since his opponent was behind him. Khalid kicked Izuku's side and then followed him. He grabbed his head to start dragging his face along the wall. When he finished he threw him against the ground and launched an energy beam, but Izuku threw his two maces at him so that they collided with the beam to avoid damage. "Izuku. You ran next to him. Damn, we're in trouble. I'm already at 20% and I can barely get close. I must find a way to defeat him." The green-haired man began to stand up again. "Not bad, just so you know I've only been using half of my power, now the warm-ups are over. I hope the others are doing better." With Todoroki and Uraraka. During the sandstorm Shoto couldn't see anything, and when the winds began to lift him off the ground he reached out and grabbed the person closest to him. Then he began to be dragged by the winds. When he fell to the ground and the sand dispersed he managed to open his eyes and realized he was back in the village. When he tried to stand up he felt a squeeze on his hand and saw who was holding him. Uraraka. The brunette managed to open her eyes and saw her classmate holding her hand. She blushed a little and quickly let go. "Todoroki-kun, are you okay?" "Yes, and you?" "I'm fine, it seems they brought us back to the village." "Where are the others?" "I'm sure we were divided. We are together because I managed to hold on to you before we were dragged away." Izuku-kun was fighting that monster when the sandstorm started, so he's most likely alone. For now we must look for the others. Unfortunately, I won't allow them to go anywhere. They both saw that on one of the roofs of the premises was Anubis looking at them impassively. "Are you coming to fight with us?" Todoroki asked. "Yes, I am Anubis, the Lord of the Tombs, although you may not remember me as the Guardian of the Ice and the Guardian of the Sky." It seems that he also thinks that we are the reincarnations that were spoken of in the tablets that Izuku-kun read. Whether we are or not doesn't matter, he's just another villain we have to defeat. Footsteps began to be heard coming from all directions. Both teenagers saw a large number of mummies walking down the street, wielding different types of weapons. They are the same mummies as when we were outside the mountain. It seems that he is the one who controls them. "I'll let my servants take care of you." The mummies started running towards them with their weapons raised. Shoto created a large wall of ice in front of the mummies, took Ichako's hand, and started running through the streets. "What shall we do, Todoroki-kun?" "It seems he controls the mummies. I must look for a more open place. If he corrals us, it will be the end for us." As they turned the corner, a group was near them, so Todoroki used his flames to destroy the mummies. Meanwhile, Anubis watched the scene with mild interest. "That's interesting, it seems to have changed since last time." The two teenagers continued running through the streets while escaping from the mummies. Then they encountered another group of mummies. One carrying a sword lunged at them. Todoroki was about to use his ice, but before he could ask, Uraraka grabbed the mummy's wrist, bent it, and slammed it against the ground, then put her hand on the mummy, and when it began to float, she threw it at the group. Release. The mummy regained its gravity and fell on top of the other mummies. When it turned around it saw Todoroki looking at it in surprise. "What? You didn't think you'd have to protect me?" Shoto cleared his throat. "Of course not." They both started running again, then in the distance they saw what looked like a square. "If we guide them there I can finish them off." Uraraka looked behind them to see the large group of mummies that had found them and were following them, but she also saw Anubis standing calmly near them looking at them with his hands behind his back. Why doesn't he seem worried? He doesn't even seem to want to enter the battle. Then they both arrived at the square. "Well, here we can. Todoroki-kun. Watch out." Ichako knocked her partner down and into a shop door, which opened under their weight. As they both fell to the ground, Todoroki could hear several impact sounds outside. They both stood up and looked outside, where several arrows were stuck where they were standing, and there were mummies on the roofs around the plaza, ready to shoot them. It was a trap. It seems he knew you would look for an open place to use your quirk. They both stood up, but the brunette held her shoulder, and then they both saw that she had an arrow embedded there. "I can't move with that stuck there. I need you to take it out, Todoroki-kun." "Are you sure?" With a nod, Shoto attached the arrow, to which Ichako hissed in pain, but showed no signs of stopping. With a sharp tug, he pulled the arrow from her shoulder. Ichako let out a small scream and clung tightly to the boy in front of her. Shoto threw the arrow to the ground and took a bandage and antiseptic from his belt and began to heal it. I'm sorry. Hey. This was my fault. That's not true. We've been trusting each other, I've been thinking. They said you've known us since before. If we really are reincarnations from past lives and we have the same quirks, that means they know how we fight. I see, we are at a disadvantage since we don't know what his quirk is. We have to think of a plan. Uraraka, I'm going to distract him while you escape and go find the others. No. He knows how you fight with your eyes. If you go out, no matter how strong you are, he'll kill you. I can defeat him, I'll distract him until you return with the others. I'm going with you. I can't use my power to the fullest with you around. Slap. I turn my head with a red cheek to look at Uraraka, who had a serious look even with her hand raised. Enough. Stop acting like that. Why don't you trust me? Shoto's eyes widened in shock as he recalled the words Izuku had said to him after the provisional license test. You must learn to trust us to watch your back, because most of us here know we can count on you to watch ourses. The brunette reached out and held her left hand in front of them while interlacing her fingers. Todoroki-kun, do you trust me? Yeah. Ichako smiled brightly. Okay, now let's think of a plan to defeat that monster. Okay, he has the advantage because he knows what we can do. He called you Ice Guardian. Yes, why? I'm sure he had no idea about your fire quirk. So we can use that to our advantage. I look at his left arm. Ironically, the power I always hated is now my greatest asset. We should think that his quirk is controlling mummies. How does he do it? Uraraka put a hand on her chin. Before we reached the plaza, he was near us. I think I have an idea. Tell me what to do. Anubis watched from above the roof where Todoroki and Uraraka were. Then suddenly an explosion was heard in the back of the store and the two teenagers ran away. Let the hunt continue. I jumped from the roof to chase them. The two teenagers ran through the streets while trying to escape from Anubis, but suddenly more mummies began to come out of the alleys that Shoto froze. Then they both separated and began to run through separate streets. Idiots, I'll neutralize the Ice Guardian first, then I'll go for the Sky Guardian. Now that I think about it, she would make a good slave. A cruel smile appeared on the god's face, and he quickened his pace to follow Todoroki until he stopped on a roof a few meters away from him. You've run out of road. Todoroki saw the mummies rushing towards him from the right and from the left. He created a wall of ice on his right side while destroying the other mummies with his flames. Then he created a platform with his ice and rose until he was at the height of Anubis. When they were face to face, he threw his flames at him, but was surprised when the god dodged it and appeared in front of him. Anubis hit him with his scepter in the side, sending him crashing into the roof of a building. Todoroki opened his eyes and saw Anubis swinging over him and tried to hit him with his scepter. He jumped to dodge it and froze the surface of the roof to catch Anubis's scepter. Not bad, at least you're still entertaining me. Using his great strength, Anubis raised his scepter, which was now attached to a large piece of rubble, and swung it towards Todoroki, who created a wall of ice to stop the blow, but the god's strength destroyed it and made him fall from the building until he hit the ground. Damn. Shoto sat down only to see that he was surrounded by the mummies. Anubis saw the mummies rush towards his opponent who was on the ground, but was surprised when he saw a great pillar of fire rise up and destroy almost all the mummies. I admit that you have changed since the last time I saw you. I look at the young man who was standing with the flames coming out of his left side. Todoroki looked at the god above him and saw his hands tremble slightly. Almost there. The god rushed at his opponent who raised a wall of ice to stop him, but it was quickly destroyed by Anubis. But what the god did not expect was that the wall was a decoy, and when he destroyed it, a stream of flames rushed towards him. Shoto looked surprised as the god jumped to the side at great speed, avoiding the flames. When Anubis tried to attack him again, he realized that his feet were frozen. He quickly threw a torrent of flames at him again, but the god put a hand in front of him, and several mummies got between him and the attack, taking the impact with their bodies. Good plan, too bad your attacks didn't reach me. I don't need my attacks to reach you, I just need them to distract you. Anubis raised an eyebrow, but realized he couldn't move his hands. What's going on? Then Uraraka fell next to Todoroki. Todoroki-kun is ready. What did you do, Guardian of Heaven? I was wondering how you controlled the mummies, so we came up with a plan for you to focus on Todoroki while I looked for the other mummies that were in the surroundings. When I made them float, I realized that they were attached to a very thin, almost imperceptible thread that was surely attached to your body. That explains why you didn't have us ambushed in the buildings. If the wires getting tangled would have been a problem for you. I started looking for all the mummies that were around and that you weren't using. I made them float and tangled them in all the things I found, so it seems the plan worked. You can't move now. Anubis tried to move his hands without success. Damn them. Now you are mine. He extended his left hand from which a great stream of flames came out that hit the god and dragged him several meters forward. Is it over? Yes, good job Uraraka. He was taken aback when the brunette flashed a bright smile and lunged at him. When Ichako realized what he was doing, she was surprised when Shoto hugged her back. The moment between them was interrupted when the ground began to shake, both separated slightly blushing. We must go look for the others. Why yes. They both started running but stopped suddenly when they saw the place where Anubis had fallen. Congratulations, enjoy your victory, but I assure you that no one will get out of here alive. Before his eyes the god turned into sand and vanished in the wind. With Jiro and Kaminari. The two teenagers hit the ground with a thud as the sand around them dispersed. When they stood up they saw that they were in the lobby of the tower. We're back. Jiro stood up. Where are the others? Kaminari asked. I don't know, it seems the sandstorm separated us. What do we do now? What's going on? They feel lost without their leader. The two turned around and saw Sekhmet sitting at the reception desk with her legs crossed. Are you looking for a fight? Asked the violet-haired girl. That's right, it's time for us to get our revenge. As we speak Seth and Anubis are killing the other guardians, and our servant is taking care of their leader since we promised him. They won't fall that easily, Kaminari said confidently. In an instant Sekhmet was in front of him. Are you sure? Immediately the goddess kicked Kaminari in the stomach, making him hit the wall. Kaminari. Ioka connected her jacks to her boots and sent a sound wave at Sekhmet, but she dodged it, then opened her mouth from which a large burst of golden flames came out. Jiro jumped onto one of the sofas that was there. Sekhmet looked at the young woman with a mocking smile, but then jumped to avoid the discs of Kaminari's shooter. Did you really think you could hit me with those toys? I don't need to hit you with them. The blonde smiled as he extended his hand and fired his electricity. Unfortunately his opponent jumped to the side to avoid the attack. It seems you haven't lost your lightning guardian touch. I jumped again to dodge Jiro's attack that came from behind me. As sneaky as ever, Wind Guardian. The goddess opened her mouth and began to send fireballs at the two teenagers, who barely managed to dodge her attacks until they were next to each other. Damn, she's too fast. And anything its flames touch is consumed in an instant. Come on, I'm already getting bored. The goddess sent another blast of flames at the two teenagers who jumped to the right and left to avoid it. Sekhmet approached Kaminari and held them by the shoulders against the wall and brought her body close to his. It's a shame we have to fight. Then she noticed that Kaminari was blushing while his eyes were glued to her large breasts. It doesn't have to be that way though, right? She licked his face, then jumped back to get some distance. I have a proposal for you. Why would we make a deal with you? Kyoka asked. We are going to conquer this country, we can give them everything they want. I looked at Kaminari after pulling down a strap of her dress to show one of her breasts. Anything. You can't buy us, right Kaminari? Why you can't, said the blonde while holding his nose that was bleeding. You don't look very convincing, idiot. Sekhmet smiled and then started walking towards Kaminari while swaying her hips. I'm sure I can make you feel pleasure beyond your imagination, and I can give you anything you want. Even your own harem. Harem. Wait, are you really considering this? The goddess stopped in front of the blonde. All the women you want can be at your feet, just tell me which one you want and she will be yours. She extended her hand. Thus give yourself to me. With a dreamy smile, the blonde man pounced on the goddess, clung tightly to Sekhmet's waist and buried his face in her cleavage. Good decision, guardian. I can't believe it, no one will believe I was in this situation. And I said no. Hey. 2 million volts. Ai. A great glow came from Kaminari's electric shock. When it ended, Sekhmet's body was smoking. Now Jiro. Kaminari jumped aside. The violet-haired girl connected the jacks to her boots and launched a powerful sound wave towards the goddess, who held her ears tightly and then fell back to the ground. We did it. I have to admit you scared me for a moment there. He approached Kaminari with a smile, but then Kaminari turned around and gave a thumbs up saying way. Hahaha. Really? Hahaha, I can't believe you made it. He put Kaminari's arm around his shoulder. Anyway, we have to find the others. Ioka turned to see Sekhmet and was surprised to see a small mountain of sand turn into a mountain. With Bakugo and Abara. When the sandstorm started, Bakugo felt something wrap around his waist and then he felt himself being lifted off the ground. He was about to launch an explosion, but he didn't want to risk hurting any of the others, so he had to go with the flow until suddenly he fell onto another pile of sand. Damn. He grunted as he shook the sand off himself. Cough cough, Bakugo-san. The blonde turned around and saw Abara kneeling near him with one of her vines wrapped around her waist. He approached her and held out a hand. Hey, are you okay, Angel? Yes, I'm fine. I took his hand and stood up. Where are we? They looked to the sides and realized they were in an oasis on the outskirts of the town, since they could see the tower where they had been a few kilometers away. Those bastards took us out of the tower. Until they woke up. Both teenagers turned around in surprise, then saw Seth sitting quietly in the shade of a tree with his hands behind his head. We meet again, damn monster. Welcome guardian of fire and guardian of nature, I present to you your cemetery. He stood up and extended his arms towards the wide desert that surrounded them. Bakugo used his explosions to address Seth. Not if I finish you first. He held out his hand. Die. He launched a large explosion that raised a smokescreen. When it cleared, the explosion user saw Seth with his hand up and that a light sand tornado surrounded him, also did not have a scratch. Then the god lowered his hand and 5 sand blades rushed towards him, but he managed to dodge it thanks to his explosions and landed next to Ibara. You should feel lucky, you're going to die at the hands of a god, he smiled sadistically. I only believe in one god, and that's not you, Ibara replied. I see, you worship the god of slaves. He threw himself at her. Then die like them. Ibara began to use her vines as whips to hit the god, but was surprised when Seth dodged them with great skill and speed. Then she stood in front of the vine user and raised her hand ready to destroy her with her claws, but she brought her hand to the side where a wall of sand rose up that stopped an explosion from Bakugo. That won't even tickle me. The wall of sand transformed into spikes that were thrown at the blonde, who launched a large explosion to destroy them, but the recoil of the explosion threw him to the ground. Bakugo-san. Seth hit Ibara, who was thrown against a tree, making her fall to her knees and cough up some blood. I haven't forgotten about you, girl. Seth threw himself at her with his claws extended, but Ibara raised a wall with her vines that were cut by the god's claws, but he was surprised when the young woman was not on the other side. Feeling something wrap around his wrist, Seth saw that it was Ibara's vines. You still don't understand, silly girl. Sand wrapped around the vines on Seth's wrist, who proceeded to break them like they were nothing. My sand absorbs water, your attacks are useless against me. Move aside, angel. Ibara walked away as Seth looked up and saw Bakugo heading towards him while spinning at high speed. With a smile on his face, Seth wrapped himself in a dome of sand and shot out towards where the blonde was. Let's see if you can do it. Hotzer impact. Both attacks hit, raising a large curtain of smoke and sand. The young woman from Class 1B watched the impact closely, then surprised saw Bakugo hit the ground while Seth was still in the air with a sadistic smile on his face. Your little trick didn't work, now I'll finish you off. The god rushed towards the blonde trying to deliver the finishing blow, but then Ibara's vines wrapped around the blonde's waist, pulling him out of the way at the last second. You seem too desperate for me to kill you, right? He jumped and pounced on her. Crucifixion. Shield of faith. Ibara's vines quickly went toward Seth and wrapped him in a sphere and began to compress him, but then the sand began to seep through the sphere, and the vines dried up and were then cut by Seth's claws, who fell to the ground as if nothing had happened. And now what? I asked in a mocking voice. Ibara saw her vines, which were now somewhat dry and reached a little below her shoulders. Before she could do anything, Seth was already in front of her and grabbed her neck. The young woman tried to struggle while she tried to breathe, but the god's grip only tightened around her neck. Game over. I wonder what would happen if I made my sand absorb all the water from your body. Let her go. Seth watched Bakugo stand up as he raised his hands towards him, then with a smile he held Ibara in front of him. Come on, give me your best shot, I won't even move, what are you waiting for? Bakugo cursed and lowered his hands. I knew you wouldn't do it, this woman was always your weakness. Hey, idiot. You shouldn't underestimate her. Before Seth could register the words, Ibara's vines hit him in the eyes and he fell to the ground with a grunt of pain. Using his explosions to get closer, Bakugo took Ibara in his arms and walked away until they were both at the edge where the water was. Hey. Are you okay? Cough cough. Why yeah, what do we do now? My attacks don't work since his quirk dries my vines. I think I have an idea to finish off that bastard. What do we do? Without warning, the blonde man threw the young woman into the water. He heard a loud growl coming from Seth. I'm fed up with you. Seth lunged at him, but Bakugo used an explosion to rise above him and then another to fall on him in a straight line, but Seth jumped to the side to dodge it. He swung his hand and 5 sand blades headed for the blonde, who jumped to the side to dodge them. Bakugo with one hand began to fly around the god while throwing explosions with the other hand. His attacks did nothing as Seth covered himself in a dome of sand. The dome turned into several spikes and they flew in all directions as Bakugo lowered himself to the ground and rolled to the side to avoid them. Take this. Seth threw several sand bullets at his opponent. AP, shoot. Auto cannon. The two attacks collided and cancelled each other out, creating a smokescreen. With a flick of his arm, Seth cleared the smoke and saw Bakugo standing in front of him. Eat this, bastard. He launched a powerful explosion. Before the smoke evaporated, Bakugo felt a strong kick in the side that dragged him across the sand. Seth cracked his knuckles. Not bad, but still not enough. You think so? The blonde asked with a smile. Then the sand around Seth began to shift and vines began to sprout and wrap around his wrists and legs. On the surface of the water stood Ibara. I thought I told you that wouldn't work. Seth's hand began to dry out the vines that imprisoned him, but he was surprised when more vines began to sprout and replace the drying ones. I see, you use the water to feed your vines and multiply them, and then replace the vines that dry out. The god could do nothing since Bakugo was in front of him holding the latch of his gauntlet. This is over, bastard, die. He pulled out his breastplate, and a huge explosion dragged Seth across the sand. When he finished, the two teenagers approached where the god was and saw him covered in burns and a mocking smile on his face. How ironic, I guess in the end we couldn't beat fate. Don't talk nonsense, everyone makes their own destiny. Hahaha, I guess you're right. Then Seth's body turned into sand and vanished in the wind. Bakugo turned to look at Ibara. You took a long time, Angel. You are an inconsiderate, selfish person. How dare you throw me into the water without telling me your plan? I shouted angrily. I knew you'd find out, or do you also want me to hold your hand when you cross the street? Bakugo smiled. You can't. I mean, you'll pay for your sins. Bakugo's smile grew wider as he saw the frustration of the girl in front of him, then they both felt a tremor. What was that? I don't know, but we'd better go find the other idiots. They both started running back to the city hoping to meet up with the others. Chapter 44. Uniting Our Hearts. With Izuku. The green-haired man was gasping for air as he was pinned against the wall by his opponent. Weak. How weak? Are you really trying? With a grunt, Izuku kicked Khalid in the face, then materialized his Guandao and attempted a vertical slash, but Khalid jumped back to dodge it, then raised his hand and grabbed the handle of the Guandao. When it was inches from his chest, he threw it to the side and saw Izuku looking at him calmly. What are you saying, Midoriya? Should we get serious? What's the plan? It will take a few minutes, but I have no choice, it's too strong. I'll let you know when your body has reached its limit, although you'll have to give it your all since he's going to try to kill you anyway. All or nothing, I'm counting on you, sensei. I look towards where Yu was. You go up the elevator and use the computers upstairs to try to contact the outside. The blonde looked at the elevator she had come from and then at the young man in front of her. Be careful and you better not die yet. You have a lot to explain to me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. With that, Yu ran out and got on the elevator to try to call for help. The green-haired man materialized his wings, and the ground began to shake as red lines unfolded across his body, then a large amount of green lightning swirled around him and concentrated around his arms. Full cal 25%. They both stared at each other calmly, neither of them moving a muscle as they waited for their opponent to make a move. A drop of sweat began to run down Izuku's temple to his chin, then fell to the ground. Izuku lunged at Khalid and threw a punch at him, which his opponent blocked with his forearm and countered with an uppercut, but Izuku whipped his head back, so the blow grazed his chin. The green-haired man leaned back as he tried to hit Khalid's face with his feet, but the black-haired man grabbed his legs and threw him to the side when Izuku looked up and saw his opponent's fist heading towards his face, so he materialized a spiked mace and slammed his fist into it, causing Khalid to jump back and shake his hand due to the strong blow. That's how it should be. Nothing I can materialize is hard enough to withstand one of his blows. He saw what was left of the mace he had in his hand. Here it comes. At high speed, Khalid was already in front of him and punched him, which Izuku dodged but caused a cut on his cheek. Using his wings, he tried to get distance, but was surprised when Khalid used the energy beams that came out of his hands to rise and begin to chase him. The green-haired man reached the roof of the cave, and using it as a base, he propelled himself at high speed towards Khalid trying to punch him, but was surprised when his opponent intercepted him and stopped his hand with his left hand and punched him in the face with his right fist, sending him to the ground. Izuku hit the ground, bounced and gasped as the air left his lungs, then received a kick in the back sending him up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Khalid who put his hands together and hit him in the chest. Haha, now you understand the difference between our power. He descended until he was next to him. The green-haired man quickly stood up and threw a kick that hit Khalid in the side, who didn't flinch, grabbed his leg, and began to slam him against the ground. Izuku materialized a Kusurigama and threw it at Khalid, who let go to dodge it, but grabbed the chain and pulled him to punch him, dragging him across the ground. When the curtain of dust cleared, Izuku was on his knees, his arms and legs felt heavy as he tried to stand up, but hit the ground hard when Khalid stepped on his back. Now I'll show you your place, trash. He lowered his hand and grabbed him by the hair, then slammed his fist into Izuku's stomach, causing him to spit out blood, and kicked him, causing Izuku's body to slide, until he hit the orange tube in the center of the room, causing it to crack. Khalid quickly appeared next to him and kicked him in the back, causing him to hit the wall across the room. We don't want that to break. If it does, this whole place will be flooded with magma. Damn, I can't beat him. This level is completely different from yours. I need to give you time to ask for help. Make him monologue while you think of a way to defeat him. What's your plan? Khalid looked at Izuku. Seeing that you're going to die, I don't see why not tell you. In the past, you prevented me from releasing all the energy I had absorbed, and believe me, at that time it was not an easy task. Now, thanks to this machine, he pointed behind him, I am going to absorb all the energy of this volcano, and I will become the most powerful being in the country, and with the help of Anubis, Sekhmet, and Seth, we will conquer this country. I must repair the machine since Camilla's interruption prevented it from absorbing all the power of the volcano. When I kill you, I will have to tame it. That means it can get stronger. Over my dead body. Well, anyway, I was getting bored of this fight. Khalid extended his hand, from which a small sphere of energy began to form that began to increase in size. When it finished, it was bigger than Izuku. This is your end. I throw the energy sphere at him. Materializing as Guandao, Izuku tried to stop her, but she was too strong for him. He gritted his teeth as he began to back away. Measuring, I have no energy left. Hold on, Izuku. The Guandao cracked and then burst into pieces as Izuku tried to stop the energy sphere with his hands. He let out a cry of pain when his hands touched the surface of the energy sphere. Damn. I won't lose. The ball of energy consumed Izuku and dragged him until he hit the wall and produced a powerful explosion that shook the entire pyramid. When the smoke cleared, only a pile of rubble remained. Hahaha. Hahaha, finally. You got what you deserved. I finally got my revenge. Hahaha. Near Mount Fuji. Several helicopters were heading to Mount Fuji. All of them were being boarded by professional heroes. In one of the helicopters were Detective Tsukauchi, Nezu, Aizawa and All Might. We'll be there soon. Thank you, Tsukauchi-kun. It was nothing. In any case, we have evidence that indicates that Mr. Kataputo robbed the museum in Egypt and killed his accomplices on the dock, not to mention that we believe he was the one who kidnapped Mount Lady. What were you looking for with our students? Asked Aizawa. I don't know, we only know that the plane that was transporting them crashed, said Nezu. The plane was empty when we found it. That was to be expected, after all those two were there. All Might smiled. The helicopter's radio came on. Detective Tsukauchi. This is Tsukauchi. We just received a signal asking for help from inside the pyramid. It was sent by Mount Lady. I see, it seems we already have another charge to add to Mr. Kataputo. Everyone is ready, we'll be at Mount Fuji in a few minutes. Okay. I hope we arrive on time, said Nezu. Don't worry, Principal, our students won't give up that easily. Back to the pyramid. Izuku opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was that everything was white. With a little effort he stood up and saw that he was in a completely white place, even the floor and the ceiling. The surroundings extended as far as the eye could see. Hello. Falcon-sensei. Someone. Am I dead? No, but you were close. He turned and saw that Asim was behind him. It's definitely like seeing myself in a couple of years. If you live long enough you look like me, the man spoke with a deep voice while smiling. What? I mean, I've been waiting for you. Are you the Asim from the stone tablets I read? That's right, I've been waiting for you, Izuku. How do you know who I am? Many years ago when I passed away, a small part of my soul traveled through Egypt until it was stored in the stone tablets after its creation. When they reached the lands where you were, that small fragment reacted to you. You know, I already have many souls inside my body. No offense. Hahaha, don't worry, it's just temporary. You were the one who made me have those visions and helped me read the hieroglyphics on the stones, right? That's right, the reason I'm here is because you'll need my help to defeat Khalid. How am I going to achieve this? My blessing allows me to connect people's hearts with mine and turn those bonds into my strength. Tell me, are you connected to people? Izuku thought about all the people in his life, the women he loves, his friends, all the people who were important in his life. Yes, I'm connected to many people. Then I will give you my blessing to defeat Khalid. He reached out and placed his hand over Izuku's heart. A bright light illuminated the green-haired man, then he heard Asim's voice. Get stronger, defeat Khalid, and fulfill the promise I made with them all those years ago. With those words, power flooded Izuku's body. With the others, Ibara and Bakugo had returned to the city and immediately headed towards where the tower was. When they were close they heard someone calling them. Ibara-san, Bakugo-kun. The two teenagers stopped and saw Todoroki along with Uraraka approaching them. Are you okay? Uraraka asked. Yes, we were able to defeat that impostor of a god, Ibara replied. We too were right, we just had to discover their quirks and look for their weaknesses, said Todoroki. Hey, here come Ears and the idiot. Everyone saw Jiro and Kaminari walk out of the building's lobby. Kyoka-chan, Kaminari-kun. The two approached and then Kaminari returned to normal. What happened? You racked your brains to defeat that goddess. It seems my plan worked. He scratched the back of his neck with a smile. It seems that the only one missing is Izuku-kun. Todoroki looked towards the building. That tremor we heard a few moments ago. It was most likely provoked by Midoriya, said Jiro. We have to go down and help him, said Kaminari. What the hell is going on? Everyone was surprised when they saw Bakugo surrounded by an orange energy, then the others too except for Ibara. Uraraka had pink energy, Jiro a light violet, Kaminari a yellow one, and Todoroki a blue and red one. Inside the tower Yu was surrounded by a dark violet one. Then everyone's energy auras detached themselves from their bodies and began to head at great speed toward the tower. Then a tremor was felt that shook the entire mountain, and a large white pillar rose from beneath the ground. What the hell is going on? Bakugo gritted his teeth as he smiled. You took a long time. Deku. In the reactor chamber. Khalid continued laughing due to his victory, then he saw some lights heading towards where he was, and they got inside the rubble where Izuku was. The entire chamber began to shake, and then a large pillar of white light rose, and inside Khalid saw a silhouette standing up. It just can't be. When the light of the pillar faded, Khalid saw surprised as in front of him was Izuku with his eyes closed. The upper part of his suit had disappeared. On his right arm was deployed the Phoenix armor. Around it could be seen an aura of multicolored energy. When he opened his eyes, he saw two green eyes that had a blue ring around them. You stood up, Midoriya. No, you're not completely Midoriya now, are you, Asim? It's been a while. Khalid. Izuku spoke with a distorted voice. And to think you would stand in front of me again. I've come to end the fight we started 2 millennia ago. Do you really think your blessing can overcome mine? Izuku smiled. You said it yourself, I'm not completely Midoriya, but I'm not completely a sim either. Izuku, are you okay? Don't worry sensei, I'm fine, it's still me, he just lent me his quirk. Falcon saw a sim appear next to him. You're right, there's no need to worry, I'll lend you my power until the fight is over. It will be Izuku who will fight. I think this place is going to get a little tight. Falcon smiled. The two men stared at each other for a few seconds until Izuku suddenly found himself in front of Khalid, throwing a kick that his opponent narrowly dodged and caused a cut on his cheek. Then he responded with a punch that the green-haired man dodged when he turned, and both collided their fists and recoiled backwards from the force of the blow. I like it that way, otherwise it wouldn't be fun. They both threw themselves at each other. Khalid threw a punch that Izuku deflected with a kick, and then with his other leg, he slammed his opponent's chest, throwing him towards the wall. Incredible, I've never felt so strong. This strength is not only yours, it belongs to everyone who depends on you. Khalid stood up and lunged at Izuku, both of them holding hands while applying pressure. Get ready Asim, now I'm going to go with all my power. He raised his leg and kicked Izuku's chin. When he started to rise he grabbed his, but the green-haired man kicked him in the face with his free leg, and when he let go, he put his feet on the ground, materialized a sledgehammer and hit Khalid in the stomach, causing him to embed himself into the ceiling. I thought you said you were going all out. Khalid threw himself from the roof and hit the spot where Izuku was, creating a crater and raising a cloud of dust. Don't be too confident, I've barely used 80% of my power. Then he felt a presence behind him. I've only used 50%. When Khalid turned around, Izuku hit him with his elbow in the stomach and then gave him an uppercut that made him fall on his back. He materialized a guandao and threw himself at the black-haired man, but was forced to retreat, spreading his wings when he dodged an energy beam sent by a black-haired man. In the air Izuku saw his wings which now had bright multicolored feathers. They look better in black, said Falcon. I'm going to kill you. Asim. Khalid started throwing energy beams at him. With the others. Everyone could feel the various tremors underground after seeing the large pillar of light that had emerged from the ground. What's going on down there? Ibara asked. I don't know, but there's no doubt that Midoriya must be there, Todoroki replied. Are we going to help him? Asked Jiro. They all looked at each other, wondering what to do next. Look there, Kaminari pointed towards the tower where Yu was running out. The heroine saw them and approached the group. Hey, you're the ones who came with Izuku, right? Yes, are you okay, Mount Lady? Asked Uraraka. I'm fine, it's just a couple of hits. I look at Todoroki. You can create ice, right? Yeah. I need you to freeze these bracelets. She spread her wrists. Obeying, I freeze the bracelets that were then destroyed by you. Okay, now I can use my quirk, although I don't think it's of much use now. Excuse me, do you know Midoriya? Jiro asked. Yes, we are friends. Now he is fighting against Kataputo or Khalid or whatever his name is, although I am worried. Let's save Deku's ass. Then, from the hole created by the pillar of light, Khalid, who was being held by Izuku, flew out. The black-haired man extended his hand to throw an energy beam at him, so Izuku let go to dodge it. They both began to exchange blows until the green-haired man kicked him in the stomach and threw him to crash to the ground. Izuku landed near his friends. When he turned he saw them all, and a nostalgic smile graced his face. I'm glad to see everyone is okay. Seeing you brings back so many memories. Everyone was surprised to hear Izuku's voice and see his new appearance, but the moment was interrupted when Khalid took to the sky again. Izuku-kun, we will help you. No, he's mine. You guys need to get out of here. We all have to work together, Jiro told him. We're already doing it, Izuku replied and then looked at you. I need you to get everyone out of here, the professional heroes are getting closer. You're right, said Yu. There are some helicopters coming with several professional heroes and the police. Izuku headed towards Khalid while dodging the energy beams he sent at him. He materialized his Guandao and managed to stick it into his opponent's shoulder. Khalid pointed his free arm at him and threw an energy beam at him that Izuku couldn't dodge because he was so close, so he had to put his arms in an X, but the impact sent him to the ground. Everyone watched the fight in surprise. What do we do? Asked Kaminari. We're leaving here, ordered Yu. Are we going to leave Izuku-kun alone? If we interfere in the fight, we'll only get in their way. Besides, I'm the professional heroine, so they're under my command. Reluctantly everyone began to follow the heroine towards the exit. Come on Izuku, I know you can defeat him. Khalid looked down where he had thrown Izuku, then two chains came from below and held both of his arms, then he was pulled down where Izuku was already waiting for him and kicked him in the stomach and then pulled him back and kicked him in the face. Then he began to spin the chains while Khalid spun out of control until he let go and made him crash into several buildings. You'd better hurry, my blessing won't last much longer, the fragment of my soul in your body will soon begin to fade. Finish that bastard Izuku. I understand. A loud bang was heard as Khalid landed in front of Izuku, the orange ore glowing around him. You won't beat me. You're not going to ruin everything I've planned. Izuku materialized two windmill shuriken and threw them at his opponent who dodged them and saw that Izuku was wielding two more and threw them at him again, but Khalid used his energy beams to rise above the green-haired man. From the ground he saw that Izuku materialized two more windmill shuriken and threw them at him. Khalid dodged them by spinning on his axis. That trick won't work. So you think. Iron Rain. Looking up, Khalid saw the 6 weapons coming towards him and then they split into 24 blades. When he turned his back he couldn't avoid the blow and the blades hit his body, causing several cuts and knocking him to the ground. The green-haired man walked slowly towards the crater caused by his opponent's fall. Khalid is finished. Then the black-haired man stood up while looking at Izuku with pure hatred, then all his energy gathered in his fist, which was engulfed by a sphere of energy. It doesn't matter if I use up all my energy. As long as you're gone, I can start over. You still don't understand. Get ready, I'll help you concentrate all the power you have left. A multicolored flame formed in Izuku's right hand. Then they both threw themselves forward and their fists collided. The ground shook violently, debris flew everywhere, and the surrounding buildings were destroyed by the force of the blow. Both were putting pressure on, but little by little Izuku started to back away. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to use up all my power, but you're going to die. Asim. I can't do anything anymore, it's no longer up to me. Izuku, if you lose now he will go for you and then the others. I won't lose, no matter what happens, I won't lose. With you and the others. Everyone was running as they approached the exit. When they managed to get out they felt a great tremor that shook the entire Mount Fuji. I hope Midoriya is okay. You have to have faith in him, Yu told them. Look there. Ibarra pointed into the distance. It's the helicopters with the professionals. Smiled Uraraka. I don't mean that. Everyone looked surprised at the different lights that were quickly approaching where they were. From different places, all the people who had ties with Izuku began to be surrounded by auras of energy like Izuku's mother, everyone in Class A, All Might and Izawa, the Pussycats, Kota, Rumi and Namuri. Yu closed his eyes and put a hand on his chest, then a dark violet aura surrounded him again, and then he headed to the cave. The others who were there focused on giving their support to Izuku, and then they sent their energy to their friend again. With Izuku. The green-haired man was doing everything he could to hold off Khalid's attack, but his strength was running out. Asim disappears. At that moment the green-haired man felt a hand on his back, and then another, then he realized that his power was beginning to increase. I won't lose to you. The aura around Izuku increased exponentially as he began to push Khalid back. No way. How can you be so strong? You know something I learned after so many years. Izuku's eyes turned completely green again. Plus ultra. A great glow filled the place, and then a huge pillar of multicolored energy rose up, destroying everything in its path. From outside, everyone could see the great pillar of light that even pierced the mountain and rose into the sky. A few seconds later, the pillar disappeared as everyone stared at it in surprise. Those near the entrance to the pyramid had to quickly descend as the cave began to collapse. When it was all over, the helicopters landed and the students quickly headed towards them. Aizawa Sensei, All Might Sensei, Director. The former #1 hero along with the teacher and principal watched their students approach them. Are you okay? Aizawa asked. Yes, we're fine. The professional heroes approached the youngsters. Come here, those who need medical attention. Where is young Midoriya? All Might asked. He's still inside, Todoroki reported. We have to go for him immediately as Awa headed towards the entrance of the cave, along with several professional heroes. Does that mean that the pillar of light we saw was produced by Midoriya? Asked the director. Yes, somehow he changed his appearance and became much stronger to face Mr. Kataputo, who wanted to kill us all. You have a lot to explain, Detective Tsukauchi asked them. Wait, where is Mount Lady? Jiru asked. At the entrance of the cave. Leaning against the wall of the cave entrance was a very tired and battered Izuku. Luckily I managed to get out in time. Yes, a little more and we won't count it. Izuku looked towards the horizon where the sun was already setting and the first stars were appearing and was surprised when he saw a sim standing in front of him. A sim? You got it. What happened to Khalid? Me? No, he overloaded himself by releasing all his power at once and then collided with ours, self-destructing. I see, it's finally over. Thanks to you, the fight that had been postponed for 2,000 years found its end. It was nothing. Now I must go, there are 11 beautiful women waiting for me, and you have yours, right? Izuku scratched the back of his neck with a smile while slightly blushing. Hahaha, goodbye and I wish you luck. My reincarnation. Before Izuku could speak, the last ray of the sun disappeared and with it what remained of the Egyptian soul. Thank you. That was super weird, right? Even for us. Izuku. Turning in surprise, the green-haired boy saw Yu running quickly towards him. He extended his arms when the blonde jumped on him with a smile. I came to rescue you, Yu. Yes, I know. I'm happy to hear you're well. Me too. They both looked at each other and then Yu brought her mouth closer to his but was surprised when Izuku stopped her by putting a hand on her lips. I have a lot to tell you. For the next few minutes, Izuku explained the situation regarding Rumi and the others to Yu. The blonde listened to everything in silence without interrupting while absorbing all the information they were telling her. When he finished, Izuku calmly looked at her, waiting for the reaction of the woman in front of him. I see, so you're in a relationship with 3 women at the same time. Yeah. Can there be 4? Izuku's neck spun so fast it nearly snapped as he stared at the woman in front of him. What? Izuku, when I met you I thought I had found a great friend in you, but then little by little, you started doing more things for me that showed me what a wonderful man you are, and when I realized it I had fallen in love with you. That's what I wanted to tell you during our date, so. Would you accept me? Instead of answering, Izuku pulled Yu into a passionate kiss, both of them melted into the kiss while they were under the starry sky. Well done, you'll have to explain several things to the others. They will accept it. Do you think what you read on those stones is true? I don't know, but even if that's the case, I'll live my life my way. They both broke away from the kiss due to lack of air while they had smiles on their faces. It looks perfect on you. Yu looked down and gasped in surprise when she saw her neck. There was a beautiful princess-cut amethyst attached to her neck by a silver chain. A big smile tugged at the blonde's lips. Izuku. I love it. Before they could start another kiss they heard a scream. Midoriya. The green-haired boy saw Aizawa coming running along with other professionals. He chuckled when he saw the pout on his new girlfriend's face. Don't worry, we can continue our date this weekend. A smile graced Yu's face immediately after Izuku's words. I am certainly lucky. One day later. All Might stood against the gym wall as he watched Izuku and Bakugo train, then Aizawa stood next to him. I assumed they would come here. Good morning, Aizawa-kun. Yes, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that their house arrest ended today. It seems that from now on things will get even more interesting for them. Yeah. Izuku attacked with his Guandao, but Bakugo stopped the attack with his forearms. Hey Deku. What happened to that power you showed during the fight at the pyramid? I can't do it. That. It was just temporary, so I went back to the beginning. Bakugo smiled. Then get ready because I'm going to surpass you soon. He kicked him, making the green-haired man jump back. We'll see, after all we can still become even stronger. Izuku activated full cowl. They both smiled as they looked at each other, then they threw themselves to continue their training. The first day of the second semester. The entire Class A was heading towards where the opening ceremony would be. Listen everyone. Don't leave the line. Walk in order. We're going to ground Beta. Iida ordered them. You're getting out of line, Zero told him. That's the president's dilemma. I already found out, Class A. Everyone saw Monoma leaning against a wall. 2 people. 2 of you failed your provisional license tests. Monoma from Class B, as strange as ever, said Kaminari. Are you the only one who failed again? Like the final exam? Kirishima asked. Monoma laughed out loud and then turned away. What's the matter? Monoma stood in front of his class. We all passed, we've gone ahead of Class A. Guys, I'm sorry, Todoroki said. Don't worry, they're the ones making this a competition. Shoto-kun is right, don't let it affect you, Uraraka told him. A young woman with blonde hair, blue eyes and large horns on her head stepped forward. According to Professor Vlad, we will have classes together this semester. I can't wait. Her English accent could be heard in her voice. Really? I can't wait, Kirishima said, putting his hands in front of him. Incredible, he has a foreigner, said Kaminari. I'll kick them so your grandchildren feel it. She exclaimed excitedly while Monoma signaled behind her. Don't teach him weird phrases. Itsuka hit his partner in the neck. With a sigh, Izuku stood in front of the blonde. You shouldn't listen to it, you just insulted us. I'm very sorry, it was not my intention. I'm very sorry, it was not my intention, the young woman bowed. No problem, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm Tsunatori Pony, I hope we can get along. Yes, me too. The green-haired boy turned around and saw that everyone was looking at him. What? That was amazing, Midoriya Shiro congratulated him. When I was young, I admired All Might so much that I learned English since I was 5 years old. Not bad, now you have to teach them Japanese customs, like bathing together and all that. What kind of customs do you practice? Sorry, I got confused with a movie I saw once. Hey, make way, a voice was heard at the entrance. Iida stood in front of the class. Sorry. Come on, leave the conversation for later. You're causing trouble. Everyone saw a young man with purple hair approaching with his companions. Please, don't go around showing your shows like that. Shinsu Tokoyami spoke. The guy who fought Midoriya at the sports festival, said Kyoka. You noticed it? Yeah, it looks like he's been exercising. I think he's going to show us something interesting. A few minutes later, all the classes were lined up in the courtyard, and in front of them was a small stage where the principal and some teachers were sitting. Hello. I'm your beloved and tiny one, director. Recently, the quality of my fur, which I'm so proud of, has taken a serious turn for the worse. I suffered greatly to learn how to care for it. What I learned will greatly benefit you humans. Do you ever shut up? I'm surprised he doesn't breathe while he talks. What impacted my lifestyle was the incident we're all familiar with. The one that happened during summer vacation. The loss of our pillar. The effects of that incident began to manifest faster than we could have imagined. Moving forward, our society may suffer great hardships. You in the hero department will surely see the effects before everyone else, and for the hero residents that the second and third years will receive, even more than ever, it's crucial to have crisis awareness and act accordingly. Residents of heroes. I have no idea, but it must be a higher level than internships. Forgive me for dampening the mood with such a heavy topic. But you know, right now, the adults are doing the best they can, and I'd like more than anything for you to learn from that work and become capable people. All of you, whether you're in the business department, general studies, the support course, or the hero department, don't forget that you will be the successors of our society. Now a few warnings from our hound dog lifestyle guidance counselor. A man stepped onto the podium. He had the appearance of a dog. His hair was scruffy and blonde, sticking straight out from behind his head. He also wore a muzzle over his slightly pointed snout, along with his hero costume, which was brown clothing. Grrrr. Yesterday. Grrrr. In the dormitory. Grrrr. Grower. 2 students. Grrrr. Ooh. All the students made their faces blank while sweating. What the hell did he say? No idea. I think if he had spoken in Chinese I would have understood him better. Lad King approached the microphone. He said. A few days ago there were 2 students who fought. Even if you are not used to dormitories, please moderate yourselves. He said all that. Izuku immediately felt the eyes of the other students looking at him and Bakugo. Just as I thought, it seems everyone knows. Falcon was dressed as a criminal while holding a wooden sword. Do you want to fight? Come on. We'll break your legs. I'm not going to act like a damn criminal. Why not? You're already famous. Now go back to your classes starting with the third years. Ordered the teacher. Chapter 45. The Big Three. In the classroom of Class 1A. Aizawa stood behind his desk as he looked at the entire class. Well, starting today we'll continue with normal classes. A lot of unprecedented things happened, but ignore it and focus on your studies. Yes, of course, because what Shigaraki Tamura does will not affect you in the slightest. I'll address that when the time comes, for now I'll focus on getting stronger. But it's time to get back to normal and complete your student duties. Today will be theoretical classes, but your preparation throughout the semester will be even tougher. Asui raised a hand. Excuse me, can I ask something? What's happening? Can you tell us what the director meant when he said heroes residence at the opening ceremony? He put a finger to his chin. Yes, the director talked about that, Shiro said. I'm also curious, Tokoyami said. Momo raised her hand. He said the second and third years are doing it. Aizawa scratched his head. I was going to talk about that later, but I guess it's better to say it now. In short, they're hero activities outside of school. Like the practices you've been doing, but more grounded in reality. So why did we do it so hard during the sports festival? It's true, with a residence those who weren't drafted will have more opportunities, said Iida. The hero dorm uses hero recruitment as its foundation. This is an optional activity for students. Those who didn't get nominated during the sports festival will have a hard time participating. The agencies recruited on their own, but there were problems getting students from UA, and it became like this. If you understand, sit down. Yes, I'm sorry for having rushed into it. Now they have provisional licenses, now they can participate in longer professional exercises. But the first years don't usually receive their licenses. With the increased activity of villains, we seriously consider their participation. I'll explain the details later. We must consider the situation. I looked toward the door. Sorry for the delay, Mick. At that moment present Mick entered the room while starting to scream as always, for his part Izuku was lost in his thoughts. Will you do it? I think it's a great opportunity, I think I won't have any problems getting an agency. You're sure? Huh? Rumi has her own agency, you could ask her if you want to go with her. But I remind you that you now have Yu, I'm sure you could also get his agency to hire you, but if you choose one the other will be offended. Izuku turned pale and hit his forehead against his desk. I'm screwed, right? Mwahaha. In the afternoon at the residence of Class 1A. Izuku was leaving his room carrying a garbage bag as he headed for the exit. Midoriya, are you going to take out the trash? Kaminari asked. Yeah. Could you carry a bag I have in my room? Please. Clear. Is Midoriya going to carry the garbage bags? I want you to take mine too. Thank you very much, Midoriya. In a few seconds Izuku was carrying several bags of garbage. Okay, I think that's enough, the green-haired man told his companions. Then Momo came walking with a bag in her hand, but she stopped when she saw her boyfriend holding out his hand. Give me that, I'll take it for you. I was going to do it myself, but thanks, she thanked him with a smile as she gave him the bag. Falcon slapped his forehead. Stupid. A few minutes later Izuku was walking while carrying the garbage bags. If you keep thinking so much, smoke will come out of your ears. What did you expect? I think no matter what decision I make, I'm going to lose. The harem dilemma. How to make everyone happy. What if? No. And if? No. But, no. You didn't even listen to what I was going to say. I felt like it was going to be a stupid idea, call it a sixth sense I developed during my time with you. Master and student continued their conversation until they passed a face sticking out of the wall. Then Izuku suddenly stopped and took a few steps back. Hey, was that? I think so. He turned his head and saw that there really was a face. It was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Then a hand came out of the wall and pointed to the side. The trash is over there. It's fine to throw food trays and similar items in the combustible trash. I see. Thanks, he continued on his way. Have we gone crazy? No, we actually talked to a face on the wall. That was super creepy. Then the same face appeared on the floor causing Izuku and Falcon to let out a cry of surprise. You must be the freshman who is full of energy, right? But what? Hahaha, I surprised you, didn't I? Sorry, but I was sure you'd be surprised. You're using the quirk, right? Removing the fear, I admit that this is interesting. I see you're very observant. Yes, this is my quirk. Who are you? You'll soon know who I am. For now, all I'm going to say is that there are several rumors about you, so I got curious and came to take a look. With that, the young man disappeared. What do you think? I don't know why, but I feel like things are going to get interesting. And besides, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. A few days later, Class 1 was in their classroom, then Izawa entered the room and stood behind his desk. Well, I've decided it's time I told you about the hero residences. I looked at the door. You may enter now. You will hear how this experience is unlike anything you've done before. Directly from those who have gone through the process. The door opened and two boys and a girl entered the room. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. It seems that here is the answer. They took time out of their busy schedules to talk to you, so listen carefully to what they have to say. These third-year students are among the best at UA. They're known as the Big Three. Izuku studied the three young men in front of them. The one who had spoken to Izuku the other day was tall with a very muscular build and several noticeable scars around his forearms. His blue eyes were oval-shaped with no visible sclera, and his nose was prominently round. He had blonde hair, the top part of which was arranged in a swirl, while the bottom part was slicked back. He wore the school uniform. A white shirt, red tie, and green pants. He wore a belt with a large rectangular golden buckle shaped like a mouth with sharp teeth. The second boy was a tall young man with rather pale skin. His ears were slightly pointed. He had messy indigo hair sticking out behind his head and narrow eyes, partially covered by his bangs. His shoulders were hunched. He also wore a school uniform, but his tie wasn't completely tight and his shirt wasn't completely tucked into his trousers. The young woman next to them had light skin and was of medium height with large eyes. Her upper eyelashes were long and thick and her irises were royal blue. Her hair was light blue and reached her knees, twisting around at her waist and curving inward around her legs. She had side-swept bangs, tucked behind her ears on the right and hanging just over her eyes on the left, and 2 short strands of hair on either side of her face. She wore a green uniform skirt with a vest, a white shirt, and a red tie. "So it's them, I heard there were people like them in UA," Jiru said. "They are the ones who are closest to being professional heroes," said Momo. "The big 3. Nina exclaimed. "They even have a beauty with them, that makes you think they are the best," Kaminari said. "That girl. Do you know her? You could say that we met in another life. Interesting, the strongest in this school, huh? I remember hearing last year about a kid who, despite not winning the sports festival, achieved amazing results and made a big impact. So it's that blonde one. I wonder what kind of heroes they will be." Aizawa looked at the 3 young men. "Then we can start with a brief introduction. Let's start with you, Amajiki." The young man mentioned cast an intense look forward. "What the hell? So much intensity with just one look. Let's see what they're capable of. Wait, is it shaking?" Looking closer, Izuku realized that the blue-haired young man was trembling and suddenly spoke. "Mirio. Hato-san. Even though I look at them imagining they're potatoes, everything except their heads is human. I can only see humans. What do I do? I can't say anything, my mind is blank. I can't." He turned and leaned his head against the wall. "I want to go. So much for that. Honestly, it's not what I expected. You're one of the best at UA, right?" Ajiro asked. The young woman with light blue hair smiled and looked at her companion. "Listen, Amajiki-kun. That's called having the heart of a flea. Even though you're human, how strange." Then she looked at everyone else. "This flea is Amajiki Tamaki, and I am Hato Najire. They asked us to tell you about your residence." She looked at Shaoji. "But, hey, why are you wearing a mask? Are you sick? Is it a fashion?" "This is because in the past." Najira looked towards the back rows towards Todoroki. "You're Todoroki-kun, aren't you? Why is there a burn there?" "Well, this is. And you, Ashido. If those horns break, do they grow back? Can you move them? Hey. What about you, Mineta? What are those things on your head? Is it hair? How do you cut it? You all have something interesting. How intriguing. A real silly girl, how cute," said Kaminari. "She looks like a kindergarten girl," Mina said. "Is very lively. I wonder if it's really like that." "What do you mean?" "Nothing, don't worry about it." Wait. You want to know about my balls, senpai? That's sexual harassment. It's not that," Shiro told him. "I can't believe I'm the one saying this, but that guy is disgusting." Then Najire walked up to stand in front of Izuku and leaned in close to him. "You're Izuku Midoriya, right? Do you really have 3 quirks? Can you use them all at the same time? I want to see up close how amazing you are. And I want to see up close if your eyes are as pretty as they seem." Immediately Najire shut up and straightened up. "Haha, you really are very interesting." He turned to head towards his teammates, trying to hide the slight blush on his face. Izuku grimaced when he felt a kick from behind. "I think you made her jealous." For his part, Aizawa looked at the 3 third-year students. "It seems that all of you lack rationality." Mirio looked at the teacher nervously. "Don't worry, Eraserhead, and I'm the main attraction here." He pointed at himself. He put a hand to his ear and leaned in front of the class. "The future will be." "Huh. Hey. You should have said dark, right? You all failed at the point of the conversation, hahaha. Are they supposed to be the strongest in UA? His behavior differs from the seriousness of his title." Mirio looked at the class seriously. "Well, I can see from your faces that none of you understand what's going on. You're suddenly bringing in third years to explain a dorm even though it's not necessary. It's confusing, isn't it? You guys have your provisional licenses even though you're first years, huh? First years are pretty lively, aren't they? And my jokes don't work, so how about working together and fighting me? Hey. Fight. So suddenly. I don't need to see you to know the expression you're putting on. Let's see what the strongest of the UA can do. I think it's better if they feel our experience in their bodies, don't you think, Eraserhead? Do whatever you want." A few minutes later, in the Gamma Gym. The entire Class A was wearing their gym uniforms while watching Mirio also in his uniform doing stretches. "Are you serious?" Shiro asked. "I'm being very serious," Mirio replied. Amajiki leaned his head against the wall, far from the group. "Mirio, you shouldn't have done that. You should have simply told them this is how it is and learn a lot from this experience. Not everyone is filled with ambition. We can't end up with children who don't recover." "What do you mean they don't recover?" asked Kirishima. "You know. In the past there was a boy so frustrated that he stopped being a hero and caused a lot of problems, you know," said Najire while playing with Mina's horns. "Stop, please. Wait, there's a difference. We've already fought professionals, Tokoyami said. We also fight against professionals. Do we look so fragile that they have to worry? Asked Kirishima. Yes, you can come whenever you want. Who goes first? Asked Mirio. Bakugo and Izuku stepped forward. I'm going. Don't get in my way, you damn nerd. You don't get involved in mine. The troublesome pair. Just as I thought, they're full of energy. Izuku activates full cowl. Full cowl 20%. One of the best in the UA couldn't have a better opportunity. Let's see how much difference there is between us. In close combat you have to surround him, Satu indicated. In that case, thank you for your guidance, senpai. We look forward to your cooperation. Bakugo and Izuku threw themselves at Mirio, but were surprised when his clothes fell off and he was left completely naked. My eyes. My eyes. The blonde started putting on his pants. Sorry, it's really hard to adjust. Is full of openings. Both teenagers attacked, but Bakugo's hand and Izuku's foot pierced Mirio's head. What the fuck? Just as I thought, his quirk allows him to phase through objects. It's amazing. Mirio turned to look at them. They went straight for my face, huh? At that moment Bakugo and Izuku jumped to the side, while the third-year student was pierced by everyone else's attacks. The attacks raised a large amount of dust. When it dispersed they saw that Mirio was no longer there. Disappeared. Suddenly he appeared behind Jiru, who shouted. I think I'll start with a long-range thing. Did he teleport? Shaoji asked. It doesn't just go through objects. Said Satu. What kind of quirk is this? Asked Kirishima. Everyone tried to attack him, but Mirio broke through every attack and defense, punching everyone in the stomach. In an instant, he had defeated most of the class. Here. Mirio shouted when he finished. 9. No. I'm sure it wasn't more than 6 minutes. Alright class. This is a great opportunity. For them to be mistreated a little and learn from it. Mirio Tagada, as far as we know, is the man who is the closest to becoming the #1 hero. Even among the professionals. The closest. To be #1. Sigh, well now there's nothing left but the short-range ones. What did he do? I have no idea, exclaimed Kirishima. Not only does it go through things, but it also transports itself. Asked Uraraka. Doesn't that make him invincible? Ejiro asked. Don't say that. Mirio told them. What will you do, Izuku? Wait, there must be some kind of trick. Whether he uses his power to travel or the power to travel, his attacks are direct. As long as we don't counterattack, there will be times when we can touch him. If we don't know what he's doing, that means we can only operate within what we already know. Create a hypothesis and find a way to beat him. Izuku told them. Thanks, man. House arrest certainly helped you a lot. Then try to catch me. Mirio threw himself at them, but as he ran he began to sink into the ground. He already did that. So. Kaken's behind us. As Mirio finished speaking, he appeared behind the group. Izuku and Bakugo threw a punch at their opponent, but the blonde extended his hand, and the punches passed through their hands, and directed a finger at Izuku and Bakugo's faces. Alright. Death strike. Reaper's touch. Don't close your eyes. If it turned solid it would kill you. After passing through their bodies, Mirio turned on his axis and threw a punch at their stomachs. Most people would counterattack like that, right? So I had to train to counter them. He sank back into the ground. In an instant he came back out and hit everyone left in the stomach. It was a good fight, but he didn't finish speaking because he had to jump to dodge a kick from Midoriya. How? He looked at where he had hit him before and only saw Bakugo on the ground holding his stomach and the mark of a blow on the green-haired man's forearm. I see, you had also thought about my counterattack and you blocked it. Izuku sighed. His blows are certainly very heavy, thanks for the warning, sensei. When something approaches our eyes, we close them by inertia. It's silly, but with its quirk it's a very effective attack. Izuku materialized his Guandao and threw himself at Mirio. He tried to stab his shoulder, but it only passed by when it pierced him, then he felt him grab the collar of his shirt. This is as far as you go. The green-haired man took off the top of his uniform, turned around and threw a punch at his opponent's face. Detroit smash. The blast of air shot out in front of Mirio, but he didn't even flinch when it pierced through him. Izuku took the opportunity to jump back. I see that you have also trained a lot and lived several experiences. Mirio studied Izuku's scars. The blonde disappeared again under the ground, while the green-haired man looked in all directions waiting for the attack. Then just below him, Mirio emerged and aimed at him with an uppercut. I got you. Izuku jumped and brought his neck back, so the blow only grazed his chin. Not bad, Midoriya. Then he had to become intangible again using he saw a chain approaching his face from a Kusarigama that his opponent held in his other hand. Damn, Izuku released the Kusarigama which vanished into black dust and held his Guandao with both hands. You have a thing about pointing at my face, don't you? He dived back into the ground. Midoriya is amazing. He's fighting with Mirio. And he has a lot of scars too. How do you think he got them? Nijire stood next to Amajiki. Tamaki had come out from behind the wall to watch the fight, but he still remained silent. Izuku jumped back after dodging another attack from Mirio. Damn, it goes through everything I throw at it. You need to calm down, you've wasted too much energy just trying to hit him. He took a step back and felt himself bump into one of the small mountains in the room, and then a smile spread across his face. You're thinking the same thing as me. Mirio got out of the ground again and looked around. Where is he? Then he saw a shadow above him. When he looked up he saw Izuku with his wings spread out over him, while a large amount of debris fell towards where he was. A large cloud of dust rose as the green-haired man looked down, then saw Miro's head poking out from the rubble. What a surprise. He dived again. Get ready, here it comes. Izuku flew towards the ceiling where he placed his feet. At that moment Mirio shot out of the ground, and Izuku quickly propelled himself forward. Both of them retracted their fists ready to end the fight. When they were just a few centimeters away. Time's up. The green-haired boy stopped abruptly and extended the hand that was grabbed by his opponent, and then both of them went back down to the ground. Izuku was panting as he looked at Mirio, who barely showed any tiredness. Eraserhead-sensei. Why did you stop the fight? Don't be mean. Nijire complained. Azawa looked at her as she activated her quirk and immediately fell silent. A few minutes later. The entire Class A was standing in front of the 3 third-year students, while everyone, except Izuku, was holding their stomachs. I wanted to avoid you seeing my private parts, I'm sorry, girls. Anyway, now you understand, right? What do you understand when you are hit in the pit of your stomach? They complained. Did you think my quirk is strong? It's too strong. Zero complained. It's not fair. Hagakure exclaimed. You go through things and teleport. Are you a hybrid like Todoroki? Ashido said. No, it's just one, said Izuku. Mirio's smile grew wider, but then Nijire raised her hand. I know what his quirk is. Can I say it? Let me tell you. It's penetration. Hato-san, now it's Mirio's turn. Amajiki spoke to him despite continuing to turn his back on everyone. She's right, my quirk is penetration. What they call transportation is just an application of my quirk. I looked at Nijire, who was pulling at his shirt while pouting. I'm sorry. How do you teleport? Izuku asked. If I activate my quirk on my entire body I can go through anything, everything, including the ground. So, when you were sinking, you actually fell to the ground? Uraraka asked. Yeah, I fell underground, and when I release my quirk mid-fall, something weird happens. It seems like two objects with the same mass can't occupy the same space, and that's why I'm sent back to where I was. I mean, I'm thrown out of the ground at that instant. That's how my teleportation works. By changing the angle according to the direction or the pose, I can aim where it throws me. Sounds like a game glitch, Ashido said. What a perfect way to put it. Hahaha. Asui put a finger to her chin. It can dodge any attack and move you anywhere in an instant. That's a really strong quirk. It's not a strong quirk. I made it strong. Izuku opened his eyes in shock. When I activate my quirk, my lungs receive no oxygen because any air I breathe only passes through me. My eardrums don't vibrate and my retinas don't receive light. I can pass through everything, which means I feel nothing. All I have left is my mass. Unable to feel anything around me. Only the sensation of falling. Do you understand? For me to pass through a wall, I need to activate my entire body except for one leg. Deactivate the other leg and put it on the ground, and then activate the remaining leg as I pass. A simple movement requires several processes. If it were us, we'd probably mess it up if we were in a hurry, Kaminari opined. Not to mention moving without feeling anything, Mineta said. You're right. That's why I always fell behind. In no time, I was at the bottom and losing my clothes. To get to the top with this quirk, I couldn't stay behind. He began to tap his forehead with a finger. Predictions. I had to think faster. Sometimes I had to deceive. I had to anticipate what was going to happen. And experience makes predictions possible. I base my predictions on what I know. It took me a while, but this is the true reason for our training. Instead of words, I wanted you to understand it through experience. During the boarding school, we are no longer guests. We are assistants. We are there as true professionals. That's terrifying, professionals get to see people die. But all those terrible and painful moments are great experiences that you can't acquire in school. Transform the experience of my residency into power and take the top. That's why I think you should do it even if you're scared, rookies. Everyone started clapping. Even his speech sounded professional. Incredible that he could explain it in just 1 minute. Kaminari rubbed his neck. It's true that I felt like a guest during my internship. They didn't let us do anything dangerous, Jiru told him. We must go back, say hello, ordered Azawa. Thank you very much. Everyone thanked the third-year students. Apparently, internships will be much more dangerous than I thought. Yeah. What do you think would have happened if the fight had continued? I had the advantage in strength, but he surpasses me in experience. I have no idea what would have happened if the fight had continued. Izuku saw Mirio's back as he left the gym. What do you think of him? His quirk is a huge disadvantage when he uses it to its full potential. But he used it to its full potential, and because of that, he's accumulated a great deal of experience and improved his prediction as a support skill. The UA's top ranks aren't just made up of people with strong quirks. I'm sure everything he's achieved has been thanks to his own sweat, blood, and tears. To Mirio, he is strong. A few minutes later, in the corridors of UA, Nijire, Mirio and Tamaki walked through the school hallways as they headed to their classroom. It seemed like you were going to overdo it and cause them harm, didn't it? But the fact that everyone is okay means we did a good job, Nijire said. Yes, but that was close, my parts. Did any of them catch your eye? Anybody interesting? I beat them from behind. It's my basic strategy against my opponents. That troublemaker analyzed my moves and predicted my actions, but even so, I feel like I'm not utilizing his full strength. Mirio, you didn't fight at your full power either, Tamaki told him. Hahaha, that may be true, but I admit I don't know what could have happened if we both fought seriously. I'm sure sir would like it. After class, in the one dormitory, Izuku was lying in his bed while thinking about the words Aizawa had said to them after they returned. Flashback. The big three explained the residency to them, but it hasn't been decided yet whether they'll be sent to a professional or not. We, the teachers, have to decide. And if it will be done, we have to think about how to handle it with the press. We'll see what happens. End of flashback. You've already made your decision. Yes, I'm going to do the residency. Okay, that solves half the problem. Where will you do it? With you? Or with Rumi? Izuku started to turn in bed. I forgot about that. You'd better think of something. I think I have an idea. At that moment Izuku's cell phone started ringing, so he answered. Hey Brad. Gran Torino. I heard you might be doing a hero residency. Yes, would you like to receive me, sir? Izuku asked hopefully. I only kept an eye on you because it was an emergency. I'm really busy right now, so I can't keep up with my own affairs and keep an eye on you at the same time. I'm old, you know. Didn't anyone else worry about you after the sports festival? Well, yes, but since you have a great knowledge of One for All, I thought it would be a good idea. I must improve and become stronger. Then go and talk to your teacher. Right now, he's completely dedicated to your education. I'm sure All Might could introduce you to several people, wouldn't you say? For example, his old classmate. Wait. All Might had more than one partner. In an abandoned factory. The villain twice was heading to an abandoned factory and behind him was walking a man. Cough cough, it's very dirty, is it your base? As if I were going to take you to the base now. It's like a pre-interview. Cough, give me a break, it's dusty, I think I'm going to get sick. Don't worry, those inside have been sick for a long time. Twice opened the doors. Hey, I'm here. I found a really cool guy. He told me he wanted to meet you, Shigaraki. Shigaraki, who was sitting on a box, looked at the man who had entered the building. Looks like you found a big fish, don't you? Twice. Big fish. How ironic. League of Villains. What? Is he famous? Magni asked, looking at the man. He was a pale man of thin build with short auburn hair. His eyes were slender, their eyes as golden. He had 3 piercings in his left ear. He wore a black dress shirt with matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck, and a belt with a long thin buckle around his waist. Over this, he wore a dark olive green jacket, his collar lined with thick purple fur, and white lace-up sneakers. His most notable features were the white surgical gloves he wore on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wore over his mouth, which was pointed and embroidered in gold. Sensei showed me his picture. He's a Yakuza. The young leader of the 8 precepts of death. Yakuza. Is he different from us? Toga asked Mr. Compress. Let this old man teach you, young Toga. In the past, there were evil groups in the underworld. However, with the emergence of heroes came the dismantling of those groups. Their era came to an end when All Might entered the scene. The survivors were watched over like aspiring villains. In other words, they were treated as reserves, barely surviving under police surveillance. They're like an endangered species. Well, I can't say you're wrong. So what does a great Yakuza like you have in front of us? Are you also excited about All Might's retirement? Magni asked. No, more than All Might's retirement. All for One's fall was more significant. The Emperor of Darkness who ruled behind society. My generation treated him as an urban legend, but nevertheless the elders believed in him and feared him, even after there were rumors of his passing, but that time he showed himself in person. As a result, All Might retired and All for One went to Tartarus. Simply put, whether they are in the light or in the darkness, they have no leader. So who will be the next leader? Shigaraki straightened and walked towards the man. If you know who my sensei is and still say that, are you trying to provoke me? I am the next leader. I am gathering influence and we are expanding more and more, and with our combined power, we will bring down the hero society. And do you have a plan? A plan? You came here to ally with us, didn't you? A goal without a plan is an illusion. If you offer me an illusion, how should I react? What would you do when they expand their forces? How would you control them? What kind of organization do they plan to build? Stain, the hero killer, the sadistic assassin Muscular, and the man who escaped from death row, Moonfish, each of them were prime pawns, but they were all quickly squandered. You don't even know how to control 10 madmen, and you're talking about forces. What would you do with power you can't control? To accomplish a goal, you need a plan. And I have one. I didn't come here because I want to join. Twice the next time you bring someone, first confirm their true intentions, Shigaraki scolded. To carry out my plan, I need a large amount of capital. It won't be easy for me, an ancient relic, to find investors, but if I had you, super esteemed villains, on my side, then the story would be different. Join me, let me show you how they should be used, and then I will become the next emperor. Get out of here. Magni unwrapped his weapon and threw himself at the man. I'm sorry Mr. Yakuza, we didn't come here to follow anyone's orders. He activated his quirk, and the man's body glowed blue, and he began to approach Magni. I saw a friend the other day. She was shy and reserved, but she's still my friend despite knowing my past. She told me those bound by common sense laugh at those who aren't. I'm here because I want to live a life without shackles. We're going to decide where we belong. He hit him on the head. The man took off one of his gloves, and before hitting him, he touched Magni's arm. After that, Magni's upper body exploded, spilling blood everywhere. Magni. You made the first move, he complained, and then rubbed his clothes. That's disgusting, that's why I hate doing that. Mr. Compress threw himself at the Yakuza. Wait, Compress. Shigaraki tried to stop him. This guy is dangerous. I'm going to use my quirk on him. When Mr. Compress touched him, his quirk didn't work and a rash appeared on Overhaul's body. Don't touch me. I touched Compress's arm and destroy it. My arm. Shigaraki quickly ran towards Overhaul and extended his hand trying to destroy him. Shield. A man wearing a mask stepped between the two and took a blow from Overhaul. His body immediately began to deteriorate until it fell to pieces. Shigaraki then jumped back. The wall cracked and then shattered into pieces, where other men also wearing masks entered. I see, it would have been easier to understand what you were saying if you had started there, said Shigaraki. A man wearing a white-hooded coat and a brown full-face mask and a pistol stood next to Overhaul. They are late. I missed a shot, but it had immediate effect. Wait. Where did they come from? I'm sure no one was following us, as said twice. It must have been one of their quirks, Shigaraki told him. I wanted to resolve this without incident, leagues of villains. This way, no informed decision can be made. Destroying each other won't be productive. Each side has a casualty, so it's a good time to pause. Let's cool our heads and leave the conversation for another day. Overhaul headed for the exit. We owe them an arm. You bastard, I'll kill you. Twice shouted. Tamura, can I kill him? I'm going to kill him, said Toga, taking out a knife. No, was Shigaraki's response. Good decision, Hands Man, said one of Overhaul's henchmen. Overhaul stood in the doorway before leaving. It doesn't have to be now, but the sooner the better. Please take your time to think about your organization and all that. He reached into his pocket and threw a card at Shigaraki's feet. Call me when you've calmed down with it. Everyone left. Wait, you bastard. Why did you stop me, Shigaraki? Twice demanded. Jin, take Atsuhiro to the doctor, Toga told him. Yes, Compress, can you move? My quirk. My quirk didn't work. Damn. It hurts. Toga saw the pool of blood where what was left of Magni's body was and then took out a knife. Tamura. I'm going to kill those guys. Shigaraki started walking. No. Not yet. Those guys will pay me dearly for this. Chapter 46. Sir Night-Eye. The next day, with Class 1A. Aizawa stood in front of the class. Residencies are a more serious version of your internships where you work with pro heroes. We talked about it at the staff meeting and both the principal and the teachers said it would be best not to do it. After that big introduction. Kirishima asked. But after there was so much trouble getting into the dorms, it makes sense, said Kaminari. However, some don't believe we'll raise strong heroes with our policies, so we decided that first-year students will only go to agencies with good track records that accept students. Looks like you can really do it. Yes, I'm excited. During lunch. Izuku headed towards the teacher's office. When he entered, he saw All Might at his desk reviewing some papers. Good morning, All Might. Good morning, young Midoriya. What brings you here? There's something I want to ask you, he bowed slightly. I'd like you to introduce me to Sir Night Eye for the residency. All Might's eyes widened in shock. You want to meet Night Eye? Yes, he has worked with you before and I think I can learn a lot from him. Didn't you do your internship with the heroine Mirko? Don't you want to go with her? Sweat began to run down Izuku's forehead. Yeah, but I think I've learned everything I could from her. Also, a bad decision will unleash hell. Well, this is very sudden. Where did you hear his name? I spoke to Gran Torino, and he told me to ask you. I see, you decided that the best option for you would be to talk to Gran Torino. No, he called me, please help me All Might. I don't want to. Where did that he's focused on your education shit that old fart say go? The green-haired man sighed quietly. May I ask? Why not? It's not that I'm cruel. There are 3 reasons. He held up 3 fingers. 1. At yesterday's meeting, I opposed the residency. I don't think the first years need to start now. Same as me, spoke number 13 behind All Might. There are always risks involved. I think we should support those who want to go. Izuku looked at Namuri, who winked at him, to which he responded with a smile. It seems that she supports you. 2nd. I think you should improve your shoot style before you decide to do the residency. But the boy works harder than anyone else at ectoplasm. There is still a lot to improve in that technique for it to be completely functional, I think. What better way to improve it than with real experience? 3. Sir Night Eye and I ended up a bit on bad terms, so it's awkward. You're letting your feelings interfere with your judgment, All Might. Present Mick exclaimed. It seems like he doesn't want to give you his support. All Might, I told you in Kakin that I would forge my own path and face the consequences of my decisions. My quirk is like yours. I believe that if I work with Sir Night Eye, I can obtain a great development. I must become much stronger so that when the time comes I can fight at my full capacity. I ask you one last time, could you help me All Might? I don't mind that you think that way, but like I said, I won't introduce you to anyone. I understand, thanks for your time. He started walking towards the door when he was stopped by the voice of the former number 1 hero. I'm not going to introduce you to him. At least not me. Izuku stopped and looked at All Might. Go to the break room after class. After class. Following All Might's instructions, he went to the break room and entered. He was very surprised because All Might was not alone. Mirko was sitting in front of him. This is interesting what Mr. Power is doing here. I have no idea. And please don't do that again. It's catchy. Please sit down young Midoriya. You're here. Haha, just kidding. Sorry, I'm just really excited after being called by All Might. I don't understand the situation All Might. What a coincidence. I feel the same way, Midoriya-kun. All Might looked at the 2 young men. Young Tagada is doing his residency with Sir Night Eye. I see, now I understand what you meant in the staff room. Really, Tagada-san? Yes. I've been lucky enough to be by his side for a whole year. I understand. Will you work for him when you graduate? As long as Sir doesn't change his mind. Incredible. I'll get to the point, young Tagada, from your point of view, do you think young Midoriya is worthy of working with Sir Night Eye? Mirko slammed his fist into his palm. I see, so that's why you called me, right? He put his arm around Izuku. Do you want me to introduce Midoriya-kun to Sir? He seems very excited. That doesn't bother me, in fact I like it. All Might, why did you decide to use me as a go-between? If Sir heard this directly from you, he'd be jumping for joy. He's always watching your videos, you know. Honestly, I can't see it now. Because in the end I turned into what he warned me I would become. Whatever. What do you think of young Midoriya? Mirko let go of Izuku. Let's see, first of all, what kind of hero do you want to be? What kind of hero? Saving people with a smile. A cool hero, I wonder if I can be like him. Izuku, I object, you know. What guarantee do I have that you're telling the truth? That you won't go and get seriously injured again next time? I don't want you to worry about me anymore. Do you think this pain is easy to bear? What do you want to talk about? How you faced a muscular assassin ending up with your body in critical condition, or how after surviving you went to face the villain who caused a massacre on Kamino? Izuku looked directly at Mirko, determination burning in his eyes. I want to be the greatest hero of all. Everything fell silent as Mirko studied the young man in front of him. Your goal is very high, but I have no reason to oppose it, so count me in. He gave him a thumbs up. Really? Thank you very much. No problem. I think Sir will like you from the start. The weekend. Izuku, dressed in his uniform and with his briefcase with his hero suit, was flying while heading to Sir Night Eye's agency. Let's hope he accepts. I will trust Tagada-san. It's great that the girls accepted your confession of eternal love. At no time do I believe I have said anything like that. Yes, of course. Flashback. Izuku was in his room while preparing his things to go to Sir Night-Eye's office tomorrow. At that moment his cell phone and his computer rang at the same time. When he checked them he saw that they were video calls from Yu and Rumi. The time has come. Don't worry. He answered both calls and looked at the women in front of him. Hello girls. Hello Izuku. They both exclaimed at the same time, then they both looked at him confused. Rumi, I'm talking to you. I see. What do they need? I heard they're going to do the hero residences, will you come with me? Asked Rumi. Wait, I was going to offer him to come to the office where I'm working, said Yu. We worked very well together during our internships. You said it yourself, you were together during the internship, now it's my turn. Cat fight. Well, the rabbit and the cat, but still, this is getting good. Izuku sighed. Girls. The blonde and the white-haired girl stopped arguing to watch and listen to their boyfriend. I'm going to Sir Night-Eye's office. Why? They both demanded. I've been thinking about it, the goal I want to achieve, and what I've been doing to get there until now has only hurt the people I care about. I want to be stronger so I can protect everyone. When the time comes I also want to be able to protect you all too. I'm sure that with Sir Night-Eye, I'll be able to achieve that goal. I answer them all the time looking into their eyes. You're right Izuku, I guess I've been so excited about you being my boyfriend that I forgot you want to become a hero. It's like Yu says, do what you think is right to fulfill your dream, we will always support you. A smile tugged at Izuku's lips. Thank you, I love you both. And we to you, they responded in unison. End of flashback. I will become stronger. For them. I will be by your side and support you no matter what happens. Thank you, sensei. Midoriya-kun. Looking down, the green-haired boy saw his senpai calling him from in front of a 4-story building. He went down to stand in front of Mirko. Good morning. Good morning Midoriya. You're not supposed to use your quirk outside of school. If I didn't do it, I would have arrived too late and I don't want to keep Mr. Night-Eye waiting. Do you really like breaking the rules? Mirko's smile never left his face. I don't break the rules. I bend them to my convenience, the green-haired man responded with a smile of his own. Haha, not bad, are you nervous? A bit. I forgot to tell you this, but Sir is really strict. I know, I've done my research on him. He's tough on himself and others. All his work is done very meticulously. Even when I look at him through my computer, I'm impressed by his seriousness and presence. Well yes, but Sir has a side he doesn't show to the media. If you don't want to be rejected as soon as you walk in, from now until I'm done talking to Sir, you need to make him laugh at least once. Hey. Huh? Mirko entered the building followed by Izuku, and they began to climb a spiral staircase. What do you mean by make him laugh? Despite how it looks and what it seems, appreciate the sense of humor. I didn't think such a serious man had a sense of humor or any other feelings. I can only introduce you to Sir, he will decide whether to use you or not. I would like to help you, but from here it is up to you whether Sir recognizes you. It will all depend on what you show him. Yes, I don't know what he'll think of me, but I have to try to give him a good impression. He looked at the back of Mirko who was in front of him. Can I ask you a question, Tagada-san? What's happening? Why are you helping me? What do you gain from this? What do I gain? You have a hard time trusting others, don't you? It's a bit hard for me. It's not like I'm trying to be nice to you or anything. But, you have a very crazy goal, and I can tell you're doing everything in your power to achieve it. If there's someone who needs help or is in trouble, helping them is what a hero does, right? Yeah. They both came to a brown door. Well, he's crossing that door. If you want to be strong, open it yourself. Let's go. Yeah. He turned the handle and quickly opened the door. Sir, I brought the first one you told us about yesterday. But what? When they looked inside, Izuku saw the one who looked like Sir Night-Eye, who was in front of a girl who was tied to a machine that was tickling her. I didn't expect that. I think we interrupted your SM session. Please. Forgive me. Haha, asked the girl tied to the machine. What's going on? I look at the girl at the machine. She was a shapely young woman with a slim build, her skin light blue. She had short curly dark blue hair that curled up and down around her head, parted on the left, and wide yellow eyes with thick eyelashes. Her hero costume consisted of a tight dark blue crop top with a wide high neck section, a zipper in the middle, over her upper chest, revealing her torso from the underside of her breasts. She wore black tights with loose white shorts and thick white boots with lines and yellow rings in the center of them. Across her face, she wore a transparent visor with an air filter on each side, and on her hands, she wore plain dark blue gloves. It seems that your partner Bubble Girl doesn't have enough sense of humor, Mirko answered seriously. Why the hell did he get serious now? Then Night-Eye looked at Izuku, who took a step back due to the intensity of the look he was receiving. Inhaling, he stood up straight and looked at the man in front of him. Sir Night-Eye was a tall and thin man, with rather sharp and elongated features. His hair was combed down and parted on the left and was a dark green color with 3 yellow streaks towards the front, 2 on the right and 1 on the left. His eyebrows were also yellowish, matching the edges of the triangular glasses he wore, and his eyes were a striking and bright yellow. He wore simple office clothes, a white suit with gold buttons, a white dress shirt and a red tie with white dots. Izuku stood up straight. "Good morning, I'm Izuku Midoriya." Damn, he's very tense. "I know." Izuku looks at the room. Looking around the room, his eyes widened in surprise as he saw that on the walls were posters of All Might and shelves with books and many other things about the former #1 hero. There is All Might merchandise all over the room no matter where I look. There is no doubt that this person is without a doubt a super fan of All Might. And I thought your room was weird. This guy is disturbing. The green-haired man, ignoring the man in front of him, approached a wall. This is the 10th anniversary tapestry that never made it to the market. The wrinkles around her eyes are bad. He felt a hand on his shoulder, turned around and saw Sir Night-Eye looming over him. The wrinkles around her eyes are 0.6 centimeters, and since the Silver Age, they were 0.8 centimeters. Even the knockoff merchandise specifies what era they are. Don't you know that? I'm not interested in you. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. What the hell is wrong with him? Izuku smiled. It's not that it's poorly designed, the image for this tapestry was taken under special circumstances. The green-haired man stopped and turned his head to look at him. This photo was taken during the Vinegar River incident, you know it right. A high school student with a quirk that changed the properties of water was drowning in a river. The panicking student turned the water into vinegar, but All Might jumped in anyway to save him and suffered eye damage. The smile he showed during his interview, that's what they chose to make this tapestry. Of course I'm aware of that incident. It was after I became associated with him. The TV special looking back on old times briefly mentioned it. That's right, there were no villains involved, and it wasn't memorable compared to his other accomplishments. It's not mentioned on fan pages either, but I like it, especially what All Might said after that kid thanked him was really clever. "It's nothing, thanks to you my skin rejuvenated 10 years. Brat, were you testing me?" "No. And you? I can't believe your nerdy side saved your ass." Mirko helped Bubble Girl get out of the machine she was tied to. "Mirko, who is that boy?" "A first-year boy I brought to meet Sir. Though you didn't make Sir laugh. There's no doubt you made a good impression, Midoriya." "Why are you here?" Sir asked Izuku. "I would like to do my residency here so I can become stronger." Sir Night-Eye sat behind his desk. "I see, do you have a contract?" Yes, he took it out of his black backpack and placed it in front of the professional. "When I put my stamp, the residency will be official." He played with the stamp between his fingers. "That's how it is. A hero dorm isn't like normal jobs. You must work for at least a month, and of course, you'll be paid. Even though you're a first year, you'll be forced to take many excused absences. You'll no longer be able to keep up with your classmates. I know it and I'm ready, I'll do what it takes to be the strongest." Night-Eye raised his hand, but the seal hit hard against the side of the blade. Izuku narrowed his eyes. "Sir." "Failure." He started stamping the table repeatedly. "I don't feel like stamping it." "Hey. I know what you get out of working here, but what do I get out of employing you? With 2 colleagues and a resident, the agency is already doing well, so. What's the benefit? How do you contribute to society? How would you be of use to others? If you want me to recognize you, you must prove it to me." All Might demonstrated this using his abundant power and humor. He brought hope to people who were terrified of crime. That's why the public accepted him. "Damn, I admit it's good. How can I be useful to society? What profit can my office gain from having you here? You must prove that. Not with words but with actions." Sir Night-Eye stood up and lifted the seal. 3 minutes. I challenge you to take this seal within 3 minutes. If you wish to work as a hero in my office, you must seal the paper yourself. In other words, I will give you a chance even though you don't have a single funny bone in your body. What do you think? Am I not fair? Show him what you're made of." The green-haired man took off his backpack and left it on the floor. "Okay. Bubble Girl, Mirko, get out of here." "Yeah." With more desire. "Yes sir." The two left the room. Izuku and Sir Night-Eye stared at each other. "I won't attack you at all and you can attack me however you want. I don't care what happens to this room. Now, try taking it." Activating full cowl, Izuku threw himself towards the professional. Approaching from the front is just a feint to attack from above. At the same time he said that Izuku stopped and jumped on him. He tried to take the seal, but Night-Eye simply lowered the seal a few centimeters. "You will attack again." Izuku landed on the desk and jumped again, but Sir simply leaned to the side to avoid him. "I can see everything." Izuku tried several times to take the seal, but failed, then he jumped, materialized a Kusarigama and threw the chain to wrap him. But Night Eye took 2 steps back and leaned on his desk. When Izuku's feet touched the floor he immediately threw himself at him, but he only held air, turned his head and saw Sir leaning against the wall. "Quick, show me what I gain if I oppose you, and what your usefulness is." The green-haired man materialized a bow and threw himself at his opponent. "Up, right, left, up, right," said Sir Night Eye, as he dodged each blow aimed in his direction. "You'll try to hit my hand." He threw the seal to his free hand and dodged the blow. How the hell does he know what you're going to do? It's because of his quirk foresight that when he touches someone and looks into their eyes, he can see the choices his opponent is going to make in an hour. You're telling me he can see the future? Yes, it was a mistake on my part to let him touch me. No strategy you can think of will be able to overcome his quirk. Damn. I can't close my eyes and guide myself by sound since it doesn't make unnecessary movements. Sir Night Eye's voice caught his attention. "I had high expectations as to what kind of people you would be, but you don't have enough strength to be number one. In an era where villains are much more active than before. I knew I should let Mirko inherit One for All." Izuku's eyes widened in shock. That Tagada-sen was the successor of One for All. "Even now I have great respect and admiration for All Might, but I don't understand the choice of his successor." He said he knew. That means Tagada-sen was the candidate to be All Might's successor. Did All Might know that? If he knew, why didn't he tell me? Do you really have time to think about it? Are you tired? Or have you run out of ideas? Izuku clenched his fists. "When Mirko told me he wanted to introduce you, I was surprised. Let me tell you right now. There's someone more worthy of One for All, and I don't recognize you at all." Izuku gritted his teeth. "How dare you? You can become a great hero." Those words gave me hope. "Everything I've done, do you think I'll just listen to your nonsense and do nothing?" Green rays spread throughout the room. Full cal 25%. At great speed Izuku threw himself towards Sir Night Eye, but the professional moved at the last second. Izuku supported his feet on the desk that was destroyed by the pressure of his body, then he threw himself again, while materializing his Guandao, and when he approached his opponent, he launched a vertical slash that Sir Night Eye dodged by jumping backwards, but the impact of the blow created a large crack in the ground. "Izuku, stop. Don't lose control. No matter what happens to me, I'm going to get that seal. All Might chose me." He jumped towards the ceiling, then to the wall behind Sir Night Eye, and threw himself towards him. Sir dodged it, but Izuku pulled a chain towards his feet, but Sir jumped to dodge it, then Izuku materialized his wings to stop his swing, and then spun on his axis, and tried to stab Night Eye's hand, but he simply moved his hand. Sir put his feet on the ground. "You're slow, as long as the right conditions are met, be it a second, a minute, or an hour." He stepped to the side to dodge Izuku's hand, and lightly hit him on the head. "I see through everything you're going to do. By the way, in 2 minutes you'll be on the ground without the contract seal." Izuku jumped on him and tried to stab him with his Guandao, but was dodged again. The Guandao was nailed vertically. He spun around using it as support, trying to kick Night Eye's hand, who jumped back to dodge it. They both stood 2 meters away from each other. "Have you calmed down yet?" "Yeah. What will you do now?" "I don't know. Something caught my attention about what he told you." "Are you done?" asked Sir Night Eye. "You told me that you didn't understand All Might's choice and that you believed Tagada-sen is a better successor than me. What's up with that?" "I don't know what made you and All Might separate." He began walking while surrounding him. "You don't care about Tagada-san, you just want to prove All Might wrong." For a second, Izuku saw a feeling he couldn't decipher flash through Sir Night Eye's eyes and took that opportunity to throw a bookshelf at him. Papers flew everywhere, blinding the professional. "He told me that his quirk, sire, as long as the conditions are met." "What does Night Eye see? The events of the future? Or something more specific, like what I'm going to do?" "If it's the latter, his foresight won't reach me since my vision is blocked. All Might told me that I can become the best hero." He threw himself with everything he had. It was only inches away, but Sir Night Eye spun around to avoid it. "That doesn't change what I see." Izuku turned his body so his back hit the wall, and he fell to the ground. "Damn. Not yet. Your 3 minutes have already passed and they have proven me right." "No. Hire me. I already told you. Let's try it." "Who was right? You or All Might?" He stood up. "That. I am the current wielder of One for All. But if you were right, then I will give One for All to Tagada-san. Do you want to bet One for All?" Izuku smiled. "It's not a gamble when you know you're going to win." They stared at each other in silence for a few seconds as they measured each other. Sir adjusted his glasses. At that moment the door opened, showing Mirko and Bubble Girl. "Excuse me?" Mirko exclaimed. "Are you done?" "We heard a loud noise," said Bubble Girl. "Mirko, he's hired." "Great. You did it, Midoriya." Izuku looked at the professional. "But I didn't reach the seal." I told you to stamp the contract, but I didn't tell you I would reject you if you didn't. I see. Very good, Midoriya-kun. I was going to hire you the moment I found out you were coming. Really? Asked the skeptical green-haired man. Even though I don't think you're that useful, I'll accept your bet. We'll see who's right in the end. I will earn your acceptance, Sir Night-Eye. Now that the people have lost their pillar, the people don't need a dim light, but a dazzling one. Even if it goes against their will, I will make them see who is more worthy of that power. He threw the seal at her. We'll see. He stamped the contract. You've made a very big bet. I hope you're ready for the consequences. One for All is a quirk that is granted according to the will of its bearer. He believes that by hiring me, he will make me give up. This bet involves All Might, me who was chosen by All Might, Sir Night-Eye who rejects that choice, and to Goddess-san who was chosen by Sir Night-Eye. Let's see who is the winner. Sir, I'll give Midoriya a tour of the building. Okay. The two teenagers started to leave the office. You really made a mess here. Yes, but luckily I didn't destroy any of All Might's merchandise. Hahaha, you are certainly interesting. Sir Night-Eye opened his eyes in shock and started looking around the room. It can't be, did he really avoid all of All Might's items in the office? Even though he jumped like Gran Torino, even though I thought he was upset by my predictions, he moved thinking about the situation and keeping to his strategy. Night-Eye chuckled. This will definitely be more interesting than I thought. In the afternoon, at the UA residence. Did you find a place to do your residency? Uraraka asked. That's amazing, Izuku-kun. Brilliant. Congratulations, Midoriya. Iida held out his hand. Thank you. Izuku shook his hand. I can't stay behind. That's great, Midoriya said. Kaminari. Yes, it's Sir Night-Eye's agency. Tagada-senpai recommended you, right? Kirishima asked. Good job. Sato congratulated. I can't go, Gunhead. Yes, I wanted to go with Selkie. Fourth kind doesn't even accept residents. The requirements seem very high, said Zero. We can only ask professionals with a good track record with students at Kaminari. If something happens to them, it's a problem for the responsible professional. Everyone saw Aizawa enter the building. Aizawa-sensei. Those who accept students knowing the risks are good. Tokoyami, one of those professionals, invited you to work. It's Hawks who works in Kyushu. Hawks? They all asked. It's incredible. Good job. What would you do, Tokoyami? Asked Aizawa. I will accept gratefully. Who are you talking about? The third in the hero ranking has a quirk similar to yours. By the name I'll say they are the Wings, right? Yes, but they don't only do that. Well, I couldn't be less interested. Okay, I'll give you the paperwork later. Let me know when you decide to go to Kyushu. I'll authorize your absence. By the way, Kirishima. Amajiki of the Big Three wants to see you. Me? Edo wants to talk to Uraraka and Asui. Go tomorrow to talk to them. That's all with it. The teacher left. Amajiki-senpai, what does he want? Will it be about the residents? Asked Asui. It can't be. It gives me hope, said Uraraka. I can't wait until tomorrow. I'm going to the third-year dorms. Kirishima warned. Achako-chan, let's go too. Yeah. Then the three of them left the dorms to go see their senpai. Izuku also stood up and headed for the exit. Where are you going, Midoriya? Iida asked. Train. You want to prepare to work under Sir Night-Eye's orders, very diligent. Sir Night-Eye doesn't like me one bit. Everyone was surprised by Izuku's statement. So why did I hire you? Mina asked. Izuku opened the door. We made a bet. One I'm not willing to lose. The next day. Izuku had met with Mirko, Bubble Girl and Sir Night-Eye outside the agency. There we will patrol and keep watch. We will go in two groups, Bubble Girl with me and Mirko with Midoriya, informed Sir Night-Eye. Surveillance? Izuku asked. Sir Night-Eye's office is conducting a secret investigation, Bubble Girl told him. Sir opened a file containing several clippings and a photo of Overhaul. The 8 Precepts of Death are a small group of villains. Their young leader, Chisaki, has started acting strange. The mask is his distinctive mark. What a big mask, maybe he's trying to compensate for a mistake. The Yakuza groups are monitored by the police, since they are not considered as big a threat as the villain, said Izuku. Wait, what? Since when? The heroes dissolved their groups a long time ago, and since All Might appeared they hide like cockroaches. They are just a bunch of ancient relics compared to the villains. How things change when you don't realize it. In the past they were disintegrated, but Chisaki has been reuniting them for some reason, and recently made contact with the League of Villains, but we have no idea how it turned out, explained Bubble Girl. The League of Villains. Will they want to join the villains? This could go wrong if we're not careful. Sir Night-Eye looked at them all. Without evidence that they're planning something, we can't accuse them. That's why the 8 Precepts of Death can't be seen as a criminal organization. We're looking for evidence to prove it. Look for evidence without them suspecting anything. Yes, sir. A few minutes later Izuku was walking with Mirko through the streets. Are you nervous? No, actually, I had already done patrols before during my internships. You fought villains and also slept with your boss during the same. What do you think about the case Sir is working on? If that guy is gathering the Yakuza and met with the League, I have no doubt he's planning something. Just so you know, the important target is being watched by Sir and Bubble Girl, we'll just patrol. I'll teach you a lot of things while you're with me. Mirko gave him a thumbs up. It would be great if he taught you to shout. Power. No thanks, although I must admit that your enthusiasm impresses me. Mirko interrupted his thoughts when he stood in front of him. By the way, we haven't told each other our hero names, right? Izuku materialized his wings. I am Dark Phoenix. That's really cool. Mine is Lemillion. I'm not at the all level yet, but I want to save a million people. By putting on our costumes and going out into the streets, we're heroes. Izuku looked at Mirko's costume. He wore a tight-fitting white t-shirt with a number 1 million emblazoned across the chest in bold yellow font. The trim on his top and shoulder pads match. At his waist, 2 green lines act as a belt, along with similar-looking lines on his shoulders, which dip in places to form 2 V-shaped shapes. Mirko also wears baggy dark blue pants and knee-high white boots. He wears a red cape and thick gloves of the same color. The costume is completed with a white visor with yellow lenses. Make sure you don't let your guard down, Dark Phoenix. Yes, Lemillion. Both continued walking through the city, watching the surroundings and talking about different things. While they passed through an alley, a little girl ran out and collided with Izuku, falling on his butt. Chapter 47. The truth. The green-haired man knelt in front of her. I'm sorry, you hurt yourself. He tried to reach out his hand to the girl, but she shrank away in fear. Izuku, look at her closely. She was a small girl, under 10 years old, with bluish-white hair, messy and unkempt, almost waist-length. She had bright red eyes. Poking out from the right side of her forehead was a small horn. She wore a simple, short-sleeved dress, a pale, dirty beige color. Bandages were wrapped around her arms and legs, stopping at her wrists and ankles. She's hurt. Where did she come from? I look at her with a small smile. Can you get up? Are you okay? I try to lift her up. She's shaking. She must have been through a lot. She's traumatized. Don't do that. A voice was heard coming from an alley, and then Overhaul came out of the darkness. Don't give the heroes any trouble. Damn, it's Sasaki Kai, the leader of the 8 precepts of death. I'm sorry about my daughter, Hero. Sometimes she hurts herself when she's playing. I don't know what to do with her. I spoke in a kind tone. Izuku, calm down. You have to act as if it's the first time you've seen him, otherwise he might get suspicious and start to suspect. I understand. Izuku fastened his mask. Mirko looked at Chisaki. We're the ones who should apologize for bumping into her. With that cool mask, you must be one of the 8 precepts of death, right? You guys are famous around here. Don't pay attention to the mask. I'm just a little sensitive to dust. This is the first time I've seen you two. Are you novice heroes? You're too young. That's true. We're both young, but we're doing our best. Hey buddy, get up. We must be prepared for whatever today brings. Mirko exclaimed. What office are you affiliated with? Overhaul asked. Sensei. Yes, the wretch is suspicious and put on guard. Don't mention Sir Night-Eye and stay calm. We're still students. We're like little chicks. It would be presumptuous of us to be in an agency. We're just looking for experience while we're doing a residency. Okay, we should finish our patrol before lunch. Come on, buddy. He wants us to move away, but the girl. Wait, think carefully. Then the little girl clung to Izuku while having tears in her eyes. Don't go. Izuku looked at Overhaul. Excuse me, but it seems your daughter is scared about something. It's because I scolded her a while ago. Come on Phoenix, let's continue on our way. But these wounds are not the kind that children get when they play. She tends to fall a lot. I'm seeing a little girl trembling and scared without saying a word. That doesn't seem very normal to me. Izuku hugged the little girl. Chisaki narrowed her eyes. Please don't impose your ideas of what's normal on other families. Every person has their own lifestyle, said Mirko. Izuku, leave him. It seems he started to get angry, and you don't know his quirk. We don't know what could trigger a fight now. I became a hero to protect people, and she tells me to ignore a girl who is suffering. Besides TCH, there are a lot of civilians around. Get ready for whatever comes. Yes, the black dust began to surround his free hand. Sir, what have you been doing to this girl? The girl clung tighter to him. Sigh, all heroes are so perceptive. Well, it's kind of embarrassing. I don't want to talk about it in an open place. They might follow me. He began heading towards the alley. Izuku stood up, holding the little girl with one arm, while his other held her surrounded by black dust. He looked at Mirko, and with a nod, they both followed him down the alley. The alley is a bit narrow. It will be an advantage when you activate full cowl, but you won't be able to create long weapons, but don't vanish your wings yet. I understand. The black powder kept moving in his free hand. Overhaul started talking. I recently had problems with Eri. She responds to me when I talk to her. Abuse. It doesn't make sense. If he wanted he could escape, but even though he speaks so calmly, it's obvious he wants to get her back. It must be hard being a father, said Mirko. Yes, children are difficult to understand. They feel that they can and will be someone. He looked back and opened his eyes in surprise when he saw Izuku, then he began to take off one of his gloves. Here it comes. Red lines began to run down Izuku's body, but Mirko and Izuku were surprised when the little girl jumped from the green-haired boy's arms and headed towards Sasaki. Are you done with your tantrum? Overhaul asked, receiving a nod from the girl. Eri. She's always like that. I'm sorry, thank you for going out of your way to listen to my problems. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Good luck with your work. He began walking together with Eri until they were lost in the darkness. Izuku tried to go after him but was held back by Mirko. Don't go after him, he was about to kill us, and she realized that's why she went with him. She just saved us. For now we have to report to Sir. She saved us. Falcon gritted his teeth. Midoriya, are you feeling okay? Yes, let's go. He started heading towards the exit, then it started to rain. Mirko looked at Izuku's back. I'm sure. Midoriya's eyes changed and turned red. Overhaul felt threatened. For that reason he was going to attack. What the hell happened here? In the hiding place of the 8 precepts of death. Overhaul was walking alongside one of his henchmen. He wore a black plague mask with a gold rim and also included circular lenses over his eyes. He was dressed in a long white raincoat with the hood up. Young people today are much more sickly. Chrono, run the bath. Yeah. A man wearing blue clothes and a mask crossed his path. Sorry, boss. I took my eyes off him for a minute and. He couldn't finish speaking because Overhaul took off a glove and destroyed it with his quirk. And cleaned that up. Yeah. How frustrating, everyone is sick with hero syndrome. They came to thick metal walls that began to open, revealing a large amount of medical equipment. Eri, please don't be selfish again. You're the key to this plan. They led Eri to a chair while they removed the bandages from her arms. I'm asking you nicely, please don't make me get my hands dirty. A man approached Overhaul. He was a very short man wearing only a small black cloak with short legs and arm-like protrusions, and a white plague mask sewn where his face should be. Overhaul, you have a call. It's Shigaraki from the League. He wants you to hear his answer. With Izuku. After their meeting with Overhaul they had called Sir Night-Eye to inform him of the situation and were now meeting with him and Bubble Girl in a corner. I'm sorry, it was an accident. I didn't think we'd run into him like any other person, said Mirko. Night-Eye raised a hand. No, it was my fault. It would have been avoided if I had used foresight on you. I'm glad you're okay. If I had suspected something it would have been dangerous for you, Bubble Girl said. Sir, how dangerous is that man? Izuku asked. Some thieves escaped the other day and caused an accident with a truck. Chisaki and the 8 precepts were involved, but there were no deaths. The thieves felt a lot of pain and fainted, but for some reason they weren't hurt and even lost problems with rheumatism and cavities. It was concluded that it was due to Chisaki's quirk, but since the thieves were caught and there were no injuries, he wasn't charged with anything, explained Sir. The stolen money was burned and nothing remained. The police concluded that no crime had occurred, but Sir Night-Eye's office began investigating, thinking something was fishy. We don't know what they think, but they act when they should, said Bubble Girl. Ah, that's right. Sir, we have new information. Chisaki has a daughter. Mirko warned. A daughter? Her name is Eri. Her arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. She was also very scared. I don't know what she has to do with all of this, but I could see that she wanted us to help her. If there was anything we could do. Sir Night-Eye stopped and looked at Izuku. Don't think so arrogantly. That. If you rush, you'll fail. If you rush and chase him, you'll only push him further out of your reach. For now, we're asking for help from teams in other offices. First, we need to anticipate what he might do. After we've done our analysis, we'll make sure we're fully prepared. You can't save people with your willpower alone. This world isn't that easy. Izuku gritted his teeth. Truly intelligent villains lurk in the darkness. There are times when you must bide your time. You do well to remember that. For today, you should return to the office. Come on, Bubble Girl. Yes sir. Let's go back, Izuku. Now, ordered Falcon. Yeah. The next day. What happened to Bakugo? Did he get into a fight again? Ashido asked as everyone looked at Bakugo, who had some bumps and patches on his face. You haven't seen him yet, look at Todoroki. Kaminari told them. Everyone turned to see Shoto and were shocked when they saw him covered in bruises and patches. Her pretty face was ruined. What happened? It seems that the course for the provisional license is very tough. They weren't playing with that physical orientation thing. We're here. Stop whispering, damn it. Bakugo burst out. For his part, Izuku sat in his seat while the conversations of the others were just background noise for him. Class is about to start. Your Raka-kun and Sai-chan-kun aren't here yet. Iida exclaimed as he stretched out his arm. They received permission, Mr. President Momo informed him. Kirishima is also missing, right? Asked Jiru. Don't go. Hit. Everything fell silent as everyone turned to see Izuku, who had cracked his desk by slamming his fist into it. Without a word, he stood up, grabbed his backpack, and headed for the classroom exit. Where are you going, Midoriya? Classes are about to start. Ignoring everyone, the green-haired man left the living room, slamming the door. Several hours later. It was already dusk. Among the trees a little far from the dorms, Izuku had a large cut log with which he practiced his punches and kicks without using one for all. It had been there since he left homeroom that morning. He hadn't eaten, he hadn't answered his phone calls and texts. He'd been there, hitting that log non-stop. His fists and legs had several bruises and cuts. Hit. When we put on our suits we are heroes. Hit. Don't worry. Why? Because I'm here. Hit. You can't save people with your will alone. The world isn't that easy. Hit. Don't go. Ah. Activating full cowl, Izuku destroyed the trunk with a single blow. When he finished he was panting. Pant damn it. You're done with your tantrum. Not now, sensei. Don't disrespect me, Brad. Do you think professionals will take you seriously with that attitude? That. After everything you've been through, it only takes one difficult situation for you to become this. She protected us. She. Izuku heard a loud bang inside his head. And you think I'm not angry? You think I don't wish I had my body and could do something at that moment? Falcon sensei. Sir Knight, I was right. I'm not saying you should sacrifice one to save many, that's just nonsense. So what should I do? Save them all. Izuku opened his eyes in shock. Think, plan, and act. Gather all the information you can, prepare, and when the time comes. Oh, when the time comes, you'll understand what I mean. I let it consume me, right? You're still young and have a lot to learn. But right now, you're working with professionals. You need to keep a cool head and control your emotions so they take you seriously. Izuku inhaled and exhaled several times to calm himself down. You remind me more and more of myself when I was young. Don't worry, my teacher gave me special training to keep my mind and emotions in check, now I'll teach you. Thank you, sensei. For everything. You're not going to fall, not while I'm here to hold you. Young Midoriya. Izuku turned around and saw All Might trotting towards him. All Might, how did you find me? It took me a bit of work, but I asked Hound Dog-san for help. Finding you also helped me get in my daily exercise. Izawa-kun is really mad at you for skipping classes. I managed to convince him to let me talk to you to see what the problem was. Sai is something that happened during my first day with Sir Night-Eye. I see, sometimes residency can be very hard. I admit. It's not just that. All Might, you knew, right? That Sir Night-Eye knew about One for All and Tagada-sen was a candidate to be your successor. You knew everything, so why didn't you tell me? I was wondering if I should tell you. Of course you should have. All that information was suddenly thrown in my face, and I was rejected without understanding it. I also have no idea what your intentions are. You're supposed to be my mentor. You're supposed to tell me such important things. I want to know everything. If I can't trust you to trust me, then who can I trust? The wind blew between them as it moved the treetops. I didn't think that knowing would do you any good. But you really want to know. It's better than continuing to know nothing. Don't regret it later. I won't do it. Night-Eye was originally a huge fan of mine, as I'm sure you've noticed, but I had a rule. No partners. He was very insistent, and I eventually agreed, so we formed a duo for 5 years. His physical abilities weren't that impressive, but he supported me by being the brains behind every operation we worked on. I know that, he played the support role while you fought on the front lines, and from what I knew their skills complemented each other well. That was right, but 6 years ago we dissolved our partnership due to my injuries and because of our difference in values. He wanted me to retire back then after my first fight against All for One. Because of my injuries he wanted me to retire and look for a successor. The director had also offered back then to have me look for a successor here at UA. I knew that if I retired it would only be a matter of time before another All for One appeared, and I refused to do it. But he insisted, and then I realized that Night-Eye had used his foresight on me and told me that if I continued down that path I would die in a fight against a villain. Izuku was surprised to hear that information. All Might. We parted ways because of my future. Night-Eye and I grew apart after that argument. Principal Nezu recommended young Tagada to me, but before I met him. I met you. I didn't want to tell you since you admired me too. All Might. You are going to die. All Might turned around and started walking away. Knows when his own death is going to be. I'm not deluded, everyone dies someday. But when I met you and decided to give you One for All, I let Night-Eye know of my decision, but he was against it and it only drove us further apart. Insisting that I was making a fool of myself, he insisted on training young Tagada, whom he believed to be a more suitable successor. Now I understand what I saw in Night Eye's eyes when you two were fighting over the seal. Wait, All Might. The former hero stopped. When Night Eye used his foresight, when did he say that event would happen? Can't the foresight be changed? He said it can happen in years. It seems like the further ahead you look, the less precise the date is, but what he sees with his foresight never changes. 6 or 7 years. That means it will happen this year or next. No. Why? I don't want to. You have to live. Do you remember the promise we made during the sports festival? I haven't been able to keep it. You have to live until I can fulfill it. When I tell the world I'm here. All Might. Young Midoriya, when I heard that prediction, I accepted it easily. If I could see the finish line at the end of the road, I would run until then. When I fought against All for One, I thought that was the goal. He turned to look at him with a smile. But you were there. You, the young man I chose, and the days we spent together affected me. Those days whispered to me to live. And then your mother told me to live, to protect you and raise you. Now I'm clinging to those words. You changed me. I will live. All Might transformed into his muscular form with his fist extended in front of him. With my hands I will change destiny in the way I want. That's the difference between you and me, All for One. He returned to his thin form. But after going through this, I came to a conclusion. In the end, it was just as Sir Night Eye said, which is why I can't see it after all this time. I didn't want to put this on you, especially now that you're trying to get stronger. Well, it's possible that I've already changed fate the way I wanted. Not yet. We don't know if Sir Night Eye's prediction changed or not, so no matter what happens. Izuku extended his fist. I promise you that I will change that destiny. All Might fist bumped him and smiled. I'll do my best not to cause you any trouble. All Might, really. You are amazing. At the seat of the 8 precepts of death. In a room with 2 sofas with a table between them was Yosaki, who was sitting on a sofa, while near him sat one of his men who wore only a small black cloak with short legs and arm-like protrusions and a white plague mask sewn where his face should be. He was counting money, and another one at the door. As with the other members of the 8 precepts of death wears a plague mask, it is black with a gold rim and also includes circular glasses over his eyes. He wore a long white raincoat with a hood that was kept up. Then the door opened and Shigaraki Tamura walked in. What a sad office you have here. I don't like having a lot of things, Overhaul replied. They made me walk in circles for 30 minutes. Like an ant. What kind of headquarters is this? We don't know who's watching or what our guests intend. There are many routes connected to the subway. These measures have allowed the 8 precepts of death to survive until today. Were you serious about what we talked about on the phone? Depending on the conditions, are you going to form an alliance with us? Asked the little man who was counting money. Shigaraki threw himself onto the sofa. Don't take this as your own favor. You're the ones who want to use the name of the League of Villains, but we're looking for ways to expand our influence. Our goals are similar. He rested his feet on the table in front of him. Put your foot on the floor, you're dirtying that table, ordered Overhaul. I think you meant please. Could you put your foot down, young master? Or at least bow your head and show respect. First and foremost, we don't answer to anyone and we'll act as we please. Call it a 50-50s. In other words, we're willing to work in partnership. Is that your only condition? There's one more, the plan you were talking about. Tell me more about it. That's an obvious condition. I can't give our name for just any mediocre plan. He reached into his coat. That's why. Shigaraki stopped when a large muscular arm came out of the costume of the small man next to Chisaki, and the man in the white raincoat took out a revolver and both pointed it at Shigaraki's head. Don't act smart with us. You're getting a little cocky, don't you think? Asked the one in the white raincoat. Who do you think you are, brat? The little man shouted. Who do you think you are? That's my line. Do you really think that flag you sacrificed has the same value as our Magni? I raised my left arm. Don't forget that you also owe us an arm. If you can't give us concessions, then this partnership will be worthless. Mimic, Chrono, leave him alone. He came all the way here so he could consider a future with us. Let's hear what he has to say. Chisaki pointed with his open palm at the man in front of him. You were in the middle of saying something, right? Shigaraki put 2 fingers into his coat and pulled out a red bullet with a needle at the tip. It has to do with this, right? When Mr. Compress was shot with it, he couldn't use his quirk temporarily. What is it? What do you plan to do with this? I'm going to break the status quo. I heard that All for One controlled others by stealing their quirks. Improve your method just a little. Our roots have spread throughout the country. Little by little. Step by step. All the preparations are going according to plan. Chrono brought a shogi board and placed it on the table. Have you never played shogi? Overhaul moved a piece. And I won't do it either, he pointed at Chrono. Take it back, I don't even know the rules. Ah, don't say that. You could take advantage of this moment to learn the game. You'll see the entire battlefield. The fun of shogi is that you can use the pieces you steal from your opponent. Chisaki raised one of the pieces. I want Kurogiri or Toga and Bubegawara. I don't care if they do whatever they please. Shigaraki scratched his neck. They're all very useful. Do you want to limit us? They're the foundation of the league. I can't just lend them out like it's nothing. I want to build trust among our group. There's still hatred between us, so I'm about to tell you my entire plan. I think you should do the same. In the League of Villains, they value their teammates, right? Several hours later, Shigaraki entered an abandoned building where the League of Villains was located and also Jiren, who was giving a robotic arm to Mr. Compress. How was the meeting, Shigaraki? Spinner asked. We're going to ally with them. What? Are we going to collaborate with the 8 precepts? Twice asked angrily. Yes, how many times are you going to make me repeat myself? Your plan brings benefits. Toga and Twice, from today on, are Yakuza. That joke isn't funny. How interesting, Shigaraki said Twice. Shigaraki started walking. They wanted to take Kurogiri too, but I managed to hold my ground. Anyway, he's busy with something very important right now. For his next moves, there's an underground route that could. He was interrupted when Twice stopped him by putting a hand on his shoulder. What's the benefit? Are you a cold leader now? Did you let yourself be influenced by this masked man? Don't forget that he killed Magni and also took an arm from Mr. Compress. And I was the one who brought him here. Twice took off his mask. I'm human too, Shigaraki. He put his mask back on. Say something too, Toga-chan. What are we to you, Tamura-kun? Toga asked as she got down from the desk she was sitting on. For me, the league is a nice place. She took out a knife and started spinning it as she walked over to Shigaraki. It all started with Stain. I also want to do what I please. I want a world where it's easy to live. She put the knife to Shigaraki's neck. Tell me, Tamura-kun, why do I have to do something I don't want to do? Shigaraki fell silent, then removed the hand he had on his face while smiling. Why? For my sake and yours. They want to limit the league's mobility and keep you, who are very useful, for themselves. They want to subdue us little by little. From the beginning, they haven't seen us as equals. Twice, you said you wanted to take responsibility for your actions, right? You can do it like this. I trust you. Let's do it, Toga-chan. You can count on us, Shigaraki. Okay, in order to make the world easier to live in, I'll do whatever I want. A few days later, in UA. Class 1 was gathered waiting for their classes to start. What are you thinking about? Many things. How, for example? Their conversation was interrupted when he heard what Kaminari said to Kirishima. Hey. Kirishima. Look. It's your hero name. It's on the internet. Fellow Red Riot appears on the scene. On his first day, he defeats a villain and saves people. It's amazing. The blonde raised his cell phone. Uraraka, Sayu. Look. Your names are here. New colleagues at the Ryukyu office, 2 of them are doing their residency. Mina raised her cell phone. Wow. We really made it out, what a joy. Uraraka exclaimed. Where did they get the photo? Maybe they have fans like Mount Lady. That's amazing. It seems Yu has competition. Hahaha, I'd love to see his reaction. Iida crossed his arms. Even though the licenses are temporary, out in the city, we're fully competent heroes like everyone else. Good job. But studying is the most important thing. Don't fall asleep during class. Yes. Iida, we're ready. At that moment Izuku's cell phone started ringing. Hello. We're about to start class, Midoriya. Iida shouted. Izuku ignored him. I see, I'll see you this afternoon at the place we agreed on. Then he cut the call. Do you have a date, Midoriya? Mineta said. Can you introduce me to a friend? Kaminari asked. I'm going to meet with a friend who I asked for a favor, explained the green-haired man. In the afternoon. Izuku, dressed in a dark red hoodie with a white lion on the back and black jeans and red boots, went downstairs from his room, thankful that there was no one downstairs at the moment, then left the building. He looked up at the sky and stretched. Do you need anything, Momo? How do you do that? The black-haired girl asked, bewildered, as she came out from around the corner of the building. Izuku chuckled. Lots of practice. Were you waiting for me? Yes. Well. Me. Where are you going? I said it before classes started. Don't you trust me? No. I mean yes. The other day you seemed really angry and now you're completely calm. It's not that I want to be clingy, it's just. I care about you. The green-haired boy sighed and approached his girlfriend to take her hand. I'm sorry, I don't want you to worry about me. Remember what I told you happened during my first day of internship? Yes, about that girl called Eri. I'm meeting with a friend of mine named Yasuke, he's an informant. I asked him to gather all the information he could about the 8 precepts of death. You're sure? I want to know my enemies, so that when the time comes that Sir Knight I wants to do something, I'll know what I'm up against. You're very worried about that girl, aren't you? Yeah. Then go and be careful. Izuku smiled and leaned in to kiss her cheek. I'll see you in your room when I get back. Alright. Several minutes later. Izuku arrived at a fast food place, and after ordering he sat at a table while he waited. A few seconds later someone sat in front of him. Nice place, said Yasuke. It was either here or in a dark alley. I like the idea of the alley. I'm fed up with alleys. So what do you have for me? I admit you gave me a difficult task. Didn't you find anything? Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I found quite a bit of information. So? The 8 Precepts of Death, its current boss is Usaki Kai, whose villain name is Overhaul. Current boss, what happened to the previous one? They were led by a man known as the boss, and I also found out that Usaki Kai is the adopted son of the boss. Couldn't I have children? He had a daughter, but like every father, he wanted her to be away from that world. Where is the boss now? In a coma, due to an illness. Don't you look very convinced? Don't you think it was like that? Yasuke smiled. I don't think so, to be honest. It was said that despite his age, the boss was as strong as a bull, and his sudden illness came out of nowhere. Besides, those who followed the boss believed his illness was caused by Overhaul. What else? The most suspicious thing is that it wasn't until Overhaul took over the group that they started acting strange. They're the only major Yakuza group left, so that's a risky move. What do you mean by acting strange? Do you know about the drug to increase the power of a quirk? Yes, it is a drug that was developed in the United States. It was intended for people who had weak quirks, but it had a side effect. It made those who used it go crazy. For that reason it was banned, but soon after it began to be sold on the black market. Yasuke smiled. Correct, a slightly different version of that drug has been circulating on the streets, since unlike the original whose effect lasts 2 hours, this one only lasts a couple of minutes. Are the Precepts of Death those who distribute it? Izuku asked, receiving a nod from the young man in front of him. I bet you there's a but coming up. But that's not the strangest thing. There you go. The strangest thing is the rumors I've been hearing, although there's no confirmation. It said that there's another type of drug circulating the streets in the form of bullets fired with a special weapon. Another drug. And what does it do? The person who is hit by that weapon loses their quirk. Izuku and Falcon's eyes widened in shock. That. But from what I heard, the effects are temporary, I think only a few minutes. A drug like that could be harmful if they start shooting it at heroes. Losing your quirk at a crucial moment in a fight can be dangerous. There's something I don't like. Izuku's attention returned to Yasuke. It is said that the 8 Precepts of Death are working on something big, and are increasing their influence using the name of the League of Villains. Are you working with the League? I had a hard time believing it, too. A few days ago, it was rumored that they fought each other in an abandoned warehouse, and even though they cleaned it up, they still found traces of blood, so the police determined that there were injuries or deaths in that fight. If I know anything about Shigaraki Tamura, it's that he's insane, and that he started thinking for himself since the incident at Yue's camp. He's planning something. Do you think he's using the Precepts of Death for something? Maybe. I don't know. And if he is doing it, the question is why? Increase their numbers. Most criminals and villains rave that the age of heroes is over, and the age of those who live in darkness is about to begin. Anyone else I should watch out for besides Overhaul? The 8 bullets of the Precepts. The ones that, when Overhaul selected the people he wanted at his side, he made them wear masks similar to the one he wears. This means he trusts them with dirty work, but it's not as if they were indispensable to him. They're proof that they're his pawns. Suicidal elite guards. Are they very strong? I've heard that, but I couldn't gather anything concrete other than that they have very strong quirks. I'm sure we'll get the answer when the time comes. Is that all? Yes, at least about the 8 Precepts of Death. And about the other thing I asked you. The girl. The information about her, whoever she is, was very well hidden, so I didn't find much. Anything will do. She's the granddaughter of the boss, at least that's what they told me. Izuku was speechless by that revelation, but he composed himself after a few seconds. I see, thanks. Izuku stood up. That's enough for us. Yasuke also stood up. Then they both left the building, and Izuku took a brown envelope out of his pocket and handed it to Yasuke. Izuku, I told you I was returning the favor for last time. I know, but I want you to work for me from now on. I don't work for heroes, today was just an exception. I'm not a hero, I'm a student of UA. Izuku smiled. They both looked at each other in silence until Yasuke smiled too and took the envelope. You're right, you're not a hero, yet so until then I'll work for you. I'm counting on you. I admit I had fun, you gave me a great challenge. What job will you give me next time? Oh, one more thing. What is it? Overhauls Quirk. For some reason I couldn't figure out what it is because he hardly ever uses it, but I was told he can use it for attack and defense. With that they both said goodbye and went their separate ways. What do you think about this, sensei? I've had my run-ins with Yakuza in the past. They're honor-driven. So if that guy did that to the man who adopted him, there's no doubt he's planning something big and very bad. And I'm sure Eri is at the center of all this. Why do you think so? He was very willing to kill us for not letting her go. Then Izuku's cell phone started ringing. Midoriya. Hello Midoriya, I'm Bubble Girl. What do you need? Sir wants you to come to the agency tomorrow, but don't bring your hero suit. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The call was cut off. There's always something, don't forget what you have to do tomorrow. I could never. The next day. Izuku left the dorms ready to head towards Sir Night-Eye's office, but stopped when he heard his name. Midoriya. He turned around and saw Kirishima also leaving the dorm with Uraraka and Asui. Good morning. Good morning Izuku-kun. Good morning Midoriya-chan. Good morning, are you leaving too? What a coincidence. Yes, I must go to Sir Night-Eye's office, but they told me not to wear my suit. They all walked together to the train station. It doesn't look like they're following you. Kirishima, I thought you were going to Kansai. Yes. But today's meeting place is different from usual. Us too, Uraraka warned. Then everyone got off at the same station. And we got off at the same station. Hey, don't you think? I think I understand the general idea. They all continued walking together until they reached Sir Night-Eye's office and saw the big three standing outside. What's going on here? Kirishima and Uraraka shouted. Remember what Sir Night-Eye said? He said he would ask other offices for help. It seems the time has come. When everyone entered they saw that there were several professionals gathered in the office. Ryukyu, Fat Gum, Rock Lock, Kesajiri Man, Mr. Brave. There are many pros here, from the top rankers to local heroes. Hey, doesn't that old man look familiar to you? Gran Torino. The old man turned around. You're here too, brat. Congratulations on convincing Night-Eye. Thank you. How have you been? Well, I've heard about your progress since we last met. It seems you're still causing trouble. Hahaha, well. I keep busy. Mr. Izawa is here too, said Uraraka. Izuku saw his teacher talking to Bubble Girl. Ryukyu. Najire called as she threw herself at the professional. Hey, what's going on? What are we going to do? I know you said we were going to have a meeting, but what kind? You'll know soon. The professional looked at Izuku. You must be Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked at the woman in front of him. She had chin-length blonde hair pulled back with a headband, long bangs draped over the right side of her face, covering her eye. She has yellow eyes with slit pupils and noticeably sharp teeth. Her hero costume consists of a dark red traditional kippao with pale green scale trim around her shoulders, which appears to only be slashed on the left side, with yellow claw patterns at the bottom and smaller ones around her neck. She wears knee-high boots and a strap around her exposed eye. She wears long, almost sleeve-like white gloves that nearly reach her shoulders and expose her hands at the wrist. She wears a matching green headband with 4 large pale purple claws attached, which covers the right side of her face, and a set of small black dragon wings protrude from the back of her head, with a series of golden spiked cartilage piercings decorating her left ear. That's right, it's a pleasure. And she is the dragon heroine. Ryukyu is number 9 in the top. Awesome. Uraraka and Asui have told me a lot about you and the things you've done. The green-haired boy looked at his companions, who blushed and looked away. Then the heroine placed a hand on her chin and looked at him closely. Have we met before? Izuku smiled. Who knows, maybe we've met sometime in the past. Ryukyu didn't have time to answer as one of the professional heroes spoke up. Night-Eye, let's begin. Sir Night-Eye took a step forward. Thanks to the information everyone has provided, I've made a breakthrough in my investigation. I've called everyone to this meeting to share information and also discuss what action we'll take against an organization called the 8 Precepts of Death. A few minutes later everyone was sitting inside a meeting room. Izuku was sitting next to Mirko, who was to the left of Sir Night-Eye. Bubble Girl, who was standing with a tablet in her hand a little behind Night-Eye, began to speak. For approximately 2 weeks now, we at Sir Night-Eye's office have been conducting a private investigation targeting the criminal organization known as the 8 Precepts of Death. What started it? Asked one of the professional heroes. An incident involving a gang of thieves called the Reservoir Dogs. The police classified it as a minor incident, but because many things didn't add up, we decided to follow up. A man stood up. He was wearing a butler's suit with white gloves, but what stood out was his head, which was like 100 feet tall. My name is Centipeter, a mere assistant, but it was under Sir Night-Eye's guidance that I conducted the following investigations. We learned that over the past year, the 8 Death Precepts have been making increasing contact with individuals outside the organization and other black market groups across the country. As your informant said, they were most likely distributing the drug that enhances quirks and the one that temporarily removes them. It seems that these actions were motivated by the desire to expand their organization and gather financial capital, and finally after we began our investigation, they contacted a member of the League of Villains Bubegawarajin, the villain known as Twice. The screen behind Night Eye showed Overhaul talking to Twice. We followed them until we lost sight of them, but with the help of the police, we confirmed that there was some kind of dispute between the two organizations. The screen showed the image of the destroyed warehouse. And it's because the guide was involved that they called me and Tsukauchi here. Where is Tsukauchi-san? Asked the hero sitting next to Gran Torino. He's somewhere looking for information. I look at Izuku. Hey kid, I didn't think you'd end up here. I'm afraid to get you into another problem. It's no problem for me, the green-haired man replied. We live for danger. Do they know each other? Asked Mirko. Yes, he was my sensei for a while. Please continue, said Sir Night-Eye. After this, we submitted an application to the HN. You can skip that, said Centipeder. Yeah. HN? Asked Uraraka. Hero Network, an online service for professionals only. They see reports of what they're doing all over the country and can request assistance from heroes with specific quirks that can be of particular use, Najire explained. But what's the point of having UA brats here with us? They'll hinder the discussion. When we start talking about the important issues, things will get murky. We've seen a lot of things that would make most people pee their pants. Who is this idiot? His name is Rock Lock. Fat Gum stood up. Don't say that. These two have important information. Us? Asked Kirishima. I don't want to get involved in this. Amajiki lowered his head. Anyway, I don't think I knew many people here. Nice to meet you. I'm Fat Gum. Nice to meet you. Fat Gum is a large round man, easily towering over other adults. His mouth is large and his nose is smaller. His hero costume consists of black pants and an orange zippered hood, which has the initials of his alias Fat Gum written on the front, with a clear FG and an upside down F along with ease. He also wears gloves, metallic boots, and a mask that surrounds his eyes and forehead. It's so round and tender. Said Uraraka and Asui. Oh, really? No matter what you do, you'll never understand women. We suspect that the main source of income for the 8 precepts of death is drugs. Enlist the help of heroes with experience in that area. Fat Gum looked at everyone. In the past, I spent a lot of time in this kind of activities, and the other day during Red Riot's debut battle, Tamaki was shot with something he'd never seen before. A drug that disables quirks. Does it disable quirks? The concerned professionals asked. It seems Yasuke wasn't wrong. Huh? Tamaki, you're okay. Right? Mirko asked. Yes, I recovered after sleeping. Look at this cow hoof. I raised my left arm that it transformed. Did you have beef for breakfast? But what the hell? It seems like he can transform parts of his body into the things he eats. It's a relief that he could recover. It doesn't seem permanent, said Rock Lock. No, Eraserhead will tell us about that. Night Eye indicated. It seems somewhat different from my quirk, since I don't attack directly. To put it simply, when you take a human body and alter its structure, we call it a quirk. That whole alteration is what we call the quirk factor. All I do is momentarily stop the activation of the quirk factor. I'm not able to deal any damage to it. Immediately after Tamaki was shot, we took him to the hospital for a checkup, and it turns out his quirk factor. Luckily, he healed naturally and is now fine. Did they analyze the part where he was shot? Asked Sir Night-Eye. There were no abnormalities in Tamaki's body, only his quirk was affected. The shooter also didn't say anything, and the gun is shattered. We also only have a portion of the bullet that was fired at him. However, because Kirishima allowed himself to be shot of his own free will, we were able to recover a bullet with the contents inside. Fat Gum reported. Me? What a surprise, I didn't expect that. After analyzing it, we made a sickening discovery. Inside there was blood and human cells. Izuku opened his eyes in shock. Human blood. And to think that there would exist a quirk that destroys quirks. So the effects are of human origin. A quirk, huh? Said Ryukyu. Based on what we've talked about so far, I don't see the connection to the 8 precepts of death, said one of the heroes in the room. The guy Kirishima arrested and the illegal drug he used. Drug distribution channels are complicated. It's decreased these days. There are many groups and individuals who sell them wholesale. Until they finally reach the user's hands. There's no evidence that the 8 precepts distributed, but they did participate as intermediaries. That's all. The other day, when Ryukyu and his team ended a dispute between 2 groups of villains. It turned out that one of those bosses had exchanges with the same distributor. Night Eye explained. One of the villains with a gigantification quirk. He couldn't maintain the effect for long, so it's obvious he used a drug to prolong the effect, explained Ryukyu. There has been a steady increase in criminal activities by these types of organizations, but can we really link it to the 8 precepts? Wait a second, this all sounds like you're trying to frame the 8 precepts of death for this. Don't you have anything more solid? An image of Chisaki appeared on the screen. Their leader's quirk is Overhaul, with it he has the ability to disassemble and restore objects. A quirk that allows him to break something and reassemble it, and a bullet that can destroy quirks. Izuku's blood froze as images of his brief moments with Eri returned to his mind. He looked to the side and saw that Mirko was sweating and seemed to have reached the same understanding as him. It just can't be. That miserable son of a bitch. Chisaki has a daughter, she has no birth record, and the details about her are unknown, but when Mirko and Midoriya ran into them, she had several bandages on her arms and legs, explained Night-Eye. Don't tell me, what a horrible thing to do, Ryukyu said. We live in a superhuman society. If you can dream it, you can do it, said Gran Torino. What? What do you mean? Asked Kirishima. See? I told you we didn't need the kids here. In other words, he's using his daughter's body to create those bullets and then selling them. We don't know if he's actually selling the bullets. At this stage, his efficiency must be low, but what if those bullets were just a test? And he's using them as a sample to attract more people to his cause. We don't have definitive evidence. However, if he makes allies in the country, manages to raise the funding he needs, and let's say he manages to complete the prototype, they'll be able to destroy anyone's quirk. You have to imagine what they're going to do with that. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Let's go find them. Wouldn't it have been resolved if these two hadn't taken the girl? Lock Block complained. What would you have done? Everyone looked at Izuku. Behind us there was a busy street. At that moment, if we had started a fight, many innocent people would have been hurt. Do you really think I wanted to abandon a terrified girl? Rock Locks, and based on your skill and your great experience, what would you have done in my situation? Izuku finished speaking while looking directly into the eyes of the professional next to him. A heavy silence fell over the room after the green-haired man's declaration. Rock Lock looked away, remaining silent. Gran Torino, meanwhile, studied Izuku closely. He always thinks before he acts, but when his feelings overwhelmed him, he acted on impulse. Despite the whole situation and despite how things have turned out, he has remained calm and hasn't broken a single drop of sweat. He has changed drastically since the last time I saw him. I take full responsibility for what happened, but I won't allow them to attack those two. Even though they didn't know anything, they tried to save her. It wasn't enough. Midoriya was willing to take the risk of taking her away. But I still didn't do anything. And Mirko, who thought ahead and acted to maximize the chances of her being rescued. Right now, there's no one more frustrated than those two. Izuku and Mirko stood up. This time we will definitely rescue her. They said in unison. Night-Eye nodded. That will be our main objective. DCH, it's okay for kids to brag, but if it's like we think the leader will want to hide the girl who is the main component in his plan, right? And somehow she managed to escape before and was also seen by those two little heroes, do you think he'll keep her in his headquarters after that? If it were me, I wouldn't do it. Even if we were to attack, it's no use if the girl isn't there. We need to know where she is exactly. Rock Lock spoke. It's true. What do we know, Night-Eye? Asked Ryukyu. That's the problem. We don't know what their plans are. We'll only have one chance to carry out an attack. And so we're investigating groups and organizations connected to the 8 precepts of death, as well as all the properties in their names, and we've compiled a complete list. We'd like everyone here to help us search each of these locations. We're going to find them and take them down. I see, so that's how the minor heroes come into play. The heroes who are present are clearly linked in some way. They've selected people who are familiar with the area, Mr. Brave said. For someone who was All Might's partner, you're very cautious. You cut corners. While we're here, that little girl must be crying. Fat Gum shouted. We're not going to be like All Might. That's why I analyzed and prevented every possible scenario, that way I can leave our chance of saving her as close to 100% as possible, Night-Eye explained. It's understandable, without a good plan everything could go to hell in a matter of seconds. He's right, we can't be like All Might. We mustn't lose our cool. If we make a false move in trying to capture them, everything could end in disaster. Just as Stain's arrest gave the League publicity. In fact, that could be the purpose of distributing weapons that destroy quirks, opined Gran Torino. You're thinking too much. If we keep wasting time, we won't be able to do anything. Bad Gum exclaimed. Azawa raised a hand. May I ask a question? I'm not very knowledgeable about Sir Night-Eye's quirk, but if you have the ability to see the future, can't you use your quirk on us and see what the outcome of this will be? If we continue like this, we won't be able to agree on anything. I can't do it. Once I activate my foresight, it requires a 24-hour interval before I can activate it again. In other words, every day for an hour I can see someone's future, and while I'm doing that, it's like a series of flashbacks are playing through my head frame by frame. So by activating it, I can watch a movie of an individual's life for an hour, and that's how I can think. However, that entire movie is closely following that person's perspective. All I can see are their surroundings and their immediate actions. Isn't that more than enough? You should be able to find out a lot, or do you mean I can't do that? Sir Night Eye placed a hand over his eyes. For example, if in the immediate future I see death for that person, a merciless death awaits him. What can I do? Must be referring to what happened years ago with All Might. My quirk should only be used after reaching the highest probability of success to ensure victory. Not without care and with so many uncertainties. Huh? Even death is information. Isn't it? Then you can make a plan to avoid it, said Rocklock. This idiot doesn't even pay attention to what they say. It's different from guessing. There's no evidence to show how to avoid an outcome. Night Eye, I have no idea what you're talking about, but everything's going to be okay. You can look at me. I'll prevent the outcome as many times as you want. Rockblock exclaimed. I can't, Sir Night Eye bowed his head. In that case, we're still going to go ahead with the plan. Don't forget there's a little girl who's in trouble, Ryukyu said. Night Eye stood up. Locate the little girl. Our main objective is to resolve the situation as quickly and efficiently as possible. Thank you very much for your cooperation. A few minutes later, the professionals had stayed in the meeting room coordinating the last details of the operation against the 8 precepts. Izuku along with his companions and the 3 big ones had to go to a rest area in the building. There Mirko proceeded to tell everyone what had happened in the meeting he and Izuku had with Chisaki and Eri. That's what happened, Mirko finished. What did you get, said Kirishima. For his part, Izuku had his elbows resting on the table with his hands clasped in front of him and his eyes closed. Then the elevator doors opened and everyone looked to see Aizawa exit. What are they doing? Sensei. Call me Eraserhead when we're not in class, please. Just so you know, I was originally planning to cancel your internship starting today. What? Right now, at a time like this? Kirishima shouted. Everyone's heard that there's a possibility the league is involved. That changes things. Izuku opened his eyes and looked at Aizawa, both held their gaze for a few seconds. You know, Midoriya, I still don't fully trust you, the black-haired man scratched his head. But I also know that if I try to stop you from taking part in this matter, you would disobey me and leave just as you have done in the past. He already knows you perfectly. Aizawa knelt in front of the green-haired boy. I'll be watching you. If you're going to do this, you'll do it right. He closed his fist and placed it on Izuku's chest. Do you understand, problem boy? A small smile appeared on Izuku's face, and he nodded. Mirko, could you please raise your head? Amajiki asked him. Hey, Tagada, being sad and sorry won't change anything, said Najire. Yeah. Aizawa removed his hand from his student's chest and stood up. Let me tell you something, the hand you didn't take didn't have to turn into despair for Eri. So raise your head and keep moving forward. You had already decided to move forward anyway. Yeah. I will follow him forever, Eraserhead. Exclaimed Kirishima. That's too much. I'm sorry. Kirishima, your voice is too loud, Uraraka scolded him. Another thing you should know, besides the 3 greats whose skills are equivalent or superior to those of the professionals, I think your roles are going to be quite small in comparison. Asui, Uraraka, Kirishima, you are here of your own free will. What is it that you want to do? Uraraka stood up. Aizawa see. Eraserhead, after hearing that story you can't stop me from going. That's right, Sensei, I mean Eraserhead, I would like to be able to provide all the help possible. I can't forgive him for hurting a girl, said Asui. If our strength can help that girl, even if it's just a little, then we have to do that, Eraserhead. Kirishima bumped his fists. I simply wanted to confirm your determinations. As long as you understand what you're getting into, it's fine. This time, our objective above all else is the freedom and protection of the little girl named Eri. We won't go any further than that. Our biggest concern is the shadow of the League of Villains. Based on the police and Night Eye's investigations, they don't seem to have a particularly cooperative relationship. But they are still gathering followers using his name. We may or may not find them there when we go to rescue Eri. However, in the worst possible case, if we were deceived and if the League were present and things get complicated, you must assist, do you understand? Yeah. I'm sure you'll hear from Night Eye, Ryukyu, and Fat Gum, but you should know that you can't share the information of this case with anyone, not even mention it. Understood, Eraserhead. Yes, since we're done here, let's return to Yue, Aizawa told them. Sensei, I'll be back a little later. I'm going to visit a friend in the hospital. Make sure you come back before curfew. Yes, thank you very much. With Night Eye. So that's what happened, I see. Sir Night Eye stood next to Gran Torino as they looked out the window. So the reason you sent Midoriya to me was to make me reconcile with All Might. I thought it would be worth a try. When you get older you do a lot of unnecessary things. So what do you think of Midoriya, Izuku? I think they're very similar. Including that madness deep in All Might's heart that I never understood, he has it too. With Izuku. Izuku walked calmly as he headed to his meeting place, already knowing the path by heart since he had traveled it several times over the past few weeks. After a few minutes, he spotted the person waiting for him. Rei-san. A smile graced the white-haired girl's face. Good afternoon, Izuku-san. How have you been? Good as always, and you? I haven't seen you in a few days, I thought you'd forgotten about me. I could never do that, right now I'm doing a residency at Sir Night Eye's office, I've also been doing special training, and I'm busy. With some other things. Busy or worried? A bit of both. Do you want to talk about it? The following minutes Izuku proceeded to tell him what happened during his first day of residence, except the information about the Quirk destroying bullets and that they planned to rescue Eri. What happened to don't tell anyone. I don't think this is going to get out of here. If you say so. How horrible. I can't believe someone hurt a little girl. We have to wait until the professionals can find her and then I'll do everything I can to rescue her. And we will destroy anyone who crosses our path. I had heard that there were still Yakuza groups, but I never thought they would want to make themselves known again. Yes, it seems that everyone wants to take advantage of All Might's retirement, not counting the League of Villains. You carry a lot, don't you? I don't want to get overwhelmed with all of this. There's still a lot I have to learn. For now, my main priority is rescuing Eri. Izuku looked at his hand and formed a fist, then a delicate hand rested on his. He looked to his side and saw Rei looking at him with a smile. Do you care a lot about that girl? She was within my reach and I did nothing. I won't let her suffer anymore. Rei let go of Izuku's hand and looked up at the sky. You know, I've been here for 10 years, and ever since I met you I can't help but think that maybe if I had met you at another time in my life things for me would have been different. Would you like to get out of here? Go out to live again in society? I don't know, if I'm honest I'm a little scared, but I'd like to go out and see what the city looks like now. You are not alone, I'm sure your children want you back with them, I'm here too, and I will be whenever you need me. Thanks Izuku. They continued talking for a few more hours until Izuku had to go back to the dorms. He stood up from his seat next to Rei, but stopped when the white-haired girl held his hand. Rei-san. I know you're going to rescue that girl. Be careful, please, and I hope you come back safely. Izuku could feel that his hand was slightly cold to the touch, yet he opened his hand and intertwined his fingers with it. I'll be back, I promise. After saying goodbye, the green-haired man materialized his wings and began to head back towards Yue. I don't need to see your face to see the smile on it. What are you thinking? I'm planning something, I need to do some things first. I like the sound of that. And you like it even more, since we're finally going to test how good Yue's security system is. Oh yeah. I was waiting for this moment. Not yet, first we have to rescue Eri. Get ready to finish off those bastards. At the base of the 8 precepts of death. Eri was lying in her bed. At the base of the 8 precepts she had a room with some furniture and the walls painted with rainbows and a landscape. Then the door suddenly opened and Eri sat up when she saw a man with a white suit and a black shirt. He had blonde hair and a beard. Eri-chan, calm down, I just wanted to see if you were here. He looked at her with a smile. You haven't touched any of your toys. Just when I went to all the trouble of going to buy them for you, he passed by the large amount of toys that were on the floor in their boxes. Don't you think you could let your guard down just a little? The little girl began to tremble. If you don't behave, they'll kill me later. Brady patted her on the head. Don't be afraid of me, do you want something? Eri didn't answer, she looked at him while he remained silent. Okay, if I get in the way I'll leave, see? He turned and left the room. As she left she remembered Overhaul's words, you'll be her next caretaker. Don't let her feel like running away. Give her incentives, become someone Eri can trust. Even if you tell me that, how am I supposed to know how to remove the chains from that girl's heart? It's not like she has a manual or anything like that. He left the room and closed the door. When the man left, Eri relaxed and lay back down on her bed. He was different. He was an angel, she thought as she remembered the words that person had said to her. Flashback. Eri was sitting with her mother while she read a book to her. Mommy, what is that? Eri pointed to a picture in the book of a man with wings on his back. That's an angel, Eri. Angel. Yes, angels take care of people and protect them from bad people. Can I find one? Eri's mother laughed as she hugged her, making her daughter laugh. Of course my little one day you will surely meet your angel, and he will always protect you. End of flashback. Eri curled up in bed as tears gathered in her eyes. He was different, no one had ever hugged me like that before. His hand was so warm. 2 days later, in the afternoon. Uraraka and Asui were heading towards the dorms. As they approached they saw the big 3 near their dorm. Nijire-senpai, I call Uraraka. The young woman with light blue hair turned around, and when she saw them she smiled. Achako-chan, Su-chan, what are you doing here? Let's go to our bedroom, and why are you going to our bedroom? I want to see Midoriya, said Mirko. Why? Is something wrong with Izuku-kun? No, I just want to see how he's handling the whole thing. I haven't seen Midoriya-chan behaving any differently, in fact he's very normal. I'm curious about Midoriya. I want to get to know him better. Nijire smiled. I don't care, said Amajiki. At this time he must be behind the bedroom. Let's go there, exclaimed Mirko. They all walked to the back of the dorm, and when they arrived they saw Izuku, but instead of training he was sitting under a tree with his electric guitar, and next to it his amplifier. For his part, Izuku hadn't noticed that the others were there, so he closed his eyes and began to play a song. Tokukara kimi ga kaoreru odo kikateta. From afar I heard the sound of your soul. And how it broke. Minamon I utsuteru kuro sunda sora no fukasa wa. Bakura no yukabeki basho wo nagosu yunayu. The dark and light of the sky are reflected on the surface of the water. The place we are heading to is covered by fog. Midora ni hibisi atara kijitasu, kono yorui. Carrying the days we can't return to, we can't see them. Dakishimeta kimi no kaiasha na mirai wa. Hakanaku kaoerasu dakire sa. Nani mo kamo najidashidid aikara, memortai. Your delicate future to which I cling. It was leaky, so beautiful it crumbles. I don't mind sacrificing anything, I will protect you. Kimi ga kakakonda, namurana yoru no ryu wo. Yasashiku, Terenazoku kodo wa dekanai kido. I hold you tight, you're the reason for my sleepless nights. Gently, even if I can't get rid of things. Koku when I saw sati wo tsunade nara iso nai achite miyu. Don't be afraid anymore, hold on to my hand tightly, together you and I will fall. Dakishimeta kimi no kai asha na mirai wa. Hakanaku kaoerasu takire sa. Nani mo kamo najidashidid aikara, memoritai. Your delicate future to which I cling. It was leaky, so beautiful it crumbles. I don't mind sacrificing anything, I will protect you. Tokukara kimi ga kaoreru odo. Kasukanai kakoda kai ga shitanda. Nariyamanai, kadi no nai, itami wa, auraseu. From a distance I heard the sound of your soul. I felt it weakly break. There was no sound, no answer, no pain, and it was all over. Dakishimeta kimi no kai asha na mirai wa. Hakanaku kaoerasu dakire sa. Nani mo kamo najidashidid aikara. Kono ti de mamoru kara. Your delicate future to which I cling. It was leaky, so beautiful it crumbles. I don't mind sacrificing anything. With these hands I will protect you. A few seconds later the song ended, Izuku sighed and immediately heard applause, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that near him were Uraraka, Asui, Mirko, Amajiki, Mirko and Nijire. Amazing Midoriya. You're very good Izuku-kun. Nijire ran over to where the green-haired man was. Hey, who taught you to play? Do you write your own songs? Do you have a lot of songs? Don't you want to be a musician? Izuku looked at her with a smile. In order, a friend taught me, I write some of them, not many, no, I don't want to be a musician. Have you been playing Midoriya for a long time? I learned in my senior year of high school, it helps me with stress. I see, you certainly sing very well. One of the best decisions of my life when I decided to teach you. And I will always be grateful to you for that, sensei. Then everyone's phones rang and they checked them, they were surprised when they saw the message they had received. Izuku looked at Mirko. The time has come. Yeah. This time we're not going to fail. No matter what happens to me, I'm going to rescue Eri. The next day, in Sir Night-Eye's office. All the professional heroes had gathered to listen to the information obtained by Sir Night-Eye and plan the strategy to rescue Eri. She's at your headquarters. Rock Lock exclaimed incredulously. And that base they say is the residence of the leader of the 8 precepts of death Ryukyu term. So we were investigating in vain. Rock Lock complained. No, it allowed us to gather information, Sir Night-Eye clarified. How could they confirm it? Asked Fat Gum. Night-Eye placed a pink box with a girl's toy on the table. One of the members of the 8 precepts of death was in a toy store the other day and bought a girl's toy. What the devil? Maybe he likes those things. People have many tastes, and why did you buy that? Said Fat Gum. No, he said something that a fan of these things would never say. I didn't know the pretty cure, so I used foresight on him, and I was able to confirm where Eri was and where they are holding her captive. Did you use foresight in the end? Rock Lock complained. I told you the other day, didn't I? I only use it when I have the utmost confidence that the plans will succeed. Anyway, it's decided, right? Fat Gum interrupted him. We know when they will be there thanks to surveillance, Centipede warned them. We spoke to the police and we have a warrant, said Bubble Girl. Midoriya-kun. Let's do it. Let's do it. Mirko began to move his arms rapidly. What's with those movements? Izuku smiled. It seems he's back to his old self. A few minutes later the UA students put on their hero costumes. Izuku looked at his right arm where the phoenix armor was. Hatsu modified it so it can withstand my 25%, but if necessary, I'll go further. Just try not to overdo it. Night Eye looked at everyone in the room. Okay, let's go. At the base of the 8 precepts of death, at the same time. Kisaki was sitting on an armchair with Mimic next to him and Chrono talking on his cell phone. Boss, it seems they've discovered this place, Chronostasis warned him. Are they coming? Proceed as planned, Overhaul ordered. Understood. Get ready, he said to Mimic as he stood up and left the room. Yeah. Boss, where are you going? To take care of something, Overhaul left the room. He climbed to the top and entered the room where a man was lying in a bed on life support. Sorry, father, it's going to get a little noisy outside. At the police station. The entire group of heroes led by Sir Night Eye was at the police station. In front of them were several police officers and another SWAT formed in a row. In front of the group was a man with a black suit and black hair. When Night Eye used foresight on the member of the 8 precepts, we discovered a facility underneath the leading residential complex. We were able to confirm that the girl we were trying to save is there. Although we don't have a complete map, the path that man takes is the shortest route and also the best clue we have to investigate is enormous base. But even if we get there, if they use their quirks, it won't be easy. He gestured to another man in a black suit to come closer with some papers. That's why we made a list of the quirks of the members of the 8 precepts of death, of which we have knowledge. Memorize it, please. It's practical to have all this, isn't it? Mr. Brave opined. We must prevent them from hiding, so identify and capture them as soon as possible. Let's do it. Kirishima exclaimed as he fastened his mask. You have too much energy, Tamaki told him while adjusting his suit. Tamaki's hero costume consists of a black bodysuit decorated with gold plating around the arms and shoulders. He wears a white tunic, as well as a matching cape and hood that features more gold plating on top of the hood. The cape connects to a scarf-like collar that features a silver mask on the front. He also sports a purple mask over his face, as well as a matching carrier vest with red straps. He wears a mask over his eyes and is barefoot. I'm starting to get nervous, commented Uraraka. From working as detectives to working with the police. There are many things I'm not used to, Asui said, putting a finger on her chin. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Najira asked while imitating Tsayu. Izuku looked at Najira. Her hero costume consists of a royal blue skin-tight bodysuit with a high black collar, pale mint green markings covering her torso from her shoulders to between her legs, framed with turquoise, a matching stripe of the same 2 colors around her upper arms. On her feet, she wears a pair of knee-high boots, a thin flap fastened on each thigh, with turquoise spirals around her ankles, matching the thicker ones above her yellow gauntlets and wrist guards. She has a black strap around the top of each thigh, 2 small attached satchels, and 2 spiraling hair horns sticking out from behind her ears. Something you like? Maybe. First, focus on the rescue. Then Ryukyu approached the group with a smile. They don't usually teach that stuff in schools. That left me quite lost when I was a newbie. The professionals are very calm, Kirishima told Izuku. It's because of experience, and because losing your cool at a crucial moment can be a big mistake. You are also very calm, Midoriya. Do you think so? Izuku replied with a smile. It's because it's not the time yet. How strange, I don't see Gran Torino anywhere. Where could he be? The green-haired man looked around. It seems he can't come. Izuku turned to see Night Eye and the one in charge of the police. Apparently, Tsukauchi, who was chazzing some leads about the League of Villains, detected some major movements on their part. There are already enough of us, so I don't think there will be any problems, the police officer said. I see. It must have been something important if Gran Torino decided not to come. It seems so. Hey. Izuku turned his head. Eraserhead. You know why I'm going with Night Eye's group, right? Yes, sir. He said he was going to keep an eye on me. As long as you don't do anything reckless, I'm sure he won't get in your way. Heroes. Called the police officer. It's inevitable that things are going to get complicated when we get there. If you see even the slightest amount of suspicious behavior or resistance, spring into action immediately. We're facing criminals who have survived until now. Don't let your guard down and play your part. All the police officers greeted them. We'll start the operation at 8:30. Let's go. Everyone boarded the transports and began heading toward the residence of the 8 precepts of death. They arrived at the main gates 1 minute before the operation was scheduled to begin. As soon as I give the order, everyone will run inside. Please be quick. The police leader indicated. They approached to ring the doorbell and were sent flying by a man's blow. Due to the force of the blow, 3 men flew. Azawa managed to catch 2 with his scarf and Izuku spread his wings, caught the other and guided him to the ground. Are you okay? Yes, thank you very much. Another police officer approached to assist his partner. Izuku looked at the man covering the entrance. He was a huge, tall, and very muscular man. He wore a black sleeveless shirt with jeans and sneakers, as well as a plague mask covering his head. It was black with red accents. He also wore huge gauntlets and knuckles on his cuffs. We literally have a damn wall to go through first. Time to start. Izuku acted full cowl. So many people and so early in the morning. He spoke in a deep and slow voice. Hey, wait a minute, have they discovered us? Rocklock questioned. I'm a little more awake now. The man formed a fist while his already large arm began to grow even larger. Tell me, what do you want? He threw a punch. Stay away, Ryukyu ordered them. A large curtain of dust rose as the blow made contact. When it dispersed, there was a large dragon holding the Yakuza's fist. Anyway, for now we should try not to split our forces. The Ryukyu office will take care of him. Everyone, please continue with the mission. I don't usually say it, but that has to be one of the coolest quirks I've ever seen. Ryukyu can become a dragon. Ryukyu grabbed the villain and slammed him into the floor. Alright, this is our chance. We will support you, Najire told Uraraka and Asui. Yeah. Come on, come in, Fat Gum ordered. A group of men were outside the house. Hey, who the hell are you bastards? You can't just come in here and do whatever you want. We're the heroes and the police. We have a search warrant to investigate the sale and distribution of drugs. Who cares? One of the men used the leaves of a tree as projectiles. He was then knocked down by one of the pro-heroes. Get ready to fight, ordered the police chief. No one could react when a black blur rushed forward. Izuku punched one of the Yakuza in the face, spun around as he materialized his Guandao, and made a diagonal slash across the torso of another. One of the Yakuza turned his arm to stone and threw a punch at him. Izuku responded with a punch of his own, causing them both to impact. The man screamed in pain as the stone in his arms cracked and destroyed. Spinning on his axis, Izuku roundhouse kicked another Yakuza in the face. 3 Yakuza swung their swords at him. The green-haired man placed his hands on the ground and extended his legs as he spun around, throwing them against the wall. At that moment, a thick transparent wall rose near the entrance, and one of the Yakuzas laughed. Haha, that wall is 10 times thicker and stronger than bulletproof glass. Let's see if they can break it. Lighting blade. At high speed, Izuku's Guandao hit the wall and then shattered into pieces. It just can't be. Izuku materialized a Kusarigama, wrapped it around the Yakuza, jumped and spun him around, then crashed him into the remaining Yakuzas, leaving them unconscious. For their part, everyone was surprised by how quickly Izuku cleared the way. While Izawa looked at his student. I finally understand all this time. How he's been behaving, the attitude he displayed during the meeting the other day. He's not like before, he's not a turbulent, uncontrollable fire that ravages everything. He's become a deep calm sea that swallows everything. He's learned to control his anger. Izuku continued running with the others towards the entrance. While knocking down everyone who stood in front of him. There's no time to waste. We must use the shortest route to our objective. As Izuku continued to fight, Falcon had his arms crossed while smiling. He can finally break free. As I thought, the training went better than I thought. Flashback. Are you serious, sensei? Yes, I don't know why you're complaining. Izuku was on the beach doing a special training. The training consisted of Izuku sticking his Guandao into the ground in a vertical position, while on top Izuku sat on a metal plate and maintained his balance while meditating. The first 2 days Izuku managed to maintain his balance, but he still had problems with meditation. I understand about meditation, but why about maintaining balance? You must learn to control your emotions. Meditation is the key to this, but you also need to stay calm and focused at all times. Nothing should move you. Nothing should disturb you. With a sigh, Izuku sat on the metal plate while maintaining his balance. I still don't understand what I should get. It's hard to say, it varies from person to person. How long did it take you, sensei? 1 month. That's amazing, but I doubt I can do it. You don't need to master it yet, but you should at least form a basic idea. I see. So stop whining, besides my training was harder. My teacher would hit me with a bakudo while I was meditating, and I had to ignore all that. If you had a body, I'm sure you'd be hitting me. Consider yourself lucky. Now concentrate. Izuku closed his eyes as he meditated and tried to keep his emotions under control. Then he heard a loud whistle in his head, but he ignored it. Another part of the training was that while he tried to concentrate, Falcon would try to distract him. It would start with a whistle, then singing out of tune, then an electric guitar solo, and the last one that had distracted him the last time, Falcon could somehow play the audio of a porn movie in his head. I must concentrate. Nothing must distract me. Nothing must disturb me. I must control myself. At that moment Izuku felt a strong chill. He opened his eyes and was surprised because in front of him there was nothing, only complete and absolute darkness. What the heck? Izuku looked at his hands. It's not a problem with my eyes since I can see myself clearly, there's just nothing here. Falcon sensei. It's there. Then a noise was heard. It was soft at first, but then it started to get louder. It was a growl along with the dragging of claws on the ground. He looked frantically to the side searching for the source of the sound. Then he saw it. In front of Izuku, hidden in the darkness, two completely blood-red eyes with a black slit pupil opened. That. He couldn't finish because the creature lunged at him and scratched his right torso. Ah. Izuku grabbed his abdomen and fell to his knees as the creature calmly fell behind him. Looking at his wound, he was surprised to see green fire gushing out of it instead of blood. He turned his gaze towards the creature and was surprised when he saw it smiling, showing its sharp white teeth and gums. He's enjoying it. So you want to fight, damn stray dog. The creature let out a growl as it lunged at the green-haired man again. Izuku reached out, but after a few seconds, nothing happened, so he was forced to jump to the side to dodge the blow. When he stood up he looked at his hand. I can't use one for all or the weapon. Izuku looked back at the creature in front of him and saw its grin widen as it prepared to attack him again. When the creature jumped, the green-haired man knelt down to avoid the blow, but was surprised when what looked like the creature's tail wrapped around his neck and brought him to the ground. Gasping for air he got back to his feet and saw that the creature continued to look at him with a mocking smile on its face. He's just playing with me. The creature began circling Izuku like a predator circling its prey. Meanwhile, the green-haired man couldn't take his eyes off whatever was attacking him. Once again, the creature lunged at him again, causing Izuku to step aside and kick it in the side. The creature slid across the ground. Even if I can't use my quirks, don't think it'll be that easy. A loud growl came from the creature. Then a voice was heard. Don't go. Izuku turned around and saw a small shadow in the shape of Eri. Before he could say anything, the black creature was upon him, swiping at him with a claw, which he managed to dodge, but managed to scratch him above the eye. When we put on our suits, we are heroes. He saw a shadow similar to Mirko behind him, then felt a scratch on his left thigh that made him fall to his knees. He quickly kicked the creature away from him. You can't save people with your will alone. This world isn't that easy. I look at the shadow that looked like Sir Night Eye no matter what they say. I'm going to save Eri. The green-haired man grunted as he felt the creature's 5 claws scratch him heavily on the back. You'll save them no matter what. And how exactly? Ha ha ha. Don't go spouting empty words just because you think they're okay. Shut up. The creature knocked Izuku down, bit his shoulder and began to gnaw at him, while the green fire began to come out of his wounds with greater intensity. Ah. You can't protect anyone if you hold back. Release all your anger and destroy your enemies. Izuku heard the voice that he assumed belonged to the creature that seemed to want to devour him. Suddenly, even though the creature was biting him, Izuku stopped feeling pain. He no longer felt anything. You're right. I can't even save a little girl who's suffering. I must destroy them. Beat them so they never get up again. It's the only way. The flames coming out of Izuku's body began to turn black, but then near him he saw a small light and heard a voice. Izuku. He turned his head and saw 5 female figures made of light near him. The creature groaned in pain because of the light. Izuku. Don't give up. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he heard the voices he knew all too well. You are not alone. We are with you. So fight. The creature stopped biting him when the fire coming out of Izuku's body turned green again and was shining intensely. Suddenly a hand grabbed the top of its snout, and when it looked at the green-haired boy, the red eyes met the green ones that burned with determination. Get off me. Izuku opened the creature's snout, and then when he released his arm, he grabbed the creature's neck with his left hand and then kicked it with both legs away from him. The creature began to run around Izuku quickly while letting out increasingly louder growls. Eri is suffering. I'm going to save her and prevent her from being sad again. Maybe I can't change the past. But. Green lightning swirled around Izuku. He turned and saw the creature inches away from him. He threw a punch at it, hitting it in the face. I will not allow him to suffer ever again. The creature's body hit the ground and a loud howl of pain was released. After a few seconds, it stood up and looked at Izuku, who was covered by full cowl. Let's see what you can do now. They both looked at each other in silence for a few seconds, but then the creature smiled again and began to retreat deeper and deeper into the darkness. We'll meet again, then the creature disappeared. I have no doubt about that. Izuku closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again he saw that he had returned to the beach and was still sitting in the same place. The only difference was that it had started in the morning and now the sun was already setting. I see you're back. Falcon Sensei, what happened? I mean, what was that? I told you it's different for everyone, but what surprises me is that you managed it. Really? I did it. Yes, I think it's very impressive. I don't feel very different. I've taught you to control your mind. It's not like you've achieved enlightenment or anything like that. Believe me, when the time comes, you'll notice the difference. I understand, we'd better get back before curfew. Standing up, Izuku materialized his wings and began to address Yue. How sensei, you called me a prodigy because I managed to do it in a month. Izuku has achieved it in just 2 weeks. I have no doubt that he is destined for great things. End of flashback. Izuku, go save Eri. Yeah. In the underground tunnels. I hear it faintly. Many people are running in the same direction. It means they know where to go, they probably discovered this place. If they find us, it will be our end, Chrono said. I imagined this would happen eventually, but not so quickly. We can't let them discover us now. They acted violently on their own. That's what we'll say about those on the surface. They're pawns we use for our benefit. The 8 bullets of the precepts. Also, I asked Ranbutono to lend me his support. Are you sure we can trust that man? It's not part of the current 8 precepts, but I asked him for a favor, as long as I keep my part of the deal, he'll keep his. I see. While they buy time, we'll take Eri and all her things to hide her completely. Overhaul opened the door to Eri's room and the girl was trembling in her bed. On the surface, the heroes had just entered the house of the 8 precepts of death. Nothing particularly suspicious so far, Fat Gum said. I have a bad feeling about this. But now we have no choice but to continue with the mission. Rocklock shouted. They seem very prepared, as if they had been waiting for us. Did information leak out? Asked Tamaki. If that were the case, wouldn't they have been trying a smarter strategy? They must be used to working in teams. By joining the family, you pledge loyalty to those at the top. They're very close because they know they're weak. Despite all this commotion, we still haven't seen Chisaki or any of his trusted men. They must be underground preparing to hide or escape, Azawa explained. The fight will start when you're underground. It's here, Sir Night Eye warned as he stopped in front of a vase that had a floral arrangement. Under this vase there is a mechanism to open a secret passage. He moved the vase to one side and began to touch the boards. If you press them in the correct order, it opens. The wall receded a little and then moved to the side, revealing stairs leading down. It's like a ninja's house, said Bubble Girl. There's no way we would have discovered it if we passed by. Watch out for the quirks we haven't seen yet, Centipede warned. A hand rested on the doorframe and then 3 Yakuzas came out. Bubble Girl. We have to take them down. Centipede shouted as he activated his quirk and grabbed 2 Yakuzas. Bubbles came out of Bubble Girl's body and hit the Yakuza's eyes, then she grabbed his arm and neck to immobilize him on the ground. I'm sorry about this. I'll hold you here, you guys go ahead, I'll catch up later. Bubble Girl warned. Let's go. Night Eye ordered. They all went down the stairs to the underground corridors while following Night Eye. Then when they turned a corner they found a wall. A dead end. We're on the right track, aren't we? What's going on, Night Eye? Rocklock asked. Mirko took off his helmet. I'll take a look. Lemillion, wait, your clothes will fall off again, said Kirishima. Okay, Mirko's suit is made of a material made with fibers from his hair. When he activates his quirk, he also becomes intangible, explained Amajiki. Everyone saw Mirko put his head through the wall, and after a few seconds he pulled out. This wall was made to block our path, and it is very thick. Chisaki must have done this with his quirk. What a dirty trick. A wall, huh? Izuku activated full cowl as he jumped in front of the wall and destroyed it with a kick. This won't stop me. Not bad, said Rocklock. Now we can move forward. Let's continue, said Mirko. Then suddenly the ground began to shake and the walls began to deform. What the hell is going on? It seems the path is changing. It's not Chisaki. The only one capable of doing this is Aranaka. Her quirk is mimicry. She can enter objects and control them from the inside, but this scale is very large. The most she can manipulate is a jet the size of a refrigerator. Unless he enhances his quirk with drugs. I was observing what he could become, but I didn't expect him to join the underground. Something like this would only be possible with a giant body, said Fat Gum. Apparently he turned the place into a living labyrinth. We must pay close attention to what surrounds us. Eraser, can you deactivate his quirk? No, I need to see the user's body. If the path keeps changing, we won't be able to continue with our objective, and during this time, they can plan many ways to escape. We need to act quickly. But there's no way. It's too late. It's too late to rescue that girl, and for us too. Tamaki. That's not going to happen. Dear Sun Eater. Mirko shouted. This is just an unforeseen event. No matter how much the path distorts, if I know where to go I can get there. Wait, it's not going to. Mirko. Lemillion. Izuku and Night Eye called out as Mirko ran towards the wall. They understand that this is a battle of speed. This is just another measure to buy time. I'm going to keep going. He broke through the wall. He's letting his emotions get the better of him. Even if he gets to Eri he won't be able to take on Overhaul alone. Then don't just stand here. Before they could react, a hole opened in the ground and everyone fell to a lower floor. Izuku looked up and the hole closed. A living room? Asked the green-haired man. We are getting further and further away from our goal. It seems they caught us. Hey, look what has fallen from the skies. What a curious development. Three men entered the room. One was blonde with a black mask covering his mouth and holding a katana, the other was bald with a white mask covering his mouth, and the last was a man wearing a cloth that covered his entire face tied around his neck with a rope. He had 2 holes for his eyes, and the place where his mouth was sewn. It looks like he was ready to fight. I think it's time to show them some of the strength of the professionals. Fat Gum was stopped by Tamaki. Leave that force for the objective. Don't worry about these lackeys who are only here to stall for time. I can handle them alone. What are you saying? We have to work together. Kirishima exclaimed. Work together. I'll kill you all, says the blonde man with the katana. It's Itsuno. We can't use weapons around him. Heroes are in his hands. You already know, right? Well, never mind, that just makes it even easier. Satsuno lunged at the group while extending his hand. Aizawa activated his quirk. Not if I have something to say. Drop the sword. I can't use it. The bald man stepped forward as he drew a pistol. Your guns and swords won't work on me. They'll sink right into my body. Surrender for your own good. Fat Gum threatened. With these threats it seems they only fear for their own lives. Eraser is stopping them. We can use our weapons. Measuring, we're just wasting time. We have to finish off these idiots quickly. Suddenly, a large clam rose above the group, then opened and Amajiki emerged. He extended his hand and octopus tentacles sprouted from his fingers and trapped the Yakuza, then slammed them against a wall. I will be your opponent. I ate takoyaki until I was tired at Fat Gum's office, so my octopus skills are at their maximum, and I'm extremely careful with weapons since I got shot the other time. He raised his other hand, where the weapons that the Yakuzas had before were, and then destroyed them, turning his hand into a crab claw. We can't waste time with them. If the professionals stay here, we'll do what they want. But senpai. Kirishima shouted, but was interrupted by Tamaki. This is a speed competition. We can't afford to waste a second. We have to keep the pros' quirks in reserve for what's coming. Especially Eraserheads. We have to save power to advance. And the police have to keep their weapons. Fat Gum. I can take care of these 3 alone. Come on. Through that door. Fat Gum ordered. Hey. Wait. Satsuno tried to use his quirk. Aizawa used his quirk again and knocked out the one with the mask covering his entire face. I looked at the 3 of you. Seal your movements while my quirk continues to take effect. Amajiki slammed the Yakuza against the wall again. Midoriya. Izuku stopped to look at him. I'm asking you to watch Mirio's back. He'll do something reckless, so make sure you support him. The green-haired man clenched his fists. Yes. Good luck, Sun Eater. They all ran out the doors and started running through the underground corridors again. Fat. Are we leaving him alone? What are you thinking? Kirishima demanded. He's one of yours, right? So the decision is yours, but won't he have any problems? Rocklock told him. In terms of skill, he's the strongest here, but his heart is weak. He always puts pressure on himself to do everything perfectly and then lets that pressure crush him. But even in that state, he managed to rise to the top and become one of the big 3 of UA. Someone like that, I declare, will stop them. So we can only trust him. Fat Gum declared. Everyone continued running while trying to find Eri. I keep wondering if Amajiki-senpai is okay. It worries me. What distinguishes a real man is the ability to completely trust someone who has your back. Fat Gum exclaimed. In that case, I'm sure senpai would be fine. He lets himself be influenced too quickly. I may be worried, but now all I can do is trust him. We can't waste even a second that Sun Eater left us. There's no doubt they're excited. You have to trust Amajiki. How strange. What's wrong, Eraserhead? Izuku asked. That guy who could manipulate the subsoil hasn't made a move so far. You're right, it's no longer distorting anything around us. We've been running without encountering a single obstacle. If he hasn't gotten in our way so far, that means he can't accurately monitor the entire underground. The police force is up above, along with Sun Eater. It's possible their attention is up there. You mean his range of control is limited, said Rocklock. It's a guess. I enter the underground and control it. If what he does is move on the surface of the walls, seeing and listening. Maybe when he wants to influence a particular area, his real body is in that area. Playing the role of eyes and ears to observe what happens. If a part of him peeks out when he's going to interfere with our path, I can use my quirk on it. Suddenly a pillar came out from the right side and pushed Aizawa towards the left wall where a hole had opened. Eraserhead. Damn it. He made him his target because he doesn't want me to look at him. Before Izuku could do anything, he watched as Aizawa was pushed out of the way by Fat Gum. Fat. If he catches you, the time Tamaki gave us will be in vain. Stop him, Eraser. Thank you. Don't worry. Then the hero was pushed by the pillar into the hole, which then closed. Damn, we lost Fat. Not just Fat Gum, but also Red Riot, Izuku said. He must have jumped at the same time as Fat, said Aizawa. We just have to keep going, let's go. Night Eye ordered. With overhaul. The leader of the 8 precepts of death continued his way through the underground passages of his base, followed by Chrono, who was carrying Eri. Then they felt some tremors. These tremors, Ironaka is so reckless. It seems she's taking things seriously. How much noise? Are you doing something useful? I don't want to say it, but this is the end of the 8 precepts, right? As long as the boss and I are here, our organization will not die. Most of our followers are loyal to the boss, they do not follow my ideals. Although I value his will more than anyone else, he took out 2 small boxes, one blue and one red. As long as we have this finished product and the serum, then we will flourish again. After this incident, many people will be interested in the drug that heroes fear. I can already see how they do not throw money. So it is time to work. Temporary squad. He walked past twice and Himiko Toga, who were leaning against the wall. Yes. The blonde replied. Leave it to us. Overhaul. With Izuku and the professional heroes. Quick, we have to catch Mirko. Then the walls, floor and ceiling began to distort. Damn, that guy caught up with them. All surfaces began to compress around him. It's narrowing, it wants to crush us. Rock lock. Night Eye ordered. Don't act like a leader when this mess is your fault. Deadbolt. Rock lock shouted, putting a hand on the wall and turning it, then everything stopped. What the hell did he do? Rock lock. His quirk is lockdown, it fixes any inanimate object it touches, but it can't restrain things with too much force or very large objects. It seems to serve a purpose other than complaining. Don't complain about this narrowness, my deadbolt's maximum security can't cover everything, this is the limit of my reach. One of the walls at the back of the corridor began to deform, and I headed towards them. He's attacking from a point I don't block. Be careful. Izuku lunged at the wall, smashed it to pieces with a kick, and continued doing so with the other walls that were rushing at them. Damn, this has no end. We must continue forward. With Fat's team this would be easier, Eraser. I know. He's cornering us. He's going to crush us. Izuku continued destroying. Damn, I'm running out of air. This keeps repeating itself and it's not getting us anywhere. I'm using 20%, I could go to 25%, but I don't think that would make much of a difference. Do I need to increase my power even more? But it could be detrimental to me. I don't have time to think about this. Then out of nowhere the room cleared, everyone was confused. Suddenly several walls began to divide the group. Near Izuku a hole opened and a large white claw grabbed him. Dark Phoenix. Azawa tried to catch him with his scarf, but the claw took him away and the hole closed. Izuku fell on his back. When he managed to sit up he saw that he was in a room full of books on bookcases, on shelves, on chairs, stacked on the floor. Where the hell are we? What is this place? How nice that they managed to get you here. Izuku looked towards a wall where a man was standing quietly reading a book. He was wearing a black yukata with a white coat over his shoulders, his hair was grey, and his eyes were olive green. Above his left eye there was a scar, but it seemed like he could see fine. He wasn't even looking at Izuku, as he seemed to be focused on the book he was reading. Who are you? My name is Ranbu, it's a pleasure. Where are we? In my private room, I brought you here specifically. Because. Overhaul asked me for a favor. He told me to stop the heroes from invading the house. I only set the condition that he let me face the strongest member of his group. I think that was a compliment. The question is whether this is good or bad, since I don't know what his quirk is. We don't have time to waste it here. Izuku materialized his Guandao and activated full cowl. If you're going to get in my way then. He stopped talking when he felt something brush against his face, and then a deep cut appeared on his cheek. What the hell? I'm sorry kid, but you'll have to go through me to get out of here. I raised my hand and pointed at the green-haired boy. Izuku jumped to the side and then looked at the wall where 10 cuts had appeared. That's solid concrete. What the hell is his quirk? The man swung his hand to the side and Izuku was forced to jump again and saw several cuts appear where he was standing. Materializing 3 kunai in his free hand he threw them at him, but then the pages of the books around him formed a shield in front of Ranbu and stopped the kunai. I see, check the paper. That's right, my quirk paper handling. I can manipulate any sheet of paper, I can throw them over 100 kilometers, and I can also stop any projectile you throw at me. You can use it for attack and defense. It won't be very easy for me to get close since in this room he has the advantage. Well, let's get this over with. Ranbu raised his hand in front of him, and suddenly several sheets of paper began to float, which then divided into several triangles. I'm sorry, but you must die. He closed his hand, and all the paper fragments headed towards Izuku. Detroit smash. He threw a punch with his right fist, creating a strong gust of wind that pushed the projectiles away. The man in front of him remained impassive. Not bad, now I'll get serious. Me too. The green rays around him increased. Full cowl 25%. He threw himself at Ranbu at high speed and then attacked him. Lighting blade. Izuku swung the guandao at high speed, to which Ranbu just raised his hand and stacked a large amount of leaves in front of him. When the green-haired man stopped his attack, he saw that there were some gaps through the shield, but for the most part it was intact. Just so you know, if you stack a lot of sheets of paper you can stop even high-caliber bullets, the man spoke through the shield. Suddenly Izuku felt his wrists being grabbed and saw that he was being held by two large claws made of paper. Paper claws. The claws began to smash him against the walls and against the ceiling. Bet it off me. He's not giving me many options. After whipping him around a few times, the claws stopped and held Izuku a few feet away from Ranbu. I have no doubt that you are very strong, but it is a shame that I was your opponent. Izuku looked and then noticed that there was a book at his feet, so he kicked it strongly, which made his opponent take a few steps to the side to dodge it. The green-haired man felt the strength of the claws diminish, so he took the opportunity to free an arm and then destroyed the claws with his guandao. From what I see, he must be really focused to be able to maintain strong control over his techniques. You are certainly interesting. He sent several paper projectiles at her. The green-haired man got rid of the guandao and then materialized two windmill shuriken and threw them at his opponent, who was forced to raise a barrier to stop them. Taking advantage of the projectile's loss of speed, he dispersed them with a gust of wind from a kick. He ran up to the barrier and jumped over it, then materialized his guandao. Lighting blade. Ranbu was surprised to see the green-haired man above him and tried to cover himself with another shield, but it was too thin. When the attack ended, Izuku distanced himself from his opponent. The shield fell, revealing Ranbu with several bleeding cuts on his body. Well done. It's over, now tell me how to get out of this room. I'm not going to lose, Ranbu gasped. We're going to stop Overhaul, your leader lost. The man in front of him raised his head, anger and hatred burning in his eyes. My leader. My leader. That brat is not my leader, the only person I obey is the true boss of the 8 precepts. A large amount of paper began to swirl in the room. I can't lose, I have to help the bosses. Flashback. Ranbu was sitting in his room reading a book, then the door opened and Chisaki entered followed by Chrono. Good morning, Ranbu Dono. What do you want, brat? Overhaul Sama is the leader of the 8 precepts of death, you should show more respect. Don't give me that nonsense, lapdog. He may have usurped my old friend's place, but to me he'll always be the same brat who doesn't even know how to wipe his own ass. I guess I haven't changed much for you, Ranbu Dono, but unfortunately we're running against time. There are professional heroes along with the police outside the house. Looks like they discovered your filth. I admit I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly, that's why I'm here now to ask you a favor. A favor? You're definitely desperate. You have been my father's right-hand man for decades, the person in charge of all the dirty business that the 8 precepts have done since my father took over. Do you not have loyalty to the 8 precepts? That's where you're wrong. I swore loyalty to your father, not to the precepts, not to you. I'd rather die than be under your command. Chrono put a hand inside his raincoat. I'd be careful what I wish for if I were you. Suddenly a paper claw grabbed Chronostasis's head from behind and lifted him off the ground. Don't provoke me, you little shit. I already had a dozen murders when your mom was just starting to open her legs. I can make the old boss wake up. Ranbu and Chisaki stared at each other for a few seconds, then the claw holding Chrono released him, causing him to fall to his knees. What do you want, brat? Stop the professional heroes and I'll wake up the boss, it's that simple. If I learned anything from my father, it was to always keep my word. I'll help you on just one condition. Which? I will face the strongest. Of course, as you wish. Let's go, Chrono. You're going to pay for everything you did, brat, I swear. End of flashback. Izuku opened his eyes in shock as the paper around him began to take shape. A paper dragon formed around Ranbu. White dragon. The dragon lunged at Izuku, who began to jump to avoid it. His control is incredible. Be careful. Izuku tried to slash at it, but the dragon blocked the blow with its tail. The green-haired man jumped and stood on one of the bookshelves, materialized a spear and threw it at his opponent. Before the attack made contact, the dragon's body stopped the spear. It's very fast. In such a small room and having such a large body, it takes up a lot of space. But it limits your mobility. I'm sorry, kid, but I won't let you leave this room alive. Izuku started jumping up the walls while dodging the dragon's jaws, then the dragon swung its tail and threw several paper blades at him. Izuku jumped to the side, but received a wound on his shoulder. Then the dragon's jaws opened on him, but Izuku stuck the handle of the guandao between the dragon's jaws to prevent it from grabbing him. I've got you, said Izuku with a smile. Smash. I kicked him in the chin, making his head hit the ceiling, then I materialized 2 swords, jumped towards the dragon and began to spin at high speed, forming a small tornado of green energy. Shredder blades. It hit the creature and split it in half. When the attack ended, it fell back to the ground. I did it. Don't let your guard down, finish him off before he throws something else at you. Before he could attack, Izuku realized he couldn't move, and when he looked down he noticed two claws holding his legs. Curse. Ranbu smiled. You fell into my trap. He raised both hands towards the ceiling, and then a tornado of sheets of paper rose up around Izuku. Cyclone of 1,000 razors. Ah. When the tornado stopped, Izuku fell to the ground with a thud. He was covered in cuts all over his body as blood seeped out from under him, forming a puddle. It was a good fight, but you lost. Izuku stared up at the ceiling. Why couldn't I defeat him? I was supposed to have gotten so much stronger, so why? This is all you can do. That. After all the training, after all the promises, will you really make it this far? Izuku remembered his own thoughts. I'm using 20%, I could go to 25%, but I don't think that would make much of a difference. Do I need to increase my power even more? But it could be detrimental to me. I will never allow him to suffer again. In that case, we're still going to go ahead with the plan. Don't forget there's a little girl in trouble. I'm asking you to watch Mirio's back. He'll do something reckless, so make sure you support him. Still. They count on me. After everything you've accomplished. All the fights you've overcome. Are you going to lose now? Professionals always risk their lives. Green lightning burst around Izuku's body. The old man opened his eyes in shock. Impossible. No one has ever gotten up after that. Why have I been worrying? Everyone keeps fighting and they're still counting on me. Erie's waiting for me. Even if I get ripped to pieces, I'm going to rescue her. The intensity of the green rays was so great that the leaves near Izuku began to burn. Full cal 35%. Izuku smiled and looked at his opponent. Round 2. At high speed, Izuku was already in front of Ranbu, so the Yakuza was forced to raise a paper shield. This time it won't work. Izuku materialized his Guandao and pierced the shield with a single blow, hitting his opponent's shoulder. His opponent jumped to the side and gathered paper around him to form two paper lions. The two animals pounced on the green-haired man, but were split in half by a sword. Ranbu took a step back. It shouldn't be possible. In an instant he exponentially increased his power. Izuku began bouncing off all the walls as he began to increase his speed and launched attacks in all directions that were barely stopped by his opponent's shields. I see, if that's what you want. The pages in the room began to move in different directions. Little by little each page of each of the books that were in the room began to swirl. What are you planning? It's a suicide attack. I'll finish you off. Paper blades erupted in all directions. Izuku planted his feet on the ceiling and threw himself towards the ground. Detroit smash. I throw a punch at the ground, sending up a large gust of air that scatters all the paper knives. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Izuku throws himself at Ranbu. Lighting blade. The attack hit Ranbu's body and threw him against the wall. When the attack ended, Izuku felt all his muscles tense, preventing him from moving as he panted and sweat dripped down his face. I can't move. It seems like 35% is a big burden on your body, yet you still defeated it. I'm done. How do you feel? Everything hurts, but it seems like most of my wounds have stopped bleeding. As long as I don't receive strong blows, they won't open again. But it seems that after attacking, my body paralyzes for a few seconds. He straightened up and began to move his body again. My muscles hurt a lot, but I'm not as bad as I thought. That's good, but not being able to move after each attack could cause problems. Ha ha ha. Izuku turned his gaze towards Ranbu, who had slid down the wall and sat on the floor. His wounds were bleeding. I'm impressed. In my 65 years of life you are the first person to defeat me. Congratulations. Can I ask you something? Why are you here? I'm going to rescue Eri. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Ranbu raised a hand, to which Izuku raised his Guandao, but then the books that were stacked on one of the walls flew out, revealing a door. Go away. Why? Am I not supposed to be your enemy? My best friend is in a coma. That damn brat is torturing his granddaughter and I can't do anything. I've done bad things throughout my life. I don't regret most of them. There's only one, and that's not being able to help Yuri Oju-sama and having to bow my head while that damn brat tortures her. So today I'll swallow my pride. Please, hero, save that girl. Yes, I will. That was the original plan anyway. Izuku opened the door, seeing that the corridors continued on the other side. Then he began to run while continuing in search of his objective. I'm sorry for the delay. Wait a little longer, I'm on my way, Eri. With overhaul. The leader of the 8 precepts continued walking towards the exit of his underground base, followed by Chronostasis, who was carrying Eri. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small red box. And to think we managed to complete it. Yeah. These bullets aren't like the other failures whose effect lasted 1 or 2 days. We started by isolating the effect of Eri's body factors. He opened the box that had 5 bullets. It took a long time, but with this we can eliminate a quirk completely. However, they cost a lot of money to make, it took us a month to make 5 doses. Because the facilities aren't ideal, we're going to prepare some appropriate ones. Now that all for one is gone, it's our chance. He closed the box and put it back in his pocket. Overhaul stopped, looked back and saw Mirko, who was covered in sweat and panting as he looked at him. I'm sorry. But I need to talk to you. Hisaki turned to face him. You couldn't have gotten here so easily. Take a shortcut. I'm here to take that girl. Are you acting like a hero now? Student. That day you pretended you didn't see anything. This girl shouldn't go with you. You're not a hero to her. That's why I came here. You don't understand, do you? Overhaul turned his back on him. I'll tell you in simple terms. Mirko threw himself towards the Yakuzas. You're going to die. Suddenly Mirko felt dizzy. He staggered until he hit a wall and fell to his knees. What? I suddenly lost my sense of balance. You feel a little dizzy, don't you? The student looked up and saw a man hanging from a bottle of sake. He had long black hair. He wore a simple grey plague mask and had drains placed in his eyeholes, dripping the alcohol he couldn't drink. Aside from that, he wore nothing but a furry vest and dark pants with black shoes. Gulp gulp your legs gulp, don't listen to you gulp gulp, right? That's why I don't walk on the floor gulp gulp, don't get too close to me. Her quirk. Eerie is right in front of me, I don't have time to waste it with subordinates. Click. Mirko looked ahead where a man was pointing a gun at him. He was wearing a black cloak and a pair of baggy 3/4 length pants, as well as a black bowler hat and pale sneakers. He was sporting a black plague mask. He then disappeared, but Mirko jumped to the side while activating his quirk, so the bullets only passed through him. What kind of quirk is that? Well, my penetration is activated, all things will pass through me. Then the thing was covered. My mouth moved on its own. That explains why you appeared out of nowhere. You were able to ignore mimic. Don't fail, are you drunk, Nimuto? The long-haired man threw a bottle at his companion, who pushed it away with his hand. You talk a lot, Sakaki, and you're the drunk one. You're right. All you need to do is shut up and support me. I'm special. Mirko tried to stand up, but he kept wobbling. So basically you make people say what they know whether they want to or not. Your partner makes their opponents lose their balance. He crashed into the wall again. So you don't fight on the front lines, do you? That's why I'm different from the others. I'm the only one of the 8 bullets who can come close to the young master's great ambitions. He began to shoot again. The blonde man covered himself as the bullets continued to pierce him. He's hurting his own daughter. You call that grand ambitions? For aspirations to progress well, compassion isn't necessary. Surely you understand that, right? When they met Eri. For their plans to progress without any problems. You ignored her at that moment, right? Yes, the blonde gritted his teeth. And then you interfered with most of our plans. You want to save Eri. You just want to feel better because of her, right? He looked back to where Overhaul was still walking away. Look, Sakaki. I'm necessary for the young master's ambitions. He needs me. I must follow him. We will walk side by side and share in the achievement of his goals. Now I'll go. Die, you busybody. He began to shoot while his partner threw knives. Mirko dodged the weapons, then took a breath and got into the wall. He began to move at high speed from wall to wall. Ultimate attack, Phantom Menace. He hit his opponents. It's true. I'm weak. When I saw what she was carrying, I was cruel to her. But instead of letting us get hurt, she chose to return to that hell. She's a very kind girl. That's why I came here now. I won't tolerate you not allowing that girl to smile. He went back underground and came out in front of his opponents and hit them, leaving them unconscious. P.E.R. Overhaul turned around and saw his subordinates unconscious on the ground. Then Mirko emerged from the ground behind him. Chisaki. Lemillion threw a punch at Overhaul, but he dodged it, causing a cut from the graze. He then kicked Chronostasis, sending his foot through Eri's head and solidifying it when it made contact with the Yakuza's face. As the girl fell, he caught her in his arms and pulled her towards him. The little girl looked at the man holding her. Why? Go away. He's going to kill you. I won't let you suffer anymore. Don't worry, I'll be your hero. Overhaul looked at him. Damn it, he began to rub where Mirko had hit him. Come back here, Eri. Do you want me to kill him? How many times do I have to do it for you to understand? You were born to destroy people. Eri started to squirm. No. No. Don't listen to anything he says, Mirko told him. I'm always telling you, aren't I? Because of your selfishness, I end up getting my hands dirty. Chisaki began to scrub harder. Every one of your actions kills people, your existence is cursed. How can you say that to your own daughter? Right, that's what I told you. Overhaul knelt down. I don't have children. The ground shook, then shattered into pieces. Spikes then formed, attempting to impale Lemillion. The blonde lifted Eri over his head while activating his quirk, so the stone spikes pierced him. How can he destroy and reform things so quickly? Were you thinking of killing us both? Even if it were to break, it's of no importance to me. The stone spikes were destroyed. As long as I repair it immediately, she can be resurrected. Even if she doesn't look like her, I can return her to her original state, even if she doesn't even look like her. I've done it before. Balls rose up covering the exits, and spikes rose from the ground. Mirko managed to dodge them. What would you do if Eri gets hurt? Right now, I'm the only one who can fix her. But while you're carrying her like this, you can't run away. So what are you going to do? Sir student. Will you fight me? With my last move, I've sealed your escape route. Chronostasis sat down and pulled out a gun pointed at Lemillion. As the student looked at them both. I thought I'd knocked him out, but I missed. It must be because I was still under the effects of the quirk that made me lose my balance. If he's going to shoot, he won't create any more spikes. The spikes were destroyed, but Mirko turned around, covering himself and Eri with his cloak. I can't see his face, but based on what he's doing, the one shooting at me must be Chrono, the young master's assistant. His quirk was on the list. I can't let his quirk hit me. I thought heroes' capes were for attention. Chrono yelled at him. Chrono. Overhaul warned as he placed his hand on the ground. Mirko came out from under Chrono, punching his arm to make him drop his weapon and attempting to uppercut him, but was knocked out of the way by a pillar that popped out of the ground. Sorry, Overhaul. Chrono shouted as he fell to the ground. Overhaul looked down at the cloak on the ground. It's strong, but it dropped Eri. If I destroy that, she won't be able to stand against me anymore. Then Lemillion appeared behind him and threw a punch. Chisaki raised his hand, but Mirko's fist passed through his hand and then became solid as it impacted his opponent's face. A hero's cape is to cover a girl who is suffering. Chrono tried to throw himself towards his weapon, but Mirko was already in front of him. He hit him with his knee and disarmed the weapon, then he sank back into the ground. You're strong, but… He stepped in front of Overhaul and punched him in the face. I'm stronger. I won't let you lay another finger on her. I'll defeat you both. This is checkmate, Chisaki. Don't use that name. Overhaul looked at Lemillion as he fell on his back. I abandoned him. Young master. Namuto crawled in from an opening in the wall. Namuto. Chisaki threw the small red box at him. Shoot. The Yakuza loaded the bullet into his gun and pointed his weapon at Mirko, but then quickly changed target and pointed it at Eri. Mirko saw this and threw himself at her. Eri-chan, you endured all this time. You accepted despair believing that no one would save you. I won't let you suffer anymore. I won't allow you to be hurt anymore. He touched the little girl's head, and when she looked up she showed him a big smile. Then the bullet hit her body and she fell to her knees. Your sick. Overhaul started to stand up. Having a quirk makes people think they can become someone. They have a mental illness. It's funny, that girl's power you tried to save just took everything away from you. Overhaul put a hand on the ground, but then Chrono's body collided with him. When he got off of him, Mirko was in front of him and hit him in the arm. Nothing. Nothing I've done so far is useless. I'm Lemillion. Chisaki tried to touch him with his other hand, but was dodged and received another blow to the face. With Izuku. I must hurry and catch up with the others. Stay on your guard, we don't know what might be waiting for us ahead. Izuku continued running through the hallways while trying to intercept Overhaul before he took Eri away, then he suddenly stopped. What's happening? I heard something. He leaned his head against the wall. Did you want to be a hero that bad? Did you want to be a hero that bad, Lemillion? All because of that detestable disease that plagues this era. I'm going to cure all the people like you with Eri's power. Chisaki. Green lightning erupted around Izuku. One for all. Full cal 25% smash. His fist collided with the wall, opening a large hole and raising a curtain of dust. He opened his eyes in shock at what he saw. It was Mirko. He had some cuts on his body and 2 deep wounds, one on his left ankle and the other on his right side. Mirko began to fall, but before he hit the ground he was caught, and when he looked up, he found Izuku. I'm sorry I'm so late, Lemillion, you did well. Dark Phoenix. Izuku materialized his wings and dispersed the dust that was around the room. Eri looked at the newcomer who was holding the hero who had tried to save her. The angel. Who are you? Chisaki demanded. The green-haired man left his wounded companion near Eri and then turned around looking directly at the Yakuza leader. I'm Dark Phoenix, remember that, it's the name of the hero who will finish you off. Finish him, Dark Phoenix. He launched himself at Overhaul, but the villain placed his hand on the ground and sent several stone spikes flying. Izuku used his wings to dodge them and dive towards his opponent. Chisaki raised a wall in front of him. Full cowl. Shoot style. With a kick he went through the wall. Chisaki dodged it before it hit him, but Izuku spun around and punched him in the face, dragging him across the ground. When he stopped, the villain put both hands on the ground. You also have the disease, but tell me, can you protect them too? He sent several spikes towards Eri and Lemillion. Mirko threw himself on Eri's body to protect her from the blow. He closed his eyes waiting for the impact. But it never came. When he opened his eyes he looked back and saw that all the spikes had been cut from the base and Izuku was still in place, only now he was wielding his Guandao. I'm still having trouble controlling the power, I almost cut Mirko off too. We'll practice later, now finish that bastard. For his part, Overhaul could not finish processing what had happened since in an instant Izuku was in front of him and punched him in the stomach and made him crash against a wall. Young master. Mending tried to shoot again, but then two kunai stuck into his shoulders, making him scream in pain and drop the gun. The green-haired man looked back at Chisaki who was still against the wall. No one is going to interfere, you're alone. Knock him out, then get Mirko and the little girl out of here. No. After everything he's done. I want him to suffer a little more. Izuku. Lemillion. Everyone looked towards the hole Izuku had opened and saw Sir Night-Eye followed by Eraserhead. Overhaul tried to take advantage of Dark Phoenix's distraction and put a hand on the wall, but nothing happened. Don't let your guard down, Dark Phoenix. Aizawa, who had activated his quirk, scolded Izuku. Night-Eye, protect the wounded. Sir approached his subordinate who was next to Eri and hugged them both. Don't worry, it's over. Amazing. You were amazing, Mirko. Chisaki was trying to use her quirk without success. Delete my quirk. Aizawa and Izuku threw themselves towards the Yakuza. Thanks to Lemillion, they're cornered. We have to keep putting pressure on them and finish him off. Yeah. Wake up now, Chrono. Chisaki shouted. Suddenly Aizawa pushed Izuku to the side. At that moment an arrow came out of the hood that covered Chrono and made a cut on Eraserhead's arm. What the hell was that? Anyone who is cut by my long arrow will slow down their movements. My intention was to pierce both of you, but you heroes are too good. Chrono began to stand up. Hurry up, if Aizawa's physical function slowed down, the time it takes for him to open his eyes before blinking will also be longer. Chisaki. The green-haired man lunged at Overhaul trying to knock him down. All your efforts are useless. Overhaul placed a hand on the ground and a large number of spikes covered the entire ground. I won't let you ruin my plan like that. Izuku used his wings to get away. Damn, you were so close. What are you doing? Overhaul began to approach his fallen subordinate. Mending, you don't want to see me fail, do you? You don't want me to end up here. Mending, you've served me well. I'm sure you of all people would be happy to die for my sake, right? He placed his hand on his subordinate's head. A pillar of violet light surrounded Overhaul as they both destroyed each other and then began to reform again. I admitted, Lemillion, you were stronger than me. But in the end it was all in vain. When the pillar disappeared, it showed Overhaul's new appearance. Now he had two more deformed arms with spiked claws and black parts of his subordinate's cloak. His hair became spikier and his mask cracks and seems to be fused with his face, which is also covered in black fabric. Black marks covered his arms and face. I'm in a terrible mood, but at least I feel a little better. Chapter 51. The Awakening of the Phoenix. What happened? He fused with his subordinate and his injuries have disappeared. Eri is with Mirko and Sir Night-Eye is watching over them. I don't see Aizawa-sensei anywhere. He disappeared along with the man in the white raincoat. I have to face him. I'm obsessed with cleanliness, so if someone touches me my blood boils. It's the first time I've been pushed to this extreme. What a shame, right, Lemillion? If you hadn't gotten involved with Eri and me, you wouldn't have lost your quirk forever. He lost it. Overhaul lifted the box that had the bullets to erase quirks. If you hadn't gotten involved, you would have been able to continue fulfilling your dream. You continued despite losing your quirk, and now you involved your friends in this, and now they will all die. He threw himself towards Mirko, Eri and Night-Eye. Tetsu no aim. The villain looked to the right and saw 8 blades. He stopped, put his hands on the ground and raised a wall in front of him, but the blades destroyed it and Izuku stood in front of him wielding his Guandao. Izuku tried to stab his opponent, but Chisaki used his 2 extra arms to halt him. The green-haired man let go when the weapon shattered, quickly kicking him in the chest, sending him a few meters away from the group. It seems that not only his injuries have healed, but his stamina has also increased. Damn brat. Then Night-Eye threw himself at the villain. I'll take care of him. Dark Phoenix, take care of Lemillion and Eri. Damn. Okay, Izuku headed towards his fallen companion and the little girl next to him. For his part, Night-Eye headed towards Overhaul, while throwing him some stamps. What did you do with Eraser? And your assistant? I'm interested in that hero who turns off quirks, so I'm taking him to a VIP room. I wonder how it is possible that someone is so obsessed with destroying quirks. Are you afraid that yours will be erased? When you said that Lemillion's quirk disappeared forever, does that mean you completed your quirk erasing bullets and you used one on Lemillion? That means Lemillion really terrified you. Overhaul tried to hit Night-Eye with one of his claws, but the pro dodged it easily and used his quirk. Mirko. Night-Eye continued dodging Overhaul's attacks. You believed in my teachings. You believed in me and you became stronger. That's why I'm so proud of you. Now, all that matters to me is keeping the person you wanted to protect out of danger." Meanwhile, Izuku stood in front of Mirko and Eri. "Eri, Mirko, are you okay? Can you move?" "Yes. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm sorry for making you worry." Izuku gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, let's get out of here." He carried both of them and kicked the wall, opening a hole. "This closed a few moments ago, but I came this way so I know the way to get to the surface. We have to get away from here quickly. You have to create distance between that madman and you." Then Izuku heard a sob coming from Eri. "Please. That's enough. I'm sorry. Sir." Mirko's scream distracted Izuku from his thoughts, and he looked back. There he saw in horror how Night Eye was impaled by one of the spikes created by Overhaul. "Sir Night Eye." Chisaki placed his hands on the ground and sent a large number of spikes towards the group. Izuku stomped on the ground and lifted a large part of the ground, stopping his opponent's attack. "With just one movement he stopped my attack. His strength is much greater than before. Was he holding back?" Overhaul thought as he looked at the green-haired man in surprise. "Full cal 35%. I'm sure I won't last as long as the first time, but I'm not going to give up. Lemillion, take Eri out of here." "Yeah. It seems you don't understand, everything will happen as I have predicted, all of you are going to die." "You're wrong, even if it's something that fate decided, I will change the future." Izuku threw himself at Overhaul. The villain placed his 4 hands on the ground from which several peaks and 4 columns emerged that headed towards the green-haired man. Izuku spread his wings and flew to dodge the spikes on the ground, then materialized a mallet and destroyed the columns into pieces, then threw his mallet at him, to which his opponent covered himself by putting his arms in an X. He will not give up, and any wound caused will be repaired instantly. One hit, land a solid blow to the head, and you'll be able to beat him. When Overhaul recovered from the blow caused by the weapon thrown at him, he was surprised to see Izuku standing in front of him. Smash. He swung his leg to hit his opponent's head. Chisaki jumped back to dodge the blow, but it cut off both of his arms. No matter how fast you are compared to them. He put his hands on the ground. You're easy to predict a large amount of spikes headed towards the green-haired man. Careful. Materializing his Guandao, he destroyed several spikes, but one stuck in his right calf and one in his left forearm, and another pierced his right palm. Honestly, even though I repaired myself, it still hurts when I break. You know, I'm tired of this. Overhaul repaired his 2 lost arms. If he hadn't been distracted by the pain of losing his arms, that attack would have finished me off. You're wrong, I can still fight. Lemillion resisted in the same way. You can't underestimate the power of someone who doesn't give up. He raised his hand where a mouth appeared in the palm. Another one will die because of you. Is that what you want, Eri? Can you show the consciousness of the person you merged with? Wretch, he wants Eri back. It's not what I want. Izuku saw how Eri had returned to the room. Why did you come back? You must escape with Lemillion. Eri, do you really think this guy can do anything against us? No. So what should you do? Come back. But in exchange, make them go back to how they were before. Overhaul disappeared the mouth that was on his palm. Of course, it's easier to hurt yourself than to have others hurt themselves for you. The small flame of hope that Lemillion put inside you has already gone out. He looked at Izuku. Did you realize? Your selfish actions were the cruelest thing anyone could do to Eri, and that's why she doesn't want you here. At blinding speed, Izuku's Guandao pierced Overhaul's stomach and embedded him into a rock. Shut up. You can tell me this is none of my business. He pulled out the spike embedded in his leg. Eri, even if you don't want my help, I saw you crying, I'm going to save you. No one will die here today. He tensed the muscles of his arm and hand, destroying the spikes embedded there. We haven't lost yet. Chisaki pulled the Guandao out of his stomach and fell to his knees. Damn it. I told you it's useless. At that moment the roof opened and the Ryukyu team and the villain they were facing before fell. Ryukyu. Girls. Izuku saw the girls looking at him in confusion, then they saw Mr. Compress falling through the hole Ryukyu had fallen through. The League of Villains? Asked Ryukyu. Your Avity. Izuku called to his partner. I entrust Sir Night Eye to you. Dark Phoenix headed towards Eri, but then a rock rose from the ground and threw Eri into the air, moving her away, while a column with spikes rose in front of Izuku, causing several cuts on his body, a cut on his cheek and another on his eyebrow, blinding his right eye with blood. Chisaki. Overhaul created a platform where he was standing and rose up towards Eri. It's over, scum. Plans to escape through that hole. I won't allow it. Izuku used his wings to head towards Eri. This time I won't let her go. How persistent. Then the villain saw that a piece of debris had lifted Mirio's cloak. Lemillion's cloak, so it came this way. How disgusting. He grabbed Eri. Eri looked at Lemillion's cape. A hero's cape is to protect. The girl grabbed the cape and suddenly yellow lightning bolts shot out of Eri's horn and hit Overhaul, separating Namuto's body from hers. Then she saw Izuku flying towards her. They won't give up. Not until they save me. Even if they die, they won't give up. He approached the edge of the platform. I have to let them save me. I have to go back to their warm arms. He jumped towards Izuku. Izuku destroyed the rocks that crossed his path, but with each blow he landed, the wounds on his body bled more and more. I have to catch her. I already let her go once. This time I won't abandon her. Eri reached Izuku and wrapped her arms around his neck as she held onto him tightly. Everything will be okay, I'm not going to let you go anymore. Izuku wrapped his arms around Eri. Then the green-haired man saw Overhaul place a hand on the stone platform. Give it back to me. Several stone columns headed towards Izuku, who quickly began to dodge them, but then his vision began to blur. Damn, I've lost a lot of blood, but I won't let it go anymore. I won't let him go through that again. What kind of hero do you want to be? I don't want them to worry about me again, I want to win every battle and save everyone. The area around Falcon was surrounded by red lines. What is this? The column came from the right, and Izuku destroyed it with a kick. The one coming from the left he dodged with his wings, and then used it to slide, while he saw Overhaul lunge towards them. He then jumped while preparing to throw another kick. Lend me your strength. One for all. Suddenly Izuku disappeared and all the columns that Overhaul controlled as well as the surroundings were destroyed by a powerful air pressure. Ryukyu stood up again as she shook off some debris that was on top of her and looked at those below her body. What was that powerful shock wave? I don't know. Where is Izuku-kun? Uraraka asked. Then everyone saw Chisaki, who was covered in wounds but was standing up. Chisaki. The villain used his quirk to destroy his arm and put it back together. I never told Eri her quirk or how to use it. Eri, you can't leave, you belong to me. He walked towards his subordinate who had been defeated by Ryukyu and placed a hand on him. If I want to fulfill the boss's ambitions, I need you. Eri. His body began to fuse with his subordinate. This is bad, said Ryukyu. Alright. They all looked at Sir. You'll be fine. At least for now, he won't notice you. He'll go to the surface after Midoriya and Eri. And he'll kill Midoriya. We have to help him, said Uraraka. I've seen it, said Sir. We have to do something, said Ryukyu. In his state they can't beat him. So what? We can't just stand idly by. You can't know what the future holds. Fruppy Sir called her. Mirio should be beyond the hole in the wall, please help him. Ryukyu, Uravity, take me. Take me to the surface. A large shadow began to take shape where Chisaki Kai had previously stood. With Izuku. Izuku gasped in surprise when he realized he was in midair several meters above the ground. What happened? I was just trying to kick him. How did I get here? You traveled at high speed using strong wind pressure. I exceeded my recommended limit. Wait, my legs. He looked down but was surprised to see that his legs were fine. Eri looked at Izuku, who looked back at her and smiled. A few seconds later the green-haired man landed on the ground. My body feels hot. No, it's cold. I'm sure you used 100%, but you didn't break anything. Not only that, all my wounds are healed. I think I know what happened. The green-haired boy left the little girl on the ground and looked at her with a smile. You're using your quirk, right? He looked at the little girl's horn that was shining. Suddenly Izuku fell to his knees while holding his body. What's wrong with me? Now I feel like I'm being destroyed from the inside. Falcon looked at his hand, which had begun to fade. This doesn't look good. Then a distorted voice was heard from beneath the ground. She can't control her power. The floor beneath them began to crack and spikes were thrown towards the two, but Izuku reacted quickly and used his wings to push them away from the attack. You activated it at a good time, but you don't know how to stop it, right, Eri? Overhaul emerged from beneath the earth, displaying a new appearance. The lower part of his body merges into a monster stone structure from which protrudes multiple appendages, each equipped with clawed hands. The upper part of his body is the same, but is located within the mouth of the structure, and his upper jaw has the mask of the subordinate with which he fused. And I thought it couldn't get any uglier. Eri rewinds humans. Depending on how she uses it, she could turn a person into a monkey if she wanted. If you continue carrying her, she'll make you disappear. Everyone who touches her returns to nothingness. Her quirk is cursed. Give her back to me, there's no other way to stop her than my quirk. Izuku looked at the cloak that Eri was still holding, took it, then put the girl on his back and tied her to his body with the cloak. That won't happen. The moment my leg broke, before I could feel any pain, she rewound my body and returned it to its previous state. Her quirk is kind and gentle. Are you thinking the same thing as me? Let's try. If she can quickly rewind my severely injured body to its previous state, then… You still don't understand. They can create as many small flames of hope as they want. But they won't end my darkness. The new age of darkness has begun. I will bring the cure to this sick society. Izuku closed his eyes. You can never extinguish them. That. Even if they're small flames, if you gather them together, you can light up the darkness. Even if one of them goes out, as long as one remains lit, the rest can be rekindled. You can never put out my fire. Someone like you can't put out our flame. Falcon closed his eyes and then along with the red lines that were around him, dark violet lines began to appear. You're right Izuku, I'm also going to fight by your side. Overhaul observed the change in appearance of the young man in front of him. His hair stood on end and became lighter, the phoenix armor activated, and the symbol on his shoulder began to flicker, while glowing brightly between red and green. The most notable feature of his change was that his wings were covered in green flames. When he opened his eyes, trails of fire began to come out of them. Full cal 100%. Would you lend me your strength, Eri? The little girl looked at Izuku's face and then with one hand touched his wing. It doesn't burn me, it's warm. Neither Eri nor you can understand the value of its power. Quirks progress as they develop. Through extensive research, I have been able to extract Eri's power and have brought it to its maximum splendor. As a result, it not only rewinds the body, but affects a greater flow. It rewinds the history of the species before it mutated. That is the power Eri has. The power to eliminate quirks and return humanity to normal. The power to destroy this quirk-based world, that is Eri. Overhaul began to use his quirk on the surrounding houses. You who do not understand its value, you cannot use it. He sent several stone columns towards Izuku, but he disappeared and in an instant he was in front of Overhaul. Very slowly he gave him a strong kick in the stomach, raising Chisaki's large body towards the sky. Izuku growled and then saw that the energy coming out of Eri's horn grew stronger. Her power is increasing, Chisaki said she doesn't know how to use her quirk. It's like the first time she uses one for all, she doesn't know how to control it, so she just expels all the power she has. Overhaul placed his hand on his body and some of his arms transformed into two wings, then he descended and while flying over the street, he placed his hand from which several dozen stone pillars emerged and threw themselves into the sky. Smash. Seeing the attack coming, Izuku threw a punch destroying all the pillars. 8 more pillars headed towards the green-haired man from behind, but a sword materialized in his hand, and with a movement he destroyed the pillars. I didn't do it. It was me. Falcon-sensei. How? Inside Izuku, Falcon stood with a sword in his hand. His hair was spiky, and his wings were covered in dark violet flames. I discovered a long time ago that if I wanted to I could control your body, but it would only be for a few minutes until my soul exhausted all its energy and disappeared, but with Eri rewinding everything in your body, it allows me to help you in this fight. I see. I'll watch your back, but we have to get him away from here, or he could hurt innocent people. Izuku descended at high speed, nailing his feet on Overhaul's sword, crashing him into the ground, then grabbed him by his wings and threw him into the sky again. The different hands tried to hit the green-haired boy. Izuku materialized a Kusurigama and dodged a fist and wrapped the chain around his wrist, then he dodged another and wrapped the chain around his bicep. 2 hands tried to crush him by colliding their palms. Izuku extended his hand stopping them, kicked one and wrapped the chain around the other wrist, and then went for the remaining hand. When he finished he flew around his waist. Let's tie this idiot up. Pulling the chain, Overhaul's arms were secured to his waist. Izuku began to spin him rapidly. What do I do with it? Do you remember the abandoned construction zone? With a smile Izuku threw his opponent away from the place and then began to follow him until he fell to the ground. Overhaul started to stand up and saw that there was a lot of building materials around him, but the place seemed abandoned. Then he saw Izuku land in front of the. Izuku growled as he felt his body burn. I must defeat him quickly. I don't know how long I can hold out, since it seems that Eri is rewinding faster and faster. Damn brat. Izuku saw Overhaul put his hands on the ground and send a large number of stone columns at him. Materializing his Guandao, he took a step to the side avoiding 2 columns and then cut them. He took 3 steps back and the columns that were heading towards him were stuck in front of his feet. He bent his back backwards, saw a thick column in front of his eyes, and with a movement he destroyed it. My movements are much more fluid compared to my usual way of fighting. No, these are Falcon-sensei's movements. In Izuku's mind, Falcon was moving quickly with his own Guandao as he moved Izuku's body. Overhaul put his hand on the construction that was nearby, and then his fists were covered by metal, and he began to throw a large amount of punches at Izuku. The green-haired man simply ducked or slightly shifted his body to dodge his opponent's blows. He then stopped his fist with his hand, and then hit his opponent's forearm with his other hand, breaking his arm. Overhaul shot backwards, destroying his body, leaving only his head and torso. Each of you lacks perspective. I plan to destroy the very structure of the world. Your justice is tiny in comparison, it's sentimentality. All to believe yourselves heroes. His arms and legs rebuilt themselves, making them large and muscular. He lunged at the green-haired man, bringing both fists down on him. Out of my way. Raising both hands, the green-haired man stopped his fists. It just can't be. You're right, I'm sentimentalist. He brought his leg back. Smash. He kicked Chisaki and sent him flying back where they came from. Overhaul managed to stop, noticing that they were at the base of the 8 precepts. He saw a black blur approaching quickly. He prepared for another attack, but in an instant he only saw a flash and looked down and saw that he had lost his arm along with his left leg. He turned and saw Izuku holding a large black sword with roots, and the hilt was a scale. The sword of Damocles. Using his quirk overhaul again, he destroyed his limbs and reassembled them, but then he saw a shadow above him, and when he looked up he saw Izuku beginning to descend on him. If I can't save a girl who is suffering, how can I be a hero who saves everyone? As the green fire descended from its wings, it covered Izuku's body, taking the form of a phoenix. Phoenix blast. The blow connected, causing a large amount of green flames to cover the sky, and then Overhaul's body impacted at high speed against the ground. Near where the hole Ryukyu caused was. Night Eye and Uraraka watched in surprise as the battle ended. Night Eye, you said Izuku-kun was going to be killed, right? I saw it. Chisaki managed to escape and kill Midoriya. That was the immutable future I saw, but Izuku descended and landed on the ground, while all the heroes and police officers who were in the surroundings had approached. Upon seeing the place where a sea of fire had appeared in the sky, they were surprised to see the appearance of the green-haired man and the power that radiated. This future. I hadn't seen it. Does this mean it's possible to change the future? A small smile appeared on his face. Izuku gasped a little for air and turned his head to see the girl tied to his back. Eri, are you hurt? Yellow energy erupted around him, bringing him to his knees. The energy of his quirk is increasing more and more. Ah. Falcon. Sensei. Falcon was kneeling on the ground, looking at the place where his left arm and part of his torso had been. You must stop her. If this continues, she will expel me from your body. With a loud shout, Overhaul got back to his feet and grabbed Izuku and Eri with a giant hand, but Eri's great energy undid his transformation. While he was in the air, Uraraka jumped in the air, grabbed him, and pinned him to the ground. Ryukyu came out of the hole helping Amajiki, who was holding Mirio, and Asui, who was carrying Izawa, to get out. What's the situation? Asked Ryukyu. Night Eye is right behind me. We asked the local residents to evacuate, and Dark Phoenix defeated Chisaki, but something is very wrong with him. Everyone who could tried to get closer to help him, but a large amount of fire and green lightning that came out of Izuku's body made everyone back off. What do we do? I can't move. Eri looked at the hero suffering beneath her. No. Stop or he'll die too. No. Stop. 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 Izawa, who was in Asui's arms, moved a finger, causing his student to raise her head to look at Izuku. I'm sorry Midoriya, I'm going to look at you. He activated his quirk. Suddenly all the energy coming out of Eri stopped, and both she and the green-haired boy fell to the ground. As they fell to the ground, Izuku put his hands on Eri's head to prevent her from getting hurt. A few seconds later, gasping for air, the green-haired man began to stand up, moved Eri, and carried her bridal style. In the distance, the sounds of ambulance sirens could be heard. Sensei. Falcon Sensei. I'm fine. But I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for now. Then Izuku felt his connection with Falcon fade away. He watched as ambulances began to arrive and quickly headed to A. There are several injured. Call for all the ambulances you can. Quickly. Check for more victims. The League of Villains could be nearby. Look for them. Ryukyu ordered the police. Yes ma'am. As Izuku headed towards the ambulance, he saw that they were attending to the injured, like Night Eye, Mirio, Rock Lock, and he even saw Kirishima being transported on a stretcher, followed by a very thin fat gum. The ambulances were also picking up the injured villains. I hand Eri over to one of the ambulance attendants. She's had a fever since she fainted, please take care of her. We'll take her to the hospital and you too, said the police chief. Okay. Midoriya. Izuku turned his head and looked at Sir Night Eye, who was being carried on a stretcher. Night Eye. You really did it. You changed the future. All Might said he'll live. He doesn't know how to introduce himself to you. You two have to see each other and talk again. A smile appeared on Sir's face under the oxygen mask. You win. The bet. They quickly put him in the ambulance and took him away. Izuku looked up at the sky. I won. But at what price? A few minutes later. The 8 death penalty in police custody were being transported. A black ambulance was being transported in overhaul, closely followed by a patrol car. We're transporting 11 members of the 8 precepts of death. All of them are seriously injured. We're on our way to the villain hospital. We've confiscated all of their personal belongings. We also have the aforementioned bullets in our possession, and we also have another box of bullets of as yet unknown effects, said a nurse who was in the ambulance next to Chisaki. The Yakuza was on a stretcher tied with straps and metal handcuffs covering his hands to prevent him from using his quirk. Suddenly a truck crossed the path of the ambulance, and the driver was surprised when he saw Shigaraki Tamura on top of the truck. The truck doors opened revealing Dabi and Mr. Compress. "And Shogi, I just have to take the opponent's king, right?" said Shigaraki. "It's not that simple," Dabi replied. Mr. Compress was on the phone. "They came, just like you said. This highway is the fastest way to the villain hospital. Thanks for letting us know. This old man takes his hat off to you, Toga-chan. Actually, it was Jin-kun who told me to let you know. I was too busy staring at Izuku. Honestly, I should apologize for asking for your hand. As long as you only need one. I was watching the police, and while we couldn't get the girl, there's a high probability the final product is there. And even if it isn't, you'll want to say hello, right?" Dabi looked back. "Hey lizard, you move too fast. I get dizzy easily. Don't call me a lizard. My name is Spinner. Do you have a problem with the fantastic skills I acquired from video games?" Spinner shouted from the driver's seat. "Don't get mad, idiot," Dabi replied. "What does attacking the police have to do with creating a true society of heroes? Are we following Stain's teachings? I'm not sure about this. It's a necessary sacrifice, Spinner." "Keep driving," Shigaraki said. A patrol car pulled up in front of the ambulance. Dabi raised his hand and fired a large number of blue flames, but they were stopped by what looked like a sand shield. The patrol car door opened and a hero stepped out. "The League of Villains are demons who seek to harm our society. A hero, you would obviously be here." Spinner slowed down. Shigaraki ordered. The leader of the villain league jumped on the patrol, but was stopped by a cloud of sand. "My natural opposite, huh? Your quirk disintegrates anything your 5 fingers touch. But you can't do anything against a cloud of sand," the hero explained. "He's famous, huh?" Dabi said. Shigaraki tries to distract him. Mr. Compress threw a marble, and when he was under the police car, he deactivated his quirk, releasing a large rock that knocked the police car over. When the police car turned around, Shigaraki threw himself at the ambulance, put his hand inside the cab, and turned the steering wheel, causing it to turn around as well. Dabi and Mr. Compress also got out of the truck. The professional hero managed to pull the police officer standing next to him out of the overturned patrol car. "Are you okay?" "Heroes always rush to save the lives of others," first Dabi said from behind the hero. The hero left the policeman unconscious on the ground. "Recently, there have been cases of charred bodies found in alleys. Oh. I'm on the news. I'm excited. Have you never stopped to think how their families felt?" The hero created a lion with his sand and threw it at Dabi. Dabi threw his flames at him, then the hero along with the fire was enclosed in a marble. It burns. Sand doesn't burn, right? He's going to die. From what I saw, he can only transform the upper part of his body into sand." The back of the ambulance opened and Shigaraki kicked out the stretcher that Overhaul was on. "And you were going to be the next ruler? What a bad joke." Overhaul didn't even look at him. "You came to kill me wasn't a question." "No, I actually thought of something you'd hate more. I hate you because you're arrogant." Then Overhaul's arm was encased in a marble by Mr. Compress, who approached from behind. "Me too, I hate you." The villain took off his mask with a robotic arm. "I stumbled upon this, but there are 2 boxes. What's the final product? Anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter. Give it back." "You know, Overhaul, if you're going to go around erasing everyone's quirks, then don't you think you shouldn't rely on your quirk?" He touched his other arm with his 5 fingers, which began to disintegrate. "Oops, if we don't cut that, your entire body will be reduced to dust." He took out a knife and cut off his other hand and threw his handcuffs to the ground. "All done. You're now the inept and defenseless man without a quirk." Shigaraki took off his hand that was covering his face and looked directly at Overhaul. "You put all your efforts into creating it. And now it's all mine. You can't even move a finger because you don't have any anymore. All you can do is stand there staring in envy for the rest of your life. Good luck with that. They're going to send reinforcements soon. Hurry up and get on board," Spinner warned them. The 3 villains headed towards their truck. "We will be the next ones." With Izuku. All the injured had been taken to a hospital for treatment. Izuku had taken off his jacket along with the Phoenix armor and was standing in front of a doctor who was reviewing a clipboard. "Just to be sure, I gave you a complete physical exam. I didn't find anything wrong with your body other than your arms." "I see, thanks. How come you have those injuries?" "That doesn't matter, I thank you very much for everything." Taking his things, Izuku left the room. "Falcon-sensei. It seems he's still resting." Midoriya. Turning, Izuku saw Ryukyu approaching. When he stopped in front of him, he looked at him closely for a few seconds, or more precisely at the scars that covered his body. "I'm sorry you have to see this." The green-haired man began to dress. The heroine came out of her trance embarrassed. "No, it's okay, where I come from a man should show his scars with pride. I see. How are you feeling? The doctor says I'm fine. What are you doing here? I was just checking on Asui and Uraraka. They're employed by my office after all. I must say that many were injured, so it's hard to call this a favorable situation. Still, thank you Midoriya. I promised I would rescue her. Ryukyu smiled. You really are as amazing as Nijire told me. I actually heard from the police that only 10 were harmed and only a few civilians had minor injuries. Then Nijire told me how your fight against Overhaul went. You threw him into the air, then you threw him far away to an abandoned area, and when you came back you kept the fight near the hole to avoid further damage. I launched it into an uninhabited area to avoid casualties, and by keeping it in the air, I prevented it from destroying the surroundings and reduced its attacks. You were able to plan all of that while in a really complicated situation. I must say I'm impressed. If I impress such a fantastic heroine, I must be doing something right. The heroine's smile widened. I'd like to work with you again. I might call you to join my group for a few days. I'll be waiting for you, Izuku replied with a smile. Midoriya. The green-haired boy saw Izawa approaching them. Sensei, is it okay for me to get up? They only gave me 10 stitches, it's nothing serious. I just went to see the others. Come with me. Saying goodbye to Ryukyu. Izuku and Izawa started walking through the hospital corridors. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to help you at crucial moments. No problem. How are the others? Kirishima has many bruises and lacerations all over his body, but his life is not in danger. Amajiki has cracks on his face, but they will heal with time without scarring. Fat Gum has several broken bones, but he seems like he'll be fine. Rocklock was quite lucky. His injuries did not reach his vital organs, so he is not in danger. I'm glad. How's Eri? She hasn't woken up and her fever hasn't gone down yet. We've quarantined her for now. We made that decision based on the things you told us about her. She can't control her quirk that can rewind a person. If she wakes up again and activates her quirk, only I can stop her. You experienced her quirk constantly destroying your body, didn't you? Yeah. I can say that there aren't many people who would manage to survive that, and even if they did, she would make their power only increase. You're right, the more I increased my power, the stronger his became. I must thank you for being there to deactivate his quirk. It was nothing. That's why, because we don't know how strong she is and to keep our minds at ease. Personally, I think that was the most appropriate option for the moment. We're also doing this for her own good. When you wake up and are feeling well, would you allow me to see you? It could be very dangerous. Please. Izawa turned around and saw the plea in his student's eyes. With a sigh, he scratched the back of his neck. I'm not promising anything, but I'll see what I can do. Thank you very much, Izuku bowed. They both got into an elevator. As I was saying, his power only works on living beings. It will be very difficult for him to practice. Both due to the lack of information and his condition. In short, we can't count on his quirk. All we have to do is accept it. What do you mean? Without realizing it, they had both gotten off the elevator and walked until they reached some sliding doors that opened, and Izuku looked at the people inside. All Might. Recovery Girl. Why are you here? I asked him to come, said Bubble Girl. Sir was always thinking about All Might, then she started to cry and was comforted by Centipeder. A surgeon stepped forward. Unfortunately, there's nothing we could do. It's honestly a miracle he's alive. At this point, my quirk isn't helping either, said Recovery Girl. Izuku opened his eyes in shock when he saw the room behind everyone. There stood Sir Night-Eye wearing a mask, surrounded by machines, several tubes sticking out of him, and his left arm was also missing. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can hold out until tomorrow. Everyone entered the room. Night-Eye. Sir opened his eyes. All Might. You finally came. When I'm about to die. I don't know what to say. I did something horrible to you. What a serious face. I don't hold a grudge. All I wanted was for you to be happy. That's why. If you decided to fight against fate, I'm fine with that. I want you to fight fate too. Please do it. I want to make up for everything I did to you. Make up for it. I also owe a lot of people for bothering them. Until now, I've been looking for every way possible to change your future. I wanted to change the future where you died. I searched all this time, but nothing worked. I couldn't change anything. I look at Izuku, who was next to All Might. But Midoriya showed me a way. I think it's energy. A future you strongly desire. A strong vision, and without any doubt, energy of wanting a future. I'm sure Midoriya is no longer the only one. I think everyone strongly believed in a future. And then all that force was focused on Midoriya, who ended up expelling it. The future is uncertain. You changed my vision on it. I'm satisfied with that. There's only one thing I regret. Wait to Goddess-san. Mirio suddenly entered the room, trying to be stopped by a nurse. Sir Night-Eye. Mirio. No. Please don't die. You can't leave. You can't. He begged with tears in his eyes. Mirko. I made you experience so much suffering. If it were more. You taught me everything. It was because of you that I became strong. And it's because of you that I'm still here. Please, you have to keep teaching me. You can't die. Sir slowly raised his hand, touched Mirko's face and activated his quirk. Everything will be okay. You will become an exceptional hero. That is the only future we must not change. So please. Continue smiling. Night Eye smiled. While crying, Mirko held All Might, who was crying, and Izuku, who was simply silent. Society needs smiles, laughter and joy. To achieve a bright future. Sir Night Eye's hand fell, and only the beep of the heart monitor was heard. At the same time, in a certain mountain range. A car was moving along the highway as it entered the mountain. Inside the vehicle were Detective Tsukauchi and Gran Torino. So they saw him on a practically deserted mountain. Are you sure Kurogiri will be there? Asked Gran Torino. They've seen him 4 times in the last 2 days. The lack of people in the area gives them credibility. But with his quirk, he can teleport. It's the perfect power for stealth. And it turns out they saw him 4 times completely alone. I don't understand it. Even if we don't know what the League is up to, this is our chance to catch Kurogiri. We're counting on you, Gran Torino. The former hero smiled. Gosh. They like to exploit the elderly. A few minutes later they had parked near the woods with other police officers. Tsukauchi put his hand to his ear where he had a communicator. This is Team 3. We found him. Arrest him before he can use his quirk. Gran Torino. I know. Gran Torino used his quirk and began to move quickly through the trees until he managed to spot Kurogiri in the distance. The villain noticed the hero's presence and tried to use his quirk. I won't leave you. Gran Torino quickly slammed his body against Kurogiri's, put his foot on his back and held him in place. We finally meet, Kurogiri of the League of Villains. Gran Torino. You're the most troublesome in the league. If we stop you, the rest will be easy. Gran Torino. Tsukauchi approached with other police officers. He can open dimensional portals with his hands and head. Be careful. Kurogiri chuckled. Gran Torino. What do you want? It is rumored that a villain appears around here, didn't you know? That. It seems to attract attention. But I had no other choice. Because I came to see that man. You'll tell me everything later when you're behind bars. At that moment several tremors began to shake the ground. What's with these tremors? Asked Tsukauchi. He saw the future. There was Kurogiri. Who are you talking about? Asked Gran Torino. He told me that if he disappeared I would be the only one who could protect Shigaraki Tamura, and if we needed help I should look for him. A large shadow loomed over the group. It was a huge individual, about the height of a large tree with a muscular build. His hair is spiky, and parts of his body appear to be irregular, like a rock. His teeth are prominently pointed, his lower canines protruding from his mouth on either side. He carried a portable radio attached to a string around his neck. Tsukauchi, Gran Torino. The master didn't just instruct Shigaraki Tamura. This person is one of All for One's most faithful servants. Gigantomachia. Everything is. For the master. Gigantomachia raised his hand. A loud explosion was heard throughout the forest. Several days later. Melancholy was in the air. Heavy gray clouds could be seen in the sky, further cementing the mood. A large number of people were gathered at the cemetery. It was the day of Sir Night Eye's burial. All his friends and acquaintances were there. At the front of the group were Mirko, All Might, Bubble Girl and Centipeder, while behind them were several people and other heroes. Izuku was wearing a black suit and was standing far away from the group, leaning against a tree as he watched the scene. He could also see Najire, Amajiki, Uraraka, Asui, Kirishima, Fat Gum, Ryukyu, and Izawa. So I can't do it. No. It wasn't your fault, you know that, right? Yes. Sir Night Eye died the way he lived. As a hero. Izuku looked at his hand and remembered the conversation he had with Mirko. Flashback. Izuku looked at the door in front of him. It was Mirio's room. He had been staring at the door for a few minutes. Here I go. She opened the door and was surprised when she saw Mirko on his back doing exercise. Hello. Good morning, Midoriya. They say I'll be staying here one more day. But I feel perfectly fine, damn it. Sigh, if your wound's open you'll stay longer, you know. Okay, he sat back down on the bed. How do you feel? I mean, with the whole situation. I lost my quirk, and now Night Eye is gone too. I have no reason to smile now, but it's exactly. He looked out the window. That's why I will. Night Eye was quite tough with you, but when he talked to me he smiled a lot. That's why I'm not going to cry anymore. I'll become a great hero. He turned around and looked at Izuku with a smile. And if she sees me discouraged, Eri will suffer too. Mirko. Yeah. You. Are very strong, did you know that? You too. I don't know what brought you down, but you tried your best. You are a great hero, Dark Phoenix. Besides, I spoke with Eraser Sensei yesterday. He said that if at any point Eri was able to gain control of her quirk, and if it was beyond her ability, they would try several things to return me to normal. The point is, I'm fine with this. I have Night Eye's foresight on my side. I lightly hit Izuku's head. So smile, understood? Izuku smiled. You're right, thanks Mirko. Well now I have to go, the others are waiting for me downstairs. See you later. Izuku left the room, but stared into space, then took out a small bottle with a red liquid, looked at it for a few seconds, removed the cork and drank the contents. When he finished, he threw it in the trash and went to look for the others. He hadn't noticed the shadow that was just around the corner. End of flashback. Izuku clenched his fist. You were going to give it to him, right? The one for all. Check your memories. Your blood was what was in that jar, wasn't it? Yeah. Why didn't you give it to him? I understood that even if I had given it to him, he would not have accepted it because he would prefer not to have his quirk than for me to lose mine. One for all isn't your only quirk. I know, I could also see it in his eyes. He believes that Eri will be able to master her quirk and return his. If I had insisted on giving him one for all, it would be like scorning that trust. I understand. Izuku looked at the group near him, some were crying, others were trying to hold back their tears, and others just had a solemn expression as they said goodbye to Night Eye. A drop fell on Izuku's cheek. He looked up at the sky and saw how the rain began to fall heavily all over the place. It's raining. No. They are tears from heaven. After a few minutes, the small crowd began to disperse. Uraraka, Asui, Mirko, Najire, and Amajiki, carrying umbrellas, approached Aizawa with all might. Let's go back, said Aizawa, receiving a nod from everyone. Where is Izuku-kun? Everyone looked for him, but then they saw him walking in the rain. He spread his wings and headed towards the sky. Midoriya-kun. Leave him. Everyone turned and looked at All Might. He has a lot on his mind right now. After all, he must be suffering from not being able to keep that promise. With Izuku. The green-haired man remained in flight for several hours, while the drops of icy rain, like needles, fell on the ground. I will not allow anyone to die. Midoriya taught me that there was another way. You win the bet. He got off near an apartment building. After walking a bit, he stopped in front of a door, raised his hand, hesitated for a few seconds, and then his knuckles hit the wood. I'm coming. The door opened, showing Rumi, who was shocked when she saw her boyfriend in a completely soaked suit in front of her door. Izuku. I'm here. Well. He didn't finish speaking because Rumi's arms wrapped around him as she brought him closer to her warm body, very contrary to the coldness of his own body. It's okay, Izuku. I'm here for you. Slowly, Izuku's arms wrapped around the woman in front of him, hugging her tightly. He rested his head on her shoulder, and the tears he didn't know he was holding back began to roll down his cheeks. Several hours later. Izuku sighed as he looked up at the ceiling of Rumi's room. Are you okay? He turned his head and saw Rumi, who had just gotten out of the shower with a towel drying her hair. Yes, thanks. You don't have to say thank you, I'm your girlfriend, I'm supposed to be with you through thick and thin. Not just me, I'm sure Momo, Yu and Namuri would tell you the same thing. She lay down next to him. I hold her closer to her body. I really don't deserve them. So far you're doing a good job of showing us that you do it with a smile. He snuggled closer to her body. Izuku's phone, which was on the nightstand next to the bed, vibrated. When he picked it up, he saw that it was a message from Uraraka. Izuku-kun, I hope you're okay. We've already arrived at UA. Everyone found out what happened and was worried about us. We told them not to worry about you, that you'll be back soon. You see, you don't only have us, you also have friends who care about you. Izuku wrote a reply. Thanks everyone, I'm fine now, don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow. He finished his message and dialed a phone number. There were only 2 rings before someone answered. Hello, Izuku. Hello, Momo. How are you? Where are you now? I heard what happened. Are you okay? I'm fine, I'm at Rumi's house now. I guess I've been thinking too much about Eri and Sir Night Eye's death. I see, but don't let that torment you. This is the way heroes live after all. I guess you're right. So keep going and smile, because when you do I know everything will be okay. Thank you, I'll be there tomorrow, I love you. I love you too. Then the call was cut off and Izuku put his phone back on the nightstand. I also heard about Sir Night Eye, I'm sorry. Me too, what happened to him made me realize the reality of being a hero. Dying on the job is something you have to be prepared for. I'm sure you know that better than anyone after all the times you've been hurt. I'd never seen someone die in front of me. That made me realize what I really have to expect if I plan on becoming a hero. You learn to cope with it over time. As you live for those who died, at least that's what I do. And I'm prepared to die if necessary. Izuku turned them over and hovered over Rumi's body. Don't do it, make sure you don't die. I wouldn't have cared before she raised her hands and cupped her boyfriend's face. But now I have you and the girls, I can't promise I won't die, but I'll do everything I can to survive. The two shared a kiss as they tried to leave what happened in the past and head towards the future. Several days later, Shoto Todoroki cherished moments of peace. For as long as he could remember, he'd been given only one goal in his life: to surpass All Might. His father had forced him from a very young age to undergo intensive training just to achieve this goal. He was denied many things that any child would have to go through just to fulfill his father's ambition, but despite all of that he had fleeting moments of peace, thanks to one person. His mother, a loving and understanding woman who supported him to become a hero like himself and not to shape someone else's ambitions. To him, his mother was a constant light in his life, someone he could lean on while he endured all the pain and suffering his father caused him, but there was something he didn't know, and that was: his mother was suffering. One day he went looking for his mother and found her talking on the phone with his grandmother, and when he called her he saw something in her eyes that he would never forget: despair. That day many things changed. He received a large scar across his left eye because his mother threw boiling water on him, his mother was torn from his side, and his childhood died that day. After that day he swore to himself that he would destroy his father's ambitions. He would become the #1 hero only with his mother's quirk. For many years he strengthened and trained to be able to achieve his goals, dedicating all his time only to that. He distanced himself from everyone, did not form bonds with anyone, and raised walls around his heart, only living with his hatred and resentment towards the past. Then he entered UA to Class 1A, he would be with other aspiring heroes, and would receive classes from All Might himself. When he met them he wasn't very impressed. There was a great variety of quirks among his classmates. Only 2 people caught his attention. The first was Katsuki Bakugo. His quirk allowed him to produce explosions. He was intelligent and was very versatile with his quirk. Unfortunately his attitude left much to be desired, even so he knew he would get in his way. The second was the one that had caught his attention the most. At first glance, Izuku Midoriya didn't stand out much from others. It wasn't until the exercise they did in All Might's class that he understood. He was strong. Due to his 2 parents, he had become a hybrid possessing his mother's ice quirk and his father's fire quirk. That didn't apply to Midoriya since he had 3 quirks that were not related to each other, but he used his great intelligence and instincts to combine them perfectly. At first he thought that like him he had to sacrifice many things to become so strong, but he was surprised when he saw that he acted friendly with everyone around him. Sometimes he was serious, sometimes he joked with others, he always had a smile on his face. He couldn't understand it, it seemed that his bonds with others made him strong. Before he knew it, the start of the sports festival was announced. He decided that this was his chance to show everyone his strength, to rebel against his father. He would deny everything about him by winning the sports festival with his mother's quirk. That day he found out that All Might was apparently interested in Midoriya. He decided that Midoriya was a threat. On the day of the sports festival, he challenged him to find out which of them was the best, but he simply mocked him, saying that he would have no chance of defeating him unless he used his flames. Despite his best efforts, he was outclassed by Midoriya in the first 2 trials. After the second trial, he managed to speak with him privately, telling him part of his story and what he had discovered a few years earlier about how his father had forced my mother to marry him. He did this so that he would know the depth of his ambition, but despite everything, he didn't mind and told him that he hoped to face him. His first fight was very easy, and then he faced Midoriya. He quickly realized the difference between their powers. No matter how much ice he used, Midoriya would destroy everything and connect strong blows on him. While fighting, his opponent began to incite him to use his flames, which only made him angry, but at the same time he felt like the walls he had put around his heart were beginning to crumble. He then told him that his flames were his and that he was not like his father. Then I remembered all the moments of my childhood. I remembered my mother, all the moments I spent with her. And I used my flames. We decided to end our fight with all our power. A huge explosion occurred when we collided our attacks, and in a last display of strength, Midoriya threw me off the platform. That fight opened my eyes and showed me the mistakes I was making. Despite everything that happened, Midoriya offered me his friendship. He had sacrificed his arm to save me. It was at that moment that I realized I wanted to leave the past behind, and for that I decided to see my mother again after so many years. The first thing she did was ask for my forgiveness, but I knew there was nothing to forgive. We had both been victims of circumstances. My mother was happy to see me again, and little by little I began to have friends and interact with others. Thanks to Midoriya, who destroyed my barriers, I was able to move forward and recover the moments with my mother that I thought I had lost. At this moment Shoto was visiting his mother, enjoying some quiet moments. I'm glad to know everyone is okay. Shoto was sitting next to his brother Natsuo. Near them was his mother watering some small pots she had in the room. Yes, I'm doing my best in my studies. Natsuo smiled. And how is the hero course going, Shoto? His mother asked him. Well, I'm working hard in my special classes so I can take the test again and get my provisional license. I'm sure you can do it, son. Shoto smiled at his mother. Then Fayumi approached them and poured them some cups of tea. Mom, those flowers are beautiful. Where did you get them? Everyone looked toward a small table where a vase rested with a bouquet of tulips and roses along with some foliage. It was imperceptible, but Shoto saw his mother tense at the question. They were a gift. From a friend. Do you have friends? Natsuo asked only to be hit by his sister on the back of the head. Don't be rude, Natsuo. No, it's okay, I met him a few weeks ago. We meet sometimes and talk. He asks me for advice when he has problems. He's a good person. I see, was Shoto's response as he looked between the vase and his mother. They stayed for another hour until they said goodbye to their mother. Now the three brothers were leaving the hospital. Then, suddenly, Natsuo grabbed his brother's wrists and pulled them until they were hidden behind some bushes. What are you doing, Natsuo? Asked Fayumi. SHHH, aren't you curious to see who mom meets with? Do you want to spy on her? Asked Shoto. Yes, when we asked him about the flowers he started acting strange. This is ridiculous, Natsuo, she's our mother, Fayumi scolded him. Bend down. The three of them ducked down. From between the leaves they could see their mother coming out the door and they saw her walking away from the building. If you want to leave, do it, I'll see. With that, the young man with white hair ran away while spying on his mother. After a few minutes, Natsuo managed to follow his mother until she sat on a bench in front of a lake a little far from the hospital. He stayed behind a tree while he waited to see what would happen. Is no one coming yet? Asked a voice behind him. The young man jumped and was about to scream, but two hands covered his mouth and dragged him behind some bushes. Natsuo began to struggle until he realized it was Shoto and Fayumi who were holding him. When he calmed down, they took their hands off his mouth. Are you crazy? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I shout in a low voice so as not to alert them of their presence. Shut up, I just came to stop you from doing something stupid, Fayumi said, embarrassed. Yeah, sure, and you, Shoto? I admit I'm a little curious to see who's courting our mother. How old are you? Who the hell uses the word courting? Natsuo mocked. From today on I will try to use words that don't have so many consonants when I talk to you, Shoto replied in his usual calm tone. Thanks. Wait, did you just call me stupid? Fayumi covered her mouth to keep from laughing, then looked at her mother's place. You don't think mom is seeing someone else, right? I mean her and dad. She looked at her brothers and saw that both of them were giving her a look that said, are you serious? What? You know very well that we stopped being a family a long time ago, Shoto said without stopping looking where his mother was. I agree, if after everything she's been through, mom finds the possibility of being happy, I'll gladly support her, said Natsuo. They continued hidden, watching for a few more minutes. I think someone is coming there, Fayumi warned. They saw a young man approaching. He had green hair and eyes. He was wearing an olive green short-sleeved shirt, black jeans, and red boots. In his hand, he was carrying a large, square, white box. As he approached, they saw his mother's face light up and she smiled at the young man. Doesn't she look too young for mom? Natsuo asked. I think I've seen it somewhere, said Fayumi. They both turned to see Shoto, who hadn't said anything in a while. They were surprised when they saw him with his eyes wide open in shock and his mouth agape. What's up, Shoto? The young man blinked a couple of times as he continued to look at the young man in front of his mother. Midoriya. Midoriya. You mean the boy you fought with during the sports festival? Natsuo asked. Midoriya, is that boy who you told me is your friend? Asked Fayumi. Shoto didn't respond, he just continued looking at his friend as he spoke and smiled at his mother. Only one question was on his mind. What the hell is going on here? With Izuku and Rei, a few minutes ago. Are you sure about this? Yes, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm sorry, but I don't agree. I'm not doing this with any other intentions, I'm just returning the favor. Of course. MILF Hunter. Sensei, I'm doing this for my friend who has helped me in difficult times. Yeah, sure, you'll end up sleeping with her whether you want to or not. Okay, whatever you say. Shaking his head, the green-haired man approached the bench where Rei was sitting. Seeing him, the white-haired woman smiled at him. Hello, Izuku. Hello, how have you been? Well, I'm glad to see you again, it's been several days since you last came to see me. I'm sorry, a lot has happened. I've seen the diaries, what happened with the Yakuzas and how they managed to save that girl. How is she? Eri is fine, I hope to visit her soon. How are you feeling? Okay, I've come to terms with what happened, plus I told you I'd be back. Rei smiled with a slight blush on her cheeks. If I may ask, what's in the box? She pointed at the large square box that Izuku had brought. A smile spread across Izuku's face as he handed her the box. It's for you. For me. He took the box and opened it. His eyes widened in shock when he saw what was inside. Izuku. This is. I mean, I hope you like it. Ray took out what was inside. It was a black party dress. It had thin straps, a sequin neckline, and a straight skirt that reached the ankles with a slit for the left leg. Also in the box was a pair of black-heeled shoes, open at the toe. I can't accept it. Of course, it's a gift for being a good friend and for all the advice you've given me. Yeah, well, where am I going to use it? Izuku smiled. Last time I was here, you told me you wished you could go out and see how things are out there, so I decided I'd be your escort for a night out. What? But, Izuku, isn't that easy. I spoke to your doctor and he told me that if you want, he can give you a one-night stay. Ray had an apprehensive expression as she looked at the dress. Then she felt Izuku's scarred hand cover her smaller one. She raised her head and met his warm green eyes looking back at her. Ray, I know you've been here a long time and you have your doubts about going outside, but trust me when I say that if you accompany me out there I won't let anything bad happen to you, nor will I force you to do it. You will be the one who decides. Izuku watched Ray look away and stare at the dress as she became lost in thought. He saw a flurry of emotions flash through her eyes as she seemed to struggle with herself. Then he inhaled and exhaled. Okay, I accept. When are we going out? On Saturday, I'll pick you up around 8. With their plans already decided, they both stayed for several hours talking, completely unaware of the 3 people who were spying on them. A few days later, in UA. The whole class was gathered waiting for Aizawa to arrive to start the class. I can't believe we're back to normal, exclaimed Kirishima. After everything that happened, said Uraraka. Kirishima, do you have to wait to return to your residence? Kaminari asked. Yes, I'll be back when Fat Gum recovers from all his injuries. And you, Midoriya? I don't know, Centipeder will take over Sir's office, but I don't know what will happen from now on, so until that time comes I will train to become stronger. You're right. We always have to surpass ourselves, as Iida exclaimed while waving his arms. Zero approached the group. Midoriya, could you explain the last math topic to me? Please. Izuku looked at his partner. Sure, no problem. Me too, Midoriya. Shido hugged Izuku's arm. Some others also started wanting help. Then a hand landed on the pink-haired girl's shoulder, and when she turned around, she found a smiling Momo. We could do a study group like last time. Despite smiling, everyone could see a dangerous glint in his eyes that made Ishido let go of the green-haired boy and laugh nervously. I'd like to join too. Everyone turned around in surprise when they saw Todoroki approaching. Shoto, I didn't think you needed help. I had a bit of trouble getting my provisional license because of my extra classes. You're a useless half-and-half bastard. Bakugo mocked but was ignored. Of course you can join, Todoroki-kun, said Momo. Thanks. What day can we do it? Or is there a day that you are not available? I asked, looking at Izuku. The green-haired man gave him a strange look. What's wrong? Well, every 2 days I have something to do, Saturday and Sunday I'm busy. Do you have plans, Izuku-kun? Uraraka asked. All eyes were fixed on the green-haired man as he waited for an answer. Well, I'm going to visit a friend at the hospital. I met her by chance after what happened in Kamino, and after talking we became friends, so I visit her every 2 days to see how she's doing. You're amazing, Midoriya. Iida congratulated. What great manliness, Midoriya. That's very kind of you. At that moment Aizawa opened the door. Okay, class is about to start, but first, Midoriya needs to talk to you for a minute. The teacher left the classroom and headed out into the hallway, followed by his student. What's wrong, sensei? Iri woke up. Really? How are you feeling? Have you had any problems? Calm down, Aizawa raised his hand. His fever went down and when he woke up he didn't activate his quirk, but there's a problem. What's going on? She doesn't talk to anyone or eat anything, she doesn't let anyone near her, she seemed very scared and honestly the doctors don't know what to do. She only says one thing, and that is that she wants to see you, so we thought if you go see her you could convince her to let us help her. Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. The black-haired man nodded. I got a permit to take you after school, I'll wait for you at the school entrance 1 hour after school ends. Yeah. You'll need to prepare a couple of things. Oh, really? Believe me, you'll need them. With all that said, Izuku entered the classroom while planning his meeting with Iri. Several hours later. Izuku was sitting in a car that was being driven by Aizawa. How long do you think Iri should stay in the hospital? In theory she's healthy, but she'll need psychological help because of everything she's been through. If she allows us to get close enough to help her, she shouldn't be in the hospital for long. We also discovered that her quirk came from the horn on her head. His horn? Yes, but when his fever started to go down his horn also shrank and his energy levels decreased to almost nothing. I understand. What will happen to her next? There's nothing you can do. But what do you think you can do? Adopt her? It's not that easy. Aizawa looked at his student out of the corner of his eye. Don't worry, it hasn't been decided yet what will happen to her. When it is decided, I'll make sure you and Tagada are informed. Thank you. The two arrived at the hospital and got out of the car. Izuku put down his black backpack and guitar case. After checking in, they got on the elevator and headed to Irie's room. When he entered the room, Izuku saw that Irie was sitting on a stretcher looking outside. Irie. The little girl turned around and opened her eyes in surprise when she saw the green-haired boy standing outside the door. Izuku quickly approached while Irie stood up and threw herself into her savior's arms. You came back. Of course, I won't let you feel alone again. He hugged her back. Izuku put Irie back on the bed and sat next to her. How are you feeling? I'm fine, he replied timidly. I've been told you haven't been eating. This time Irie didn't respond, she just turned her face away in embarrassment. You must eat, Irie. He approached the tray that was nearby that contained Irie's lunch that had not been touched. He took a plate with what looked like soup and brought it closer to her. If you eat, they will let you out of here sooner. The little girl put her hands over her mouth and shook her head, to which the green-haired man sighed. Come on, Irie, do like me. Izuku took a spoonful of soup and ate it, then made a face of disgust. He handed the bowl to Aizawa and ran to the bathroom in the room. From outside, Aizawa and Irie heard the sound of Izuku vomiting. Aizawa took a spoonful of soup and tasted it. It's not that bad. The green-haired man came out of the bathroom, wiping his chin. How disgusting. Maybe they want to kill her. It's a good thing I'm preparing for this. Reaching into his backpack, Izuku pulled out a small pink box and placed it on Irie's lap. The little girl stared at the box on her lap until Izuku lifted the lid, revealing a delicious lunch of vegetables, sausage, and rice. I prepared it, so I hope you like it. I handed him a pair of chopsticks. The little girl took the chopsticks and tried some rice, then her eyes lit up and she quickly began to eat everything in the small box. Izuku chuckled as he watched Irie savor the food he had prepared. Thanks for the advice, sensei. You're welcome, hospital food is disgusting. A few minutes later the bento box was empty and Izuku put it in his backpack. Angel-san. Angel-san. Well, all this time, even when I had a fever, I was thinking. Even when I was being saved. I don't know your name. I managed to hear Lemillion-san's, but I want to know yours. My name is Izuku Midoriya and my hero name is Dark Phoenix. I see. Izuku reached into his backpack and pulled out a plastic bag and handed it to Irie. Apples. Irie looked at the contents of the bag. Yes, do you like them? They are my favorites. I materialized a dagger, began to peel and cut the fruit. Irie, the people here are trying to help you. I know you're scared, but I assure you that the doctors here only want you to feel better. I looked at Irie and saw that she had her gaze down, looking at her hands. A plate appeared before her eyes with the apple cut into the shape of a rabbit. Irie's red eyes looked at the fruit before she brought it to her mouth, deciding she loved the taste and began to eat the fruit. Irie. The little girl looked at her hero while chewing a piece of apple. I promise I'll never let anything bad happen to you, so could you let the doctors help you feel better? Irie looked at him for a few seconds before nodding. Okay. Izuku. What's happening? You, Lemillion-san, and that man with glasses suffered a lot because of me. Have*T they told you about Sir Night-Eye? No. If she finds out she'll blame herself for everything and try to take all the blame. He'll find out sooner or later, but telling him now would be too cruel. I'm sorry for everything. Everyone had to go through painful things because of me. It's because of me that Lemillion-san lost his powers. Izuku stood up and suddenly took off his shirt. Irie opened her eyes in surprise at all the scars on Izuku's body. Irie. All these scars I have, I got them from saving people. All the pain I went through to save you, I would suffer again if with it I can save someone else. Pain and scars are part of being a hero. So don't blame yourself. Believe me that what all of us who participated in that fight were thinking was it's good that Irie-chan is safe, so don't worry and smile. Izuku showed her a big smile. Irie started making weird gestures, then she grabbed her cheeks and started stretching them. After a few seconds she let go and looked at Izuku. I'm sorry. How do you smile? The green-haired man stroked his head. Don't worry, you will remember how. Do you want to see something incredible? When he received a nod, he reached behind him for his case and pulled out his acoustic guitar. For the next few minutes, Izuku played and sang for Irie, while the girl listened intently, absorbing all the words and music Izuku produced. By the time he stopped, the sun had already set and the moon had risen. Midoriya, it's time to go. The green-haired boy jumped a little upon hearing his teacher's voice. I had forgotten you were here. Irie showed a depressed expression knowing that Izuku had to leave, but then she felt a hand on her head and looked up to find a smiling Izuku. Don't worry, we'll see each other again, but for that to happen you have to let the doctors help you, okay? Yes, Irie nodded. The little girl jumped into Izuku's arms to give him a big hug before he left. Then Aizawa and Izuku left the room. It was good that you came, Midoriya. Yes, thank you for letting me come, sensei. she didn't smile at any time. No, she's been through a lot, Chisaki's influence is still with her. She hasn't been completely saved yet. What will you do? I'm not going to let it continue like this, I'm going to make her smile again. Falcon smiled. I know you will. A few days later, Saturday. Rei was reunited with her children who had come to visit her, but she was somewhat confused since Fayumi and Natsuo were behaving strangely. Shoto was the same as always with a calm expression. Children, are you okay? Yes, because we would suspect something, Natsuo replied only to receive a blow to the back of his head from his sister. What Natsuo means is that we find it strange that you asked me for makeup. He handed the small makeup case to his mother. Well, I think I want to start feeling like I did before I was here, don't you think I should? Don't worry about what we think. If you're happy, then it's okay, Shoto told him. Rei smiled and kissed her son's forehead, to which he looked away with a blush on his face, to which his mother chuckled. How's your training for your provisional license going? Well, the other day they made us babysit some children. Wait, really? Natsuo asked, surprised. I don't see you babysitting, Fayumi told him. It was complicated, but it was a test for us to connect with people, since that's something important that every hero has to know. I see, I'm glad you could get it. Yes, there is still a lot I have to do before I get my provisional license. We will be supporting you, Rei smiled at her son. After a while the three brothers left their mother's room and headed for the exit. I think mom is going out tonight, said Natsuo. Yes, what are we going to do? Asked Fayumi. We're going to follow her, obviously. I really think we're taking this too far. I think we should do it. What? You too, Shoto. I want to check what's really going on. Maybe mom is dating Midoriya or maybe they're just friends, but I want to see the truth with my own eyes. You guys aren't making it easy for me. Okay, let's do it. We're lucky dad isn't coming home tonight, Fayumi complained. At night, in UA. Izuku was training behind the dorms. He was combining his shoot style with his movements using the Guandao. You're still very stiff, I told you to let your movements flow. It's not that easy. That's why it's called training. Sensei, during my battle against Overhaul, why were his movements different from mine? That's because I'm a teacher, I thought I told you that. A teacher? I have perfectly mastered the Dragon Claw techniques that Hao Sensei taught me. Dragon Claw is the name of this fighting style. It actually has a name in Chinese, but I don't remember it well. I see, so when I master it I'll also become a master. You still have a long way to go, but I'm sure you'll master it before you know it. The conversation was interrupted by Izuku's cell phone that suddenly rang. It was then that the green-haired man realized that it was already getting dark. I think the time has come. Yeah. When he returned to the dorms, Izuku saw most of his classmates having dinner. Midoriya, come to dinner. Iida called him. I'm not hungry, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. See you tomorrow. His classmates waved back as the green-haired man climbed the stairs and headed to his room. After he got out of the shower, he dressed in black jeans, black sneakers, and a black t-shirt. He locked the door and stepped out onto the balcony. I hope it works. He who does not risk, does not win. Izuku jumped off the balcony and materialized his wings to land on the ground. He went between the trees and from his pocket, he took out a small black cube. He threw it and it stuck to a tree. It opened and released smoke. When it cleared, it showed a large amount of moving infrared lasers. Okay, you have to pass without touching the lasers, avoid the motion sensors, and avoid the cameras on the edge of the wall. Easy. Izuku ran towards the lasers. He threw himself in the middle where there was a hole the size of him. He landed in a crouch and turned to his left side. He stood up straight while a laser passed in front of him and another behind him. He continued forward and jumped, turning sideways and spinning on his axis. When he fell to the ground, he did a backflip, then jumped, opening his legs in the air. He continued running, fell to his knees and slid along the ground. He stood up, gasping for air. We're done with the lasers, now dodge the sensors. They are at the bottom of the tree trunks and on the ground, that means. The green-haired boy jumped onto a branch, climbed up, and jumped onto the next tree. He began jumping from tree to tree while trying not to make any noise and avoid the leaves from falling. He quickly stood on a branch and realized he was close to the wall that separated the school from the outside. I'm almost there. Crack, crack. Oh, no. The branch Izuku was standing on broke and fell to the ground. He quickly created a dagger and stabbed it into the tree trunk. With his free hand, he held the broken branch to prevent it from falling to the ground. Almost. And now. He placed his feet on the trunk and, using all the strength in his legs, Izuku jumped towards the next tree and managed to hook his arm in one of the branches. With a sigh, he jumped over the last remaining trees until he was face to face with the wall that surrounded the school. He threw the branch he was holding and used the shadows to hide while the cameras moved in all directions. We've reached the hardest part. Do you think you can do it? From what I've seen on my walks around this area, it seems that between all the movements they make they leave a blank window of only 3 seconds. It will be very difficult to pass. I will use full cowl to be able to pass. Are you crazy? When you use it, you light up like a damn Christmas tree. The cameras started moving again until they were in a blind spot as red lines ran across Izuku's body. I'll use the first second to activate full cowl and then. The green rays ran through Izuku's body and then with a powerful jump he stepped over the wall. When he fell on the other side, he deactivated his quirk and leaned against the wall while holding his chest and gasping for air. Not bad. She turned around quickly but relaxed when she saw Yasuke with a bag in his hand. Damn, are you trying to give me a heart attack? Sorry, it seems to have worked. They both looked to the sides. Well, there are no police or teachers surrounding us, so I think we're okay. Yasuke handed her the bag he was carrying on his shoulder. Here's what you asked for. Thank you. I don't know why you're doing this, but it must be really important if you're going to challenge UA security. Believe me, it's worth it. In the hospital where Rei was. The 3 Todoroki brothers were outside the hospital where their mother was. They were hiding while they waited for Rei to come out. Are you sure it will happen today? Natsuo asked. I think so, Fayumi replied. Anyway, if it's not today we'll just go back home, Shoto said. It's almost 8 p.m, let's wait a little longer. Natsuo checked his cell phone. By the way, what are you wearing? Shoto looked at his brothers who were wearing brown coats and hats along with dark glasses. If we are going to spy we must be prepared, Fayumi told him while raising her glasses. His younger brother rolled his eyes. Hey, there he comes, Natsuo warned. Everyone saw Izuku approaching. He was wearing a black suit with a black shirt and a dark green tie, and on his feet were black shoes. He stood near the door while checking his watch. Seeing him, the 3 brothers hid in the bushes. It seems it really was today, said Shoto. It looks good. Fayumi looked the green-haired boy up and down, then turned her head and saw her brothers looking at her. That? Nothing, where are you planning to take her? Then the hospital's main doors and everyone's eyes widened in shock as they saw Rei walk out. The dress fit her perfectly, hugging her curves and highlighting her skin and hair color. She applied mascara that highlighted her beautiful gray eyes, a bit of blush, and lip gloss. Izuku. Clear. Falcon hit a brain underneath him with a defibrillator. The green-haired man managed to close his mouth and get his brain working again. Rei. You look beautiful. Thanks, you look good too, he replied with a red tint on his face. Shall we? Izuku extended his hand with a smile. Responding to the smile, Rei took her hand and they both began walking towards the hospital exit. When they arrived, they saw a luxurious black car waiting for them. Izuku opened the door to let his friend in first and then got in to sit next to her. Let's go, Sebastian. Yes sir, the driver replied. For their part, Shoto and his brother saw the black car begin to move away. Was that Mom? Fayumi asked in shock. It seems so, what the hell is going on with your friend Shoto? Let's not waste time, we have to follow them. The 3 teens got into Fayumi's car and began tailgating as they tried to figure out where Izuku was taking his mother. For his part, Izuku was looking at Rei while she looked out the window at the whole outside world. What do you think? Many things have changed, there are new places that weren't there before I entered the hospital. The world outside kept moving forward. Yeah. Rei looked at her lap a little dejected, but then she felt Izuku's warm hand holding hers. The world has moved on, but I'm sure it won't leave you behind. You're right, Rei returned the squeeze while smiling. Where are we going? I suppose it's been a while since you've been to the theater. No, I love the theater. I went a couple of times when I was young. I'm glad, that's where I'm taking you now. We're here, sir, the driver announced. The car stopped in front of the theater, then Izuku got out of the car and opened the door for her. They both entered the theater. Rei started walking along with the other spectators, but was surprised when Izuku pulled her away from the group and led her to a box. Wow, this is amazing. Rei looked impressed towards the stage. I'm glad you like it. Izuku, you really shouldn't have spent so much money on me. Rei, if I have the chance to make you smile, I don't care how much I have to spend. Also, don't worry about the money. Tonight is just for you, okay? The white-haired girl felt happy to hear the words of the young man in front of her, so she nodded and sat in the chair next to Izuku. With the Todoroki brothers, a few minutes ago. Shoto, Fayumi and Natsuo were following the black car where Izuku and his mother were. What's the plan? Fayumi asked from the driver's seat. What do you mean? What's the plan? We're not going to come out of the shadows and humiliate our mother in front of hundreds of strangers. Besides, if Endeavor finds out, it could cause a lot of problems, Natsuo replied from the passenger seat. What do you think, Shoto? Fayumi asked her younger brother. I agree with Natsuo, I only came here to see where Midoriya would take Mom. It was never in my plans to interrupt her night. Wait, do you think that boy wants something with Mom? Natsuo asked. I don't know, Midoriya is my friend, but we never talked about our preference in women. Besides, from what he told me, he only considers mom a good friend. Anyway, I guess they're right. Let's not jump to conclusions, Fayumi concluded. They continued following the car until it stopped in front of the theater. They quickly got out and headed toward the entrance. Now what? Fayumi asked. Let's buy tickets, Natsuo told him. Where are they? Do you see them? Asked Shoto. There. Natsuo pointed. They watched Izuku lead his mother toward the boxes. Because of their clothing, two of them received strange looks from the vendor, but since they paid for the tickets, nothing was said to them as they climbed into the only available box. Damn, is your friend a millionaire? Natsuo complained, looking at Shoto. As far as I know, it isn't. How are we going to tell Dad about the box tickets we charged to his credit card? Fayumi asked. I don't care, was the unanimous response of his younger brothers. When the three brothers arrived, they saw that their box was diagonally behind where their mother was, so she could not see them. Now what? I guess we wait. The play began. A few minutes later, they realized what they were watching. Romeo and Juliet. 2 hours later. The three siblings had remained seated while the play continued. Not much had changed as their mother and Izuku continued watching the play. The most significant thing was that now their mother had wrapped her arms around the green-haired boy's arm and was resting her head on his shoulder. Fayumi unwrapped a chocolate bar she had brought with her and began to eat it. Then she saw a hand extended in front of her and turned her head to see Shoto. Can you give me some? Sure, he broke the chocolate in half and gave it to his brother. It seems like it's almost over. Luckily, my butt is already numb. Fayumi saw that the scene of Juliet taking the poison after finding Romeo dead next to her was playing out on stage. I hate theater, complained Shoto. What do you think about all this, Shoto? I mean, what will we do if Midoriya-san and mom really are together? I don't know. Fayumi looked at her brother. I owe Midoriya a lot of things, but it's not like I don't feel strange knowing that he's with our mother, but there's something I'm sure of. I want mom to be happy, and you? I don't know either. Mom was forced to get married at 16 and then have children to fulfill one person's ambitions. I know dad has changed and a part of me wants them to fix things between them, but the more rational part of me knows that's never going to happen. There's also the fact that he's 37, while Midoriya-san is 16. He scratched his head. God, why does everything have to be so complicated? For now, let's see how things develop and then we'll talk to mom. I guess you're right. Sniff. Both brothers turned their heads and saw Natsuo on the edge of his seat as he looked towards the stage. Natsuo, are you crying? Asked Shoto. Of course not. I just got something in my eye. Shoto and Fayumi chuckled as they watched Natsuo cry while watching Romeo and Juliet. The play ended as everyone applauded. A few minutes later, everyone started filing out. Come on, they're already leaving. The three of them started following Izuku and Rei again as they left the theater and climbed back towards the black car they had come in. With Rei and Izuku. That play was incredible, said Rei. I'm glad you liked it. What do you think, sensei? Izuku rolled his eyes when he heard Falcon snoring. Even though it was very good, it makes me a little sad that it ended in tragedy. That just goes to show that hate only hurts people and that one should be willing to do anything for the person one loves. I think the same as you. Where do we go now? Are you hungry, Rei? A bit. Good, because that's our next stop. The car drove for a few minutes until it stopped. Through the window, Rei saw that they had parked in front of a large hotel. They both got out and Rei gazed in awe. The building was illuminated by white lights and at the entrance was a large dancing fountain. The restaurant is on the top floor. Izuku extended his arm. Rei clung to his arm as they both entered the building. They stepped into the elevator and headed toward the upper floors. When they arrived, they were greeted by a man standing behind a podium with a large book. Welcome, do you have a reservation? Young man. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Yes, in the name of Midoriya. The man led them to a table right next to the window, from where they could see the city lights and the enormous full moon in the sky. Then a waiter arrived with menus. After they both placed their orders and ordered a bottle of wine, Izuku. What's going on? I don't want to sound ungrateful, but really, everything you've done tonight wasn't necessary. I would have settled for a movie in a normal restaurant. Rei looked at her lap. I know. Hey. Rei, I've known you long enough to know you're not a materialistic person. I just wanted your first time out after so many years to be special. Next time, we'll do whatever you want. The white-haired woman gave her companion a big smile, grateful for his kind words. Then their orders arrived and they began to eat while they chatted quietly. With the Todoroki brothers. What are they doing now? They're eating, and don't push me, Natsuo. Stop complaining and be grateful I brought these binoculars. I knew we were going to need them. Both of them act like children. Shut up, Shoto. Both brothers shouted. After following Izuku and Rei when they left the theater, they arrived at the hotel where the couple had gotten off. Knowing they wouldn't be allowed inside, they climbed onto the roof of the building across the street using the fire escape. They were now using binoculars Natsuo had brought to keep an eye on them from the roof. "Can you really see them?" Fayumi asked. "Yes, we are lucky that they sat in front of the window, although I can't see them completely." "What are you talking about?" asked Shoto. "Give me a minute. Can you even read lips?" "It's not that difficult." Natsuo put the binoculars on his eyes. He says. "I'm glad I brought you here tonight, Rei. I wouldn't have missed it for anything in the world." Mom replied. "Do you have to imitate voices?" "It's weird," Fayumi complained. "Shut up, you're not letting me concentrate." "Izuku." Mom said. "What's wrong?" He replied. "Why are you interested in me? You could have any girl you wanted. Why are you dating an older woman like me?" Mom asked. "Because I like MILFs." He answers. "What? Are you really saying that?" Fayumi asked. "Wait, the waiter is coming. It looks like you're going to drink champagne." He stood up. He just took a ring out of the neck of the bottle. "What?" Fayumi exclaimed while Shoto opened his eyes in shock. "Give me the binoculars," asked Shoto. "Wait, he's talking. Rei, I love you and in front of all these people I want to ask you to be my wife." Mom was surprised, but she's answering. "Izuku. I'll marry you and have your children." Mom is going to marry him. Natsuo exclaimed, completely surprised. "What do we do now?" "I don't know, you're the oldest. We have to call Dad." "Yeah, because what we need most right now is a flame-producing idiot with anger issues." "Don't yell at me, Natsuo. Don't yell at my Fayumi." "Hey, you two shut up." "Natsuo, I think you're wrong." Shoto was looking at the building with the binoculars and then gave them to his brothers. His two brothers took the binoculars and looked at the same time. They saw Izuku hand the ring to another man who was next to him, and then the man knelt in front of a woman who, blue eyes, two cow horns on each side of her head and a tail at the small of her back. Then the man placed the ring on the woman's finger, and everyone around, including his mother and Izuku, applauded the couple. "Natsuo." Fayumi hit her brother on the head. "Are you stupid or what? I almost had a panic attack. I'm sorry. But it's good that nothing happened, right?" "Natsuo, do you really know how to read lips?" asked Shoto. "I thought it would be easy. You made a soap opera, you should stop watching romantic comedies." "Shut up, Fayumi." Shoto just sighed as he watched his brothers argue as always. With Izuku and Rei, what really happened? Rei and Izuku were eating while waiting for the bottle of wine they had ordered to arrive. "I'm glad I got to go out with you today. I needed to relax a little with all the things that have been happening. You can always count on me, Izuku. In fact, I have a question for you." "What's it about?" "I know you're a wannabe hero and you have your provisional license now, but I never got to ask you what high school you go to." "You're right, I never told you, I'm going to." Izuku was interrupted when the waiter arrived with a metal bucket containing a bottle of champagne on ice. "Enjoy it," I winked at Izuku. "There must be a mistake here." Izuku stood up. "Izuku, what is that?" Rei looked at the neck of the bottle where there was a diamond ring. At that moment Izuku saw at the table in front of his a man with a bottle of wine in his hand was talking in whispers with the waiter, while his companion, a woman with horns, looked at him confused. "Excuse me," the green-haired man called. The man and the waiter turned around. "I think this is yours." He pointed at the bottle of champagne on his table. The man quickly approached, inspecting the bottle and opened his eyes in surprise when Izuku held out his hand to give him the ring. "I think this is the most important thing." I speak in a low voice. Thank you very much," the man thanked him. "Something's wrong." The young woman approached both of them, and Izuku could see that apart from the horns, she also had a cow's tail. The man looked at the woman in front of him and then sighed. "Well, I wanted it to be a surprise, but I think what matters most is the answer." He got down on one knee. "Ellen, will you marry me?" The young woman gasped as she brought her hands to her mouth, and then tears spilled from her eyes. "Yes, I will marry you." The man slipped the ring onto her finger and they kissed. Izuku, like everyone else in the restaurant, began clapping to congratulate the engaged couple. Several minutes later, Izuku and Rei had finished their fantastic dinner and then got back in the car that would take them back to the hospital where Rei lived. When they arrived, they both got out, said goodbye to the driver, and started heading towards the door. "Thank you very much for this fantastic night, Izuku." "There is nothing to be thankful for, Rei. I really enjoyed my time with you." Rei smiled, but then put her arms around her due to the cold breeze that ran around. Then she felt Izuku's jacket around her shoulders. She looked at the green-haired man who was giving her a soft smile. "Thank you." He adjusted his jacket over his shoulders. Izuku took off his tie and put it in his pocket, unbuttoning the two buttons of his shirt, showing a little of his muscular chest. Rei blushed slightly and looked at him out of the corner of her eye. In her mind, certain fantasies that included her and her companion were beginning to form. "What am I thinking? I've been locked up for too long. That marriage proposal was very nice. I'm glad it worked out well for both of us. It must be beautiful when the person you love proposes to you. At that moment Rei stopped when she felt Izuku grab her hand. She turned to look at him, while neither of them said anything, they just stood there looking at each other. Then Rei broke the silence. I don't want this night to end yet. You read my mind. Then let's go. The white-haired girl took his hand as she began to pull the green-haired boy along, and they both ran away from the hospital. They ran until they reached the lake where they met. Izuku looked around. It really looks different at night. Yes, this is where we met. I could never forget that day. What are we going to do here? Rei walked to the lake and dipped a finger into the water. Izuku watched in surprise as the surface of the water froze completely. Ice. I'm sure we've seen this before. Come here, Izuku called Rei, who was sitting on the bench in front of the lake. What's wrong? The green-haired man sat next to her. The white-haired girl ran her hand over one of her shoes and a blade of ice formed underneath. Let's go skating. A few minutes later Izuku had spread his wings while trying to maintain his balance. I haven't done this in a long time and you're Rei. A white blur passed by him and Izuku was surprised when he saw Rei. She looked like she was in her element. He watched her move, spin and perform several jumps, she even did a triple axel. After landing she began to spin on her axis rapidly and raised her arms. When she stopped, her hair spread like a curtain behind her and ice particles danced around her illuminated by the moon. Izuku's throat went dry and his heart began to beat rapidly. The moonlight gave her an appearance so delicate, almost ethereal, and the green-haired man wished he could watch Rei forever. For her part, Rei looked at her companion and realized that he was looking at her with a look of pure adoration, which made her blush and feel a little embarrassed. She approached Izuku and held out her hand. Come on Izuku, skate with me. They both started skating while holding hands. Rei was the one guiding Izuku as they slid across the frozen lake. Then they both started spinning when they stopped. Rei had her arms around his neck while Izuku had his hands on her waist and his wings surrounded the body of the woman in front of him. Izuku watched as the moonlight made her eyes shine and highlighted her beautiful white skin, but his eyes focused on her pink thin lips. For her part, Rei looked at the deep emerald orbs of the man in front of her. She felt the heat radiating from his body surrounding her, how his strong and scarred arms held her, as if she were the most delicate thing in the world. They both began to slowly approach each other. Their lips lightly brushed against each other, sending electric shocks down their spines. They were about to kiss when a noise in the bushes caught their attention. They snapped out of their reverie and looked toward the source of the noise to find a small squirrel running quickly toward a tree. They looked at each other again, and when they realized the position they were in, they separated with a deep blush on their faces. I think. We should go back. Rei tried to look anywhere other than the man in front of her. Yes, Izuku scratched the back of his neck. They both got off the frozen lake, destroyed the ice blades on their shoes, and started heading back to the hospital entrance. What will happen to the lake? Don't worry, I made the layer of ice strong enough to support our weight, but it will melt tomorrow around noon. The control over your quirk is incredible. Thanks, I trained hard to get it, but when I was young, I used to get sick a lot so I could never become a hero. I'm sure you would have made a fantastic heroine. Thank you, tonight was wonderful. Rei stood in front of the hospital entrance doors. I hope we can do it again. I'd love to. They both separated and Izuku started heading towards the street. Izuku. The green-haired boy turned around and saw Rei quickly approaching where he was. Before he could speak, Rei placed her hands on his chest and placed her lips on his. They kissed for what seemed like hours, although in reality it had only been a few seconds. When Rei separated from him, she turned and ran towards the hospital without looking back. Izuku watched her disappear through the doors. With a smile she spread her wings heading towards the sky and disappearing into the night. Rei ran to her room. When she entered, she leaned against the door, gasping for air, and placed her hand on her chest, where she felt her heart was about to jump out of her body. She realized she was still wearing Izuku's jacket. She lay down on her bed, hugging it and inhaling the scent, and fell asleep, her dreams filled with smiles and emerald eyes. Outside the hospital, the three brothers had seen everything that had happened since they had returned to the hospital. It seems that it's finally over, said Fayumi. Yes, and Mom kissed him, right? Yeah. Everyone started walking towards the car so they could head back home. Fayumi, did you have to throw away that poor squirrel? Natsuo scolded her. It was the first thing I found, and it's not like I didn't kiss him in the end. What do you think, Shoto? Fayumi asked her brother, who had been silent for several minutes. I've never seen Mom smile like that. His brothers looked at him. Mom smiled when she was with us, but even when she smiled I could see some sadness in her eyes, but today I saw her, and I could see that she was really happy. Natsuo ran a hand through his hair. I didn't know Mom could skate or wanted to be a hero when she was younger. She's our mother and we didn't know anything about her. Without saying anything else, the three brothers left the place with many doubts and confusion in their minds and hearts. 3 days later. Shoto Todoroki was confused as he walked through the halls of the Class 1 dormitory. He was very confused. He had just found out that his friend was seeing his mother. Were they together? He didn't even know what to think about all of this. He had seen his mother completely happy. Happier than he had ever seen her. When he saw her again after so many years, his mother had told him that despite everything that had happened, she was truly happy to have had him and his brothers. He'd always had his doubts about this. His mother married at 16 and became pregnant with his brother a few weeks later. But despite the situation his mother was living in, she had accepted everything and tried to have a happy life, even though she was suffering inside. Several questions had been running through his head for a few days. Was his mother happy with Midoriya? And if so, did he have the right to interfere with that happiness? He needed advice to know what to do. He couldn't go with his brothers since they were in the same situation as him. He didn't have many friends. Iida would make a scene. Uraraka was too sentimental, so there was only one person left to ask for advice. Momoyaoi Rozu. In his eyes, she was the perfect mix of feelings and logic. Not to mention that he was sure he could trust her to keep quiet about the matter. For that reason, he found himself at that moment in front of his classmate's door to see if he could clarify his doubts. He raised his hand to knock on the door, but stopped when he heard a noise. His curiosity won and he placed his left hand on the wall while he brought his head closer to the door. Hahaha. Enough already. I don't feel like it. Stop, Izuku. Hahaha. I love seeing you laugh. You being here with me makes me really happy. I love you, Momo. And I love you, Izuku. A light knock was heard outside the room. Momo quickly got up and ran to the door, but when she opened it, there was nothing. She looked around but saw no one there. She gently closed the door. What's happening? Nothing, I thought the noise was out here, but I think I was wrong. They both continued having fun without noticing the small burn that was on the wall next to the door. The next day, Izuku was on his way to see Rei. He had his guitar case with him since he was returning from visiting Eri. These past few days, he'd been thinking about Rei. His idea had been to thank her for everything she'd done for him and maybe even help her get out of the hospital and start living again, but what happened that night? He had no doubt he'd formed a connection with her. He didn't want to lie to himself. He liked being with Rei. Her intelligence, her laugh, her smile, her kindness. He liked everything about her. Izuku arrived at the bench in front of the lake where he always met Rei and was surprised not to see her there since she always arrived before him. He took a seat waiting for her to appear. What are you going to do? I would like to have an answer for that. Are you going to ask her to join your relationship? No. Is it because he has children? It's not because of that, it's because I care about her. I don't care if she has 3 children or 30. Rei has suffered a lot in her life and I don't want to sell her an illusion just to make her suffer. So why didn't you push her away from you during the kiss she gave you? I was weak and fell into temptation. Lie, you felt it, you wanted it to happen, you wanted it to last longer, you wanted to hold her and never let go. I can't do this to him. You haven't even asked her what she wants. What do you really feel? Izuku was angry, confused, and didn't know how to express his feelings. He saw the guitar case next to him, picked it up, and decided to turn his feelings into a song. He inhaled, exhaled, and then began to play. Let me into your soul, let me into your life. Let me be in the good and bad things in your world. Let me be with you to the best, to unburden that sorrow in your heart and to make the lump in your throat go away in the morning. Let me enter your doubts and let them play with mine. Let me enter your shadows so they can merge with mine. Let me tell you in solitude I die when I see you cry. And if your soul is sad, mine will be very sad. I would like you to take the best of my life. The breeze that caresses you, I will keep that for myself. Let me be the voice that cries out when the traders are silent. Let me be on your shores, be the chair that supports you. Let me be one of your smiles when you look at the one that shines. Let me be, let me be, let me enter. Let me enter your fear. Let me be your trust. Let me be the scale that balances your anxieties. Let me be your refuge by the sea. Let me be the sadness that fades. Let me be the joy that brings light to your life. I would like you to take the best of my life, the breeze that caresses you, I will keep that for myself. Let me be the voice that cries out when the traders are silent. Let me be on your shores, be the chair that supports you. Let me be one of your smiles when you look at the one that shines. Let me be, let me be, let me enter. Even if times change and time is lost, I'll keep thinking the same. Because I dream that one day your life and mine will meet somewhere. To feel that the love that runs deep inside is strong and true. This is for the people who say they feel and lie and are never present, although they don't realize that the world turns and spins but without looking back. Even if times change and they waste time, I will continue thinking the same. And even if I know very well what I want and I lose my way, I will live it. Let me be the voice that cries out when the traders are silent. Let me be on your shores, be the chair that supports you. Let me be one of your smiles when you look at the one that shines. Let me be, let me be, let me enter. Even if they don't realize it, even if the world turns, even if they don't complain. Let me be one of your smiles when you look at the one that shines. Let me be, let me be, let me in. The song ended and Izuku raised his head and looked up at the sky. What he hadn't realized was that Rei was standing right next to him and had heard the entire song. For the past few days, she'd been thinking about the date she'd had with Izuku. Before meeting Izuku, she'd felt so alone. Everything around her was cold and a part of her felt empty. How had her life ended like that? Truth be told, she remembered it very well. One day she was at school, deciding to fulfill her dream. Although she wasn't very strong physically, she had trained enough to control her quirk perfectly and managed to get in through Yue's recommendation. She wanted to become a hero and be able to help people. That year she had managed to come in second place in the sports festival. One afternoon, he arrived home and realized he was being visited by a man he didn't know. He later learned it was the hero Endeavor, a top 10 hero. His name was Iji Todoroki. His parents had left them alone and he began asking him questions. It was one of the most awkward conversations he'd ever had. That night, her parents had told her they had agreed to an arranged marriage with Iji Todoroki. She had tried to resist, trying to convince her parents that she had a future as a hero. Her parents had only told her that they were doing it for her own good and that she could never be a hero. A little later, she learned that her family was bankrupt and in exchange for the marriage, they would receive compensation. It was nothing more than a bargaining chip for her parents. She married Iji Todoroki, a man she didn't love and knew nothing about. A few weeks after getting married, she found out she was pregnant. She was still a teenager and now she had to take care of a baby. When she got pregnant, Endeavor had confessed the truth to her. She was nothing more than a means to achieve his ambitions. After finding out, she was horrified and disgusted. She was a vessel to have a child who would have her quirk and endeavors so she could surpass All Might. That's when it hit her. She was in a quirk's marriage, she was just a tool for that man, she was estranged from her friends, she was locked in her house, her dreams had been shattered. She had lost everything. Her son was born, a little boy with red hair and turquoise eyes. Just like his. She named him Tuya. Her nightmare didn't end there, as it wasn't known what quirk Tuya would have, she was forced to get pregnant again. It had happened twice already, he would do whatever he wanted with her and then leave the room. Whenever he touched her he felt so horrible, so disgusting. She got pregnant again. A few months later she gave birth to a girl she named Fayumi. She had white hair with red streaks and grey eyes. Endeavor seemed content with that. For 3 years he raised his children as best he could without help, since Endeavor worked all his life and barely saw him. One day his children's quirks awakened. Tuya had inherited the flames, Fayumi had an ice-based quirk. It hadn't been enough for Endeavor. He said Tuya's quirk was acceptable and Fayumi's wasn't good enough. So that night he went back into his room. This time she gave birth to a boy she named Natsuo, who had white hair and grey eyes. 3 years later, when Tuya was 6, he began to be trained by Endeavor. She tried to resist, not wanting Tuya to lose his childhood for Endeavor's purpose. That night she had reached her limit, angrily yelled at her husband to make him see reason. He doesn't even remember what had happened, he was screaming, and the next moment he was on the ground with a sharp pain on his face. He looked up and found himself with an imposing man who was angry. "Don't raise your voice at me again. They are my children and I decide what I'm going to do with them." She couldn't do anything. After he left the room she curled up in a fetal position on the floor and began to cry. After that day, whenever he was in her presence she remained silent. Tuya began his training while she tried to care for and educate Fayumi and Natsuo as best she could. Endeavor always took Tuya to the mountains to train. Despite the situation, Tuya wanted to be a hero and surpass All Might, but one day burns began to appear on Tuya's body. A visit to the doctor revealed that Tuya's flames were stronger than Endeavor's, but that his body was not suitable to master them. So Endeavor gave up on fulfilling his ambitions through Tuya. Endeavor's obsession became Tuya's obsession. He wanted at all costs to be recognized by his father, so he began to train in secret. He tried to stop him. But he couldn't convince him. He wasn't strong enough to avoid it. One day she was in the kitchen making cookies with Fayumi and Natsuo, while Endeavor took Tuya to train. Suddenly Endeavor entered the room when she saw on his face a look she had never seen before. The news shattered her. Her son had died. His own quirk had consumed him. That night she hugged her 2 children as tightly as she could and cried herself to sleep. Rei had to endure the pain, she had to be strong for Fayumi and Natsuo. Endeavor hadn't said anything, she even saw him much less than before, since he had dedicated himself completely to his work. Rei wanted to believe that deep down, that man was suffering for the loss of his son. One day Endeavor returned as if nothing had happened, and that night he entered her room again. She didn't fight, she didn't complain, she just stayed still and accepted it. She was too tired to fight. She had accepted her fate. She became pregnant and gave birth to another boy, whom she named Shoto. His hair was half white and half red, as were his eyes. His left eye was turquoise, and his right eye was gray. The next few years passed in a blur. It was always the same. Doing housework, watching over her children, staying locked up in that house. One day Shoto awakened his quirk. He discovered he had both his own quirks and endeavors. He was really happy when he found out. She was horrified. She made a decision. She wouldn't let what happened to Tuya happen again. She would protect Shoto. Endeavor decided to train Shoto at age 5. She was present at the training sessions every time Endeavor was about to hurt Shoto. She interfered. As expected, he hit her. She didn't care. He could hit her as much as he wanted. He could hurt her as much as he wanted. He could insult her as much as he wanted. But she would protect her son. But as expected, all the mistreatment and abuse began to affect her. One day, she was watching Shoto, Fayumi, and Natsuo play. Then she noticed, her 3 children resembled him, whether it was small details or things that were noticeable at first glance, like Shoto's left side. The full weight of the previous years began to suffocate her. She felt a bitter, dark feeling in her chest, twisting and growing day by day. One day she was feeling very stressed. She quickly went to the kitchen to make herself a cup of tea to relax. She picked up the phone and called her mother. Even though they hadn't spoken in years, she just wanted a little comfort. Mother. She heard Shoto's voice behind her. She turned and saw her left side. Then she remembered everything she had suffered years ago. Everything she lost. Everything she hated. She heard the sound of the kettle. Then that dark feeling in her body flooded her entire being. It wasn't until she heard Shoto's pained scream that she came back to reality. Horrified, she saw what she had done to her son and quickly used her quirk to try and soothe his pain. When Endeavor found out, he wasn't happy. With his influence, he was able to keep the police and the media away from the incident, but they sent her to see a psychologist. The next thing she knew, she was admitted to a hospital. The first thing she thought when they admitted her was that she deserved it. She had hurt her son, whom she swore to protect. It was best to keep her away from her children so she wouldn't hurt them. Hours turned into days, days into weeks, weeks turned into months, and then the years began to pass. She was diagnosed with anxiety attacks and severe stress levels. She underwent treatment, saw a psychologist, and gradually began to recover. She quickly adapted to the hospital. As she improved, she was granted privileges until she was allowed to walk around the facility. One day she was surprised when she had visitors. They were Fayumi and Natsuo, wearing school uniforms. They were much taller and looked older. It was then that she realized how much time had passed. She quickly hugged her children, who returned the hugs, happy to see her again. They caught up on everything that had happened. Unfortunately, she found out that Shoto was still being trained by Endeavor. Her children wanted her to return, but she told them she couldn't. But the truth was, she didn't want to return to that house. She couldn't bear the thought of returning to that prison. She couldn't live with that man again. Before she knew it, she'd spent 10 years in the hospital. She knew every corner, every doctor, every nurse. She tried to live her life as best she could. The little she knew about what was happening outside came from the newspapers she was allowed to read. Natsuo and Fayumi visited her frequently whenever they weren't busy. Then something happened she never would have imagined. She was sitting in her room looking out the window when her door opened. She opened her eyes in shock. In front of her was her son Shoto. He had grown up and was now a teenager. Then she noticed a burn on the left side of his face. The first thing she did when she saw him was cry while she apologized for everything that had happened, for hurting him, for leaving him alone when he surely needed her. He approached and hugged her tightly, telling her that there was nothing to forgive and that everything was forgotten. They spent hours catching up while he told her everything that had happened in his life, how he had entered UA to become a hero, how he reached the quarterfinals of the sports festival, but was defeated by a classmate who became his friend and made him realize that he should leave the past behind and start moving forward. She was very proud of her children. Despite the situation they had been through, they were all trying to live their lives as best they could. It wasn't until she saw Shoto that she realized she had spent 10 years of her life in that hospital. The doctor 4 years ago told her she could leave if she wanted, but she decided to stay, because if she left she knew she would have to return to that house, she would have to return to him, and she couldn't bear the thought. She couldn't bear to live like that again. A part of her felt so alone. Even though all her children visited her, she couldn't shake that feeling of loneliness. She couldn't shake the coldness in her heart. She'd found a spot just for her on the ground surrounding the hospital. It was a lake surrounded by a juniper tree with a bench facing the lake. No one seemed to know about this place or care, so it was just for her. Whenever she needed to think, she'd sit there. It had been her spot for a long time, but one day that changed. When she met him. There was a young man with green hair and eyes. He was staring at her. The intensity of his gaze made her feel a little embarrassed, so she greeted him to get his attention. He had a problem, so she decided to help him. When she realized that she could still fix things, he stood up and began to walk away, but not before introducing himself. His name was Izuku. Honestly, she thought she would never see him again, but she was surprised when she saw him again 2 days later at the same lake. He approached her and thanked her for the advice she gave him, but he didn't leave at that moment. They began to talk until the sun began to set and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She was very surprised when he promised to visit her again. That's how her friendship with Izuku began. It wasn't something she asked for. He simply made his way into her life and, without her realizing it, he became a part of it. Little by little, the loneliness that was in her heart began to disappear. She liked spending time with Izuku since it was very easy to talk to him. She was just herself, and that was enough. She had told him several things about her life, but she kept several things a secret since she didn't know how Izuku would react to certain information. One day she realized that something in her began to change. Whenever Izuku praised her for something, she couldn't help but blush. How the accidental touches of his hands made her heart start beating rapidly. She felt like the 16-year-old Rei again, and that was when she realized she was starting to have feelings for Izuku. She tried to push those feelings away from her heart, bury it under many layers of friendship, but she knew that as long as she continued to see him, it would be impossible to get rid of these feelings, and she couldn't push him away, not after all the joy and warmth he had brought to her life. So she decided to use all her willpower to hide her feelings. For this, she always thought about reality. What would Izuku see in a woman like her? How could he accept her when there was such an age difference between them? Most likely he would walk away when he found out who she really was. She thought she was doing the right thing by hiding her feelings, but then one day Izuku came with a box and invited her out on a date. Well, it wasn't a date, but after seeing the dress and shoes, how could she not think it wasn't a date? She asked Fayumi for some makeup and got ready. She couldn't believe her first date was at 37 years old. When she left the hospital, she saw Izuku waiting for her, and when his eyes fell on her, he looked at her as if she were the most beautiful thing in the world. She couldn't help but feel her heart beat rapidly and her inner teenager do a victory dance. The whole night could be summed up in one word: wonderful. The theater, the dinner, everything that happened during the night was simply wonderful. When they got to the hospital, she didn't want it to end, so she took Izuku to the lake where they met and turned it into an ice rink. She hadn't used her quirk and hadn't skated since she was 16, but for her those things were like riding a bike. First she showed Izuku what she was capable of, and then they started skating together. In that moment nothing else mattered, neither the past nor the future. The only thing that mattered to her was the delicacy with which Izuku was holding her against his body, and his warmth that intoxicated her. For her the moment was perfect. Then their lips began to get closer, and when their lips touched she could feel a million sparks in her body. But the moment was ruined. Before they could kiss, a noise had interrupted them. Izuku escorted her to the entrance of the hospital, and then they both said goodbye. While she was at the door, her heart screamed at her to not leave things like that. Making a decision, she ran towards him and threw herself into his arms and then kissed him. It was the best kiss of her life. Until the rational part of her begged her to stop. They separated and she did the only thing she could think of: she started running without looking back. At night she felt completely euphoric, and even in her dreams she could still feel Izuku near her. The next day she felt terrible. She couldn't believe she had really kissed Izuku. That outing with him had only been because he wanted to help her, and she confused things. What did he think of her now? How would she look him in the eyes now? What was she going to do now? All those questions and more were tormenting her. So she made the decision to fix things. She would talk to Izuku like the mature woman she was. She would apologize and make things go back to the way they were before. Hardening her resolve, she waited to reunite with Izuku. That resolution was shattered after hearing his song. What am I going to do now? Should I go and plan something better? But luck was not on her side as Izuku lowered his head and fixed his beautiful green eyes on hers. Hello, Rei. Hello, he cursed when he stuttered. I've been waiting for you. I'm sorry I took so long. I had a lot to think about. He sat down next to her. There are two of us now. Izuku, I want to apologize to you. Because of what happened the other night. The kiss ended in a whisper. There's nothing you should apologize for. I know I don't regret anything that happened that night. Rei's heart started beating rapidly. Calm down, Rei, you're supposed to be an adult. Really? She couldn't stop the hope from seeping into her voice. For his part, Izuku felt his own heartbeat along with his hands that began to sweat. Damn, that didn't go as expected. Idiot boy, you can fool your mind, but you can't fool the desires of your heart. Rei, what do you feel? The heavy silence settled between the two as they were both lost in their thoughts. It lasted a few minutes until the white-haired girl began to speak. Izuku, I was forced to marry at 16 to a man I didn't love. Then due to an incident I was admitted here. I lost many things, and I thought I would be alone until my last days. But then you came into my life and offered me your friendship. At first I was very happy to have someone to talk to and share things with. If I'm honest, I don't know when my feelings for you began to change. I just want to tell you that I don't regret what happened that night either, nor telling you now what I feel. Izuku, I love you. For his part, the green-haired man stood up and walked to the edge of the lake while turning his back on Ray. Ray. I can't reciprocate your feelings. The white-haired girl lowered her gaze, dejected. Meanwhile, in Izuku's mind, Falcon was on his knees, shirtless, with a blade pointed at his stomach. Failed as a teacher. Tears welled up in Ray's eyes. I understand. I expected this. I mean, what could you possibly see in a woman like me? Not to mention I have 4 kids. You must want to date a girl your own age. Her voice cracked as she spoke. It's not about that, Ray. Ray looked up to see Izuku standing in front of her. Then the green-haired man knelt down and took her hands. You are beautiful, and not just your looks, your kindness, your understanding. I love everything about you. I kiss her hands. I'm scared. Ray's eyes widened in shock. You've told me what you've been through, and I don't think it was fair to you. I'm afraid of not being able to make you happy. It wouldn't be fair to you if I couldn't give you all of myself, since what I want most right now is for you to be happy. Despite everything, you still don't understand the most important thing. Tears spilled from the white-haired woman's eyes as she stared at the man in front of her. She cupped the green-haired man's face and looked into his eyes. Don't you want to try? Izuku shook his head. It's not about that. There's a part of my life you have no idea about. He stood up and sat back down next to her. For the next few minutes, she began to tell him from the beginning about the relationship she shared with Rumi and the others, everything that had happened up until now, except for a few details. When she finished speaking, the two remained silent for a few minutes, both of them looking at the lake. You have 4 girlfriends. That's right, that's why I can't accept your feelings. I think you deserve someone who can give you all their love. Not like me, who can only give you a part of my heart. Izuku, you've had 4 girlfriends all this time, and despite that you've been able to come visit me every 2 days since we met. Of course, you are an important person in my life. Ray wiped her tears and smiled. Izuku, I never had someone who loved me, and I thought no one would until you came into my life. So if you can give me a piece of your heart, I'll take it without a second thought. But. He stopped when a thin finger rested on his lips. I think you're the best thing I could ask for right now. When she finished speaking, Ray leaned down, capturing Izuku's lips with her own. It only took 2 seconds for Izuku to wrap his arms around Ray's waist and pull her onto his lap. They both stayed in that position for several minutes until they broke apart, blushing, gasping for air, but with smiles on their faces. Ray. Do you really accept me? Yes, of course. She wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him. I think she'll allow you to make her happy. Yes, I'm really glad. 1 down, 6 to go, Falcon muttered. Said something sensei. No, nothing. They stayed up late talking and kissing until the sun began to set. With a kiss and a promise to come back another day, Izuku said goodbye to Ray. The green-haired boy headed towards the dorms, having no idea what the next day would bring. The next day. The entire class 1 was gathered in their classroom as they waited to start their class alongside All Might. Izuku was talking with Iida and Tokoyami. Hey Izuku, do you feel that? Yes, someone is watching me. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku began to search for the person who wasn't giving him this unpleasant feeling. That's when he realized it was Shoto who was staring at him. If looks could kill, Izuku knew that right now he would be nothing more than a red stain on the ground. What's wrong with you? It seems like he wants to hurt you. What did you do to him? Nothing. Nothing that I remember. Izuku was about to ask his friend what was going on, but unfortunately All Might entered the room with Izawa. Good morning class, greeted the former number 1 hero. Today I'm going to help All Might with his class. We're going to the gym. You don't have to put on your costumes. A few minutes later everyone was in the gym. Okay class. Today we're going to practice hand-to-hand combat without using your quirks. The goal of this exercise is for you to be able to defend yourselves if you encounter someone with a quirk like Izawa-kun's, explained All Might. We'll divide them into groups of 2 and they'll practice while All Might and I watch them. With a clipboard the teachers began to designate the groups. And finally, young Midoriya, you will team up with young Todoroki. Now you can begin the exercise. Everyone began to disperse around the gym while the green-haired boy approached his partner with a smile. Okay Shoto, let's go. He couldn't finish because Shoto walked past him, bumping his shoulder into his as he headed to the far side of the gym. What the hell is wrong with him? I don't know, but I'm going to find out. He followed him until he stopped, then he turned to look at him and they both stood face to face. Now tell me, what? He couldn't finish because he jumped back to avoid a punch aimed at his face. I think that blow was meant to hurt you. Izuku watched his friend prepare to attack again. Shoto. What the hell? He was interrupted again as he had to raise his forearm to stop a hook aimed at his head. He responded with a kick to the stomach, which Shoto dodged by jumping backward. He quickly lunged at his opponent and threw a punch, but his fist collided with Shoto's, causing them both to jump back. The young man with two-toned hair threw himself at his companion, trying to tackle him. Izuku stood his ground as he was dragged. When they stopped, he clasped his hands together and slammed Shoto's back, knocking him to his knees. He tried to throw a hook, but Shoto was faster and threw a punch to the stomach, leaving the green-haired man breathless. Shoto tried to grab Izuku's legs to knock him down, but he jumped back to avoid it. "What is your damn problem?" Izuku asked, trying to catch his breath. Shoto lowered his head, causing his hair to cover his eyes. "Why?" Izuku remained silent, waiting for him to continue. "Why did you have to do that to my mother?" He raised his head, showing his eyes that were full of anger. "Oh shit. What the hell are you talking about?" "Izuku, what does Rei look like physically?" "Rei? Well, she has white hair, gray eyes and..." Izuku remembered when Rei showed him her quirk. "Oh, shit. I think that answers several questions you had about who Rei is." "Wait, Shoto. You're making a mistake." He couldn't continue as his partner lunged at him again, throwing a punch at him, to which Izuku ducked and swept his opponent, but he jumped, and when he fell he managed to push him to the ground. He raised his fist and began to hit the green-haired man's face. "You two stop." Aizawa and All Might's screams were ignored by the two teenagers. After the fourth blow, Izuku managed to grab his fist and stood up to headbutt him. Taking advantage of the fact that he was stunned, he managed to turn him over, so he was on top of him and threw a punch at him, but Shoto dodged it, grabbed his arm and crossed his legs over his neck. Izuku stood up and bent his arm to lift Shoto's body and then slam him against the ground. After the second blow, he let go, and the green-haired man held him against the ground again. Shoto looked at him with hatred. "I won't let you hurt her." He couldn't finish speaking because Izuku punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious. The green-haired man sighed, but then 6 strong arms grabbed him, pulling him away from his unconscious companion. "Dude, what the hell is wrong with you two?" Kirishima asked him. "It's an exercise. Did you want to kill yourselves?" Sato scolded him. "Is Todoroki okay?" Ashido asked. Deku turned off the lights for the bastard half and half. "This isn't funny, Bakugo. We're aspiring heroes, not criminals." Iida gestured with his hands. "Damn, I think I overdid it. I wasn't listening to reason, and if I had continued shouting, the others would have found out what was happening, and it would have been worse." Izuku sighed. "Shaoji, please put me down. Have you calmed down yet?" "Yes, don't worry." Nodding, he set him down. Momo quickly approached Izuku, created a handkerchief, and placed it over her boyfriend's eye. "You're bleeding a lot." At that moment, Izuku realized that a large amount of blood was falling from the large cut on his eyebrow, staining his clothes and the floor. He also began to register the pain he felt. "I'm fine, don't worry," I tried to reassure her. Momo nodded, but the concern was still noticeable in her eyes. She continued trying to stop the bleeding as best she could. "What happened, Midoriya?" asked Shaoji, who was still there. Before Izuku could make up a lie, he was enveloped and met the menacing red eyes of his sensei. "Tell me what happened, Midoriya." Now his voice was low and threatening. "We had a difference of opinion and we got carried away." They both looked at each other for a few seconds until Aizawa let go and deactivated his quirk. "Young Midoriya, I don't know what led you to fight like this, but when young Todoroki wakes up, you will both receive the punishment for your actions." "Yes, I'm really sorry, All Might. Now we have to take Todoroki to the infirmary." "I'll do it, we have to fix this misunderstanding." He looked at his unconscious partner who had his head resting on Uraraka's lap. "Okay, but if I find out you're fighting again, I'll make sure you get expelled, understood?" "Yeah." Izuku approached his teammates who were surrounding Shoto, then picked him up and threw him over his shoulder before leaving for the gym. A few minutes later, Shoto Todoroki began to regain consciousness. His head hurt as if he'd been hit with a hammer. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a white ceiling and walls. "It seems I'm in the infirmary. I see you woke up." Looking to his right, he saw Izuku sitting in a chair next to him. He remembered everything that had happened in the gym, quickly prepared to sit down and attack the green-haired man again, but froze when Izuku materialized a katana and put it under his neck. "Now let's calm down. Aizawa-sensei told me that if we started fighting again, he would expel us." The young man with two-tone hair lay back on the bed to get away from the edge of the sword. "Well, I think I need to give you a couple of explanations. I didn't know Rei was your mother." "I don't care about your explanations. I saw you with my mother, and then I heard you groping Yaoi Rozu." "Okay, that didn't sound right. You think?" Then Shoto's words registered in Izuku's brain. "Wait a minute, you're not upset that I was with your mother. What bothers you is that you thought I was cheating on her." "You're cheating on her, I'm sure of that. You're making a mistake. Could you let me explain?" Shoto frowned even more but didn't object, so the green-haired man began to explain the story of his current situation to his friend. A few minutes later, when he finished, he saw that Shoto's jaw was hanging open. That can't be true. But she is, and Ray knows it. When she told me she was forced to marry a man she didn't love, I wondered what I could have done to make her end up in that hospital. Now that I know she's your mother, I'm starting to understand a few things about her. Now you know, what will you do? First, the next time I see Endeavor I'll pull his teeth out. Izuku smiled, making his friend smile a little. Apart from that, I'm not going to do anything else. Finding out about everything that happened only makes me want to make her happy even more. Shoto, I really love Ray. In fact, I didn't want to accept her feelings because I thought she deserved someone better than me, but she still accepted me despite everything. Can I really trust you? You can. I will never do anything to hurt her. I'm one of those who best knows what my mother has suffered. If you make her cry even once. I let the threat hang in the air. I'm glad we cleared that up. Isn't Recovery Girl here to heal us? Asked Shoto, seeing the stitched cut on Izuku's eyebrow and the bruise on his left cheek. Recovery Girl got mad at us and said, I'm not going to cure you, that'll teach you not to fight like 5-year-olds. You're not better either. She held up a small mirror where Shoto could see her purple left eye. Shoto grimaced. That's going to take a while. It's good that you convinced him, now what's the plan? I think I should take charge of my relationship with Ray. Izuku looked at Shoto. Shoto, can you do something for me? What thing? 2 days later. The situation Izuku was in could only be summed up in one word. Awkward. He found himself in Ray's hospital room, the white-haired woman sitting next to him, while in front of them were Shoto, Fayumi, and Natsuo. They had just told Shoto's 2 brothers that he and Ray were now a couple, except for the part about Izuku having 4 other girlfriends. When they finished talking, the room had fallen silent. Then Natsuo spoke. Does anyone else think this is awkward? That's good, I thought I was the only one. Izuku sighed. Look, I know this is hard for you to understand, I just want you to know that it's not like I want to impose myself on your lives. I admit it's a little awkward, I mean you're our younger brother's age, Fayumi said. Children, I know this surprises you, but you are practically adults and you are living your lives. Is it very selfish of me to think a little about my happiness? But Dad. Fayumi. Natsuo interrupted her. I know it's not fair, since I'm still legally married to your father. But I was planning on asking for a divorce. And maybe getting out of this hospital. Everyone was surprised by the statement Ray had made. Are you sure? Izuku asked. Yes, Ray held her boyfriend's hand. I think it's time for me to move on with my life. The 3 brothers saw the loving gesture and smile their mother gave the man next to her. Then Natsuo stood up and walked towards Izuku. I see that you really make my mother happy. She placed her fist on Izuku's chest. So I'm going to entrust her to you. If you hurt her, you'll have to deal with me. Izuku smiled. I'm going to make her happy, I give you my word. Natsuo. Then Fayumi looked at Shoto. Midoriya and I have already talked, I have no problem with him having a relationship with Mom. The young woman with white hair and red streaks looked at her mother, who was looking at her expectantly. Mom. I don't know if I agree with this, but I also can't tell you how to live your life. So I'll stay out of it until I get used to it. But the smile. Ray approached her children and gave them a hug. Thank you. Well, one less problem. It seems like everything is okay now. Several days later in UA. Class 1 was having a free hour and everyone was having some random conversations. Izuku was talking to Yaoi, Rozu, Jiro, Ashido, and Kaminari. And to think that we are already in October. Yes, time has passed quickly. Hey. Look. Everyone saw Mina start to dance. Break dance. Not bad. Have you seen those moves before? Hey. I'm old, but not that old. Your hobby is dancing, right? Said Aoyama. Why are you wearing shorts under your skirt? Mineta complained, only to be hit by Hagakure. That explains how good his moves are in combat. Ashido, when practicing dance, his movements use every part of his body. Kaminari looked at his partner. Ashido and Satu are great. They've kept their hobbies even though we're here at UA training to be heroes. Speaking of which, yours Jiro is great. Hey, stop, Jiro complained. Your room is like a music store. That's more than a hobby. Stop it, forget about my room. It's from a professional. I think. Kaminari stopped talking when one of Jiro's jacks stopped inches from his face. I mean it. The violet-haired girl went to sit at her desk. Well, Kaminari looked at her confused. What did I say? Momo and Izuku looked at each other and shook their heads. Idiot. The bell rang and Izawa entered the room with his sleeping bag on him. He stood behind the desk and looked at his students. We will have a cultural festival. Just like in a normal school. Exclaimed most of the class excitedly. Cultural festival. Normal activities have finally arrived here. We have to decide what we're going to do. Kirishima stood up. Sensei. Is it okay for us to be so relaxed right now? You changed Kirishima, Kaminari complained. The villains are very active. It's a valid opinion, but UA doesn't only revolve around the hero department. Yes, the sports festival is sponsored by the hero department. The cultural festival is the domain of the other departments. It's not as famous as the sports festival, but it's important to them. And currently, the hero class is a source of stress for many of the other students. Since you put it that way, I couldn't object. Kirishima sat down. This year will be different from the previous ones. The festival will only be held on school grounds. Even if they are not the protagonists, all classes must prepare something. Today we will decide what will be done. Aizawa closed his eyes and fell asleep. It seems he fell asleep. That's what I call responsibility. Iida and Yaoirozu stood behind Aizawa's desk. As the representative of Class 1A, I, Iida Tenya, will take charge. I'll try to group all the proposals together. Let's start by proposing ideas. Whoever has one, raise your hand. Everyone started shouting while raising their hands. This will be great. Okay, Kaminari-kun, Iida pointed out. Let's have a maid coffee. I support the idea. Because it doesn't surprise me. Maid, huh? Not a bad idea. That's not Kaminari. What's your idea, Mineta-kun? Iida asked. A tea bar. Was silenced as Asui tied him up and hung him away from the others. I'm not that perverted either. It seems I've surpassed you. You're Raka-kun. A mochi shop. I see, very Japanese. I love sweets. Kirishima-kun. Let's have an arm wrestling competition. What passion. Great, you could break a couple of arms. Hagakure-kun. A bakery house. I don't know what that is, but it's probably exciting. It brings back memories. Do you know what that is? Satu-kun. A crepe stand. Take out, perfect. Delicious. Ashido-kun. A dance. How glamorous. I could teach you some cool moves. Koda-kun. A petting zoo. Very adorable. That would be nice. Todoroki-kun. Handmade soba. You love it, don't you? Don't you eat anything else? Bakugo-kun. A deathmatch. Do you want us to kill each other? I love it. Tokoyami-kun. A banquet for students of the shadows. Interesting. Has serious problems. Aoyama-kun. My brilliant show. That. Jiru-kun. A short game or something like that. Understood. I didn't expect that. Well, anyone else? A few minutes later all the ideas had been written on the board. I think we've all gathered all the ideas we had. Iida said. I'm going to delete all the inappropriate, unrealistic ones and the ones I really don't understand, Yaoirozu warned as she began to delete several ideas. Local history presentation. That sounds very boring. Yeah. I agree. What stupidity. Iida's idea isn't that good. I guess you're right, Iida said. We already have many study sessions. Let's do something more fun. I guess I kind of agree. I don't see you complaining when you have your special study sessions with Momo, right? Izuku blushed. I'm sorry I didn't give a better idea, said Momo depressed. We can serve all the food together, Shiro offered. But soba and crepes don't go together, Kirishima told him. Nor crepes with oriental food, Jiru said. That's how everyone started discussing their different opinions on what they should do. Silence. Iida shouted. I don't understand. I think my idea is the best. Silence. We couldn't agree, said Momo. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Aizawa got out of his sleeping bag and headed for the exit. It was a pointless meeting in the end. Make a decision by tomorrow morning, or else. It'll be an open class. At night, in the bedrooms. Most of the class was gathered in the living room as they continued to discuss what they were going to do for the cultural festival. Where's the group of interns? And Bakugo? Ajiro asked. They're in extra classes. Since they can't come to the meeting, they said they'll do whatever we decide. Bakugo is asleep. Iida cleared his throat. I've been thinking about it carefully. The teacher mentioned the stress in the rest of the classes. We need to do something to help them relax. Yes, if we want to be heroes we can't keep causing them problems, Momo said. Since UA students know about lunch rush food, I doubt we can satisfy them with food. So, let's cancel those ideas. Shiro asked. Personally, if we want to do something for others, I think that would be the best thing. I think you're right, it would be a great harm to them if we just choose an idea that goes according to our wishes, Shaoji said. Momo looked at the computer in front of her. How about we do something more festival-like? The petting zoo, the maid cafe, or the haunted house? How about a play? Asked Kyoka. An amateur work, I don't think, is the best. Getting everyone to dance would be fun, Ishido said. The dance seems like a good idea to me, Todoroki approached the group. I didn't expect you to support my idea. Shoto took the computer that Momo had. Wait a second, I don't remember what it was called, but there was this thing where everyone went crazy. A video of people singing and dancing appeared on the computer screen. I didn't expect this from Todoroki. Who are you and what did you do with Todoroki? Did you become a party animal? Mineta asked. Shoto rolled his eyes. I'm not, but Iida was right about wanting to help the rest of the classes with their stress. And to do that, you have to offer them a place to have fun. I got the idea from my provisional license training. I see, sing and dance, said Iida. Amateurs only cause more stress. I can teach you. Mina warned. Wait, amateurs. Dancing is rhythm. In other words, music. We need good music. Mineta warned. If we talk about music. Everyone turned and looked at Jiru. Huh? What? A live performance with Jiru-chan's instruments. Hagakure exclaimed. Wait a second, asked Jiru. Why? You play and teach very well. When we were playing in your room, it was a lot of fun. Ashido and the others. For me it's just a simple hobby. It's not something I can be proud enough of for a presentation. She began to play with her headphone jacks. Kaminari approached Jiru. So that's what got you mad earlier. You know, it's great that you're so good with instruments. Jiru-san. Koda approached the two. It's a skill that will make people smile. I think it looks great for a hero. Momo stood between them and Jiru. I understand how you feel, but in the end the decision is Jiru-san's. Jiru scratched his head. I guess if they're so insistent, I guess I can't refuse. That wouldn't be very rock and roll, would it? So the program for Class A is a live performance and dance party space. Yeah. At the Hosu police station. Boss, another one came up. A group of police officers were gathered around a computer as Hosu Police Chief Tsusagami Renji approached. It's a new publication. We still don't have a single clue that leads us to him, wow. Find out where he uploads his videos, wow. But he hides his trail well. Okay, just hurry up. Yeah. A video started playing on the computer showing a small shop. Good morning. How are you, my dear viewers? Today I came to rob a certain establishment. They showed a man with his back turned pointing a knife at the cashier. I've seen you before. You're from the video page. The cashier began to shake. Sorry, he put a briefcase on the counter. I don't have time to talk to you. Before the heroes arrive, put the money in the briefcase. Now. Yeah. And if you could put the $1,000 bills in stacks of 10, that would be splendid. The video fast forwarded as the cashier poured the bills into the briefcase until it was full. At that moment, the doors opened, revealing two heroes. Drop the gun. Careful, gentle, the heroes have arrived. Will you be okay? A woman was heard saying behind the camera. Ha, calm down, La Brava. Two heroes are no problem for me. Suddenly 3 more heroes arrived and joined the other two. Put down the gun. The knife fell from the man's hand. La Brava, the man left the briefcase on the floor. I know, gentle. This part will not be broadcast. The video cut out, and when it played again the man was walking calmly while the pro heroes were lying on the ground unconscious. It was now clear that the villain was a refined-looking man. He had a slick back hairstyle with a curl at the front and sported a handlebar mustache, along with a well-groomed medium-sized beard. He had thick black lines around his eyes that resembled eyeliner applied with a marker. His clothing was also quite extravagant, featuring a dark purple jacket with enlarged collars and tails, a pair of loose striped trousers, and 2 belts. He also wore a pair of cuffs and a woolen scarf. He was seen using a cane for walking. The place looked deformed as if it was shaking. Let's go, the brave one. Wait, gentle. You're forgetting the money. No, the brave one. It's the payment for appearing in the video. Ha, money is not my goal. I want my name to be engraved in history. That's me, gentle. Gentle criminal. He began to walk away. See you in the next video, my dear viewers. Take care. Then the video ended. They are becoming more and more elaborate. Gentle criminal. I don't know if he's a joke or a serious criminal. In one of the city's skyscrapers, 2 people were standing on the roof of a building. One was gentle. Next to him stood a woman. She was a very short young woman. She has raspberry pink hair, which she wore in 2 high pigtails, wide and thick at the top and thin at the bottom, the tips curling up at the sides of her waist. She has a single strand in the middle of her forehead, pointed to the right. Her eyes are very large. Her eyes are oval-shaped, pink, and each has 2 circles between its small pupils and their rims. Her outfit consists of a large white bow around her neck, matching thick gloves, an indigo shirt with large buttons and long, ruffled cuffs, and a pair of white striped pants. She sports several heart motifs, such as heart earrings, heart-shaped buckles on the 2 thin golden belts around her waist, and a wide heart design on the top of her legs. She also wears a pair of high-heeled, shiny boots. Gentle. What's up, La Brava? Our number of visits isn't increasing, you're so wonderful. Why would that be? La Brava looked at her cell phone in her left hand while in her right she held a camera. Rosa. As I suspected, I need to undertake a greater feat. It's what gives meaning to actions. He poured himself a cup of tea, but the wind spilled the liquid on his companion. It's burning. I'm looking for something that will make me more extraordinary, La Brava. And that event will happen soon. The next day in UA. Aizawa was in the staff room sitting at his desk while checking some things on his computer. Then Vlad King approached him. Hey Aizawa, I heard the Class A is going to do a live singing and dancing combination. Yes, it seems that they decided on that while looking for an idea to support the other classes. Well, that plan is admirable. You know, I'm not sure. With Class 1A. You have supplementary classes, right? Ejiro asked Kirishima and Izuku. Yeah. I'm sorry I can't be there. Don't worry, we won't take any orders until you return. Kirishima and Izuku started heading towards the living room where Aizawa was waiting for them. I hate your extra classes. Me too. Ashido, Shaoji, Jiru, Kaminari and Bakugo were leaving the school while heading to the dorms. We have to decide the dance steps and the clothes. Ashido exclaimed. What do you think they'll like? Shaoji asked. It has to be something modern, right Jiru? Kaminari said. I don't know yet. Bakugo was walking, paying partial attention to the conversation his classmates were having. Then he heard a boy and a girl from another class talking. Hey, you heard. Class A from the Hero department will be giving us a concert. For us. They think they're too important. Yeah, it's funny, the villains attacked them once and then attacked them again when they left camp. There were even injuries. They even harmed us, they're to blame for everything. Bakugo looked at them for a few seconds and then started heading back to the dorms. In the afternoon. The entire Class 1 was gathered in the common room to plan what they would do for the cultural festival. Iida stood in front of the group. The cultural festival is in a month. We don't have much time, so I want to decide a few things today. First we have to choose the song. Which one do you want? Asked Hagakure. I don't know about music so whatever you say said Ejiro. To cheer up the rest, it should be a well-known one that excites. Kaminari opined. One to dance to. Jiru called the group's attention to the fact that if that's the case, we can consider 4 on the floor and club rock in the new rave style. If we're making dance music, we should really go back to EDM, but you want to play, right? Everyone looked at her as if she had spoken to them in another language. Does anyone play bass or drums? Nobody answered. I assumed so. The drums are essential in a band. To be honest, my main instrument is the guitar. I'm still practicing with the drums. If I have to teach someone while I'm practicing, a month is very little time for me. Wait. Kaminari looked at Bakugo. You went to music classes, didn't you? Everyone looked at the blonde in surprise. Hey. Why don't you try playing the drums Bakugo? Shiro handed him some drumsticks. Can't someone else do it? Bakugo complained. I see, you can't. Bakugo took the drumsticks and started playing the drums. When he finished, everyone looked at him in surprise. It's perfect. Said Jiru. Incredible. He's talented. Bakugo will be the drummer. The blonde stood up and turned his back on them. I'm not going to participate in this stupidity. Jiru chased him. Bakugo please, if you do it I'm sure it will turn out very well. Of course not. You're doing this to relieve other people's stress, right? We're the ones responsible for that stress. Doing this will only make us happy. No one will believe it. They're mad at us, so they won't accept it. Don't say it like that. Hagakure scolded him. Being friendly is absurd. But you're right, we never thought about that. Don't complain if you didn't attend any meeting Todoroki told him. It makes me angry, it's not like we want the villains to attack us. Why do we have to be considered? If what you want is to encourage them, don't do it. We have to hit them. We are not friends, we are rivals. We will crush the entire UA with our sound. Bakugo ran his thumb down his neck. Bakugo. Everyone shouted excitedly. I don't know, that made sense, but you'll play, right? Bakugo-kun is taking it seriously. Let's do it. We did it Jiru-chan. Yes, I will try. Elsewhere. Gentle, what are you doing for the next video? In a month, a cultural festival will be held. A school that reinforced its security after being attacked. The school that is the symbol of heroes right now. Do you mean? Haha, if I manage to infiltrate there don't you think I'll become very popular? Back to UA. The entire class wanna continue to gather while they decided on the roles each one would have for the cultural festival. Thanks to my etiquette training as a child, I'm quite familiar with the piano. Will that skill be useful? Momo asked. Yeah, Momo will be on the keyboard then. The synthesizer is essential for disco music. Yeah, Momo, you'll be a great help Jiru told her. Yes, I'll do my best. I wanted to dance with all the girls, I forgive you because you're adorable Ashido complained. I'll play the bass. All that's missing are the guitars and the singer. Will the rest dance? Ejiro asked. Yes, but I don't know if that will be enough. Iida put a hand on his chin. He'll take care of that. The staging. Ishido exclaimed happily. Yes, that. Staging, what is that? Asked Zero. The pink-haired girl started typing on the computer and then showed a video to her classmates. This, for example, things like streamers, flares or a disco ball, anything that is essential to create the atmosphere is called staging. Let's have a parade like the happiest place on earth. And that people can unite. We'll use the gym, right? Asked Satu. Yes, Professor Izawa already reserved it, Iida replied. We can have Uraraka make Todoroki and Kirishima float. Kirishima will slowly break Todoroki's ice. Aoyama will be the mirror ball, and it will look like it's raining stardust. It will be the snowman team. Said Ishido. Human ice, great. A great team combo. That'll get everyone excited. Am I going to be a disco ball? Good idea. That's a great idea. We'll need help getting everything ready. Hello. Everyone saw Izuku, Kirishima, Asui and Uraraka enter the dorms. We're sorry for being late, Izuku apologized. It's finally over. We finally made up for all our missed classes. We can join now, Uraraka announced. Welcome, we're going to play new rave disco rock music. Jiru-chan will be playing bass, Yamomo the keyboard, and Bakugo the drums. I understand about Jiru on bass and Yaoi Rozu on keyboard. But Bakugo playing the drums is unexpected. Any problem? The blonde asked angrily. Everyone shook their heads. You are certainly opposites. Jiru-chan, are you going to sing? Asked Uraraka. It's not decided yet, the violet-haired girl replied. I'll sing, that will make me popular, said Mineta. Besides being the mirror ball, I'm going to sing. Well, I can't play any instrument, but I can sing, I'm sure. Kirishima started singing. Ship captain, bastards took him. That didn't sound right, Uraraka told him. I don't think that sounds very good. Mineta started screaming while singing. It's not just about shouting. Someone kill him. Aoyama sang like in an opera. That's the wrong music. I don't know what to think about that. I think Jiru-chan should sing too. When you taught us how to play you sang wonderfully, said Hagakure. Hey, don't make things more complicated. But she was interrupted when a microphone was placed in front of her. Come on, sing. They ignore the cries of our souls. Let's see what you have, Mineta complained. I want to hear Jiru sing. We're counting on you. Said Kirishima. Jiru settled in front of the microphone, closed her eyes, and then began to sing. You know, everyone wants to sparkle. Like the stars in the night sky. In this wonderful place. Filled with all the dreams I've been wishing for. Waiting for the chance. When I finished, everyone got very excited. My ears are in heaven. What a husky and sexy voice. That was great. It's unanimous. That was one of the most beautiful voices I've ever heard, and I'm over 100 years old. It was definitely amazing. Jiru blushed. Well, leaving that aside. We need guitarists, and 2 of them. Kaminari raised his hand. I want to play. Playing an instrument is great. Me too. Mineta warned. It doesn't matter if they want to or not, can they do it? Bakugo asked. Of course. Kaminari grabbed one of the guitars Jiru had brought and started playing. The guitar is the center of the band after all. Mineta tried to grab the guitar, but his arms were too short for that. Then he ran with tears in his eyes. I can't reach the high notes. Izuku. The green-haired man picked up the guitar from the floor and then began to play a solo. When he finished, everyone stared at him in shock. Woohoo. Now that's what I call playing the guitar. That was amazing, Midoriya. Midoriya, you will play the guitar, Jiru told him. Okay. This will be fantastic. I'm going to dance, said Satu. Me too, with my tail I can move to a certain point, said Ajiro. I want to help with the staging using my tape. One by one, the tasks to be completed for the cultural festival were decided. They all finished by 1 in the morning. Okay, everyone's roles have been decided. Iida declared with dark circles on his face. The band team. Jiru, Yaoi Rozu, Midoriya, Bakugo, Kaminari. The staging team. Todoroki, Kirishima, Shiro, Kota, Aoyama. The dance team. Ishido, Uraraka, Asui, Hagakure, Shoji, Iida, Ajiro, Tokoyami, Mineta, Satu. Get ready, these are going to be busy days. A few days later. Are you ready? Yeah, I think I need a little guidance right now. I hope I can help you. Izuku was inside the school as he headed towards the break room where All Might was waiting for him. When he arrived, he knocked on the door. Forward. Good morning, young Midoriya. Good morning, All Might. Please sit down. Do you want some tea? Yes, thank you very much. They sat opposite each other with their cups of tea. Have you already decided what you're going to do for the cultural festival? Yes, we will do a musical presentation with live dancing. I see, that sounds like a lot of fun. I have faith that everything will turn out well. They're all good, I think they'll be fine. May I ask, why are you meeting me at such a busy time? I think it's been a while since we've talked, just you and I, the former number 1 hero questioned. The fight against the 8 precepts of death. I managed to use 35% of my power and I'm training, but every time I activate it my body freezes for a few seconds. Unfortunately my movements became very predictable, not to mention that the only reason I won that fight was thanks to Eri. My possibilities were very limited against Overhaul's long-range attacks. I've been thinking about it. Right now I can't use 100%, so I have no idea what to do now. I see, you're at a dead end, huh? I just have one piece of advice for you. You should have long-range attacks too. Huh. How am I supposed to get that? I've also been thinking a lot about how to help you. All Might stood up. Put on your gym uniform and come with me. A few minutes later, green area of the school perimeter. All Might and Izuku were surrounded by trees, well they were away from the school and anyone. Now what, All Might? I want you to use 35% now. Hey. Come on. Let's get going. Well, but I can't keep it active for long. Besides, my body freezes for a few seconds. Use full cowl, now. All Might shouted. Stop complaining and do it. Alright. The red lines ran through his body, and then the green rays along with a powerful gust of wind surrounded the green-haired man. Full cowl 35%. I want you to release your attack from that place. Izuku spread his wings and rose, then launched a kick that created a great air pressure, cracking several trees and destroying several branches in the process. Incredible. Awesome. All Might looked at his student. I intended to teach you earlier, but you've been growing by leaps and bounds, and I was waiting for you to hit a limit. If you didn't notice this during your fight it was because you focused on the damage to your body, instead of seeing what you could accomplish with your new level of power. You can generate wind pressure without hurting your body. Damn, Izuku's body stiffened for a few seconds until he could move again. Up until now you've been releasing small gusts of wind with your Delaware Smash, but now you'll be able to unleash a much greater power. Young Midoriya, it takes you between 2 and 3 seconds to create a weapon and throw it, but if you master this technique, you'll be much faster and you'll be able to save your weapons for important moments. Now think about your growth so far. 1. Extract 100% with a part of your body. 2. Control the percentage of a part of your body. 3. Control the percentage throughout the body. 4. Learn the shoot style. 5. Reach 25% of your power. 6. Force 35% of your power for a short period of time. That's why what I wanted you to understand with all this is. You didn't always use 100% of one for all. All Might remained silent. If all of All Might's punches were at 100%, a tornado would always be created around him. Now I understand, with 35% I become paralyzed after an attack, but only if I use it on my entire body. If I manage to extract 35% of my power and control that percentage in just one part of my body. Combining 2 and 6. That's easy to say. To use the amount that takes you to your limit, you need more flexible control. Izuku, what is the most malleable part of your body? The green-haired man looked at his hands. My fingers. All Might nodded. Good, practice that finger control. The green rays surrounded Izuku. Full cowl 25%. He put his middle finger against his thumb. Now it went to 35% at the moment of throwing it. He released a powerful blast of air that brought down a tree, but then felt his body stiffen. You won't get it the first time. Thanks All Might, now I understand what I have to do. Izuku smiled. Ready to start training again? Yes. It's time to move forward. Saturday. Izuku was heading towards the hall to meet with the band to see what they were going to play for the cultural festival. Is your guitar in tune? Yes, the green-haired man looked at the instrument tied to his back. Why didn't you want to sing? Are you kidding? Did you hear Jiru's voice? Good point. Where are the others? Bushido took the entire dance group to a larger place, so they are outside the dormitory, and the stage group needed a quiet group to think, so they are in the dining room. When he got to the room he realized there was no one else there except, "Good morning Kakin." A grunt was all he got in response. Izuku just smiled amusedly, then picked up his guitar and started strumming a few notes. I didn't know you could play the drums. I learned a couple of years ago. And you better not screw this up. I'm sure I'll leave you impressed. You wish shit. Then why don't you show me how good you are? The green-haired man asked defiantly. Ha. Let's see if you can keep up with me Deku. This is going to be fantastic. Bakugo started playing and a few seconds later he was followed by Izuku. They both finished the song while smiling. That's a song. You two aren't doing too bad. Suddenly applause began to be heard and the two saw that Kaminari, Jiru and Momo were at the door. That was wonderful. There's no doubt we'll do great during the cultural festival. I'm sure you can play the song I made. Jiru handed them a copy of the sheet music for the song. You better not screw this up. You have to practice until you drop dead. They started playing, they did it for several hours, there were some disagreements and arguments, but they were quickly resolved, and so they continued for a while. Okay, let's take a break, Jiro warned. We are doing very well, said Momo. That's good, my fingers hurt, Kaminari complained. Izuku shook his shoulders. I admit I'm a little tired too. Hey, why don't we go see how the dance group is doing? Kaminari asked. Come on, I want to see how they do too, Izuku replied. The whole group started heading towards the dance team. Izuku and Momo were at the back of the group, then the green-haired boy felt a touch on his hand and saw that his girlfriend was looking ahead, but the blush on her cheeks betrayed her calm exterior. Momo felt Izuku's hand squeeze hers and looked at her boyfriend who smiled at her, then they both intertwined their fingers as they headed towards the exit, obviously staying out of sight of their other classmates. Young love is no good without a little risk. After a bit of walking they saw the dance group practicing, and in front of them was Mina giving instructions. They seemed to be having fun. I wish I had my body to show you some good dance steps. Oh, really? There's a lot about me you don't know. Good point. Hey guys. Uraraka yelled at them. Izuku let go of Momo's hand without anyone noticing and approached the group. What are you doing here? Asked Sayu. We're taking a break. How's the dance going? Asked Momo. There's still a lot to polish. Mina approached the group. Let's take 5 minutes, guys. They all started talking to each other while taking a break from their activities. Hey Izuku, look over there. From behind a bush Izuku could see Mirko, who seemed to be talking to himself. Mirko. Izuku shouted, drawing the blonde's attention. Mirko stuck his head back into the bush and then suddenly stuck his butt out. I'm a peach. Nobody paid attention to him because at that moment they were watching the girl who was next to the bush. Eerie. Izuku smiled, knelt down and extended his arms as the little girl ran to him and hugged him. Izuku. How are you? I feel fine. Uraraka and Sayu approached the group. What nice clothes. You're adorable. Erie's outfit was a white dress shirt with a ruffled collar and a plain red apron with 2 large gold buttons on either side of her chest. Underneath this, she wore gray tights and a large pair of tan boots and a small dark red messenger bag with a strap over her right shoulder and a small floral pattern decorating one of its sides. Her hair was sleeker and neater. We decided to show him the school as Awa walked towards the group. The principal gave his permission. If he's going to integrate back into society he should get used to people little by little, so he doesn't panic. Izuku saw Irie cling to his shirt. I see. The green-haired boy stood up, carrying Irie in one arm. Then his other classmates began to approach. So you're Irie, nice to meet you, my name is Iida. I'm Mineta, I hope to see you in 10 years. It's a pleasure, my name is Momo Yaoi Rozu. The black-haired girl extended her hand. Irie looked at them and then hid in Izuku's neck. She seems shy, said Mirko. So she's the girl you were so determined to save Midoriya. Yeah. I'm glad you're both safe now, Momo told him. I promised I'd come back, right? Izuku smiled. Irie watched the interaction between her hero and the black-haired girl. She then leaned over and took Momo's hand. The black-haired girl watched the little girl hold her hands and smiled at her. His hands are warm too. Izuku. What's happening? Isn't it adorable? Yeah. Imagine, in a few years when you have your own children with the girls. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise as he blushed. Izuku. What's wrong, Irie? What are you doing? The little girl looked at everyone else who were making strange movements. Well, we are. He stopped talking and a big smile spread across the green-haired boy's face. Sensei. He quickly approached his teacher. There won't be any problems with Irie as long as she's on school grounds, right? Well no, since. So can Irie attend the cultural festival? What a great idea, Izuku-kun. That would be amazing. Cultural festival? Yes, Irie-chan. There's something called a cultural festival that's happening here soon. The students organize events and food stalls for other students to enjoy. And apples. There'll probably be caramel apples. Candy apples. They are even sweeter than normal apples. Sweets. Irie's eyes sparkled at the explanation. As Awa put away his cell phone. I already spoke with the director and he agrees. Izuku looked at the girl in his arms. What are you saying, Irie? I've been thinking, ever since I was rescued, about the people who saved me. Mirko and Izuku, I want to get to know you all better. Good idea. I promised I would give her back her smile. Midoriya. Huh? What's up, Mirko? I'm going to take Irie-chan to observe the surroundings of the UA. Do you want to come? The two groups are going to go have some tea so you can go, Midoriya Jiro told him. Let's go. Mirko exclaims excitedly. A few minutes later. Izuku, Mirko and Irie were walking through the school hallways while adjusting their uniforms. Why are you wearing the uniform? School rules. We don't have classes today, but several people are still preparing for the cultural festival, Mirko explained to Eri as they watched everyone move as they headed in different directions carrying different types of items. Then they saw two boys who were carrying papers. Hey, it's Tagata. The girl? Is that why you didn't come to school? Mirko didn't answer, he just smiled. Say something, it seems to be true. You had a lot of fun with this joke, didn't you? Izuku asked him. Hahaha, you have no idea how much. The daughter's joke, it's a classic. Joking aside, one of the boys handed them a flyer. Both of you have to come to class. Of course I'll go. After saying goodbye, the group of three began to walk around the school while looking at everyone with their preparations. There's a month left, but everyone is very busy, said Izuku. A festival requires a lot of preparation. Everyone wants to do better than last year. They're putting extra effort into all their tasks. Suddenly a dragon head appeared in front of them, causing the three to jump back. Fucking hell. Sorry. But it's Midoriya from Class A. Good morning, Tetsu. Well, are you sure you have time to waste here? Said Monoma, who was carrying his head. Eri, are you okay? Yes, I was a little surprised. Do you think you have time to ignore me? Your class is having a concert, right? That's fine, but I'll tell you, Class B will definitely outperform them in Romeo and Juliet in Azkaban. The Return of the King. We'll be putting on a spectacular, completely original fantasy show. Oh, save those tissues, because they're going to cry when we beat them. Hahaha. Then one of the boys carrying the dragon head, who had black hair and a bandana, took a stick and stood behind Monoma. Seeing this, Izuku put a hand over Eri's eyes. Hit. Monoma's body fell inert to the ground. Thanks for silencing him. There's no reason and I'm sorry. Without Kendo there's no one to stop him. You're right, the one with the sexy legs is the one who hits this idiot. Where is Kendo? She is not with us now as she is preparing for the beauty pageant. Beauty contest. Beauty contest. Yes, they forced her to participate. I won't be like Monoma, but let's give our best. Tetsu said goodbye. Sorry for showing you the bad side of you. Mirko apologized. Hey. Sensei didn't tell us anything about a beauty contest. That's cruel, very cruel. This year she is also very motivated by the contest. She. Last year's runner-up, Hato Nijire. Huh? Hato-san. Yes, come with me. The two teenagers and the little girl walked until they reached the equipment room. Mirko opened the door. I'm here, Nijire, Tamaki. When they entered they saw a couple of boys with the costumes, Tamaki setting up a camera, Nijire was floating in an aquamarine dress and matching shoes. When Izuku saw her his jaw dropped at the sight of the light blue-haired beauty. Hey, why is Eri-chan here? How strange. Why? This really cheers me up. We're showing Eri-chan around UA. Mirko replied. Nijire looked at Izuku. Hi Midoriya. How are you? What are you doing here? Are you accompanying Mirko and Eri-chan? Do you like my dress? Don't I look weird? At first glance it seemed that Izuku was overwhelmed by the questions of the young woman with light blue hair, but in reality when he saw her he was speechless. Hell, answer his questions. Alkin stomped his foot several times trying to reactivate his student's brain. After a few seconds he managed to get the blood out of his lower regions and back to his brain and answered the only question he had heard. You look beautiful, Hato-san. A light blush graced the young woman's cheeks. Thanks. You can also call me Nijire if you want. Or senpai or whatever you want to call me. Sometimes they give me nicknames too, so I won't bother with what you want to call me. No problem Nijire, and you can also call me Izuku. A big smile spread across Nijire's face as she floated, spinning on her axis. Okay, Izuku. Will you come see me during the beauty pageant? I'd like you to be there, though I understand if you can't. I'm sure you have things to do for the festival, too, and… She trailed off as a finger rested on her lips. I'll come see you if you come to see my presentation. The green-haired man smiled at her. A much darker blush graced Nijire's cheeks as she nodded several times. Mirko watched the interaction between the two and smiled enigmatically. I'm sure you're going to win, Nijire. Really? You know what? These past 2 years, I couldn't win because there's this amazing girl. Beauty pageant champion Bibimi Kenranzaki, 3rd year G-class support group. I see. How will it be if I manage to beat this beauty? I wonder that too. Tamaki approached the group. This year's contest features Kendo-san, who has gained fans thanks to the commercial she and Uwabami were in. Hato-san is very motivated by that. Just thinking about it made her fall to her knees. My stomach hurts. Nijire flew up to a young girl with short salmon-colored hair and reddish-brown eyes. At first I participated because Yayu insisted, but it's fun, and I really want to win. Nijire gave the group a big smile. That's why I'm going to win. After all, it's my senior year. You'll do it. Mirko exclaimed. I'm going to support you too, Nijire, Izuku told her. After a few minutes and after Izuku promised Najire several times that he would go see the parade, the group of 3 left the classroom and began walking through the school hallways. Where can we go now? Mirko put a hand on his chin. I think I have an idea. They walked until they reached the support department. When they entered, they saw the entire support class working on various robots. This is the Eri-chan support course. Everyone in this course will do a technological presentation. I heard it's very popular every year. A voice was heard in Izuku's ear. That's right, the cultural festival is the time for the support department to shine. Izuku jumped and took a step back. May, what are you? He looked behind her where there was a large robot. Incredible. A robot. A robot. I've always wanted one. Me too. Hatsum smiled. Do you like it? It's my cute baby 202. You've been working a lot, right? Izuku pointed out the different stains on the pink-haired girl's body and clothes. It's because taking a shower is a waste of time. May scratched the back of her neck. Oh really? Unbelievable, said Mirko. May looked at her robot. The sports festival puts the spotlight on the hero department. But this time we're the protagonists. She placed a hand on her invention. Many companies will be able to see our babies. We have to give it our all. It's really important for all the other departments. By the way, how are the Iron Souls? If you need anything else, just let me know. I actually wish you would do something for me. Really? He stuck his face to Izuku's. I'm starting to practice long-range attacks since I can now create powerful wind pressures. What I want is equipment I can use in my hands to give direction to my air blasts. Give them direction. Yes, because in urban areas I would damage everything around me. Leave it to me. I'll create a super baby for you. At that moment May's robot began to smoke and then the top exploded. Baby. Hatsum did it again. Water, water. Mirko and Izuku carried Eri and started running. See you later, Hatsum. When they left the support department they went to the dining room and sat at a table while Eri drank a juice. That's all. What did you think of UA? Izuku asked him. I don't know. Both teenagers sighed. But there are a lot of people working hard. So I want to know how it's all going to turn out. She seems really interested. That feeling is called spirit. A voice was heard at the table next to them and they saw Nezu and Nomuri having lunch. Principal Nezu, Midnight Sensei. Are you really just eating cheese? Nezu finished eating and wiped his face with a napkin. It was good that she came to UA. I also have high hopes for this festival. The students are working hard to make fun projects that entertain everyone. And after the police visit Nomuri took a spoonful of food and looked at Izuku. Careful, Kayama-kun. I think he wants to tell you something. Yeah. Nezu got down from his chair. Well, I'm leaving. Make sure you enjoy the cultural festival to the fullest. Midnight Sensei, what happened? Izuku asked. I can't tell you much, but the director worked very hard to keep the cultural festival from being cancelled. He stood up with his tray. We will further strengthen security, but if the alarm sounds, even if it's a false alarm, we will immediately suspend activities and evacuate. That was the condition for allowing us to hold the cultural festival. Things are very difficult. Of course, we'll keep an eye out to make sure that doesn't happen. We've even released Hound Dog to keep you safe around the school. Let go. Hahaha, they took off his belt. By the way. What Class A is going to do even reach the teacher's lounge. I look forward to seeing them. Izuku winked. Yeah. What are you going to do, Izuku? Asked Eri. It will be a show with live music and dancing. Eri's eyes lit up. Are you going to play guitar like you did when you used to visit me in the hospital? I'll do my best to make sure you enjoy it. So I'll be waiting for you. Izuku stood up. Break is almost over, so I have to get back. Okay, I'm waiting to see you too. A few days later. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Izuku was practicing alongside All Might. Gusts of wind filled the surroundings as Izuku shot blasts of air with his fingers. After snapping another tree in half, he grimaced as he felt his body stiffen again. You still have trouble making consecutive attacks or moving while doing it, All Might said. Until you learn to do it consecutively, there's no point in practicing it while you're on the move. I'm about to get it, I'm sure. Izuku looked at his middle finger which had what looked like a bruise. You have internal bleeding, put this on. I hand him a small ice pack. Thanks, I need more precise control than I have right now. Do you have any advice for me, All Might? I have no idea. Because it doesn't surprise me. I managed to control 100% almost immediately. All Might put a hand on his chin. The only thing I can tell you is to have an image in your head, visualize the image and remember the sensation in your body. Repetition is the key. He raised his fist and spat out blood. That hasn't happened to him in a long time. Izuku closed his eyes. I must remember it, like my fight with Ranbu. Even though we were both born without a quirk, we are very different. All Might is a natural hero. The green-haired man grimaced when he felt it, that beast again. It was writhing, searching for a crack in his will to try to attack him again. I can feel it too, he's having a tough time, he has to distribute his control between mastering one for all and keeping that thing at bay. Because I don't know what would happen to him if he lets that thing influence him. Catch. Izuku opened his eyes and saw All Might holding a sphere that had wings on the sides. But what? Excuse me. Did anyone get hurt? Izuku saw the pink-haired girl heading towards them. What are you doing here at this hour? Be careful, All Might returned the little robot to him. Thank you very much, I come here sometimes to test my babies. By the way, Midoriya. She brought her face closer to Izuku's. What's happening? The equipment you asked me for the other day. I found a baby with similar functions and I'm customizing it. I'll give it to you when you send the paperwork. Finally, there's no doubt this girl is amazing. I see, thank you very much, May. No problem, since I already have the materials it won't take me long. Then Hatsume's robot began to fly away from the place. Wait, baby. Where are you going? What equipment? All Might asked. I want something that helps me concentrate the blast of air so that it doesn't disperse when I throw it, that way the blast of air I throw will be much stronger. I see, I tried to do it once too. Oh really? But even the equipment that could handle 20% or 30% of my power was too much. I could use it to attack at medium and long range, but since I was almost always fighting in close combat, I always ended up breaking it. A puff of smoke appeared and All Might transformed into his muscular form. In the end, I decided I'd use my own body. He returned to normal while spitting out a large amount of blood. Using support items is a good idea, but you have to be careful not to rely on them. I know many heroes who can't do anything without them. Yes, don't worry. When you master 100%, will you leave your support items? I don't know, for now I'll focus on improving little by little. Good. Now let's start visualizing. Yeah. I feel a deja vu. At night. Everyone was gathered in the living room after finishing the day's rehearsals. Hey idiot, you're playing too fast, you have to join me. Bakugo shouted to Kaminari. The problem is that you make arrangements without saying anything. Momo was serving tea and then saw Jiro approaching. Jiro-san, you teach like a pro. You got Kaminari-san, who is an amateur, to learn how to do the harmonic progression. It's nothing, sniff sniff. The tea today smells very good. Right. It's a special tea my mom sent me, it's called Imperial Gold Tips, everyone have a cup too. Thank you for making us tea, Momo. I want to try too. Izuku was sitting on the couch while checking his cell phone looking for the latest news about heroes, then he received a text message. I didn't expect that. It seems you made a good impression. The cup of tea was placed in front of the green-haired man's face. He looked up and saw Momo holding the cup. Do you want to try? Thank you. He took the cup and took a couple of sips. It's really delicious. I'm glad you like it. Momo clasped her hands together, then sat down next to him. Band practice is going great. Yes, when we practice it with the dance team I'm sure it will be amazing. Will Iri-chan come see us? Yes, that's why I want to do my best so she can be happy. I'm sure you'll make him smile again. Momo squeezed her boyfriend's hand. We'll all make it, he squeezed back. The next day. Izuku was in the park sitting under a tree looking up at the sky, watching the clouds pass by, the soft breeze slightly moving the branches of the trees. It's good that you have this free time. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. You've been very busy recently. Studying, the cultural festival, dividing my time between Rumi, Momo, Namuri, you, and Rei, conversations and messages between Shino and Ryuko. Yeah, I think I've been a little busy. And you're just starting your relationship. And everything that's missing. Heh. Something's wrong, Falcon Sensei. Nothing, I was just thinking about something fun. Suddenly hands covered Izuku's eyes. Who am I? I didn't expect the great CEO of Shueisha Publishing to ask me to meet here. The hands were removed from his eyes and Izuku turned around and saw Chidis kneeling behind him with her arms crossed in a pout that made her look cute. At least in Izuku's eyes. How did you know it was me? You have a nice lavender scent, I've noticed it since the last time we met. Chidis's cheeks took on a slight dark blue tint, which made Izuku raise an eyebrow. I guess that's a blush. Interesting. By the way, how did you get my phone number? I don't remember giving it to you. I have my ways. I also found out why you were under house arrest. What did I do? You fought with your classmate Kitsuki Bakugo, whom you've known since you were 4 years old. Incredible, but after you managed to get my phone number, you already left me quite impressed. I told you she was the best. Why did you want to see me here? I wanted to have a picnic, and I thought you would be good company. Behind her she pulled out a picnic basket. They both laid out a blanket and began to eat and drink what Chidis had brought. This is delicious, did you cook it? I'd like to say yes, but everything I cook ends up black or raw. Next time I'll cook for you, I've been cooking for a long time and I've been told I'm very good at it. Next time. I'd like that. They were talking for several minutes. When they finished eating they were both lying down while looking at the sky. Chittis. What's happening? Can you tell me the real reason for inviting me here? Well. Because of my job I don't have many people to interact with. The only person I can consider a friend is my assistant. When I met you I felt a kind of connection with you and. I don't know. I thought that. Maybe. Izuku sat down. There is no one special in your life. No, everyone I've met so far is just a gold digger, and there were even heroes who have set their sights on me just so I can boost their careers. He turned to lie on his side and look at the green-haired man. I haven't met the right one yet. I'd love to be your friend, Chittis. You seem like a very interesting person to me too. Chittis sat down excitedly. Fantastic. Actually, there's something I want to show you. What thing? The lavender-haired woman handed him her cell phone, where a video began to play. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as a home video of Izuku fighting Overhaul was playing on the screen. Where did you get this? I did some research on the case of the 8 precepts of death and got this. What you're watching is the original video and the only one in existence. I bought it for a good sum, and with the help of my employees, I was able to make it sharp enough for you to see yourself clearly. This is bad. What are you going to do with him? If you want, I can put it on my magazine's website. After this, you'll be very famous since it was said that the professional heroes were the ones who defeated Overhaul, when in reality it was you. I want you to get rid of the video. Because. I'm not a hero for fame, I do it because my wish is to be able to save as many people as I can. He pointed to Eri who appeared in the video. You see this girl? Yeah, I thought it was weird that she was tied to your back. Who is it? Are you going to tell him? I want her to understand and trust her. Her name is Eri, and she was used as a guinea pig by Overhaul. Chittis opened her eyes in shock. Despite her young age, she has suffered greatly being used for inhuman experiments. She had been told that her quirk was cursed and has suffered greatly because of it. Quirk. Cursed. Many were injured in order to rescue her, and Sir Night-Eye died trying to protect her. A dejected expression appeared on Izuku's face, as that topic still affected him greatly. He then felt a hand on his and saw Chittis giving him a sympathetic look. How is she? She's physically fine, but everything she's been through still weighs on her heart. She doesn't even know how to smile. I want her to get her smile back, that's why I want the cultural festival to be a great experience for her. Izuku smiled at her. The lavender-haired woman looked at him, her eyes shining with determination and confidence in her words. She then took out her cell phone and, in front of Izuku, deleted the video. Are you sure? That video would be a big scoop. What kind of friend would I be if I ruined the childhood of a girl who is clearly very important to you? Thank you. Don't worry, besides, my publisher is the best, having that story or not doesn't affect me at all. They continued talking for several minutes until it was time for them to say goodbye. They packed up their things and started heading for the park exit and saw a limousine parked. I really had fun, Izuku, I hope we can do it again. Sure, whenever you want. Before I forget, I have something. For you. Chittis opened the limo door and bent down to look for something. Nice ass. Sensei. What? You don't like it? I didn't say that, but she's my friend and I don't want to see her that way. Okay, sorry. Who are you and what did you do with Falcon Sensei? Very funny. Here it is. Izuku looked back at the woman in front of him who was handing him a book. What kind of book is it? It's a book I really like and I wanted you to read it. When you finish it, I'd like your opinion. Okay, I'll read it then. With that, they both said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Chittis sat by the door and looked out. Kazuki-sama, are you okay? Asked his assistant who was at the other end of the seat. I'm fine. Could you reschedule my appointments for another time? Right now, I just want to go home and relax. As you wish. Chittis looked at the people and buildings through the window as she recalled the last meeting of the Liberation Army. Flashback. All the top brass of the Liberation Army were gathered around a table while they talked. Chittis sat in her seat, pretending to pay attention, as what occupied her mind at the moment was a young man with green hair. She was surprised how the only meeting she had with Izuku Midoriya had given her a new perspective on her life. He had been kind, attentive and a true gentleman to her. During the time they had talked she saw an intelligent and mature young man with whom she could talk calmly. She wondered if she had ever found a friend in him. Her only friend was Mayumi, since those who only knew her as the CEO of Shueisha wanted nothing more than her body, her money, or the fame they could gain from her. The few people who knew her identity in the Liberation Army treated her like a goddess and didn't want to get close to her. Destro and the others were simply a resounding no when it came to socializing. With Izuku it had been completely different. She knew that with him she could talk about anything that was on her curious mind. He knew how to respond and keep up with the conversation. Her next meeting was the only thing on her mind right now. Curious. He called her his boss Redestro, but the aforementioned had her chin resting on her hand while she looked into the distance, completely oblivious to what was happening around her. I wonder if he also thinks about our previous encounter. Curious. Jida snapped out of her reverie, frowning at being distracted. She looked at the other 3 people in the room with her. Kaku Hanabata, a man with long dark hair that is combed back, a lock falling over his face, and a small mustache. He has an angular nose and small eyes with paler eyes. He wears a simple business suit consisting of a white dress shirt, a black tie, and a black jacket. He is the leader of the Hearts and Minds political party. He was recruited by Redestro, who wanted someone infiltrated among the politicians. He was a man who knew how to manipulate people into believing what he wanted. If he wanted, he could make people believe the sky was green. He was a person who only served in the rear due to his quirk. She didn't trust anything he said. Whenever he provided information, she would double-check it. His name in the Liberation Army was Trumpet. Amoyasu Chikazoku is a tall, lanky man with dark glossy hair that reaches his waist, worn with neat bangs hanging over his eyes. He has a noticeably long nose and a wide mouth. He wears a long-sleeved black turtleneck shirt and dark pants. He fervently believed in the ideals of the Liberation Army and was willing to do anything for the cause. He is a member of the board of directors of Feel Good Incorporated. He could use his influence to manipulate any kind of information. He was an obsessive bastard who went on a rampage when things didn't go his way, which was the reason why he didn't get along with him. His name within the Liberation Army was Skeptic. Like Trumpet, he fought in the rearguard and followed Redestro around like a lapdog. Unlike the 2 of them, she didn't let her roll in the Liberation Army dictator life. She enjoyed her free will. She followed their orders, but in her own way, the way she believed it should be done. Finally, there was their commander, Redestro. His name was Riki Yatsubashi. He is a tall, middle-aged man with a long pointed nose and a prominent chin, as well as small dark eyes. He has short orange-brown hair that is noticeably very high on his forehead and is worn tight around his head. He has no eyebrows and also has 2 dark moles on the left side of his forehead. He is always seen wearing an outfit consisting of a green dress shirt, a green tie, and a black striped jacket with matching dress pants. He is the son of the founder of the Destro Liberation Army. He is a man who does not hesitate to kill and torture to achieve his goals. She knew that he would get angry if someone insulted the Destro Liberation Army or Destro's ideals. He was a great leader as he knew how to mobilize everyone, identify threats, and eliminate them quickly. His quirk made him the strongest in the Destro Liberation Army. Chidis knew that her quirk was powerful, but compared to Redestro, she didn't stand a chance. His facade was to be the CEO of Detonrit Company, an industry that specializes in making clothing and other items for people with abnormal bodies, due to their quirks. Chidis looked at the 3 men and smiled. I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. What's wrong? We ask you if you have obtained information that could be useful to us, said Trumpet. I was investigating the League of Villains as Redestro asked me. Something interesting? Redestro asked with a calm smile as he interlaced his fingers in front of him. Well, I couldn't find anything concrete about Shigaraki Tamura, the others don't have anything that calls attention either, but I've become interested in Himiko Toga. How would she be useful to us? Asked Skeptic. That girl is impossible as an ally. She's too twisted to follow our ideals, but is a martyr. That's a different story. Her story is very endearing and would serve to attract and guide people in the Liberation Army. A martyr is supposed to be dead, said Redestro. I'll let you guys sort that out. Sometimes we must get our hands dirty for our cause. Curious, it seems you are not so devoted to Destro's ideals. Trumpet smiled. Chidis stood up. If you want, I can start with you, you damn talker. Or are you afraid of a woman mopping the floor with you? Come on, calm down you two, Redestro asked calmly. Curious has demonstrated her devotion to our cause several times, and I'm sure she will take up arms when necessary, right, Curious? Yes, Chidis answered reluctantly and sat back down. She had seen death before, corpses and murder, but never by her own hand. She always gave her support indirectly when it came to those matters, but her guilt was no less because of that. How would Izuku look at me if he found out about that? Okay, we'll let you continue with your investigation. I'm sure that with his story you'll be able to open our eyes to this distorted society. Oh, one more thing. What's happening? I understand that you have become involved with a young student from UA. Izuku Midoriya. Chidis's stomach nodded. She knew Redestro well enough to know that if he had mentioned it, it was because he had a plan. It was an interview. Nothing important. But if you wanted to, could you approach him on a personal level? Yes, I think so, Chidis replied hesitantly. What are your plans, Redestro? Asked Skeptic. I've done my own research on that young man, and I believe he would be very useful in our ranks. He has demonstrated a great amount of power and skill that increases day by day if we compare him to how he was during the sports festival and his fight against the 8 precepts of death, where I learned that he single-handedly managed to defeat Overhaul. A mere young man defeated someone as strong as Overhaul. That's impressive, said Trumpet. Chittis bit her lip as she didn't like where this was going at all. What do you need me to do? Introduce him to the book and then go from there. I'm sure you can convince him. Okay, as you wish. Redestra. Chittis tried to use her normal tone of voice, but it came out somewhat forced. I expect great results from you, Curious. End of flashback. Chittis continued staring out the window while repeating Redestra's orders in her head. If it were anyone else, it would have been easy to use her charm several times in the past to make her targets do what she wanted. But with Izuku it was different. When he looked at her, he didn't see the CEO of Shueisha Publishing. No, he was looking at her, at Chittis Kazuki. They could talk about whatever they wanted without being judged. He truly wanted to be her friend and she didn't want to drag him into her fight. She knew it. She had known him long enough to know that he wouldn't follow Destro's ideals. What am I supposed to do? A few days later, in UA. Izuku walked through the school hallways calmly, heading towards the dorms. The forms are in order. I just have to wait for Hatsune to give me the support item. There are only about 2 weeks left until the cultural festival. Everything is going great, there are still some things to polish, but I'm sure we'll be fine. He turned the corner and saw Mirio, Tamaki and Yayu, who seemed to be desperately looking for something. Mirio, is something wrong? Hello Midoriya. We're looking for Nijire-san, she said she was going to get some fresh air, but we couldn't find her anywhere, Mirio warned. Do you need help? Thank you very much, Mirio-san. Check the cafeteria. Tamaki-san return to the classroom in case Nijire decides to return. Midoriya-san go check the roof, and I will see the surroundings of the school where the other students are, ordered Yayu. Okay. Everyone split up and started searching. The green-haired man quickly headed toward the school's roof. He climbed the stairs leading to the roof. When he opened the door and looked around, the surroundings were fenced off. As the green-haired man approached, he was greeted by a view of the school grounds and even beyond, toward the city. Nice view. Not bad, but I like the view better when I'm flying. 1,000 times. Starting to search around, Izuku managed to find Nijire, who was leaning against the wall with her legs tucked under her as she slept. There's Sleeping Beauty. Izuku rested his knee on the ground and looked at her closely. As the soft breeze moved her hair, her face relaxed as the sunlight hit her, giving her a dazzling and warm glow. We have to wake her up. With a kiss he will surely wake up. Of course, when he wakes up he'll scream and then kick my ass. How bad can it be? The conversation between the two was interrupted when Nijire began to move. Izuku thought she was about to wake up, but the young woman with light blue hair began to stir. She frowned, sweat began to run down her face. It seems like he's having a nightmare. What could he be dreaming about? In Nijire's nightmare. Nijire entered her apartment, went to her room, and changed from her high school uniform into something more comfortable. She was very tired, so she lay down on her bed. At that moment, she was alone because her mother was at work, and that man was also at work. She was looking at her phone, but then she heard the front door open. Her heart hammered rapidly in her chest. She began to get chills, closed her eyes, and began praying to any deity that she wouldn't make it through the night. Her pleas went unheard when the door to her room opened, and there he was, staring at her. After a few seconds, he began to walk, each step making her body begin to shake more and more. Suddenly, her back was pressed against the mattress, his body looming over hers, his hands beginning to undo the buttons on her pajamas. She said nothing, just stared up at the ceiling, trying to distract herself, to get away from what was about to happen. His lips were on her neck. She closed her eyes to hold back the bile that rose in her throat. She shouldn't make him angry. The last time she made him angry he hit her and she didn't want that. He had taken off all her clothes, leaving her in only her underwear. A cold breeze came in through the open window, and the touch of his hands felt like a million needles on her skin. You're a good girl, Nijire. Tears began to fall from her eyes, staining her cheeks. She wasn't a good girl. She didn't know what she was, didn't even know if there was a word to describe her. How dirty. How disgusting she felt, but this was necessary. If he left, her mother and she would be alone, they would have problems. Her mother's job wouldn't be able to support them both. I want to be a heroine, that way mom and I won't have to worry. I heard heroes make a lot of money. What was the name of that girl I met today? Yayu, that was her name. She wants to be a heroine too. Maybe we can be heroes together as a team. He penetrated her, corrupted her body again, but Nijire tried to ignore the sensation. To push her mind away from the place, her thoughts running wild. I should paint the walls a different color. I like Yayu's hair color. I like other colors too. I could paint the wall all the colors of the rainbow. What happens when you mix all the colors? I tried it once when I was a kid, but I don't remember anymore. He squeezed her chest tightly, causing her to gasp in pain. She placed her hands on his chest to push him away, but he didn't move. Why wasn't he moving? Why was he so strong? Why was she so weak? Najire. Najire. Wake up, Najire. With Izuku. The green-haired boy saw Najire begin to shake violently and let out moans of pain, so he decided to wake her up. He began to shake her to wake her up. Suddenly her eyes opened, and Izuku was surprised when he looked at her, and in her eyes, only one thing was reflected. Pure terror. Najire opened her eyes, still clouded by sleep, and saw a black figure above her. Get away from me. The next thing Izuku knew was that he had flown several meters backwards, and with a loud bang he crashed into the ground. Izuku. Are you okay? Yes, he tried to move, but a sharp pain in his abdomen made him lie down again. No, I feel like I've been hit by a truck. I throw my quirk at you at point-blank range. Najire for her part stood up. She was agitated when she realized where she was and began to calm down. Then she saw the person she had hit with her quirk. Izuku. She ran towards the green-haired boy and knelt down next to him. I'm sorry. Her hands moved closer and further away from him as she didn't know whether to touch him or not. Najire, I'm fine, don't worry. Izuku sat down. But I hit you really hard. Najire didn't even know the power she had used to hit the green-haired boy. Don't worry, it takes more than that to bring me down. Are you okay? You seem to be having a really bad nightmare. Huh? It was nothing. Izuku saw Najire's hand starting to shake. Are you sure? Yeah. Don't worry, by the way, why are you here? Are you also coming to sleep here? Do you want me to tell you the best place to do it? It's a very nice day to sleep outside. I was actually looking for you. Me? Why? I don't remember us playing hide and seek. Who else is playing? No, Mirko and the others asked me to find you. I forgot. I had to go back to continue with the dress adjustments. Izuku stood up followed by Najire. You'd better go back to the living room. I'll call Mirko and let him know to meet you there. Okay, are you sure you're okay? Yes, I'll see you later. Okay, see you. Najire used her quirk to speed down and reunite with her friends. Izuku took out his phone and texted Mirko. When he finished, he fell to his knees. You're not okay, are you? I think I might have fractured a rib or two. He stood up. Don't worry, we should get back to the others. But that the green-haired man spread his wings and headed towards the bedrooms. Later. The band continued with their rehearsals so that everything would be perfect for the day of the presentation. That was good. Mina told me that the dance group was almost ready, so we can start practicing together soon. Jiro warned. Great. I can't wait to see how we look together with the dance group, said Kaminari. I hope those idiots do well, Bakugo complained. Hey, I'm going to rest. Are you okay, Izuku? Asked Momo, who had seen her boyfriend sweating and having trouble breathing. I don't feel very well. Do you want me to accompany you to the infirmary? No, it's okay. Okay, we'll leave it here, Jiro warned. Izuku said goodbye to his classmates and headed to his room. When he arrived, he approached his mirror and took off his shirt. That's not good. Really? Izuku asked sarcastically. In Izuku's reflection, you could see that he had a large black bruise covering a large part of his abdomen. There's no doubt that girl hits hard. It hurts more now than when I hit myself. You should go to the infirmary. And what do I tell recovery girl? You know she's supposed to notify the teacher when she heals a student. Okay, idea discarded. Do you still have some of that cream you used on your shoulder scar? Actually yes, I have a little left. I'm sure if I put it on now tomorrow I'll feel better. The green-haired boy searched through his things until he found the small white jar of cream. Suddenly Izuku's door opened and Momo entered the room. Izuku. Are you okay? What happened to you? Shit. Next time, lock the door. Momo quickly approached her boyfriend. I must take you to the infirmary. I'm fine, Momo, really. But look at the size of that bruise. He touched Izuku's chest only for him to hiss in pain and grab his wrist. Don't touch, please. The black-haired girl crossed her arms and frowned. You'll tell me what happened. Her tone indicated that it wasn't a question. Izuku sighed and sat on the bed. Come on, hurry up, Falcon waved a whip. This morning I was filing some forms and I ran into Mirko. He along with Amajiki and a girl named Yayu were looking for Najire and I decided to help them. I went to the roof and there I found her, but she was sleeping. Suddenly she started having a nightmare and I tried to wake her up, but when she woke up she was scared and used her quirk to get away. That means Hato-san attacked you in his panic. Yes, and I'm not going to the infirmary because I don't know what problems we could have if Izawa-sensei finds out about that. I see, but you can't be like that. Izuku raised a small white jar. I know, this cream is made with a quirk that accelerates the healing of wounds. I've had it since what happened with the hero killer. Okay, lie down, I'll help you. Momo sat on the bed and patted her lap. Obeying, Izuku leaned his head on his girlfriend's legs, then the brunette began to rub the cream on his chest. Do you know what would make me feel better? That. Do you have a nurse's outfit? Izuku received a slap on the forehead. Momo chuckled. What am I going to do with you? I have a couple of ideas. Another blow. Any side effects to this cream? Not that I remember. Wait, does that count for the woman who applied it to me falling in love with me? Did Rumi-san help you with your wound? Yeah, it was after the hero killer thing that we started getting closer. I don't think it will work for me. Why? Izuku already knew the answer, but he enjoyed making Momo nervous. The brunette looked at her boyfriend with a strong blush. Because I already love you. They're so sweet they'll give me diabetes. When Momo finished applying the cream, they both stayed in the same position for a few minutes. How long has it been since we spent time alone together like this? I'm sorry, but with everything that's happened with the cultural festival and my new training, I've been neglecting you 5. Yes, because that's what a normal person would say. That's not true. On the weekends you go see Rumi, you still have coffee every morning with Namuri, you go on dates with you and Namuri, you go visit Ray, and whenever you can, you spend time with me. You're the best boyfriend any of us could ask for. You know, I have pain somewhere else. Where? The forehead. The black-haired girl leaned down and kissed his forehead. Better. Now my cheek hurts. He received another kiss. Now. My lips hurt. With a smile Momo gave her boyfriend a kiss. It's official, I need insulin. Several hours later. After Momo finished helping Izuku, they stayed up talking until it was time for them to go to sleep. The brunette left because Jiru would go look for Momo every morning to talk about the progress of the music team. The green-haired boy was sleeping. Suddenly, his bedroom window began to slowly open and a person entered the room. Izuku. I've noticed, I'm going to let him get a little closer. The blow to your chest is almost healed, but still be careful. Understood. A silhouette posed over the green-haired boy and reached out to touch him, but suddenly Izuku grabbed his wrist, pulled the intruder towards him, and then flipped them over so they could straddle each other. With his left hand, he held the intruder back while with his right hand, he materialized his guandao and placed it on Izuku's neck. Najire. Hehehe Izuku. Below Izuku was Najire who was wearing white shorts, a yellow tank top and a grey jacket. What the hell are you doing here at this hour? I'll tell you, but could you take your hand away? Please. Najire asked with a blush on her face. The green-haired man raised an eyebrow until he saw that the hand he was holding Najire with was on his chest. It seems that it took you a while to realize. I'm sorry Izuku got off with a slight blush on his cheeks. They both sat on the bed in awkward silence until Izuku decided to speak. So. Why did you come to my room in the middle of the night? Well. I came to see how you were since I hit you really hard this morning. I looked at the bruise on Izuku's chest, which was smaller and lighter than the one he had a few hours ago. Does it hurt? Is there anything I can do? Do you want to go to the infirmary? Do you need me to get anything? I'm fine, it doesn't even hurt anymore. I'm sorry. Izuku saw that Najire was depressed and wasn't her happy self that he knew. He then approached and placed a hand on her head, to which the young woman with light blue hair raised her head. Do you want to talk about it? Najire was struck by images of the past she wanted to forget. Then she shook her head. No. I can't. I'm sorry. I understand. I never told you how impressive the way you rescued Eri was, to be honest. Did you see me? Yeah, I don't remember doing anything so incredible when I started working with Ryukyu. How was your first year here? They both began to talk about various things as the night progressed. The other day I found a strange video. Look, Najire showed him her cell phone. Gentle video. The video showed a cup stained with spilled tea. What kind of tea do you drink and when, dear viewers? In my case, I always drink tea before and after work. This is a royal flush. Do you know what that means? You're great for telling them apart, a voice was heard in the background. The next video will be a wake-up call. Not just for those watching, but for all of society. I hope you're patient. The video has ended. Is that guy famous? He doesn't seem to be very popular. Who is that guy? Ryukyu told me he's a very troublesome villain, but he uploads videos and the police can't catch him. That's strange. What are you planning to do now? What if he wants to ruin the cultural festival? I'd have to be crazy to do that since security is so high now, and even if I did I wouldn't let him ruin this. It's very important for you and Mirko, right? Yes, we won't let anything happen to the festival. You guys are amazing. You too, I want to see you win the beauty pageant. And I can't wait to see the results of the festival. I want to see Eri's face when everything is ready. Actually, I have a surprise for Eri. Would you like to help me? Really? What is it? Don't tell me, I want to guess. Is it a toy? Clothes? Give me a hint. Izuku chuckled. Let's meet tomorrow and I'll tell you. Don't be mean, now I can't sleep from thinking so much. Najire pouted. That's the idea. Okay. Tomorrow we'll have lunch together and you'll tell me. Okay. Oh really? Yeah. Really? Really? Yes, yes. Now we'd better go to sleep. Najire began to float on the ground. So, see you tomorrow. The young woman with light blue hair floated out the window. By the way, I like your room, you should see mine. Najire disappeared from sight. A week later, across town. Gentle, that's no good. We haven't had tea time for a week. Are you okay? The brave woman approached Gentle, who was sitting at a table in front of a computer. He was writing on a sheet of paper with a pen. Yes, I'm fine, the brave one. Dissatisfaction with the current heroes is growing. It's because they're weak. They should be prepared for unpredictable situations. The brave one left him a cup of tea on his desk. In other words, they have no idea of the dangers. The fact that they are holding the cultural festival at this time is perfect proof of that. But Gentle, are you going to involve the children who will become future heroes? What will happen if you do that? Ahahaha, the brave one, that's the wake-up call we're going to give. My infiltration will serve to strengthen the youth. You care about them, you're so cool, Gentle. The brave one fell on her back. It's time to confirm the plan. Activate, criminal folder. He clicked on the computer. But nothing happened. Nothing happens. Sorry, I blocked it. You have to right-click. Okay, we'll take a street that will allow us to pass by the fewest hero offices. From the street, we'll turn onto a side road and head toward the UA. We'll reach a residential area. Choose a route with no traffic during the day or night. Aren't you going to use your quirk? There are heroes patrolling the area, so I won't use it. Then we'll reach a huge nature park where we'll be reasonably safe. We just have to avoid the homeless. Once we leave the park, we'll be close. We'll go to an old-fashioned coffee shop next to the hardware store. Shall we not drink tea outside? That's risky. The owner is over 70 years old. At first glance, it's hard to tell there's a cafe there. It only has regular customers, but we have to drink La Brava there. Why that store? Because that coffee shop offers the unusual gold tips imperial tea. Don't you think it's wonderful for this feat? I winked at him. You're wonderful. When we finish our tea, we'll take another alley and pass a construction site. We'll see a mountain full of forest. If we go up there, we'll be in the UA. They'll probably use Hound Dog as a guard. When we get to the forest, we'll cover our scent with dirt and leaves. The UA has a barrier that's activated by sensors. That's where I come in, right, Gentle? I'll infiltrate the UA network and disable the sensors. Because that's my job as a professional hacker. I couldn't ask for a better partner. La Brava, I'm truly grateful. That's enough, Gentle. I love you. Gentle placed a hand on his companion's head. The brave one, I'm serious. To fulfill my dreams, I learned about technology. But no one watched my videos, and all I received were cruel comments. The doorbell marked the end of my dark days. My first admirer. At first, I was worried, but then we started working together, and my videos received more views. The brave one. This time, I'll put my soul and my mustache on the line. For the world, for the people, for my dream, and to reciprocate your feelings. Gentle. The brave woman threw herself at Gentle while crying. I love you so much, Gentle criminal. The feeling is mutual. I'll make it work no matter what. The day before the cultural festival. Everyone was in the gym reviewing the presentation they would give the next day. The gym is closing soon. Hurry up and go over it one last time. The dance team began practicing their moves. Before we started, I was nervous about this since we're all amateurs. But both the music team and the dance team have come a long way, right? Although it's partly thanks to Ishido, who was a demonic trainer, Zero told Kirishima. Yeah. I guess when you really like something you put your all into it, huh? Bakugo's words didn't just motivate the musicians. I feel nervous, said Momo, who was with the music group. Izuku smiled at him. We'll be okay, we're in this together. Yes, you're right. If you want, I can calm your nerves tonight, he whispered in his girlfriend's ear. No. Well. Momo blushed. The green-haired man rolled his eyes. I was thinking of a message, I didn't think you would be so perverted. Momo's blush increased 10 shades. Hahaha, that was great. Don't do any improvisation tomorrow, okay? Jiru scolded Bakugo. Hey. People get confused. Suddenly the door opened and Hound Dog walked in. That's enough. Brrrr, it's almost 9. The students shouldn't be here. Oh no. Guys, we're leaving. In the bedrooms. I can't sleep. Mineta and Kaminari ran around the room. Calm down, there are people sleeping. Mina scolded them. I wonder if the others are as excited, Iida said. I think we shouldn't think about it too much, Kyoka told him. If you feel embarrassed or nervous, you won't be able to perform well in front of an audience. Once you're on stage, just relax and have fun. You're the one who was most embarrassed. Kaminari told her. They are different things. Oh no. We have a problem. What's wrong, Aoyama? Iida asked. The rope they'll use to hold me tomorrow is too worn out. I lifted the rope. It might break during the presentation. Why don't we ask Yamomo to make us another one? She already went to sleep, Mina warned. A little massage and I'll fall asleep in your arms. I'm glad I was able to help you with your nerves. The saddest thing is that you didn't get any action XXX. Sensei. Also, don't use it as a tool. They're using me as a charger. Kaminari complained, holding up a cell phone. Izuku took the phone from Kaminari's hand. Thanks. Don't worry, I'll go tomorrow and buy a new one. Anyway, I have training early and there are other things I need to buy. Wait. People will arrive at 10 in the morning and the stores open at 9, right? The green-haired boy opened the map on his cell phone. There's a store 15 minutes from UA and it opens at 8 in the morning, so there won't be a problem. In the worst case, I'll use my wings to get back faster. Okay. It's time for us to go and get a good rest. Mina declared. I guess we'll do it tomorrow, this will be a success. Exclaimed Kirishima. Yes. They all spoke in unison. The next day. Izuku stood with all might in the wooded area surrounding UA. He continued practicing his practice of launching air blasts with his fingers. The green-haired man had his middle finger pressed against his thumb as he looked at the tree in front of him. While using 25%, it increases to 35% at the moment of launching the attack. When she was about to launch the attack, a rustling sound was heard in the bushes and suddenly Mei appeared covered in ash, grease and with dark circles under her eyes. I knew you'd be here, Midoriya. What happened to you, Mei? Has certainly seen better days. Haha, I didn't sleep much. I thought you'd be here even on this big day. I came to give you the baby I promised you since it's ready for use. Izuku looked at the equipment. They were black gloves with green palm material. They had a thick plate over the wrist area with 2 silver buttons on each side and a green line running through it. They had red lines that started where the hand began and traced the path of each finger until they ended on the knuckles where there were silver bumps with a hole. They look amazing. They're finally here. Thank you very much. Although if you had given them to me after the cultural festival, there wouldn't have been a problem. I'm going to sleep for 36 hours after the festival ends, so no problem. All Might inspected one of the gloves. The equipment that was designed to use 20% or 30% of my power was so bulky. And to think they can now make such compact equipment. I designed it to match your suit. A capable designer is one who can live up to their clients' expectations. That's great, thank you very much. I'm sure I can do it with this. I can't wait to see how you use them in combat. Here's the manual, bye. The pink-haired girl ran away. Thanks, Mei. All Might raised his fist. Let's try them. Let's see what they can do. The green lightning swirled around Izuku. Yes. Several hours later, 8:30 a.m. Izuku was running carrying some plastic bags as he left a small store. Shit. I spent so much time practicing that I forget to do the shopping. Lucky you remembered this store was next to that old house. The green-haired man stopped suddenly to avoid hitting a couple who were leaving the old house next to the store where he had been. I'm sorry. Be careful, you were about to ruin the Golden Tips Imperial. I have to be careful. This won't work if someone recognizes me. Okay, let's go, dear. Dear? Yes, I am your dear. Izuku looked at the man and woman who were wearing trench coats, masks, hats, and sunglasses. They are overdressed for the heat today, said Golden Tips. He looked at the place he had come from. There was a cafe in that house. I would never have imagined it. The man suddenly turned around. Wonderful, you couldn't have come to that conclusion unless you knew about the Golden Tips Imperial. And to think you know about tea, and you're so young. I'm sure we've heard that voice before. I don't really know much about you, I only know about it because my girlfriend gave me a little. You're lucky to have such a classy and sophisticated woman. Wait. A sophisticated girlfriend. An elite school. This is bad, this child belongs to UA. Yes, I'm lucky. Izuku, it's the one from the video Najire showed us. What kind of tea do you drink and when, dear viewers? In my case, I always drink tea before and after work. This is a royal flush. Do you know what it means? In the next video, it will be a wake-up call. Not only for those watching me, but for the whole society. Well, excuse me, the couple began to walk away. Damn it. Why now? You have no choice. The man continued walking. I got excited about the tea, I must go before he recognizes me. Wait. Are you the guy from the internet videos? The couple stopped and looked at Izuku. Namuri told me that if the alarm goes off even by mistake, she's going to cancel the festival. The green-haired man left the bags on the floor. Eri wants to see the festival. What video could you be talking about, boy? You're a gentle criminal, aren't you? Gentle took off his mask. The brave one. Turns on the camera. I won't let you involve the UA. You're a very smart boy. Today is Saturday morning, so no one will be passing by here. And there aren't many hero offices near UA, no one will come to help me. I could ask the shop owner. The green rays swirled around Izuku. No. You'll have to take care of him so he doesn't come near the school. Change of plans, La Brava. No matter what happens, don't stop recording. Of course, Gentle. The brave one took out a camera. Are you going to fight here? I don't think it's a good idea. Dear viewers, an extraordinary story begins. Gentle took off his coat. This extraordinary gentleman is about to put his ambitions into action. I am the savior thief, gentle criminal. Our plans were discovered, and now we are in a difficult situation, but I will summarize it for you. You are watching our invasion of the UA. Gentle made a pose to the camera. As if I would allow it. Izuku threw himself towards the villain, but suddenly collided with an invisible wall that tensed as he moved forward. What's going on? Surprised, I placed it the moment I took off my coat. A spectator of mine would already know that my quirk is elasticity. I can grant elasticity to anything I touch. For example, if I touch the air. Izuku was thrown backwards at high speed. Gentle rebound. I don't like to solve my problems with violence. That was extremely violent, Gentle. I am as perplexed and astonished as you. La Brava, the villain and his partner began to run. Yes, despite his appearance, if he manages to resist a blow like that, it means that he is someone very strong. I'm sorry, young man, I have to go. I won't let you do it. Izuku threw himself towards the two villains. I can't do that. Gentle put a hand on the ground. Gentle trampolines. The ground began to shake and then Izuku shot into the sky. When I was a student, I put my heart and soul into school events. You probably feel the same way, but it's nothing compared to risking my soul and mustache. This mission will inspire a story for years to come, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't interfere. Both villains began to jump through the air. His quirk is annoying. But the bastard is underestimating us. Gentle and La Brava were walking away from the place. Gentle, I remember now. That boy is Izuku Midoriya. He fought showing 3 quirks during the sports festival. Really? It's better to get involved with him. We need to complete the mission before he catches us. Gentle looked at the camera. Dear viewers, my entry into the UA is now a race against time. Izuku spread his wings and headed towards where the villains were. You have no idea. Flashback. Izuku, who was sitting in the cafeteria with Mirko and Eri. Break is almost over, so I have to go back. Okay, I'm waiting to see you too. Izuku, are you leaving already? I'm sorry, but I have to go practice with everyone. Mirko started to turn. After Midoriya's great performance, the 3 of us are going to walk around the festival. Izuku, Lemillion, I can't wait for that day. Eri's lips curved slightly upwards. End of flashback. You have no idea what's at stake here. Flashback. Izuku was in the classroom while reviewing his latest notes on heroes. I'm glad to see you're not wasting your time. It's better to study the quirks since I don't know when I'll meet an opponent that gives me difficulties. Good point. Midoriya. The green-haired boy looked up and saw Jiro next to him. What's wrong? I always see you writing a lot in your notebook and I wonder, how do you organize it? I have a method. Why do you ask? Could you help me? The violet-haired girl held up several notebooks. I want you to tell me how you organize your notes, since I always try to make the important points easy to read, but I write so much that I really can't organize anything. I hand her one of the notebooks. Did you write tips for all the members? That's amazing, I'm sure everyone will appreciate it. I hope so, I'm always worried that people will call it a useless hobby, that's why I give it my all. In the afternoon the band was practicing, but then Bakugo stopped and broke one of his drumsticks. Kaminari, make your beat more distorted, you idiot. Do you think that weak riff is going to blow anyone's ears out? Kaminari looked at Chiru. What do you mean by distorted? Lesson 3. The young man took out the notebook that Izuku gave him and began to read. End of flashback. How much everyone has tried. Flashback. Izuku was carrying his guitar case. He was walking around the school grounds as he headed toward the gym to meet up with his classmates. Today would be the first day the music team and dance team would practice together. Suddenly some hands covered his eyes, making him stop. Who am I? A smile spread across the green-haired man's face. Hello, Najire. The hands came out of his face and in front of him appeared a smiling Najire. Hello, Izuku. What are you doing? I'm taking a break. All the preparations for the beauty pageant are very tiring, and I also wanted to see how all the classes are doing with their preparations. There are a lot of exciting things to do this year. I see, the date of the cultural festival is approaching. Yes. Where are you headed? I'm going to rehearse with my classmates. The music and dance team will have their first practice together. Really? That's fantastic. Can I go see? Please. Please. Izuku pressed a finger against Najire's nose. No, you'll have to wait and see. The young woman with light blue hair pouted and crossed her arms. Okay, anyway, I have to go practice for the talent show. Last year was a complete disaster. So a talent test. What are you going to do? With a smile, Najire pressed a finger on Izuku's nose. No, you should wait and see, besides I want it to be a surprise for you. Before she could finish speaking, Najire started floating and then started flying towards the school entrance. See you later, Izuku. It seems there's a surprise waiting for you. Yeah. The green-haired man resumed his walk with a smile on his face. End of flashback. Gentle criminal. Izuku placed his middle finger against his thumb as he remembered All Might's words. You're still having trouble firing consecutive bursts, but I'm sure you'll get there. Don't worry and have confidence in everything you've achieved so far. Yes, before he lands. I'm going to stop him. With these gloves, I can do it. The plates around the gloves expanded, creating a circle around Izuku's hand. Delaware smash. Air Force. An air bullet shot out of the glove and hit Gentle's back. Well, done. An air gun. It doesn't matter. That's not enough to stop me. I won't give up. He continued jumping towards a construction zone. You won't escape. Using his wings, the green-haired man reached Gentle and held him. I will protect everyone's effort. This boy. Both crashed into the construction zone. Gentle. Shouted Labrava. Izuku fell on the top floor of the building, raising a large cloud of dust. May told me that for now these gloves can't send such strong air blasts, but I can still defeat him. I'm sure it's not over yet, don't let your guard down. Okay, although I can't see because of the dust. Where is it? This is really an unexpected situation. The green-haired man turned to see the villain hanging from an iron beam where his coat had caught. Even so, I'm not going to panic. How can you be so calm? I'll make my plans come true by any means necessary. A real man never panics. He's very determined, he doesn't plan on giving up. You want to attack the UA, right? What are you up to? What am I up to? First of all, I'll ask you not to confuse me with the League of Villains. I would never do something like kidnap or stab an innocent person. I only want to carry out my plan to infiltrate the cultural festival and nothing more. So, young man, please ignore this. Are you really begging? Security is tighter than ever. If they see you nearby, they'll sound the alarm, and the cultural festival will be immediately shut down long before you can infiltrate the UA. Your plan will be useless. There's no need to worry about that. My partner will take care of disabling the alarms. Nothing will be cancelled, and my infiltration will be a resounding success. That's a victory for me, don't you think? If you're right, that means we'll be completely defenseless. I guess you're right. Is this guy kind of an idiot or what? That's my plan, and I plan to move before things get problematic. If he doesn't plan on surrendering, then you'll have to knock him out. I guess I have no other choice. Izuku materialized his Guandao. I won't let you get out of here. Then it can't be helped. Gentle used his quirk to unhook himself from the beam. I'll give you a nice nap, UA student, while you still feel the taste of the tea. The green-haired man jumped to catch the villain, but he dodged. Izuku prepared to throw another air bullet, but Gentle began bouncing in all directions. There you are. He threw an air bullet, but the villain dodged it, and then the bullet began to bounce until it hit Izuku's face. Damn, what happened? It's because of his quirk. I'll give you back your air bullets with air membranes. Suddenly, Labrava came out from behind a column. Gentle. I know it's a shame, but I think we should retreat. No, not yet, Labrava. He jumped several times on the beam where he was standing, and then started bouncing all over the place again, but he stopped when Izuku grabbed his shirt. What? This isn't the first time I've faced someone who does that. Izuku punched the villain in the face, making him crash to the ground. Gentle. The brave ran towards her fallen comrade. Gentle criminal is over. Haha, do you really think so? Let me tell you, I can't stop my quirk by my own will, but the affected object gradually returns to its original state. The iron will continue to bounce even though it remains at its original hardness. The villain opened his hand, from which several screws fell. I have removed the screws from the beam where I was standing. Izuku saw the bouncing beam begin to break away. The beam is going to collapse, and I think that will be very dangerous. What's going on up there? Izuku saw that right under the beam was an old man. Oh, no. Damn. I see you're an excellent student of UA, and I don't think you can ignore a falling steel beam. The beam fell and Izuku got underneath and reached out his hands to catch the beam. Because he was holding the beam, he couldn't move. Were you planning to throw the beam at that old man? Heavens no, I just wanted to distract you for a moment. I actually intended to return him to his original form so he wouldn't fall. Luckily, you showed me your great strength and speed again. The green-haired man lowered a hand and pointed at the villain, but saw Gentle who was pulling a beam that was now flexible. I'm sure you're strong enough to withstand this. He released a beam that hit Izuku's body, making him spit blood and then shot into the sky. I'm sure it won't be a problem anymore. Gentle approached a crane and held it, making it more flexible. Hold on to me, La Brava. You have no mercy, Gentle. I love it. Gentle extended the crane hook and shot towards Yue. Our plans haven't failed yet. If they're waiting for me and we still manage to infiltrate, that will only make our names even more famous. We will achieve greatness. Izuku was in the air heading at high speed towards the opposite side. Izuku. He's heading for Yue. Beat. Spreading his wings, Izuku suddenly stopped in midair. I won't allow it. Green lightning erupted around him. Full cal 25%. The green-haired man quickly went to where his opponent was, and when he got close enough he pointed at him with both hands. Air Force. I threw 2 air bullets at him, but Gentle dodged them at the last second. How persistent. The brave girl looked at Izuku approaching. Both Gentle and that boy refused to give up. Gentle, let's use it. My quirk. Near Yue. A car was carrying Mirko, Azawa and Eri as it headed towards the Yue Cultural Festival. We're almost there. Class 1 starts at 10 AM. Then during the afternoon there's the beauty pageant. You're excited to see Midoriya, aren't you, Eri? Yeah. With Izuku. Izuku approached Gentle, I'm sure his next move. Then the green-haired man stood over the villain and lunged at him, but suddenly he was trapped again in Gentle's plastic. Bad move, young man. Gentle rebound. Izuku was shot backwards and his opponent smiled victoriously, but suddenly he felt something wrapped around his wrist, then he realized it was a chain. But what? Gentle and La Brava were pulled back where Izuku had already stopped and was waiting for them. You didn't think I'd fall for the same trick twice, did you? The green-haired man kicked him, sending both villains tumbling down into the wooded area around Yue. I did it. You must be sure, he could have used his quirk to reduce the impact of the fall. Yeah. Meanwhile Gentle and La Brava were on the ground among the trees. Gentle. Are you okay? Yes, he wiped some blood from his chin. That young man is certainly formidable. There's no doubt we should use my quirk. I would have liked to save your quirk for the time of our retreat. But at this rate, our plan will be a complete disaster. I'm very aware. Because we're against the clock. It's inevitable. I'm counting on you, La Brava. Gentle stopped, looked up at the sky, and saw Izuku approaching quickly. What speed? Izuku stood near Gentle. He can deflect a dodge or return everything I throw at him, his quirk makes everything it comes into contact with bounce back, but… He pressed his middle finger against his thumb and watched as Gentle brought his hand in front of him to raise another barrier, but then in his free hand, he materialized his Guandao and split his opponent's defense in two. That. If I can't avoid it, then I'll go through it. I throw the air bullet leaving his opponent breathless, then I jump on them and pin them both to the ground. Give up, it's over. Looks like you made it in time. Brava looked at her partner. Normally Gentle runs away when he is discovered. This time I'll risk my soul and my mustache. Tears filled her eyes. Gentle. I had given up all hope when you then showed me the light. You have always been with me, accepting me without saying anything. You were good to me. You reciprocated my affection. You acknowledged me. You walked beside me. Iba Minami, what do you think of La Brava for your codename? We'll be an unstoppable couple. Now I'm going to hand them over to the police. Gentle. I love you. Thank you, La Brava. At that moment, rays of pink energy began to emerge from Gentle's body and he began to stand up. What's wrong with him? His strength is increasing. How unfortunate for you, young man. At high speed, both villains emerged from under Izuku and he fell backwards to the ground. When he looked up, he saw Gentle, who now had a pink aura around him and his hair was spiky. In one arm, he was holding La Brava. That girl most likely has a support quirk. I don't really like solving problems with force, that's why I take this from my videos. He approached Izuku with his hand raised. Just sleep for a while. I'm sorry Izuku Midoriya, love always wins in the end. Gentle lowered his hand to throw a punch at the green-haired man's neck, but then Izuku moved his hand away with his left hand and then threw an uppercut that his opponent dodged by jumping back at the last second. I've fought people stronger and faster than you, don't think it will be that easy. You really are tenacious. Young man. Gentle left the brave girl on the ground and threw himself at Izuku. Gentle threw a punch at him and Izuku raised his forearm to stop it, but his opponent's strength was so great that it sent him flying backwards. Don't get too confident. His strength has increased explosively. Looking back, Izuku saw Gentle raise his leg to kick him, but Izuku brought his hands to the ground and sent an air bullet to rise above his opponent. When he was over him, he sent 2 more air bullets, but his opponent quickly dodged them. When the green-haired man landed, he materialized 4 kunai in each hand and threw them towards his opponent, but Gentle put 2 barriers in front of him. The weapons passed through the first, but bounced off the second, and were raised again towards Izuku, who materialized his Guandao and spun it to deflect the projectiles. They both threw themselves forward. Izuku threw right, but Gentle grabbed his wrist and twisted it so that Izuku fell on his back, but the green-haired man bent his knees as he fell and raised his leg to kick him in the face. Gentle raised his forearm and covered himself, then jumped back. At that moment, a chain wrapped around the villain's waist. Izuku held the chain tightly and began to spin it, causing his opponent to hit several trees. Gentle. I'm sorry. My love wasn't enough. The Brava cried with tears in her eyes. Gentle nailed his feet to the ground and grabbed the chain. Nothing can prove that your feelings weren't enough. He pulled the chain hard until the green-haired man was in front of him and then raised his hands up. Gentle sandwich. Several elastic air powers piled up on Izuku, preventing him from moving. The thinner the sandwich, the greater its elegance, so stacking them like this is not my style. However, I must fulfill my dream. My fleeting dream from when I was young, to etch my name into history and into the generations to come. To that end, there is always someone who has carried the same spirit and aspirations as me in their hearts. This dream is not mine alone. Today is the first step towards achieving this endeavor. The more you try to stop me, the more determined I will become. He began to walk away from Izuku. You, who are a student of UA, should know what it is like to long to fulfill your dreams. Izuku tried to stand up, but the layers of air pushed him back to the ground. Damn. I can't move. I have to do something, I can't let him ruin everyone's effort. What can I do? Suddenly a shadow loomed over Izuku. What are you doing on the floor? Hey? I hope you're not thinking of letting that villain get away. Have you given up yet? I can't move. That didn't stop you in the past, you showed me that if you have enough strength you can do anything. You showed me that you can even change the future and the infinite possibilities a person has. You are. The shadow began to move away. Stand up, Midoriya. Come on, La Brava, we still have things to do. Gentle said. Suddenly a large amount of wind began to swirl around the place. Gentle looked at the place where Izuku was. I couldn't be. AI. In UA. All Might was in the staff room reviewing some papers until Namuri came in. Good morning. Good morning. What are you doing? Here reviewing some papers. I pick up one of the documents. Let's see, I took the paper the former professional was holding. An exit permit. Today. Yes, I had to buy a couple of last-minute things and went to the foot of the mountain. Izu. Midoriya will miss the beginning of everything, he shouldn't leave things to the last minute. Don't worry, he'll be here before you know it. I hope so. I want my Izuku time while the festival is on. Suddenly a great gust of wind came through the window, stirring everything in the teacher's room. What's with this wind? Namuri asked as she covered her face. All Might looked outside and smiled. You've grown back, haven't you? Young Midoriya. With Izuku. Gentle watched as his opponent began to rise to his feet as they struggled against the layers of elastic air. Full cal 35%. Give up, young man. You can't break through all those walls with brute force alone. Izuku, what I'm going to do will hurt you a lot, try to bear it. Yeah. Directly from Izuku's spine came several swords that pierced the wind layer. Then Izuku rushed forward, tearing the barrier that kept him prisoner. When he finished, the swords broke into pieces and vanished into black dust. He lunged at his opponent and threw a punch, which Gentle put his arms in an X to stop, but the force of the blow made him collide with several trees, breaking them. His strength is completely different from what he used a few minutes ago. I won't let you trample on the dreams and effort everyone has put into the cultural festival. Gentle saw Izuku turning towards him and created a wall of elastic air barriers. That won't work. Lighting blade. At high speed, Izuku destroyed his opponent's barrier and threw an air bullet at him, causing Gentle to hit the ground, but he quickly stood up and saw Izuku spin in the air with his leg extended. He covered himself with his arms, but the impact created a crater underneath him. Izuku jumped back and materialized two windmill shuriken and threw them at his opponent, but he used his quirk on the ground to rise up and be able to dodge them. Gentle used his quirk to create a platform of air. I'm sorry, young man, but invading the cultural festival is the only way I have to fulfill my aspirations. He threw himself towards the green-haired man. All that effort. All that passion. Is it worth trampling on the efforts of so many people? Would you steal the chance to smile from a girl who doesn't know how? Is it worth taking all that for the sake of your goal? Izuku flew towards his opponent. That's what it means to fulfill your dreams. Their fists collided, creating a large gust of wind. Izuku raised his free hand and punched Gentle in the face. When he fell to the ground, Gentle used his quirk on the ground. Here it comes again. I'll intercept him before he pounces on me. But Izuku was surprised when Gentle didn't head towards where he was, instead he jumped over his head to stay behind him. The brave woman looked at them. Gentle. Up until now, we only used lover mode to escape. Since Gentle hates violence. Laugh at me if you want. I don't care. He threw a punch at Izuku, but the green-haired man turned and caught it with his hand. I'm not laughing. Gentle criminal. Please win. Gentle. The pink aura surrounding Gentle grew larger as he threw another punch at Izuku, who stopped it with his other hand without flinching. You. Why do you aspire to become a hero? Gentle's upper garment tore due to the increase in strength he received. Because we're the same. My dream is no longer just mine. It was an unattainable dream, but deep down in my heart I decided not to give up on it. Even though they laughed at me. But there were people who recognized my dream. I want to reciprocate their feelings. I will reciprocate their feelings. For all those who have suffered, I want to be the one who shows them that there is a bright future. Izuku headbutted his opponent, then an uppercut, and while he was in the air, he grabbed him by the leg and slammed him to the ground. Gentle kicked him in the stomach, sending the green-haired man backwards. Meanwhile Labrava looked at her partner. Just believe, I know you will win. She took out a computer and began to type commands. Set up the computer and the program for this day. If I connect it remotely to the UA network, I can decipher the security and sneak in. An error window appeared on the computer. I'm still too far away, I must get closer. She stood up and began to run. For the love of Gentle, I must do this. Gentle saw his partner run towards UA. The Brava. You can't, it's dangerous. He looked at Izuku. I must finish this quickly. The villain began to bounce in all directions as he tried to hit the green-haired man, but he dodged each blow. I'll defeat you even if it means throwing away my reputation and my style. That's my way of showing you respect. Izuku raised his hands and sent 10 air bullets, but Gentle used his quirk to dodge it. The villain was surprised when Izuku was on top of him. Shoot style. He kicked his opponent hard in his stomach, making him hit the ground, then he fell on him and held him. It was a tough fight, but you were defeated, gentle criminal. The brave woman who was running towards Yue saw Hound Dog approaching, followed by several ectoplasm clones. She decided to go back and warn her partner, but when she arrived she saw Izuku subduing Gentle. Gentle. La Brava. Run away. Please. No, let him go. Let him go. La Brava lunged at Izuku and started hitting him with her small fists while crying. Let Gentle go. Let him go, stop. Gentle left his heart and soul in this plan. He even forgot his precious tea breaks. This girl. I told you to let him go. Where's the bright future in this? Gentle is my everything. He's my only light. Don't take Gentle away from me. Don't take Gentle away from me. La Brava, it was obvious she wouldn't run away. Could La Brava be happy if she ran away alone? No, she'd surely commit an even bigger crime than this one. If you take Gentle away from me, I'll die. It was me who made her this way, who lured her and made her bear the burden of a partner in crime. The brave one. I too. Was very happy by your side. The pink aura around Gentle reappeared. She's innocent, but if we're caught now, she'll be accused as an accomplice in this fight. Then. Gentle threw Izuku off of him and landed him on a base of plastic air. If I pretend this fight didn't happen, maybe his crimes will be forgotten just a little. Oh away Izuku Midoriya, for his bright future. You can be proud, you succeeded in protecting what you wanted. He hugged La Brava. I tripped over a rock. People of the UA. I would like to turn myself in. A few moments ago. Hound Dog was in the vicinity of UA keeping watch, then he put a hand on the communicator in his ear. I heard that a student went shopping and hasn't returned, if you can look for him. Over here. GRRRR. Something's happening in Sector C16, E4. I'm going to take a couple of your clones. Understood, is this an emergency? I'll check. GRRRR. There are 3 people. They've strayed from their original path. They're not moving, but there's too much sweating and agitation. There's something else. What's happening? A wild beast. Among those 3 I perceive the smell of a wild beast. I don't understand you, but everyone should be on alert. Back to the present. Give up, said Hound Dog. It looks familiar, said one of the ectoplasm clones. He's a villain who runs away quickly and posts criminal videos. Hound Dog grabbed Gentle by the collar of his shirt. Where are your comrades? There is no one. So what are those wounds and your torn clothes? I fell. Is it just you 2? That's correct. That's right. There was another one here, and now he's gone. It's the smell of one of our students. A student, I think I passed him when I was running here. With a selfish sense of justice, I've always lived only for myself. I have no violent intentions. But I'm glad I was with you until the end. Fighting, risking it all. What remained inside me were my feelings towards another person. I'm truly glad Izuku Midoriya was my last opponent. I've committed many crimes in this life, but the greatest of all was the kidnapping and brainwashing of this young girl. For now, sorry Minami Aiba. La Brava hugged Gentle. Gentle. You're wrong. I love you. Hound Dog jumped back and let go of Gentle to dodge a Guandao that slammed into him. Then Izuku landed in front of the pro hero. Midoriya. Hound Dog sensei, be careful, you don't want to hurt the civilian, right? GRRRR, what are you doing? Well, I was out shopping when I saw this man and his companion. Apparently, they wanted to break in to film the behind-the-scenes footage of the cultural festival, so I used the authority granted to me by my provisional license, chased him down, and arrested him. You don't look convincing, covered in bruises and blood, thought one of the ectoplasm clones. Did you fight with him? Asked Hound Dog. No, while I was chasing them we crashed and fell, you should have seen it, it was a very bad fall, but everything is under control now. It's over. At that moment Ectoplasm's cell phone began to ring, and then he answered a call. Hound Dog. Ectoplasm C. What's going on there? Snipe. Can you give me a report? Hound Dog and Izuku looked at each other for a few seconds. We caught a troubled man looking for fame, said Hound Dog. That. I don't fully understand it either. The current situation is not an emergency, said the ectoplasm clone. Now you better explain everything to the police. Hound Dog began to take Gentle away. Midoriya. Izuku spoke gentle. I told you we are equals. I would have also sacrificed everything for the woman I love, the green-haired man responded without looking at him. A few minutes later a patrol car appeared to take Gentle and La Brava away. They both sat together, and Gentle looked out the window to where Izuku was watching him. Young man, you must know that what defeated me wasn't your strength, but your will. You were willing to give everything for others. If such a hero truly exists, I have no doubt that a bright future awaits us. For his part, Izuku watched the patrol move away. Izuku, that man. He was very strong, one of the strongest I've faced so far. Falcon smiled. I guess you're right. All Might was worried. Izuku saw an ectoplasm clone approaching. Class A starts at 10 AM, right? It's 9:17. Don't you think we forgot the reason why we went out? The things I bought. We have to go back. Midoriya, we'll be there in a few minutes from here. Excuse me, sensei, but while chasing that man, I forgot the things I bought down there. Where? I'll go with you. Thank you. Izuku and Ectoplasm headed down the mountain. Luckily, the owner of the cafe where he'd found Gentle had kept his bags. He then left with the pro hero. When they arrived at the entrance to the festival, Izuku saw Aoyama. Aoyama. Midoriya-kun, you're late. Why are you so hurt? I fell. On someone else's fist. What a clumsy boy, you should change anyway, everyone is waiting for you. The blonde handed him an orange short-sleeved t-shirt with an A on the chest. Wait, are you planning on showing up covered in dirt and blood? That'll make people worry. It's 9:50, go find Recovery Girl, you still have time. In the auditorium. There were a large number of people gathered waiting for Class 1 to appear. There were students and visitors in large numbers. I wonder how it will all turn out, said Izawa, who was at the back of the auditorium. Why do you say that? I'm really excited to see them present, Mick spoke, standing next to him. I don't care about your opinion, go back to patrol. Wait a minute. I just want to see a little. Among the audience are upperclassmen who harbor anxieties and doubts about Class 1A. Those students aren't here to be entertained. They're here to be tested. The curtains opened and everyone saw most of Class 1 on stage. The audience began to cheer. Are you ready? I was born for this. Then blow the roof off this place. Fuck, come on. We'll crush you with our sound. Bakugo exclaimed and launched a huge explosion into the sky. Everyone started playing and the rest were dancing to the music. Thank you very much for coming, said Kyoka. What am I to be? What is my calling? I gave up giving up. I'm ready to go. The future's left unseen. It all depends on me. Put in on the line. To follow my dream. Yeah. Tried all my life. I've tried to find something that makes me hold on and never let go. Oh. Hero 2. I am a hero too. My heart is set. And I went back down. Hero 2. Strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. They started performing different tricks throughout the song. Shaoji grabbed Aoyama and threw him up, then the blonde started shooting lasers in all directions. The entire audience started cheering in surprise. When Aoyama fell, he was caught by a Jiro, and they continued dancing. So wait and see. What do they think of me? What do they think I'll be? I couldn't care less. I don't want to know. Am I doing right? Am I satisfied? I want to live my life. Like it's meant to be. Yeah. Tried all my life. I've tried to find something that makes me hold on and never let go. Oh. Then Koda made some birds move the lights and they began to flutter all over the place. Zero spread his ribbon around the place and Todoroki made an ice construction over the audience. Momo threw colorful streamers from her body. Sayu held Uraraka with her tongue while she floated her through the air. Everyone raise your hands. Uraraka made people in the audience float. Everyone started dancing on the ice structure. Kirishima started throwing glitter dust around the place. Aoyama was tied to a rope and when he was lifted up and started throwing his laser in all directions. Hero 2. Strength doesn't make me a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. In the audience, Mirko was holding Eri, who was watching the show. The little girl raised her arms and smiled at the sight. You see Midoriya-kun, sir. She's smiling. She smiled. Mirko smiled with tears in his eyes. Izuku looked towards the audience and saw Eri smiling in Mirko's arms. Look Izuku, he's smiling. A tear fell from Izuku's eye. We did it. I have met so many heroes in my life. Gave me strength and courage to survive. Gave me the power to smile every day. Now it's my turn. To be the one. To make you smile. They continued playing until the song ended and everyone was cheering, jumping and clapping for Class 1A. A few minutes later. The audience began to file out as Class 1A began cleaning the stage. Izuku stood in front of All Might. It's okay that you're late, but at least you should have answered the phone. I'm sorry, I left in such a hurry that I forgot to take it with me. You'll be shocked when you see your missed call history. He looks like a father scolding his son. Falcon rolled his eyes. I'm sorry if I worried you. He looked at his companions. To everyone. All Might scratched the back of his neck. Well, I understood what happened thanks to the ectoplasm report. Suddenly Hound Dog appeared and grabbed Izuku by the shoulders. Don't think you did the right thing. It's true that you didn't suffer major injuries and in the end we were able to continue with the cultural festival. You're a UA student with a provisional license. If you're going to get into a fight you should count on us too. Our duty is to protect peace together. You're right. Hound Dog Sensei. What are you still doing here? Hey. Go clean up and then enjoy the cultural festival. The hero threw Izuku towards the stage. Look at a fleeting Midoriya. You have to make a wish. That must have hurt. Izuku sat down, rubbing his head and back. Ouch. Hey, good job. Mirko and Eri approached the group. Eri. The little girl ran towards the green-haired man who picked her up in his arms. Izuku, at first I was scared because everything was so loud, but then everyone started dancing. And then the light went flash. Suddenly everything went cold like whoosh, and then the light was spinning around, and the girl was like wah, and I was like wah. Too. Eri told Izuku everything while gesturing with her arms, but what really brought a smile to the green-haired boy's face was that the little girl said everything with a smile. I'm very glad you had fun. Izuku stroked her head. Izuku. What's happening? I like the music, but I thought you would sing too. The green-haired boy chuckled. Well, I'm not as good as Jiru. Then he put a hand on his chin. But I think I can play a song. Really? Eri's eyes lit up. Yes, in fact I'm going to play a song I wrote for you. Izuku handed Eri to Mirko to carry. He went to the stage where he plugged in his guitar and started playing. After a few minutes, the song ended and immediately, her classmates began clapping along with Eri and the other teachers. More applause began to be heard, then they realized that most of the audience had returned to watch the second song. That was amazing. They should have told us they had another song. This was one of the best shows. Izuku got off the stage and looked at Eri. Do you liked it? Yes, I liked it a lot. What a great song Midoriya. Mirko congratulated him. Several minutes later. Class 1 had left the auditorium after cleaning everything when their show ended. Class A. Everyone saw a group of third years. Good job. We had a good time. Of course. It was nothing, friends. Yeah, it was fun and it was pretty good. A third-year boy and girl approached. We're sorry. We came here to ridicule you guys. The pair started to leave after having shouted. There was no need for an apology from them, said Kaminari. We won. Bakugo smiled. So they were the stressed ones Aizawa-sensei was talking about, right? That means we got to them, right? Kirishima asked Iida. That's right. But they came, whatever their motivation. But there must still be people who harbor feelings against us, so we must. Don't worry about that. One of the third-year boys spoke. We heard about the thoughts and feelings you were planning to show us today on the show. And now they were transmitted to us. Now we will tell everyone. It was really fun. Their feelings will spread through us. That's great. Said Mina. Thank you very much. Iida bowed. I'm not convinced. Bring the idiots who didn't come here. Bakugo demanded, but was stopped by Ajiro. Hurry up and finish off the ice. Mineta shouted. I'm sorry, but man, you're very nervous. What's wrong with you? We have to hurry or all the spots for the beauty pageant will be taken. Later. Some of Class A were in the beauty pageant while Izuku was running towards the pageant. Really? Just now you needed a report of what happened. It can't be helped. We're almost there. The green-haired man arrived at the patio where the stage was being set up for the beauty pageant and he stood near the end of the crowd. What's happening now? Kendo. Beat them all. Kendo. On the stage was Itsuka Kendo from Class B, standing in front of some boards. With a swift movement, he snapped all the boards in half. I tear the dress with style. The fusion of strength and beauty. What a stunning performance. That was fantastic. She is very strong. Then they saw a blonde girl standing on a large machine that looked like her head. The third-year queen from the support department. With her high level of ingenuity, she shows her face to the audience. A super performance. What's that supposed to be? Good question, I'd like to have an answer. Then Najire stood on the stage. Do you think it will go well? Amajiki told me that she lost last year because she tried to win with something ostentatious, but I'm sure that's not her style. Najire began to use her quirk to float as she moved around the surroundings, and the energy waves from her quirk made beautiful shapes in the air. A pure and elegant fairy. The young woman with light blue hair began to fly over the audience. Then she approached where Izuku was, reached out and caressed his face. Izuku couldn't help but close his eyes while the caress lasted. When she finished, the green-haired man opened his eyes and saw Najire's face. She had a bright look, but he also managed to see something similar to sadness and longing. She's hiding something, I feel like there's a part of her that wants to tell me something. It seems so. When she landed again, everyone applauded and cheered the young woman with great enthusiasm. A magical dance that left us completely spellbound. Now you must vote for your favorite. The results will be announced at 5 p.m. This concludes our beauty pageant event. Izuku met up with his classmates near the stalls the other classes had. Tonight will be productive. The Class C labyrinth looks great. Do you want to go? Kaminari asked. I'm going. Mina said. No way, Kyoka refused. There's an obstacle course. Let's have a competition. Kirishima offered. Crepes. Uraraka exclaimed. Everyone was deciding what to do. For his part, Izuku was with Eri and Mirio. Mirio, I have to go prepare something. I'll catch up with you later. Okay. Mirio took Eri with him to see the stalls. What are you going to do, Midoriya? Asked Shoto, who was next to him. I have a surprise for Eri, but I have to go to the dorms to prepare it, plus I'll get some help. Shoto, Midoriya. The two young men turned around and saw Shoto's brothers along with their mother approaching them. What are you doing here? Asked Shoto. We came to see what you had prepared for the cultural festival. It was a surprise. I got permission from my doctor, Ray told them. What did you think? Izuku asked them. It was amazing. The laser and the white doves were spectacular. Natsuo exclaimed. How you used your eyes, and that girl making everyone float was also very amazing, said Fayumi. Both songs were very beautiful, Ray told them. Ray and Izuku looked at each other while smiling. There's a crepe stand over there. Let's go eat, Natsuo, Shoto. Mom, we'll be right back. He grabbed his brothers by the collar of their shirts and started dragging them towards the stand. Wait, Fayumi. When they were alone, Ray took Izuku's hand and led him to the back of some stalls where no one was looking. What's up, Ray? He couldn't finish speaking because Ray's lips crashed against his as her arms wrapped around his neck. They separated when they ran out of air, both looking at each other blushing. Not that I'm complaining, but what's up with the kiss? Well, I've missed you. You talk as if you haven't seen me in days. A week became too long for me. I'm sorry, but I was really busy with the class presentation. It's over now, and believe me when I tell you, I'm going to make it up to you and the others. Ray cupped her face. I look forward to it, but for now. They both began to kiss passionately. They didn't notice that behind some trees a shadow had taken a picture of them and then disappeared. A few minutes later, Ray came out from behind the stalls while fixing her clothes and straightening her hair. Mother. The white-haired woman saw her 3 children approach her with crepes in their hands. Here they are. Yes, we bought you a crepe. Natsuo handed a crepe to his mother. Thank you, son. And Midoriya-san? Fayumi asked. Well. I had something to do so we could only have fun for a few minutes. Ray put a hand over her mouth while laughing. Shoto and Natsuo looked at each other in confusion, while Fayumi, who had seen her mother fixing her hair and clothes, understood what she meant. Without further questions, the 4 left to continue their visit to the festival. Izuku came out from behind the stalls. He was disheveled, blushing, and if you looked closely you would notice that he had some red marks on his neck. Wow. That was. Wow. Hahaha, seems like I really miss you. I did it too. Shouldn't you go get Eri surprise? Izuku quickly went to the dorms to prepare the surprise he had for Eri. When he arrived at the entrance of the dorms, he saw Najire sitting on the steps, lost in her thoughts. She was still wearing the dress she wore during the contest. When she saw him, she stood up and a big smile appeared on her face. Izuku. How are you? I went to see your class, it was fantastic. I liked that trick with the laser guy and how Ichako made everyone float. I also really liked your song. What did you think of the talent competition at the beauty pageant? How do you think I did? Did you see what the Bimi-senpai did? How long do you think it took her to make that strange device? Wow, looks like it's not even repairing. The green-haired boy chuckled at Najire's exuberant personality. His laughter brought the young woman out of her barrage of questions, and she looked at Izuku. He watched her intently with a warm smile, which made her heart beat a little faster. What's wrong? He asked with a shy voice that surprised even her. Nothing, I just like seeing you so happy. Najira opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She who always had an answer or a question for everything and everyone had been left completely speechless while a light blush colored her cheeks. Are you ready to help me? Huh? Yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait to see Eri's face. Then let's go. I have the ingredients inside. Izuku passed her by, walked towards the door and opened it, but then stopped. By the way, your performance in the beauty pageant. You looked really beautiful. With that said, he entered the dorms, but if he had turned around he would have seen that Najira's face was as red as an apple. A few moments later, they were both in the dorm kitchen with the ingredients in front of them. Najira was wearing a frilly pink apron, while Izuku was wearing a black apron. What should we do first? First, you have to grease a tray, then you have to wash and dry the apples, and then insert the wooden picks into them. I'll take care of the tray, and you'll take care of the apples. Yes sir. Najira saluted like a soldier. They both performed their tasks quickly in comfortable silence. I'm done. Izuku, what's next? I must place sugar, vinegar, and water in a small saucepan over moderate heat until it boils. She began with the preparation. Now I must add the artificial coloring. Mix and cook over low heat until the syrup reaches a temperature of 150 degrees centigrade. Najira, can you pass me the thermometer that's in the drawer? The young woman with light blue hair obeyed and then watched the green-haired man work intently while stirring the mixture with a wooden spoon. You're very comfortable with this, have you done it before? Huh? Not really, but I do enjoy cooking and I don't want to brag, but I'm very good at it. Show off. Then you can cook for me. Wait, could you make me a bento? Then we can eat it on the roof. Could you have lunch with me? Won't your friends be offended if you do that? What can you cook? I like tamagoyaki, white rice, croquettes, and boiled vegetables. Oh, my favorite is octopus-shaped sausages. I'll cook whatever you want, Najira, and we'll eat it together. You promise? Yeah. Really? I raise my pinky finger. Seriously, I never lie. I raise my pinky finger and intertwine it with hers. Yay. Najira jumped excitedly in her place. Oh Izuku. Are you not going to lie to me anymore? Falcon asked with a honeyed voice. I won't lie if you don't lie to me. Touché. The green-haired man noticed how what was in the saucepan began to boil. Okay, now. I'll turn off the heat and place it in a mold with cold water until the syrup stops boiling. After doing so, they both stared at the cooling liquid as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. We shouldn't miss a single moment, right? Falcon thought sarcastically. A few seconds later, the liquid was already cold. Okay, now that it's cold, we take an apple by the toothpick and dip it into the syrup until it's completely covered. We drain the excess syrup from the apple, place it on the greased tray, and let it sit until the syrup has hardened. Me now. Najira began dipping the apples while laughing amusedly. Izuku looked at her with a smile as she handed him the already covered apples to dry. How many are you going to give to Eri-chan? 1 or 2, I'll leave the rest here and you can take whatever you want. Brilliant. A few minutes later Izuku prepared a bag with Eri's gift while Najira happily ate an apple. Is it delicious? Yes. Quality control is a success. As I raised my thumb with a smile. When he finished eating the apple, he threw the toothpick into the trash and washed his hands. Izuku noticed a red stain on the left side of Najira's mouth. You have a stain, Najira. Really? Where? He rubbed his right cheek. The green-haired man reached out and cupped her cheek as he rubbed the stain with his thumb to remove it. Time seemed to stop as they stared into each other's eyes, Izuku continuing his action even though the stain was no longer there. Then Izuku moved his thumb and traced Najira's lower lip. For her part, Najira was frozen in place as she felt the thumb trace her lip. She felt her heart beating rapidly, her cheeks were on fire, and an electric current running down her spine. Although if Izuku's red cheeks were any indication, he was no better off than she was. They both remained like that for a few 10 seconds until Najira took a few steps back as if Izuku's touch had burned her. I have to go. I'll see you later. At full speed and with the help of her quirk, she quickly left the dorms, leaving the green-haired boy behind completely confused. That was weird. You noticed she took the apron, right? It seems so. I'll get it back later. A few minutes later. When I finished preparing everything I quickly returned to the festival with a plastic bag in my hand. He had changed, now wearing a dark green shirt along with black jeans. He walked looking for Mirko and Eri, but suddenly a hand came out from between the stalls, grabbed him and pulled him into the darkness. The green-haired man couldn't say anything as soft lips crashed against his. When they separated he saw the person who had kissed him. Eri spoke breathlessly. Did you miss me? I'd be lying if I said no. What are you doing here? I have to patrol this area, but ectoplasm told me what you did to save the cultural festival and wanted to thank you for your efforts. Namuri smiled at him as she jumped and wrapped her legs around Izuku's body while he held her by the thighs. 5 minutes. When they finished, Namuri came out from behind the stalls as if nothing had happened, then a voice was heard on her communicator. Midnight, where are you? Patrolling, just stopped for a moment to get something to eat. Okay, don't get distracted. Yes. With that, the heroine went off to patrol with a smile on her face. Izuku came out from between the stalls, blushing, with his belt wrong and with both buttons of his shirt undone. What happened? As far as I saw, he did things to you that I didn't know could be done. I'm not complaining, that was impressive. That's what it seemed. Let's continue looking for Mirio and Eri. Izuku walked as he continued his search. Izuku. The green-haired boy felt someone hugging him from behind. When he turned his head, he found a young woman with blue hair, slanted yellow eyes, and also had scales on her cheeks. Saya. Izuku smiled. How long, Izuku? How have you been? Good, and you? I'm not complaining. What's a guy as attractive as you doing here alone? Before she could answer, a hand landed on the blue-haired girl's head, causing her to wince in pain. Saya, I told you not to go far or you'll get lost, Yuna scolded her, appearing behind her friend. Hey, I'm not a girl. Then don't act like one. A voice was heard that made Izuku smile. Hello Yuna, Rumi, how are you? Okay Izuku, it's been a while, Yuna told him. Izuku and Rumi looked at each other and smiled. One good thing about their relationship was that sometimes they didn't need words to communicate. What are you doing here? I asked a few seconds later. We wanted to come see the cultural festival, and we managed to bring Rumi to, Yuna explained. Or rather, they forced me, the white-haired woman murmured. You lost the bet. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. I guess that's the only way they'd get Rumi off work. We were there during your class presentation, it was amazing. The music, the dancing. Your friend made me float. And I loved your song afterwards. I didn't know you sang so well, Saya explained effusively. Izuku smiled as he scratched the back of his neck. Look Yuna, they're selling takoyaki, let's go. Yes, let's go Rumi. I'll catch up with you. Okay, the orange-haired girl went to chase her excited friend. When Yuna left, Rumi looked at Izuku with a smile, one of those she showed when she was fighting a villain, but for Izuku they had another meaning. Rumi couldn't finish because his girlfriend grabbed him by the wrist and took him to a place where there was no one. When they arrived, Rumi immediately jumped on her boyfriend and began to kiss him passionately. This time Izuku didn't say anything, not that he could anyway. Their hands began to roam over each other's bodies as they kissed until they were out of breath, took a breath, and kissed again. After a few minutes, Rumi returned to where her friends were, who seemed to be looking for her. Rumi, where were you? Saya asked him. I got a little distracted, sorry. Are you okay? You're disheveled and your cheeks are red, Yuna told her. Why yes, it's difficult to move among so many people. You're right. Where's Izuku? He said he had to meet up with a friend because they're giving a tour to a girl they saved. I see, I would have liked to give her a goodbye kiss, Saya pouted. Better luck next time, let's see what else we can do before we get back. Yes. Both women said in unison. I can't wait for the weekend to come, Rumi smiled as she followed her friends. Izuku returned to where the stands were at the cultural festival, but all the people began to look at him strangely since he was panting, disheveled, blushing, and all the buttons on his shirt were open, making some girls who passed by blush. Hey, are you okay? Yes. What a woman. Too bad he stopped before getting to the best part. Now you're here with a boner. Please don't call him that. Okay, let's call it thermal expansion, okay? Very funny, Izuku said sarcastically. You better hurry up, it's been an hour since you separated from Mirio and Eri. True. The green-haired man walked until he passed by a stand that was covered by a tent. It looks like it's empty. Yes, they probably went out to enjoy the festival. At that moment, a hand shot out from inside the tent and grabbed Izuku by the back of his shirt. Oh, really? By elimination, I think I know who it is. The green-haired boy was pulled into the stall and immediately met a smiling Yu. Look what I caught. Who says I won't get caught? Be that as it may, I already have my prize. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Just a few minutes, Yu shrugged. What will you do with your prize? A lustful gleam appeared in Yu's pink eyes. I have a slightly naughty idea, the blonde played with her boyfriend's belt. I don't know whether to think this is very good or very bad. Better think it's good than bad. Yu, what if the stall owners come? I asked them when they were leaving, no one is coming back here. They could hear us. That makes it exciting. Aren't you here working? No, it's my day off. Izuku looked at her and then realized that instead of her heroine outfit, she was wearing a sleeveless and strapless beige dress that reached above her knees, along with a thick white belt and dark brown knee-high boots. Taking advantage of the fact that her boyfriend had run out of arguments, Yu leaned down and captured Izuku's lips in a passionate kiss while resting her hands on his chest. Their lips met and intertwined in a battle for dominance. While she was immersed in the sensation of the kisses, Yu felt Izuku's hands close on her wrists, causing him to release her shirt and raise them over her head. All this without either of them being able to think of separating their lips. Izuku's hand slid down Yu's arms as his mouth slid down her neck, making her gasp in pleasure. His lips moved down to her cleavage. Then his hands pulled down the top of her dress, exposing a white strapless bra. They felt their bodies burning, and this only made their desire grow stronger. The top of the dress reached Yu's stomach, while Izuku's hands caressed every inch of her bare skin. A pair of fingers caressed her left chest, entering under the fabric of her bra and taking it out, exposing it to his eyes. He ran his fingertips over it in circular movements. Yu moaned pleasurably as her boyfriend began to suck while repeating the same action with her right, which was soon also exposed. He grabbed them both each and brought them to his mouth, eagerly devouring them. "You taste sweet. Don't say that. It's embarrassing," said Yu and then let out a moan. She felt completely exposed to the eyes of the green-haired man who parted his lips. "God. I'm going to." She couldn't finish because at that moment Yu reached climax. Izuku stood up and looked at the woman in front of him. She was panting with her cheeks flushed, while her body had a fine layer of sweat. To him, she was truly beautiful. Yu stood up with her back to her lover, leaning against a table where she had been sitting, lifting her butt and wiggling it a little as an invitation. "Take me, Izuku. It's a safe day. So finish inside. After several hours. I love you, Yu." The blonde with tears of happiness separated a little from her lover, and with her hands she cradled his face. Me too. I love you so much." They both shared a passionate kiss as Izuku's movements became faster and more frantic. Izuku. Almost. I'm also close. After some action. Izuku put Yu back on the table while he rested his hands on either side of her to keep himself standing. Catching his breath, he rested his head on his girlfriend's breasts. With a smile, Yu began to run his hands through Izuku's hair while he sighed contentedly. "Izuku. Yeah. Seriously. Did you mean what you said a while ago?" The green-haired man raised his head and rested his forehead against hers. "Of course you do." They both looked into each other's eyes. "I love you," they said in unison before kissing again. A few minutes later. "Until you finally appear." Yu turned around and saw Kamui Woods along with Edshot approaching her. "Hey guys. What's up? What's wrong? You were supposed to join us for patrol," Kamui Woods scolded him. "What are you wearing?" Edshot asked. "Some guys threw food on me and gave me this to change into." The blonde looked at her nails, as if it weren't a problem. "You should be more careful. Don't you have a spare?" "Don't worry, my costume should be ready by now. I'll go get it and then patrol what's left of the festival." "Okay, go quickly." Yu spun around and headed to where he'd hidden his suit. A smile tugged at his lips. "Good thing I brought civilian clothes. Izuku would have gotten mad at me if he found out I skipped work to have sex with him." With Izuku. "What happened to you, Midoriya? Are you okay?" Mirio and Eri looked at Izuku in surprise. He was sweating, panting, and his clothes were disheveled. He looked like he had seen better days. "I'm fine, it's just that. The festival is very intense. The ones there are very passionate." Falcon lit a cigarette. "Did you get what you wanted?" asked Mirio. "Yes, but for now we are going to enjoy the festival." "What do you say, Eri?" The little girl nodded with a smile. "Yes." For the rest of the day, the three of them spent playing, trying different types of food, and even going to see Najire, who had won the beauty pageant. Several hours later, the sun was already setting, and Izuku and Mirio had taken Eri to the school entrance where Izawa was waiting for them. "I'm glad you came. I hope you had fun." "Yes." The little girl looked at the ground. "Eri." The girl raised her head and saw Izuku kneeling in front of her, holding up a caramel apple. "Here you go." "A caramel apple? Where did you get it?" "I've been looking everywhere for it," Mirio said. "One day before the festival started, I checked at the stalls and found out that no one was going to sell them, so I went and bought the ingredients, prepared it with Najire, and asked some guys at a stall to save it for me until the time came." "Najire." "I told him the idea and he wanted to help." Eri bit into the candy and smiled. "It's even sweeter. I'm glad you like it." They both hugged and then Eri headed towards where Izawa was. "Don't worry, you'll see each other," again Izawa told her. With that, everyone said their goodbyes. Izuku stared into the distance until they left, then went back inside and looked around. "What will you do now?" "There are still almost 2 hours left before the festival ends. I think I'll take another walk." "Izuku." The green-haired boy turned and saw Momo approaching him. Just in time, Falcon smiled. "Momo, what are you doing? Where are the others?" "Well, it seems we're breaking up." "I see. Eri-chan has already left." Yes, but I'm sure I'll see her again. Izuku smiled. Hey, do you want to go for a walk until the festival is over? He extended his hand to her. I would love to. The brunette took her hand with a blush on her face. Anyone looking would see two teenagers walking through the cultural festival holding hands and with smiles on their faces. At the police station. Did you do this alone? Yeah. It's incredible. La Brava was in an interrogation room. In front of her were two police officers, and one was checking her computer. What is your job? La Brava, Gentle's companion. Why don't you use your talent for good? No, I'm just interested in helping Gentle. Gentle, on the other hand, was in another room facing an officer who looked like a gorilla. We can easily run tests to prove if you really brainwashed her. So stop lying, that girl is crazy about you. Although many of your crimes have only been attempts, both of you have accumulated a large number of crimes. Iba has never been directly involved in any of our crimes. Our offenses are not the same. HMPH, so you love her too. You were in the hero class until you were expelled, became more and more twisted, and started watching videos of your crimes. I remembered my dream, and despite taking the wrong path I started heading towards it. So it was a good thing that you stopped today. Gentle looked up. The only ones who can't start over are those who don't want to or are just looking for quick results. Gentle lowered his head and began to cry. The officer in front of him sighed. Do you want tea? Black tea, please. Don't ask for so much. Several days later. Izuku was heading towards the teacher's dormitories. He had received a message from Uraraka saying that Uraraka wanted to see him since she wanted to discuss something. We are already in the last days of November. Yes, time flies when it doesn't count for you. Sensei, there is a question I've been wanting to ask you. What's happening? During my fight with Gentle to free myself from the technique that had me trapped on the ground, I didn't materialize anything. The weapons came directly from my body. Yes, and I'm sure you felt unbearable pain, right? Well, yeah, it was a good thing Recovery Girl used her quirk on me, or I could have gotten into trouble during the festival. I'm not surprised you were able to endure it, since you have a high tolerance for pain. Actually, when I was alive I discovered that I could expel weapons directly from my body. There were only two problems. The first is that materialization is very fragile and only lasts a few seconds. The second, as you may have noticed, a great pain immediately attacks the nerves at the sight of materialization. I see. Why don't you show it to me? I didn't think you were ready. When you're cornered in a fight you tend to make desperate maneuvers, and I thought it would be better to teach you when you had a lot more experience, but I guess we were in a desperate situation, and it couldn't be avoided. I still have a lot to learn. The bedroom doors came into view. As he stepped inside his thoughts were interrupted when someone crashed into him and lifted him off the floor. Izuku. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Najire, what's wrong? The green-haired boy asked nervously, clinging to the young woman for fear of falling. I heard you saved the cultural festival. I heard in the staff room that you faced a villain who wanted to ruin the festival. Was he strong? What was his quirk? Were you alone or did you have friends? Najire, don't go so high. The two teenagers looked down and realized they were several meters above the ground. Sorry, Najire apologized and then lowered them to the ground. Izuku was surprised when he saw Eri sitting on a sofa surrounded by Uraraka, Kirishima, Asui, Najire, Mirio, Tamaki and Izawa. Hello Izuku. The little girl greeted with a smile. But what the hell? Language, Izuku. What is Eri doing here? Now the UA will be in charge of it. I am very happy to be with you. She can't be in the hospital forever, Izawa explained, then signaled Izuku to follow him outside. What's up, sensei? I want you to know that after investigating we discovered that Eri was abandoned by her parents, and apparently her only relative was the leader of the 8 precepts of death, and now she has nowhere to go. It seems they discovered the same thing as Yasuke. Yeah. I don't know if Izawa-sensei told you, but the horn on his forehead is the source of his quirk. We heard that it had shrunk, and now everything was fine, said Kirishima. Has begun to grow little by little. Is regaining its powers. It seems so. They want to prevent it from getting out of control again. To prevent such an incident from happening again, that's why she was sent here to UA and not to a foster home. She's going to be settled in an empty room in the faculty dorms. In the meantime, we'll monitor her situation and help her control her power, and we need to check out other things. Well, it'll be little by little. They'll have a lot of work. Asui put a finger on her chin. Exactly. Mirio raised his hand. That's where I, Eri-chan's friend and hero on pause, come in. We'll be busy, but come visit from time to time, especially you Midoriya, that will surely make Eri-chan happy. Of course, Izuku assured. Sure, because you have nothing to do. It's nothing to have 5 girlfriends, right? If Eri-chan learns to control her powers. Amajiki placed a hand on Mirio's shoulder. The return of the hero Lemillion is not far away. I guess that would be great, hahaha, laughed Mirio. Sorry for asking you so suddenly, but could you take care of her for a few minutes, third year students? Azawa asked. Understood. Let's play a lot. Class 1A, go back to your dorms. You'll have visitors soon. Visitors? Who could it be? That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.